only because I casually lamented my envy for the world of Pokemon. I never imagined I would immediately transform into a fetus of Ash Ketchum. Pikachu, come here. Spearow, come here. Misty, come here. Zapdos, come here. Arceus, come here. With the gift of foresight, Ash proclaimed, everything is mine. Chapter 1. The journey begins. Pika Pika. Feeling something trampling upon his face, Ash groggily opened his eyes. Before him was a small creature, pinching its tiny face, imparting the concept of morning grumpiness. Pikachu, what are you doing? Do you have any idea what time it is? Waking me up this early. Where's your conscience? You, understanding the nature of the human before him. Pikachu deployed his signature move, Thunder Shock, to silence him. Pikachu, enough already. Ash's hair stood on end, his body jolting uncontrollably. Mom's here. What's wrong with Ash? Hearing the commotion, Hanako entered Ash's room, finding him in disarray, and chastised him. You've upset Pikachu again, haven't you? Honestly, when will you grow up? Pikachu, seeing Hanako, deftly leaped off the bed, rubbing against her pant leg while casting a mocking glance at Ash. Mom, look at him. Enough of that. Hurry up and get ready for breakfast. Professor Oak is waiting for you. Hanako quickly interjected, turning to Pikachu. Pikachu, keep a close watch on Ash. If he misbehaves, give him a shock. He's tough enough to handle it. Hey, how can you say that about your own son? Ash protested from his bed, feeling the unfairness of it all. Hanako cast a disapproving glance at him, but said nothing, turning back to her chores. Pika Pika. Pikachu covered its mouth, stifling a laugh. Ah. Ash sighed in resignation, getting dressed. Let's go, Pikachu. Time for breakfast, but Pikachu, I wasn't saying that you. Pika Pika. Seeing the electric sparks dancing around Pikachu once more, Ash hurriedly waved his hands. Wait, I won't say it again, Pikachu. Please don't shock me. After their playful tussle, Ash sat down to breakfast, casting a wistful glance at Pikachu, who was enjoying the meal heartily, his thoughts drifting far away. Ash was not a native of this world. He hailed from Blue Star Point one idle day. While watching the classic childhood series, Pokémon, he had uttered a casual wish, how wonderful it would be to live in the Pokémon world. In an instant, with a pop, some divine force had transformed him into an embryo. At that moment, Ash had thought, wow, I get to live again. A great genius is about to be born. Yet upon his arrival into the world, when he beheld Chansey and heard Hanako name him Ash, a mix of horror and joy exploded in his mind. Reborn into his beloved Pokémon world and becoming its protagonist. How splendid this was. However, despite being in this new life, Ash had yet to meet his father, a fact that left him with a deep-seated resentment. To spare Hanako from heartache, he had refrained from asking about him all these years. What a thoughtless individual. In this new life, the only regret he harbored was for his parents back on Blue Star, though he took solace in having a younger brother there. Ah, now that I'm here, Ash could only console himself. Life, like a mischievous trickster, should be silently embraced when one cannot resist it. According to the plot, Ash had a fortuitous encounter with Pikachu at the age of 10 on the mountains behind Pallet Town. Time flew, and Ash had spent 18 years in the Pokemon world. Today marked both Ash's 18th birthday and the day he set forth on his journey. He gently stroked Pikachu's head, feeling its softness, and reflected with a touch of nostalgia. How swiftly time passes. Pikachu, we've been together for 8 years now. Pika Pika Pika. Pikachu set aside its Pokemon food, nuzzling Ash's palm with its head. Observing Pikachu's obedient demeanor, Ash seized the moment to impart some wisdom. Such a good boy. If only you were this well-behaved all the time. Pika. Pikachu dodged Ash's hand, rolling its eyes before returning to its meal. Asterisk asterisk Pikachu. Asterisk asterisk. Level. LV 81. Gender. Male. Asterisk asterisk type. Electric. Asterisk asterisk ability. Actor. Level fluctuates with mood during battles. That asterisk asterisk. Held item. Electrium Z. Moves, Thunder Shock, Thunder Wave, Nuzzle, Quick Attack, Double Team, Volt Tackle, Agility, Charge, Rain Dance, Thunder, Electro Ball, Iron Tail, asterisk asterisk. This was the benefit of Ash's reincarnation. He not only inherited the extraordinary physique and aura of the original Ash, but also awakened the powers of a Pokédex-like data vision and supernatural abilities. Look at these impressive stats, yet he struggled against a mere Rattata. Can you believe it? With this thought, Ash couldn't help but continue. Pikachu, I'm just mentioning a few things, and you're sulking again. Pikachu lowered its ears, quelling the noise. Ash, Pikachu, are you two ready yet? Came Hanako's voice from outside. Coming. Pika. As Ash left his home, carrying the backpack prepared by Hanako, and with Pikachu perched on his shoulder, he dashed toward the entrance of Professor Oak's lab. Feigning breathlessness, Ash turned to Pikachu and scolded, "Hey Pikachu, have you put on some weight? I told you to eat less." Pikachu retaliated with iron tail across Ash's neck, rolling its eyes as if to say, "How dare you skimp on my food?" Ash quickly conceded, "Hey, you brat, can't you see I'm here?" Leaning against a sports car, the ever-dramatic Gary was tired of being ignored and finally called out. It seemed Ash had just now noticed Gary's presence, awakening to the realization, "Oh, it's you, young Master Gary. You're still here. You must be waiting for me." "Waiting for you?" Gary scoffed, sitting in the car. "I merely wanted to see who would dare be late today. Let's go." With that, without waiting for Ash's response, he drove off with his female companion. Watching the throng of beautiful girls, Ash gritted his teeth in envy. "Gary, you lucky guy, you're insufferable." Pika Pika. Pikachu shot Ash an incredulous look. "How could you, raised like this, still have the audacity to complain?" Pikachu, you dare roll your eyes at me now? This is outrageous." Seizing Pikachu from his shoulder, Ash pulled it into his embrace, starting to tussle with it. "Pika, stop that." "Ugh." As Pikachu opened its mouth to protest, Ash swiftly inserted a finger into it. Gazing at the disheveled Pikachu, Ash beamed with a victorious smile. "Ash, Pikachu, I wondered what all the noise was. I see you two have arrived." Professor Oak emerged from the lab, shaking his head in exasperation. "Moreover, Ash, now that you have attained the distinguished title of Pokemon Professor, it would be prudent for you to exhibit a degree of composure. Over the years, Ash has meticulously perfected the experiments on the 8 evolutionary forms of EV, ultimately validating the existence of the 18th type, the Fairy type. Pokemon that he has earned the title of the youngest professor in the league, often referred to as the father of EV. It is precisely due to such significant contributions that Ash has managed to circumvent the long-standing decree prohibiting individuals under the age of 18 from capturing Pokemon. Professor Oak, let us not dwell too much on the minutiae." Ash scratched his head, holding a deep admiration for this esteemed elder. He deftly redirected the conversation, saying, "Ahem, Professor, the Pokédex, the Pokemon Pokédex." Professor Oak sighed, retrieving a new Pokédex from his pocket, along with a set of Pokeballs and a special Pokeball adorned with a flame emblem. "This is for you. As you have no access to the starter Pokemon, I had someone procure this Pokemon for you, knowing your fondness for it. I thought it would be a fitting gift." Instantly enlightened, Ash grasped Professor Oak's thoughtful intent, feeling a wave of gratitude wash over him. "Thank you, Professor." Professor Oak waved his hand dismissively. "Release it. Let us see if it pleases you." Ash tossed the Pokeball into the air, exclaiming with delight, "Come forth. Pokemon, wow. It's a Houndour. Professor, I adore you." Professor Oak's face paled slightly, and he gestured for Ash to calm down. Refrain from such exuberance. Simply remember to capture many Pokemon and send them back to me." Ash gently patted the obedient Houndour, addressing Professor Oak. "Rest assured, Professor, I shall capture a multitude of Pokemon. Then let us set forth." "Professor." Pika, woof. Meanwhile, far away in the Kalos region, a golden-haired girl bid farewell to her mother at the airport, boarding a flight bound for the Johto region. "Ash, please wait for me." Chapter 2. First, subdue 2 to showcase their strength. After departing from the Research Institute, Ash did not immediately embark on his journey. Instead, accompanied by Pikachu and Houndour, he ventured to Mount Miacha, located near Pallet Town. Upon entering the mountain, Ash spotted a Caterpie crossing his path. "Ah, you audacious Caterpie, daring to appear before me," he exclaimed. "Houndour, use Ember." Houndour unleashed a fiery blast, catching the Caterpie off guard, leaving it stunned and swiftly defeated, its eyes resembling those of a charred incense stick. If Caterpie could speak, it would surely lament, "Why must I, just minding my own business, be so ruthlessly attacked? Ha ha. How amusing that this tiny Caterpie dared to challenge us. Well done, Houndour." After administering some healing spray to the defeated Caterpie and hiding it amidst the bushes, Ash praised Houndour, who wagged its tail enthusiastically at Ash's feet. Pikachu, however, looked on with disdain at Houndour's antics. "Good dog, much better than that certain yellow rodent," Ash remarked, ruffling Houndour's fur and playfully teasing Pikachu. Houndour, with a serious demeanor, accepted this newfound responsibility, casting a dismissive glance at Pikachu. Pikachu, feigning ignorance, covered its eyes. As they ascended the mountainside, Ash cupped his hands around his mouth and shouted, "Hey there, big guy, I'm here." Suddenly, the mountainside rumbled, and a massive fissure opened, revealing a giant onyx. Its head emerged first, followed by its lengthy body, coiling as it fixated on Ash. Houndour bravely positioned itself in front of Ash. Though its body trembled slightly, Ash comforted Houndour with a gentle pat and produced a heavy pokeball, addressing the colossal Onix. "What do you say, big fellow? Care to join me on my journey?" With a low growl, the massive Onix lowered its head, brushing against the pokeball's switch. A flash of light ensued, and Ash successfully captured the giant Onix. "I've successfully captured the giant Onix." He cheered alongside Pikachu, who leaped in joy. Houndour, however, stood bewildered, utterly confused by the unfolding events. After the celebration, Ash explained to Houndour, "Silly dog, with my memories of a past life. I know there's an Onix here that even the Elite Four covets. 2 years ago, when Pikachu reached level 71, we discovered and defeated the giant Onix together. Over time, they had forged a deep friendship through their frequent visits to chat and battle with the Onix. So, Houndour, do you understand now?" Houndour gazed at Ash with a forlorn expression, tilting its head away upon hearing the question. Pikachu stifled a laugh at the sight. "What are you two up to?" Ash inquired, scratching his head in confusion. "Houndour, what's wrong?" With a pair of betrayed, sorrowful eyes, Houndour barked in a language Ash could not comprehend. "Woof woof. You used to praise me, but now you call me silly dog, just because you have a new friend." Despite the misunderstanding, Ash sensed Houndour's agitation. "I'm sorry, Houndour. I shouldn't have said that. Please forgive me." Upon hearing Ash's apology, Houndour's mood brightened significantly. It leaped into Ash's embrace, licking his cheek affectionately. "Haha, that tickles, Houndour." Ash chuckled, his face beaming with happiness. "You're quite easy to please, which makes you all the more endearing." After a playful interlude, Pikachu perched on Ash's shoulder, tapping his head and indicating forward. "Pika, let's continue our journey." Pokemon levels: Beginner, 1 to 15, Intermediate, 16 to 30, Advanced, 31 to 40, Elite, 41 to 50, Gym Leader, 51 to 60, Elite Four, 61 to 70, Champion, 71 to 80, Master, 81 to 90, Legendary, 91 to 100. Giant Onix. Level, 68. Gender, male. Type, rock, ground. Ability, sturdy. Held item, hard stone. Moves, bind, harden, tackle, rock slide, rock tomb, stealth rock. Rock polish, earthquake, dig, iron tail. Following the original storyline, Ash continued his journey towards Evergreen City. Along the way, with Houndour by his side, they defeated everything that crossed their path, leaving no Pokemon unscathed. As they walked, suddenly, an injured Pidgey collided into Ash's arms. "Wow, I know I'm handsome, but there's no need to throw yourself at me." As Ash basked in his own vanity, 3 Spearows swooped down, fixated on the Pidgey in his grasp, drooling at the prospect of a meal. Seeing the Spearows approach, Pidgey squawked in alarm, struggling to escape Ash's hold. Noticing this, Ash tightened his grip and glared at the trio of Spearows. "Hey, do you not realize how unpleasant your squawking is? It's utterly deafening." Furious, the Spearows lunged at Ash with their sharp talons. "Woof, you dare overlook me? No one harms my trainer while I'm around." Houndour opened its mouth, unleashing an ember attack directly at the Spearows. Caught off guard by Houndour's sudden assault, the Spearows were engulfed in flames, and the 2 injured ones took flight. Their feathers ignited, while the uninjured one fled in terror. "What a bunch of cowards," Ash scoffed as he watched them retreat. "Thank you," Pidgey chirped, nuzzling Ash's palm in gratitude. Ash applied some healing spray to Pidgey and, after a moment's thought, presented a Pokeball. "No worries, our meeting is fate. Would you like to become my Pokemon?" After a brief hesitation, Pidgey willingly entered the Pokeball. "Haha, I've captured Pidgey," Ash exclaimed triumphantly. "Only I, Ash, could achieve such a feat on my very first day?" Pikachu regarded him with a tone full of disdain. Ash scooped Pikachu into his arms, grinning. "Pikachu, you agree with me, don't you? I just knew you were my closest companion." "Woof," Houndour chimed in, affirming their bond. Chapter 3, The Spearow Flock. After what felt like an eternity, Ash sensed they were nearing Evergreen City. Observing Pikachu, who was still comfortably munching on snacks atop his shoulder, Ash playfully smacked his palm. "That was close. I nearly sent you tumbling. Where on earth is Misty? Why haven't I spotted her yet?" Pikachu seized Ash by the collar, poised to question his erratic behavior. However, upon hearing a strange name slip from Ash's lips, Pikachu's curiosity was piqued. "Pika? Do you know someone I don't?" "Pika? And you ask me about those I don't even recognize?" The last utterance from Pikachu was laced with a hint of irritation, causing him to abandon his intention to reprimand Ash altogether. Suddenly, a barking sound erupted as Arcanine assumed a defensive stance, barking loudly while gazing skyward, alerting Ash to an impending presence. Both Ash and Pikachu glanced upward in unison. To their astonishment, a colossal Fearow, accompanied by a swarm of Spearows, darkened the sky as it approached at a rapid pace. The weather seemed to mirror their impending doom, as ominous clouds gathered, hinting at an imminent downpour. Not far from Ash stood a striking figure who murmured, observing the multitude of Spearows. Which fool has dared to provoke them? Ash's keen vision discerned 2 scorched Spearows flanking the massive Fearow. This was not good. They had come seeking vengeance. Ash swiftly cradled Pikachu and positioned him in front of himself, declaring, "Pikachu, it's up to you. Take them on." Pikachu wriggled frantically in Ash's grip, breaking free and nudging Ash forward. "Pika, Pika, there are too many of them. You should go first." Ash's expression darkened as he pointed at Arcanine, standing resolutely before him. Then turned to Pikachu. "Hey, Pikachu, you rascal. Look at Arcanine, then look at yourself. As the elder, can't you set a good example and show a bit of courage?" Pikachu hesitated, contemplating the truth in Ash's words. He then raised his tail, assumed a battle stance, and crackled with electricity, arcs of power dancing around him, emitting a series of crackling sounds. Pika, witnessing Pikachu's newfound determination, a subtle smile crept onto Ash's lips. The duo fixed their gaze on the impending onslaught of the Fearow family. A gust of wind swept through the air, signaling that the heavens were not favoring Ash. Yet, this weather seemed to embolden the Spearows. Caw, caw, caw. At the behest of Fearow, the Spearows dove toward Ash and his companions with ferocious intent. Arcanine unleashed a barrage of sparks, while Pikachu discharged a powerful thunderbolt. As the Spearows descended upon them like rain, Ash stood tall, his heart unwavering, as he calmly issued commands. "Bark, Pikachu!" With all his might, Arcanine's sparks transformed into a swirling vortex of flames, intertwining with Pikachu's thunderous energy, creating a colossal whirlwind of fire and lightning that swept toward the flock of Spearows. A thunderous explosion resonated as the once menacing Spearows were instantly struck by the combined force of fire and electricity. Some were obliterated, reduced to ashes in an instant, while others, gripped by terror, scattered chaotically, losing their earlier bravado. A light drizzle began to fall from the sky. "Caw!" The Fearow called out, restoring order among the panicked Spearows, who quickly regrouped around him. "Caw!" Under Fearow's command, the Spearows began to gather their energy for a wind blade attack. Ash's heart sank. It appeared Fearow was intent on a swift resolution, cautiously surveying his surroundings. Ash noted that the Spearows who could not execute the wind blade had formed an impenetrable barrier around him. Their eyes gleamed with a fierce malevolence, as if they intended to devour him whole. Ash, feeling cornered, turned to Pikachu, asking, "Do you have the confidence to take them all down in one go?" Pikachu's eyes widened in disbelief, shaking his head in refusal, as if to say, "Are you kidding me? How on earth do you expect me to do that?" Ash sighed. Having anticipated this reaction, Pikachu always felt outmatched when faced with overwhelming numbers, rendering his prowess seemingly ineffective. Raising his voice, Ash called out, "Hey Fearow, how about we call this off?" No response came. "Then don't blame me," Ash declared, retrieving a heavy ball, a glint of determination igniting in his eyes. Roar! Gigantic Onix. The massive Onix, towering nearly 40 meters, loomed over the airborne Fearow, dwarfing it in stature. The moment Onix emerged, several Spearows faltered in their flight, crashing to the ground in disarray. Ignoring the chaos, Ash pointed at Fearow and commanded, "Gigantic Onix, use Rock Slide." With a resounding roar, countless boulders cascaded from the sky like rain, targeting the Fearow family. In a single stroke, the threat was obliterated. Arcanine and Pikachu gazed in awe at the spectacle, their eyes filled with admiration as they beheld the formidable Onix. Ash affectionately patted Onix's rough exterior, expressing gratitude. "Thanks to you, we avoided a disaster." Onix shook its head, settling beside Ash, its gaze fixed on him with a serene calmness that belied its formidable appearance. At that moment, Ash chuckled, "You truly are a rock." Devoid of any expression, he playfully stroked Onix's horn, eliciting an exaggerated smile from the stoic creature, which made Ash burst into laughter. "Pika, Pika." Pikachu pointed toward the scattered Spearows, inquiring how Ash intended to handle the defeated foes. Ash adjusted his cap and replied, "Let us leave it at that. Consider it a lesson learned. They ought to remember this encounter." He harbored no good feelings toward the Spearows that had attacked them. Arcanine, sensing Ash's dissatisfaction, wagged its tail and approached him, seeking comfort. As the skies began to clear, a rainbow appeared on the horizon, and a magnificent bird, cloaked in vibrant hues, soared past. It was Ho-Oh. Ash swiftly retrieved his Pokédex and snapped a photo. A single fiery feather silently drifted down and embedded itself within Ash. Gazing at the high-definition image of Ho-Oh displayed on his Pokédex, he sent it to Professor Oak and turned to Pikachu and the others, asking, "Do any of you feel confident about facing it?" Pikachu and the others nodded vigorously. Of course, Pikachu was fearless in one-on-one confrontations. Whether they could actually win was another matter entirely. What a colossal onyx. Chapter 4. Arrival at Evergreen City. Hello, my name is Misty. Is this gigantic onyx your Pokemon? Did you attract that swarm of Spearows just now? A beautiful girl, clad in a yellow crop top that accentuated her figure, blue denim shorts that showcased her long, fair legs, and with fiery orange hair tied into a side ponytail with a yellow ribbon, rode her bicycle up to Ash's side. Pika. Upon hearing Misty's name, Pikachu rubbed its eyes, confirming that it did not recognize her. Ash's eyes lit up. Hello, I'm Ash. This gigantic onyx is indeed my Pokemon. It just took care of the Spearow swarm. Impressive, Misty said, stepping closer to Ash. This is my first time seeing such a massive onyx. May I touch it? That depends on what Onyx thinks about it, Ash replied. Ash felt a twinge of hesitation, although he held a certain fondness for Misty. He did not wish to impose his will upon the enormous onyx. He resolved to heed the creature's own inclination. The colossal onyx glanced at Misty and nodded gently. Misty looked at Ash with hopeful anticipation. Ash smiled and nodded, encouraging her to proceed. Misty gleefully extended her hand, exclaiming in delight, "It's so big and solid." Noticing that time was of the essence, Ash's mind whirled as he contemplated a means to draw closer to Misty. He cleared his throat twice to capture her attention and pointed towards the bicycle path. Misty, my Pokemon just sustained an injury. Would it be possible for me to borrow your bicycle to travel to the nearby city? Pika Pika. Pikachu fervently shook its head, even leaping up to catch Misty's eye. However, Misty was preoccupied with thoughts of the injured Pokemon. Without hesitation, she nodded in agreement to Ash's request. What are we waiting for? Let us hurry. With a swift motion, Misty mounted the bicycle and gestured to the space behind her. Ash recalled his Pokemon and reluctantly positioned Pikachu behind him, hesitatingly suggesting, "Misty, perhaps I should ride instead. I'm a boy and have greater stamina. Stop talking nonsense." As Ash settled onto the bicycle, Misty pedaled furiously, propelling them forward. Unprepared for the sudden acceleration, Ash instinctively wrapped his arms around her waist. They sped along the path. At the city entrance, a voice called out, "Wait. Please come to a stop for a security check." Officer Jenny raised her hand to halt the speeding Misty. With a precise maneuver, Misty executed a sharp stop, skidding to a halt beside Officer Jenny. Startled, Jenny took a step back and drew her sidearm, aiming it at Misty. "Hold on. I'm a good person." Misty quickly raised her hands and blinked innocently, signaling her harmlessness. Officer Jenny, please wait. Ash, his face pale and legs trembling, stood up from behind Misty. It was not that he lacked the courage to step forward sooner. Rather, Misty's reckless cycling had left him stunned. Pikachu, too, was visibly distressed, having nearly lost its lunch. "Professor Ash," Officer Jenny exclaimed upon recognizing him, lowering her weapon. She saluted him with respect. "Professor Ash, I didn't realize you were here. My apologies." Misty gazed at Ash in astonishment, unable to comprehend that someone so youthful could hold the title of professor. Ash waved dismissively, taking a deep breath to steady himself. "It's quite all right. It is your duty after all. However, I have matters to attend to and must take my leave." Officer Jenny promptly stepped aside. "Please, go ahead." Ash mounted the bicycle, gesturing for Misty to join him behind, as he was now reluctant to let her ride. Pikachu hopped into the front basket, visibly relieved. Pika, Misty, still reeling from the shock of Ash's title, numbly climbed onto the bike. Suddenly recalling something, Officer Jenny called out, "Professor Ash, there have been reports of a group of thieves stealing Pokemon in Evergreen City. Please exercise caution." Ash gripped the handlebars firmly, waving his left hand in acknowledgement. Understood. Upon arriving at the Pokemon Center in Evergreen City, Ash entrusted his Pokeballs and Pikachu to Nurse Joy for treatment. He exchanged pleasantries with Misty and used a public phone in the lobby to call Hannah. "Hello, who is this?" Hannah's voice came through the line. "It's me, Hannah. I've arrived in Evergreen City." Ash glanced at Hannah, who was applying a facial mask, feeling a touch of exasperation. Since he had become a professor, their household had seen no financial strain, allowing Hannah to ease her workload. "Wow, Ash, that's incredible. You made it to Evergreen City in just one day? My son is destined to be a powerful trainer," Hannah exclaimed, patting her face. Ash nodded with pride, declaring, "Of course. My goal is to become the strongest Pokemon trainer in the world." "Absolutely, you're the best." After a brief exchange with Hannah, Ash proceeded to call Professor Oak. The connection was instantaneous. Professor Oak's face filled the screen, brimming with excitement. "Ash, where did you get that photo? Is that really the legendary Ho-Oh?" Ash waved his hand nonchalantly, responding with feigned indifference. "Oh, it was just a casual snapshot I took along the way. As for whether it's Ho-Oh, Professor Oak, surely you know better than that." Upon hearing Ash's words, Professor Oak abruptly shoved a hefty mouthful of instant noodles into his mouth, feeling an unsettling emptiness in his chest. "Curse it!" he suddenly shouted, his voice laced with frustration and resentment. Why couldn't it have been me who encountered such a thing? After wallowing in self-pity for some time, Professor Oak, as if seeking release, consumed the remainder of his noodles in one swift motion. He then turned to Ash, looking at him with a mournful expression. "Ash, how many Pokemon have you captured?" Green has already filled a complete team and even sent one back. Ash stiffened, maintaining a composed demeanor as he replied coolly. "The Pokemon I've captured are all elite specimens, unlike that fool Green who gathers anything he can find." Understanding Ash's subtle jab, Professor Oak chuckled heartily. Haha. Unwilling to concede, Ash responded with a forced laugh. Cough, cough. Being older, Professor Oak was not accustomed to laughing so hard, and he began to cough. With a resigned look, Professor Oak regarded the smug Ash and sighed. "All right, you win this time, Ash. I suppose age is catching up with me." Ash's expression turned serious as he earnestly advised, "Professor Oak, you shouldn't spend all your time in the lab eating instant noodles. The food at the research facility is quite good." Before Ash could finish, Professor Oak hastily interjected. "All right, my experiment is about to begin. I must hang up now." Beep beep. Ash shook his head in exasperation, thinking to himself, what a stubborn old man. Not wishing to make more calls, Ash approached Misty, who was still in a daze. "Are you back with us?" Misty stared at Ash, who appeared to be of similar age, her expression complex as she reiterated. "You're really a professor." In truth, Misty understood this, but seeing such an outstanding young man had caused her to momentarily shy away. In response to Misty's inquiry, Ash chuckled softly, stroking his chin as he remarked, "Do I not look the part? Or perhaps I lack the gravitas of a professor?" Misty quickly shook her head, eager to clarify, "No, it's not that. I've heard of a young professor emerging in academia, but I never expected you to be so young." Remembering Ash's formidable onyx, Misty praised, "You truly are a genius, a professor, and a powerful trainer all at once." Ash gazed out the window, responding calmly, "The title of professor is merely a byproduct of my journey. My true aspiration is to become the strongest Pokemon trainer." Seeing Ash's spirited determination, Misty felt a flicker of curiosity towards him. Meanwhile, a Meowth-shaped hot air balloon drifted towards the Pokemon Center. Chapter 5. The Battle at the Pokemon Center. On board the Meowth balloon, a short-haired figure clad in a white uniform emblazoned with the letter R, known as James, expressed his reluctance. "Are we truly going to the Pokemon Center to execute our robbery plan?" A figure with flowing pink hair and Kojiro, both clad in identical female uniforms, bellowed with fervor. "What does it matter? We are Team Rocket, the villains. We cannot persist in our clandestine endeavors. This time, we must make a grand spectacle." "Indeed, Musashi," replied a standing Meowth, surprisingly articulate, nodding in agreement. "Kojiro, we are the most formidable elite under the command of Boss Sakaki. As long as we seize powerful Pokemon from the Pokemon Center, our leader will surely reward us splendidly." Kojiro, swayed by their enthusiasm, felt a spark of excitement igniting within him, envisioning the triumph that awaited them, cradling his hands like a dreamer. "Kojiro, you are performing splendidly. You shall be the greatest asset of Team Rocket from this day forth." "Hey, Kojiro, what are you doing? We're almost there. Hurry up and prepare," Musashi exclaimed, delivering a sharp slap to Kojiro's head, snapping him back to reality. "Hey, can't you let me finish my daydream? It leaves me feeling rather unsettled," Kojiro mumbled, looking quite pitiful. Silence. Within the Pokemon Center, Nurse Joy wheeled a cart, bringing Pikachu and a Pokeball to Ash's side, offering a sweet smile. "Dr. Ash, your Pokemon have fully recovered." Pikachu leapt into Ash's arms. Ash tucked the Pokeball away and affectionately stroked Pikachu, expressing gratitude to Joy. "Thank you, Nurse Joy. You've worked diligently. It's my duty." Joy waved her hand dismissively, shyly producing paper and pen. Could I trouble you for an autograph, Dr. Ash?" With a gentle smile, Ash accepted the materials. Of course. Just as he signed his name, a sudden cry for help pierced the air. "Nurse Joy, please help my Rattata." Without a moment's hesitation, Joy abandoned the request for an autograph and rushed towards the sound, pushing her cart with urgency. Watching Joy's busy figure, Ash couldn't help but feel a mix of sympathy and admiration for the nursing profession. "She truly is busy." "Indeed," Misty remarked, having appeared beside Ash. "You have no idea how many patients Nurse Joy sees daily, tending to countless Pokemon. They are truly remarkable." Ash, still incredulous, nodded but chose not to delve deeper into the topic. "Misty, do you have any plans moving forward? I mean, you're traveling as well, right? Why don't we journey together?" After a moment's contemplation, Ash decided to be direct with his invitation. Misty opened her mouth to respond. But before she could utter a word, a smoke bomb detonated in the Pokemon Center, enveloping the entire hall in thick, obscuring smoke. The trainers within the Pokemon Center erupted into chaos. What is happening? Where's my Pidgey? And my Charmander is missing too. Who stole my Pokemon? Ash covered his mouth and nose with one hand while grasping Misty's arm to keep her close, his gaze fixated on the epicenter of the smoke explosion. From within the haze, a haughty female voice and a lofty male voice rang out. I believe I heard someone inquiring. We shall graciously enlighten you. To prevent the world's destruction. To safeguard the peace of the world. To spread the love and truth of evil. The charming yet delightful villains. Musashi, Kojiro. We are the cosmic traversers of Team Rocket. A bright tomorrow awaits us. As they concluded their theatrical proclamation, the smoke dissipated just in time for them to elegantly remove their gas masks and strike in repose. Beside them lay a large bag, within which Pokemon writhed in distress. Bravo! Such a dashing entrance, and so talented as well. It's a pity you're not contributing to society, but instead resorting to thievery. Ash clapped in appreciation. Commenting on their display, Musashi cast an approving glance at Ash. You have quite the discerning eye, young man, but... Kojiro interjected with a chuckle. But we of Team Rocket are indeed the villains, so... Meowth, stroking his whiskers with his gravelly voice, chimed in. Therefore, hand over all your Pokemon. Hey, don't steal my lines, Kojiro. Musashi retorted. You're the one who is stealing my lines. Kojiro protested. As they bickered, a scuffle broke out. And upon realizing the trio belonged to Team Rocket, the patrons of the Pokemon Center scattered in fear, leaving even their Pokemon behind. In the now deserted hall, only Ash and Misty remained, watching the chaotic scene. Ash's eyes sparkled with amusement. Childhood memories. Misty, however, could not help but remark. What on earth are these clowns doing? Is this some sort of bizarre performance? Upon hearing Misty's comment, the trio halted, turning their fierce gazes toward her in unison. What did you say? We are Team Rocket, the villains. Misty, somewhat intimidated by their collective glare, instinctively hid behind Ash, muttering. But you were just performing like a circus clown. Musashi scowled, gritting her teeth as she brandished a pokeball. You little brat. How audacious. Arbok, go? Ghastly, you too. Kojiro followed suit, releasing his Pokemon. Stepping forward, Kojiro twirled his wrist dramatically. Listen well, little girl. Surrender your Pokemon, or we shall not hesitate to take action. Ash chuckled lightly, positioning Pikachu protectively before him. Is that so? You'll have to convince my Pikachu first. Pikachu protested vigorously, appearing quite offended, but fortunately, Ash remained oblivious to the expletive. Ha! The trio of Team Rocket burst into laughter. Musashi pointed at Pikachu. That Pikachu is as common as a stray dog and dares to challenge us. Arbok, use Poison Sting and show them your strength. Seeing their attack so easily countered, Ash felt a twinge of sympathy for them. Indeed, Pikachu halted its scolding of Ash and turned its ominous gaze toward Team Rocket. Crackling arcs of electricity flickered, neutralizing Arbok's assault. Musashi, incensed that her Pokemon had faltered, kicked Arbok in frustration. Arbok, are you slacking? Keep attacking. Kojiro chimed in from the sidelines. Ghastly. You attack too. Use poison gas. Gas. Pika. Boom. In the blink of an eye, the trio and their Pokemon were sent soaring into the sky. Meowth scratched his head. Bewildered. What just happened? Musashi crossed her arms, stunned. It seems we may have lost. Kojiro, clutching Ghastly, lamented, we lost in an instant? What an annoying feeling. As they transformed into meteors, Misty gazed at Ash with admiration. Ash, your Pikachu and your Colossal Onix are incredible. You truly are the youngest champion of the league. Gently stroking the now pouting Pikachu, Ash humbly replied, all credit goes to Pikachu and the others. At that moment, some bystanders gathered around. Is this Dr. Ash? He looks so young. Impressive indeed. One cannot help but commend your prowess, Doctor, that even a mere Pikachu can be trained to such formidable strength. In Chapter 6 of The Great Hero Rescuing the Pokemon Center, Ash and Misty embark on their journey together. The commotion at the Pokemon Center has concluded, and Ash has successfully invited Misty to travel alongside him. As they proceed toward Pewter City, Ash casts a peculiar glance at the bicycle that Misty is pushing beside them. Misty, he inquires, do you not feel that your bicycle seems somewhat incongruous with the two of us? Misty's cheeks flush crimson, her grip on the handlebars tightening as she stammers, no, I think it's quite fitting. Ash pats the bicycle and, with an earnest gaze directed at Misty, counters, no. A true journey should be taken step by step. How can we rely on external assistance? Misty, taken aback, stares at Ash in astonishment, clearly realizing her earlier misunderstanding. Her cheeks redden further as she nods frantically, saying, yes, you're right. Seeing her reaction, A mischievous smile graces Ash's lips as he takes her hand, eagerly proposing. Then shall we abandon the bicycle and embark on our journey on foot? Misty is startled by Ash's sudden gesture, her heart wavering. Yet, confronted by Ash's eager eyes, she finds it difficult to refuse. However, perceiving her hesitation, Ash smiles reassuringly, pulling her away from the bicycle. He then calls out, "Pikachu." The yellow rodent instantly comprehends Ash's intent. It quickly channels a surge of electricity and exclaims, "Pika Pika." The ensuing jolt strikes the bicycle with precision, utterly destroying it. Both Ash and Pikachu exhale in relief. Misty gazes at her beloved bicycle, now in ruins, her heart heavy with despair. "My bicycle, I was planning to sell that." Ash hastily comforts her, saying, "I shall compensate you, Misty. In the next city, whatever you desire, I will buy for you." "Very well," Misty responds, casting Ash a dubious yet resentful glance. "Why do you dislike bicycles so much that you would destroy one outright?" With his mind racing, Ash, noticing Pikachu's innocent demeanor, concocts a plan. He feigns a sorrowful sigh, saying, "I had no intention of destroying it. I merely wished for Pikachu to tow the bicycle with electromagnetic waves, serving a dual purpose of training. Yet, I did not foresee that Pikachu would take it upon himself to destroy the bicycle to evade training. But fret not, Misty. Although it was my Pokémon that erred, I, as its trainer, must also take responsibility. I shall ensure proper discipline in the future." "That is not the case," Misty interjects, gripping Ash's hand and shaking her head. "As a doctor, you have already exerted great effort in nurturing a powerful Pokémon. It was Pikachu who misinterpreted your words. It is not your fault. Is that so?" Ash gazes at Misty with heartfelt sincerity. "Then will you stay by my side and assist me in the future?" Misty, blushing, lowers her head and shyly murmurs an affirmative. A victorious smile spreads across Ash's face as he gently embraces Misty. Meanwhile, Pikachu, feeling unjustly blamed, points accusingly at Ash. "Pika Pika. Ash, you're the one to blame." Noticing Pikachu's incessant chattering, Ash's expression hardens as he leans towards Misty, whispering, "Misty." It seems Pikachu has yet to grasp the gravity of his mistake. Feeling the warmth of Ash's breath on her ear, Misty's cheeks flush as she pushes him away, frowning at the incessantly chattering Pikachu. Seeing the two together, Pikachu shakes his head vigorously, attempting to explain. Ash, seizing the moment, adds fuel to the fire. "Oh, Pikachu, you are still trying to evade responsibility. Cannot you acknowledge your mistake?" Hearing Ash's words, Misty places her hands on her hips and begins to admonish Pikachu. "Pikachu, how can you treat Ash this way? Pika Pika, don't listen to him." Meanwhile, the trio who had been blasted away by Pikachu, Jessie, James, and Meowth, find themselves in a predicament. Jessie, munching on a mysterious berry, exclaims in frustration, "That wretched Pikachu! How dare that little brat defeat us so thoroughly? It's absolutely outrageous." James, resigned, offers, "Jessie, it's simply beyond our control. They are far too strong for us." Meowth, still munching, concurs, "Yeah, that Pikachu is just too formidable." In a fit of rage, Jessie hurls her unfinished berry behind her, declaring, "What do you mean we can't compete? They merely took us by surprise." Suddenly, a buzzing sound catches Jessie's attention. "What is that noise?" She ponders, scratching her head. "James, Meowth, do you hear that?" James and Meowth huddle together, fear etched on their faces as they stammer, "Jessie, behind you." Turning dismissively, Jessie scoffs, "What? You're scared over nothing. This is a disgrace for Team Rocket." However, upon turning to see what lies behind, her face pales instantly. A swarm of Beedrills looms ominously close, one of which is humorously adorned with Jessie's unfinished berry on its head. Without hesitation, Jessie spins around and bolts away, shouting, "Run for your lives." James and Meowth quickly follow suit, sprinting alongside her. The Beedrills, drawn by the sight of Jessie and her companions attempting to flee, unleash their stingers and charge after them. Buzzing fills the air. What an annoying sensation. As Pidgeotto soars freely above and Growlithe races below, with a beautiful companion by his side, Ash feels he has indeed accomplished a historic feat. Everything seems so idyllic. Save for Pikachu, who lies in Misty's embrace, rolling its eyes and sticking out its tongue, ears drooping. "Hey, Pikachu, can you not be such a killjoy? Cheer up," Ash says, lifting Pikachu from Misty's arms and shaking it gently to invigorate it. Unexpectedly, as Pikachu returns to Ash's grasp, a sly grin spreads across its face. Ash senses trouble brewing. Pikachu thinks, "Finally, I've set the trap." "Ah!" Both Ash and Misty cry out, preparing to catch Pikachu. "Don't shock me." Ash hastily gestures. Misty, uncertain, inquires, "Ash, are you all right? Are you hurt?" Upon hearing her concern, Ash springs up, removes his cap, and smooths his hair, offering Misty a reassuring smile. "I'm fine. With the power of Pikachu's electric shock, I use it as a massage at home. Is that so? Misty chuckles awkwardly. Through their time spent together, Misty begins to comprehend that the bond between Ash and Pikachu is far more intricate than it appears. Don't move. Shoo. Ash suddenly gestures for silence. Misty freezes, her mouth forming the words, "What's wrong?" Ash points behind her, where a rare caterpie with red stripes adorns its body lurks. Luck is on our side. Ash urgently whispers to Pikachu, "Use Thunderbolt. I wish to capture it." Pikachu arched its back, electric arcs shimmering from its cheeks, successfully striking the Beedrill. Just at that moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Swiftly, a katana lunged towards Misty. "Be careful," Ash exclaimed as he pulled Misty behind him. With a deft twist, he evaded the attack, crushing the blade underfoot, and then delivered a sharp slap. The armored youth, clad in samurai attire, was sent flying, spinning twice and a half before landing roughly 2.5 meters away. Amidst the commotion, what had become of the Beedrill? At that moment, Pidgeotto was clutching the unconscious Beedrill, bringing it over to Ash. Gently stroking Pidgeotto's head, Ash expressed his gratitude. "Thanks to you, Pidgeotto. Once we're done here, I'll make sure you get a feast." Pidgeotto affectionately nudged Ash's palm. With a flourish, Ash successfully captured the Beedrill in a pokeball. "I've captured the Beedrill," he declared, striking a familiar pose, a necessary ritual. Thankfully, Ash had anticipated Pikachu's unreliability and prepared accordingly. "Pika, seems like you're pondering something inappropriate." Ignoring the always nonchalant Pikachu, Ash comforted the startled Misty. "It's all right," she replied, shaking her head. "Thank you, Ash, for just now." Ash chuckled lightly, his demeanor earnest. "We are companions. I would never allow you to come to harm." He then led Misty to the samurai youth, his voice cold. "I wish to know who dares to act so brazenly in broad daylight. Who are you, boy, to attack us here?" The samurai youth struggled to lift his head, the slap having knocked out 2 of his front teeth, his face swollen and speech slurred. "I am Kakashi, son of the esteemed clan." Ash delivered a swift kick to the boy, cutting him off. "What nonsense is this? Speak plainly." Ash proceeded to deliver a thorough beating. He had a vague recollection of this character from the original anime, though it was hardly a favorable one. Surprised that he would encounter him despite the significant deviation from the original storyline, Ash thought, "It seems a beating is necessary." With that, he swung a punch. Wait, he seems to be nearly done for. At this moment, Misty had calmed down, observing the youth, now resembling a battered pig. Ash took a deep breath and offered him a chance to speak. The samurai youth hurriedly implored, "I'm sorry. I realized my mistake. I merely wished for a Pokemon battle. I'm not a bad person, and I live nearby." He hurriedly spoke, fearing another blow from Ash. With a condescending gaze, Ash replied, "So you thought it appropriate to attack us with a sword?" The youth's face paled at the accusation, bowing deeply. "I admit my fault. I am prepared to face the consequences." Ash nudged Misty with his elbow and cast her a glance, seemingly entrusting her with the situation. Observing the youth's sincerity, Misty hesitated before finally saying, "All right, I'll forgive you this time, but consider this a lesson. You must not act this way again." Hearing her words, the youth sighed in relief, profusely thanking her. "Thank you for your generosity, miss. I assure you, I will never behave like this again." Unaccustomed to such flattery, Misty waved her hand dismissively. Okay, just get up." The samurai youth stumbled to his feet, casting a wary glance at Ash, who chuckled softly and tousled Misty's hair. "Misty, you truly are a wonderful partner, kind-hearted like me, such a good child." Misty's face flushed as she quickly swatted Ash's hand away, stammering, There are others present." Ash laughed heartily at Misty's adorableness. Noticing the timid expression on the youth's face, Ash understood he was fearful of retaliation. "So, you live nearby. Do you know if there are any rare Pokemon around?" The youth nodded vigorously, anxious to please Ash. Yes. If you head this way," he pointed behind him, "and walk for about half an hour, you'll find a colony of Scythers." Ash mused internally, Scyther, a remarkable Pokemon. With a plan forming, he grasped Misty's hand. "Misty, let us continue our journey." Misty shyly wriggled a bit, but eventually nodded. "I'll follow your lead." Just as they were about to depart, Ash paused, turning to the samurai youth with a stern reminder. "Remember, do not use a sword to ambush others again. Not everyone possesses my benevolence." The youth nodded fervently, promising profusely, nearly swearing an oath on the spot. Watching Ash and Misty walk away, he finally exhaled in relief. He gazed down at the broken blade in his hand, grappling with his emotions before ultimately deciding to bury it on the spot. They continued on their path. After about 15 minutes, Ash and Misty arrived at the Scyther colony. The Scythers were engaged in friendly sparring, but upon seeing strangers intrude upon their territory, they immediately assumed defensive stances. Misty, feeling a bit frightened, hid behind Ash. They looked fierce. Ash, however, felt undeterred, holding Pikachu aloft as he greeted them. Hello everyone. I'm a trainer just starting my journey this year. Is anyone interested in traveling together? The Scythers exchanged glances, bewildered. Who is this? Do you know him? No, but his scent is quite pleasant. He seems familiar. Eventually, the leader of the Scythers stepped forward, gesturing towards Ash and the Scyther behind him. Chuck. Ash nodded at the leader, occasionally affirming, is that so? Misty watched in awe as Ash effortlessly conversed with the Scythers, her admiration nearly overflowing. After the leader finished speaking, he nodded at Ash, signaling that they could commence. Chuck. Ash shook his head, chuckling, I don't understand. Misty's admiration turned to indignation as she couldn't help but punch Ash on the head, exclaiming, You didn't understand. Why were you so serious, as if you understood? Ash quickly defended himself. I was just being polite. Pikachu burst into laughter at Ash's predicament. The Scyther leader was equally exasperated. You don't understand, yet you keep nodding? If I didn't find you likable, I would have clawed you by now. Just as he prepared to explain again, Ash rubbed his sore head and waved dismissively. All right, Scyther, no need for further gestures. Although I don't comprehend, I have grasped the essence. You are saying I can only choose Scythers willing to travel with me, and I must defeat them, correct? Though Ash understood, the Scyther leader couldn't shake an odd sensation. He is playing you, boss. The other Scythers exchanged glances, feeling conflicted. While Ash appeared amiable and welcoming, there was an underlying sense of unreliability. Upon witnessing the absence of a Scyther, Ash had resigned himself to the notion that he would not capture one today. Just as he was about to depart, a Scyther returned from its excursion, pointing at Ash and calling out loudly. It was an extraordinary Scyther. Chapter 8, The Shiny Scyther. Suddenly, a Scyther, enveloped in darkness and reminiscent of a specter, materialized behind Ash. Its blade-like appendages seemed poised to strike at any moment. At a critical juncture, the leader of the Scyther took notice of this scene. Spreading its wings, it swiftly positioned itself in front of Ash, intercepting the impending attack. The two Scythers began to converse. Another shiny Pokemon? To encounter two in a single day was indeed fortuitous. Moreover, this shiny specimen appeared to reside within a group. If Professor Oak were to witness this, he would surely be ecstatic. Ash, somewhat astonished, pulled Misty back a few paces, anxious about potential mishaps. As he surveyed his surroundings, he discovered that, apart from the leader, the other Scythers regarded their unusual counterpart with disdain and loathing. Every shiny Pokemon is often met with contempt and revulsion within their communities. Due to their distinctive colors or traits, they are perceived as outsiders, typically facing expulsion or even execution. Thus, sightings of shiny Pokemon in the wild are exceedingly rare, let alone cohabiting with their kin. Observing the interaction between the Scyther leader and the shiny Pokemon, a glimmer of realization flickered in Ash's eyes. Could they be father and son? Indeed, Pokemon possess emotions akin to humans. Only through such bonds could this shiny Scyther survive within its group, avoiding ostracism. Furthermore, its strength must also play a pivotal role. Scyther, black, level, 23 gender, male type, bug, flying ability, technician held item, none moves. Leer, quick attack, focus energy, wing attack, agility, night slash, steel wing, fury cutter. In a clan where the strongest Scyther is merely level 41, this one undoubtedly represents a significant force. The most crucial aspect is its youth, brimming with potential. Yet, despite this, its status within the clan had likely reached its zenith. Ensuring its own safety was already a monumental achievement. While the Scyther leader conversed with the shiny Pokemon, a scarred Scyther, slightly beneath the leader in rank at level 38, approached with several companions, directing an onslaught of verbal assaults at the black Scyther. Outsider, leave our clan. You have no place among us. A Pokemon like you should not exist. Hearing these words, the once vibrant black Scyther, akin to Ash wielding a blade, instantly deflated. Sapped of its vigor, it yearned to bond with its companions, striving to grow stronger to aid them, willing to sacrifice everything for its clan. Yet, why could it not find acceptance within its own family? The black Scyther's spirit plummeted. It had done nothing wrong. The Scyther leader intervened, attempting to mediate for the shiny Scyther. Observing this, Pikachu and Ash's arms discreetly wiped away tears. How tragic, how unjust, Pikachu lamented. Ash quickly covered Pikachu's mouth, pleading, save your tears and snot for later. How rude. Pikachu retaliated, biting Ash's hand. Ouch, that hurts, Ash exclaimed, startling those around him. Misty, tugging at Ash's sleeve, leaned in to whisper, what is happening? Ash patted her hand, shaking his head as he exhaled deeply. It's nothing. Perhaps I have a chance to capture that Pokemon. Some matters are too complex for outsiders to resolve, and indeed, after some discourse, the scarred Scyther and its companions retreated. However, as they passed Ash, the scarred one paused, casting Ash an apologetic glance. What was that look for? What did I do? Ash pondered, scratching his head in confusion. The Scyther leader approached Ash, gesturing towards him and then towards the dejected black Scyther, crossing its arms and making a clashing sound. Pikachu eagerly leapt from Ash's embrace, landing on the ground and thumping its chest. This battle is mine. Ash chuckled softly and said to the Scyther, all right, defeat him. Grant him a new haven. Pikachu nodded determinedly. With a swift strike of its tail, it was over in an instant. Such terrifying prowess. Was this indeed the might of Pikachu? Truly a realm beyond what Ash could fathom. Ash's remark caused Pikachu, who had been posing victoriously, to slip and tumble to the ground. Embarrassed yet elated, Pikachu shot Ash a fierce glare. The Scythers regarded Ash with peculiar expressions. Is this appropriate? Misty stood beside Ash, anxiously toeing the ground. In a fit of irritation, she pinched the soft flesh at Ash's waist. Ouch! Ash yelped, startling those nearby. Misty quickly withdrew her hand, her face flushing red, wishing to vanish into the ground. The Scyther leader regarded Ash with a complex expression, now questioning whether entrusting its offspring to Ash was indeed the right decision. Noticing the leader's discomfort, Ash swiftly produced a Pokeball, capturing the black Scyther. I have captured the shiny Scyther. Hi, Pikachu. Misty could no longer contain herself and bolted away. Cough, cough. Ash feigned a cough, suppressing his embarrassment as he bid farewell to the Scythers. I must take my leave. May our paths cross again. Then, alongside Pikachu, he turned without looking back, hastily pursuing the already fleeing Misty. At that moment, Misty crouched beneath a tree, hugging her knees and burying her face in her arms. Ash approached her, questioning, You, of all people, are quite disloyal. You could at least wait for me and Pikachu. Pikachu concealed its face, feeling an impending social demise. How terrifying this habit is, so embarrassing. Pikachu lamented. Misty, hearing Ash's voice, lifted her head, the blush on her cheeks still vivid, retorting, You're the one to talk. Knowing Misty would not offer any kind words, Ash interrupted. All right, I know I'm wonderful. Misty bit her lip in frustration, clearly exasperated. Huh. Ash leaned closer to Misty, forcing an explanation. Actually, this was my intention all along, to ensure our safe escape. Did you not notice how the Scythers despised the shiny I captured? What if things went awry, and we were besieged? Oh. Misty reflected on the disdainful gazes of the Scythers, pondering. So you did this to distract them, allowing us to flee. Ash displayed a countenance of earnestness, remarking, Indeed. It appears you have finally grasped my well-intentioned motives. Misty, acknowledging the validity of his words, nodded in agreement, feeling a twinge of remorse as she confessed. I apologize for not considering things thoroughly. Her mind was a tumult of thoughts. Truly, Ash was a Pokemon master, and with his formidable Onix, his actions were undoubtedly to safeguard me from harm. Could it be that he harbors feelings for me? With this thought, Misty's cheeks flushed, and she furtively glanced at Ash, who happened to meet her gaze. Humph! Misty exclaimed, turning her head in feigned indignation upon realizing she had been caught. Ash, perplexed, pondered how their previous camaraderie had turned to this sudden displeasure. It was a mystery best left to the whims of a girl's heart. Meanwhile, Pikachu, observing the scene, noticed Misty's increasingly rosy complexion and shrugged, aware that yet again, someone had been led astray. Chapter 9, Pewter City. The city was renowned for its towering rock formations, and after 2 days of exploration, Ash and his companions finally arrived there. At last, we have reached the city. I must indulge in a splendid meal, Misty exclaimed, racing ahead like a wild stallion, with Ash pulling her back. Pikachu, he sighed, exasperated, as the little creature tumbled in the wind. Upon arriving at the Pokemon Center, they sought to restore their weary Pokemon after their travels. Ash remained vigilant, wary of Team Rocket's potential ambush, though he was merely being overly cautious. At that moment, Team Rocket found themselves ensnared in a trap of their own making. Achoo! Who is talking about us? One of them grumbled, as Nurse Joy returned with the restored Pokeballs. Ash, noticing her shy demeanor, greeted her with a smile. Would you like an autograph? Joy eagerly nodded. Pulling out a pen, her cheeks flushed as she said, Yes, Dr. Ash. I've heard of your remarkable deeds in Viridian City, and I admire you greatly. Would you kindly sign for me? Ash, faced with such adoration, could hardly refuse. All right, but do you have any paper? He inquired. Joy shyly lifted her shirt hem, revealing a small patch of skin, saying, Just sign here. Ash, unable to resist such a request, complied, albeit begrudgingly, managing to inscribe his name with both hands. Joy, flustered and clutching her stomach, departed, leaving behind her pen. Ash, savoring the warmth of the moment, turned to Misty and said, "Come. Let me treat you to a grand feast." "Humph, a feast for you, perhaps," Misty retorted, delivering a playful punch to Ash before turning to walk away. "Hey, what about us? Wait up," Pikachu chimed in, following behind. After some commotion, Ash finally escorted Misty to a restaurant. "Order whatever you like. Today, it's on me," he declared. Misty, in a retaliatory spirit, ordered an extravagant array of dishes. However, regret washed over her as she realized the enormity of her order. Embarrassed, she turned to the waiter and said, "I may have overordered. Could we reduce the quantity?" The waiter, taken aback, replied, "Of course." But Ash, with a wave of his hand, declared, "No need. Bring it all. We can finish it." As the waiter departed, Misty leaned in and whispered, "Do you really think you can eat all of this?" Ash, with a smirk, replied, "Knowing I can't finish it, why did you order so much? Could it be?" He noticed Misty's cheeks reddening further and decided to tease her no more, clearing his throat and assuring, "Do not fret, Misty. I am a champion eater. This is hardly enough for me." Misty shot him a skeptical glance, unsure if he was jesting or sincere. But soon, the truth revealed itself. When the food arrived, Ash pounced upon it like a ravenous beast, prompting Misty to hastily take more bites, fearing there would be none left for her. What a truly exhilarating dining experience. After devouring the feast, Ash reclined in satisfaction, while Misty leaned back, her cheeks aglow, gently cradling her slightly distended stomach. It turned out that sharing a meal led them to overindulgence, both having eaten to their limits. Although she prided herself on being a lady, she hesitated to voice such thoughts aloud. Glancing at Ash, who appeared quite content, she remarked, "Aren't you supposed to challenge the pewter gym? Would you like to borrow my water-type Pokemon to give you an edge?" Stretching lazily, Ash shook his head. "Misty, do you know what truly determines a Pokemon's strength?" Without waiting for her response, he spread his arms wide, proclaiming, "Statistics. Numbers dictate the outcome of battles. As for gym badges, they are within my grasp whenever I desire." Sunlight streamed through the glass, casting a golden glow upon Ash, enveloping him in a radiant aura that captivated Misty. She found herself entranced, momentarily lost in admiration for the spirited youth standing before her. At the entrance of the pewter gym, Ash noticed a man in a red woolen hat peering suspiciously from outside. With a heart brimming with justice, Ash could not abide such behavior. He strode forward, employing a swift maneuver akin to a secret technique. "Ah!" The man yelped, clutching his rear in pain. Realizing his blunder, he hastily covered his mouth. Ash, regarding the pained figure, coldly admonished, "You lecherous old man. How dare you spy in broad daylight? As a champion of justice, I shall not permit such actions." The man, too pained to protest, waved his hands in surrender. Misty rushed to Ash's side, casting a disapproving glance at his fingers. "Ash, where did you learn such disgusting behavior?" she chided. Ash shrugged, unwilling to provide an answer. "Just get your Starmie out and wash your hands." Misty reluctantly summoned her Starmie, hoping to clarify the situation. The Starmie, with its stoic disposition, cast a bemused glance at Ash's fingers and the man still holding his backside, before spraying water and hurriedly retreating into its pokeball. With a resounding clang, the gym doors swung open, revealing a dark-skinned man with squinted eyes, clad in a vest, who approached them with a stern expression. "What is going on here? What are you doing?" he demanded. Ash grinned, gesturing to himself. "Hello, I'm Ash, here to challenge the gym." He then pointed at the man who had been spying. "Upon my arrival, I discovered this fellow lurking about, so I decided to teach him a little lesson." Misty chimed in. "Yes, I'm Misty. We were merely helping you." The man, recognizing their earnestness, nodded appreciatively. "My apologies, I misunderstood your intentions. I am Brock, the gym leader." Ash and Misty waved off his concern in unison. "It's nothing, all for the sake of justice." After the words slipped from her lips, Misty regretted her choice, feeling a pang of embarrassment for having uttered such a statement alongside Ash. Brock, oblivious to her discomfort, expressed his gratitude to them both. Approaching the peeping uncle, who lay prostrate on the ground and refused to lift his head, Xiaojing tugged at his clothing and inquired, "Who are you, and why are you lurking outside the dojo?" The peeping uncle remained silent. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Xiaojing felt an increasing agitation upon seeing the man before him, unable to restrain himself as he raised his fist and struck downwards. Just as Xiaoxia attempted to intervene, she was grasped by Xiaoji, who shook his head and remarked, "It's fine. Dealing with someone like this with a good punch is more than sufficient." Xiaoxia pondered this and began to observe alongside Xiaoji. Bang, bang, bang. With each punch, the peeping uncle offered no resistance. At last, Xiaojing had vented the frustration that festered within him and lowered his fists. Now, I shall uncover your identity, he declared, preparing to remove the uncle's hat. The uncle, who had just been caught off guard, began to struggle violently, attempting to thwart Xiaojing's efforts. However, the pain coursing through his body slowed him down. Xiaojing successfully lifted the hat, but he stood frozen in disbelief. Dad. Chapter 10. The Reason Values Reign Supreme. You are my father? What are you doing here? I thought you were traveling. Xiaojing gazed at the man before him, incredulous that his father, who was supposed to be away on a journey, had appeared here. Beside them, Xiaoxia gasped, covering her mouth in shock. Unable to believe that the voyeur was indeed Xiaojing's father. She turned her gaze to Xiaoji, silently asking what they should do. Xiaoji chuckled softly, responding, "It's all right. Let us just watch." Wuning trembled and opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to explain, but ultimately only managed to utter an apology. "Xiaojing, I'm sorry." Wuning's expression shifted continuously until he sighed and continued, "I truly did set out on a journey, aiming to become a Pokemon master. However, I have exhausted my abilities, and my Pokemon have become stagnant, unable to advance any further. Unbeknownst to me, I found myself back here, but upon seeing you all, I was at a loss for what to do. I was afraid, I was evading." As the conversation unfolded, Wuning bared his true feelings. "I am a failure. I apologize to you all. Xiaojing, please forgive me." With tears streaming down his face, Xiaojing embraced Wuning tightly. "Do you know? I have never blamed you. My siblings and I have missed you dearly." The father and son wept together in each other's arms. Witnessing this poignant scene of familial affection, Xiaoji felt a twinge of sadness, his thoughts drifting far away. Xiaoxia, keenly aware of the shift in atmosphere, mused to herself about why he was being so honest today. Noticing that Xiaoji's mind was elsewhere, she conjured up an elaborate narrative in her head. Could it be that he's feeling nostalgic? Poor Xiaoji. She then took his hand, offering comfort. The gentle touch roused Xiaoji from his reverie, and he looked down to see Xiaoxia's worried expression, gently drawing her into an embrace. Xiaoxia stiffened, caught off guard, but upon realizing that Xiaoji needed consolation, she wrapped her arms around his waist, pressing herself against him. Pikachu, left behind, observed the pair with a puffed-up face, visibly annoyed. However, Xiaoxia soon regretted her actions, blushing as she pushed Xiaoji away, exclaiming, "You rascal, stop groping." Xiaoji chuckled sheepishly. "I apologize, Xiaoxia. It seems my hands have a mind of their own. Let's embrace again. I promise to behave this time." "Go away." Xiaoxia kicked Xiaoji playfully. Xiaoji feigned innocence, as if he had suffered a great injustice. "Xiaoxia, must you be so harsh?" Xiaoxia shot him a glare, remaining silent. Having discerned his true nature, a person who would take advantage if given the slightest opening. Seeing that Xiaoxia was ignoring him, Xiaoji happily lifted Pikachu, exclaiming, "Pikachu, we are the best duo in the world. Pika Pika." Pikachu wriggled in Xiaoji's embrace, raising its tiny paw for help. Xiaoxia quickly stepped back, fearing she might catch their exuberance. After their playful antics, Xiaojing and his father finally remembered the presence of others, instantly returning to a facade of normalcy. Xiaojing cleared his throat and addressed Xiaoji. "So, you are here to challenge the dojo, right?" Xiaoji nodded, glancing at Xiaojing, whose face still bore traces of tears. "Shall we begin?" Meanwhile, Wuning approached Xiaojing, whispering a few words in his ear. Xiaojing hesitated briefly before nodding and saying to Xiaoji, "Please follow me." As they entered the dojo, a sharp snap echoed as the lights illuminated the space, revealing the battlefield before Xiaoji. The dojo was vast and solemn, surrounded by rocky walls, with towering boulders all around. Xiaoji observed Xiaojing standing as the referee in the center and Wuning poised for battle, calmly stating, "Let the match commence." Xiaojing cast an awkward glance at his father before clearing his throat and announcing, "This battle will be a 2v2. Trainers may not switch Pokemon during combat." As the match began, Wuning promptly released his Pokemon. "Go Geodude." Geodude, level 28. Xiaoji retrieved a Pokeball adorned with a flame emblem from his waist. "For the first round of the dojo battle, I shall call upon my starter Pokemon. Arcanine, bring us victory." Arcanine, level 29. Gender, male. Type, fire. Ability, justified. Held item, charcoal. Xiaoji initiated the attack. Arcanine, use Howl. Xiaojing was taken aback to see Xiaoji's opening Pokemon was a fire type, silently thinking, is he really attempting a battle with a type disadvantage? Noticing Xiaoxia's lack of concern, Xiaojing hesitated before approaching her. "Aren't you worried Xiaoji might lose? Geodude's rock type has a significant advantage over fire." Xiaoxia smiled and shook her head. "Not at all." Confused, Xiaojing asked, "Why are you so confident in him?" Xiaoxia's eyes sparkled with admiration as she replied, because he is Xiaoji. At that moment, Arcanine found itself in dire straits. Wu Ning grinned at Xiaoji, taunting, "Kid, you think you can defeat my Geodude with a fire type? I expected more strength from you. Yet is this all you have?" Seeing the situation unfold, Xiaoji felt it was time to act decisively. Let us survive this first hit. Arcanine, use reversal. With a fierce bark, Arcanine erupted in flames, transforming into a roaring fire dragon that charged towards Geodude. With a thunderous crash, Xiaojing's eyes widened in shock, hardly able to believe his sight. However, he quickly regained his composure and fulfilled his role as referee. Geodude is unable to battle. A smile spread across Xiaoxia's face as if she had won the match herself. Just as I predicted, Wu Ning, his expression darkening, recalled Geodude, astonished that the moment he had just criticized had turned against him. "Xiaoji, I have a Pokemon that exceeds the capabilities of a novice trainer. Care to challenge me?" He added, "Rest assured, even if you lose, I shall still award you the rock badge." Xiaojing interjected hastily, "Father, that is not permissible." Ash chuckled lightly and said, "Since the gym leader possesses such confidence, let us proceed." Wu Ning laughed heartily, proclaiming, "Well said, Ash. Allow me to demonstrate my true strength. Come forth, Onyx." Onyx, level 43. How shameless, Ash mused. Observing the formidable creature that required 4 badges to be unleashed, now called upon in a desperate bid for revenge. He couldn't help but mock Wu Ning silently. "Come back. Growlithe," he commanded, recalling his Pokemon. Despite having just leveled up from defeating a Geodude, the odds against Onyx were insurmountable. Turning to Pikachu at his feet, Ash leaned down and whispered, "Listen closely, Pikachu. If you fail to defeat him, you will willingly serve as the subordinate to that colossal Onyx. After all, if you can't handle such a tiny creature, what hope do you have?" Upon hearing that he might become Onyx's minion, Pikachu vehemently disagreed. "Pika, watch me knock some sense into him." Ash noted the spark of determination in Pikachu's eyes and nodded in satisfaction. "Go, Pikachu. Use Thunderbolt." Seeing Ash's reckless choice to counter the type advantage, Brock shouted in panic, "This is it. That Onyx is unlike any other. How could Ash possibly prevail?" Brock was utterly astonished, his eyes wide as if shattered by the spectacle. In an instant, Onyx was defeated. Misty, observing Ash and Pikachu on the battlefield, murmured, "Is this the difference in their stats?" Ash, noticing Wu Ning still in shock, remarked with a smile, "May I have the badge now?" In the empty room, Ash's words echoed in Wu Ning's ears, who cast a complicated glance at his hands. "Is this what genius looks like? Truly, becoming a Pokemon master is beyond someone like me." Having successfully acquired the badge, Ash and his companions continued their journey. "Ash, why do you seem less than jubilant?" Misty inquired, observing Ash's demeanor. Ash rubbed his face and replied, "Really? Is that so?" Misty nodded in affirmation. Ash sighed, "I feel like our team is missing a chef." "What do you mean? Is my cooking not up to par?" Misty tugged at Ash's ear. No, not at all." Ash protested just as a voice called out from behind. "Hey, Ash, Misty, wait up." Upon hearing the commotion, Ash turned around and burst into laughter. "Misty, the chef has arrived. You truly are dissatisfied with my cooking." Chapter 11, Wilderness Training. After departing from Pewter City, Ash and his companions were engaged in battle. Pidgeotto. Air Slash. The recently evolved Pidgeotto successfully dispatched a Beedrill. "Hooray, another victory. Let's keep going. Once we finish today, we shall set off." Ash exclaimed excitedly, pointing at a swarm of Beedrill and Butterfree with a casual demeanor. The leaders of the Beedrill and Butterfree, infuriated, exchanged glances. Realizing they were being used as mere experience fodder, they could only find solace in the presence of Ash's massive Onyx and Brock's imposing figure. Yielding to brute force is one thing, but succumbing to food is an even wiser choice. With this thought, their anger began to dissipate. Meanwhile, the Beedrill nudged its Butterfree counterpart, signaling that it was now their turn to send someone into battle. Reluctantly, Butterfree designated one of its subordinates to confront Pidgeotto. Observing the new opponent, Ash encouraged Pidgeotto, "Go for it. My first flying champion." Pidgeotto chirped and soared toward Butterfree with great vigor. Pidgeotto, level 22, male, type, normal, flying. Ability, big pecs. Item, sharp beak. Moves, sand attack, tackle, gust, quick attack, whirlwind, hurricane, agility, air slash. Nearby, an unusual shiny Metapod was competing in a hardening contest. Ash approached it and stated, "It's time." The shiny Metapod nodded solemnly. With determination, Ash seized the shiny Metapod and hurled it toward the hardening Metapod. "Don't come any closer." As Ash's figure loomed larger in the Metapod's vision, it could scarcely muster the strength to move. With a resounding thud, the Metapod fell silent. The shiny Metapod proudly glowed. bursting with light as Ash called out, "Shiny Beedrill, come forth." Shiny Beedrill, level 17, female, type, bug, poison. Ability, sniper. Item, sharp claw. Moves, focus energy, fury attack. Twin needle, poison sting, toxic spikes, U-turn, flash. The newly evolved shiny Beedrill affectionately nuzzled against Ash, expressing its fondness. "Haha, Beedrill, you've grown so large. Can you take me for a ride?" Ash stroked Beedrill's delicate wings, reflecting on the universal dream of flight. Startled, Beedrill quickly distanced itself from Ash, gesturing frantically. "Buzz, buzz, buzz." Observing Beedrill's erratic movements, Ash shook his head. "All right, Beedrill, who taught you that sign language? It's utterly incomprehensible. Never mind. Let's wait until you grow a bit more before we discuss this. You're still a bit small. Return to battle." Beedrill halted, casting a forlorn glance at Ash before clenching its teeth and charging into battle against the Beedrill leader, only to be swiftly defeated. Ash sighed, what a choice. He then waved his hand. Healing Squad. A Venusaur, accompanied by several Oddish, promptly approached Ash and saluted. "Sir, how may I assist?" Ash returned the salute and praised. "Excellent spirit. Venusaur, keep it up. Now please restore those shiny Beedrills." "At once, sir." With a fragrant wave of healing from Venusaur, the injured shiny Beedrill sprang back to life, energetic and lively. Looking around, it was evident that not only the Venusaur tribe was active, the Monferno tribe engaged in spirited battles with the Growlithe, and the Scyther tribe diligently trained under the watchful eye of their leader. All had come voluntarily to train, drawn by the allure of Ash's colossal onyx and Brock's tempting food. Seeing everyone busy with their training, Ash beamed with joy. "Keep it up, everyone. Wait, where's Pikachu?" Ash scanned the area meticulously, his expression darkening as he spotted Pikachu engaged in a playful tussle with a Rattata. The two mice, one yellow and one purple, playfully exchanged nibbles, thoroughly enjoying themselves. Sneaking up behind Pikachu, Ash whispered, "Still holding back for your distant relative, are you?" Loudly startled, Pikachu jolted and reflexively swung its tail backward. As it caught sight of Ash, it was unable to restrain its strength. "Pika! Ash, watch out!" With quick reflexes, Ash seized Pikachu's iron tail and, with a swift motion, flung it away. Ash cupped his hands around his mouth and shouted, "No need to come back for dinner." "Pikachu, no please." After casting a glance at the trembling little Rattata, who seemed on the verge of burying itself in the earth, it turned and departed. Only after sensing that Ash had left did Rattata shakily rise, gazing mournfully towards the direction where Pikachu had soared away. "Safe travels, dear brother Pikachu." "Hey Brock, are you alright?" Ash looked exasperatedly at Brock, who was fiddling with his enormous onyx. "It's been 3 or 4 days already. Doesn't he ever tire of this?" Without turning his head, Brock waved dismissively. "The meal is ready in the pot. Go eat without disturbing me while I observe this colossal onyx." The giant onyx stared intently at Ash. For some inexplicable reason, despite its lack of expression, it conveyed a sense of desperation to Ash. Sighing, Ash chose to shield his eyes with his hand and groped his way towards the dining table. What beautiful patterns, what enchanting form. The texture is simply exquisite. Upon hearing Brock's almost otherworldly remarks from behind, Ash quickened his pace. Reaching the dining table, Ash beheld the delicious curry rice in the pot and decided to indulge in a couple of extra servings. "It's not that I'm neglecting you, Onyx. It's just that this chef's culinary skills are too delightful." After a satisfying meal, Ash, having downed a cup of fruit wine, let out a contented sigh. Where has Misty gone? The saying goes, a full stomach breeds thoughts of romance. Suddenly, Ash recalled Misty's absence. Oh right, she is still in the tent. Scooping out another bowl of rice, he headed towards Misty's tent. "Hey Misty," Ash called out, tapping on the tightly sealed tent. 2 seconds later, Misty's voice emerged from within, tinged with impatience. "What do you want? If there's nothing, just leave me alone." Scratching his head, Ash chuckled awkwardly. "Dinner is ready. I brought you some." After a moment of hesitation from within, the tent opened with a rustle. Misty's hand reached out, demanding, "Give it to me." Seeing this, Ash sighed in exasperation. "Let me in. I have something to discuss with you." Misty withdrew her hand, leaning closer to the opening. "What is it? Speak now." Without directly answering, Ash extended a finger. "It's something that will make you very happy. Just say whether you'll let me in or not." After a moment of contemplation, Misty ultimately opened the tent, allowing Ash to enter. Once inside, Ash inhaled deeply and smiled. "Not bad at all. You've been cooped up in here for days, and it doesn't smell at all. You're the one who stinks," Misty retorted, snatching the curry rice from him and shooting him an annoyed glare. "What good news is there? You're not leaving, are you?" Ash nodded, Surprisingly, you're quite astute. Our time here is nearly up. We'll be leaving tomorrow. Upon hearing Ash's confirmation, Misty finally relaxed. Do you know how terrifying it is for someone who fears bugs to stay in a pile of them? It's all your fault, Ash. Noticing Misty's lingering resentment, Ash pointed behind her and said, Misty, there's a bug right behind you. Without giving her a chance to react, he bolted out of the tent. You despicable Ash. I won't let you off so easily. Chapter 12. The Clefairy of MT Moon. The next day, an embarrassed Brock led the way, accompanied by a bruised Ash and an irate Misty, as they continued their journey. Ash, with a mournful expression, lamented, I was just trying to help you overcome your fears. Misty, you have to believe me. Shut up, Misty snapped, delivering a swift kick before turning to Brock. Brock, where are we now? Brock quickly retrieved the map to check their location. Seeing his companion treated this way, Pikachu pitifully patted Ash's head in consolation. Pika, Ash. I hope you get beaten into a pulp every day. Brock pointed at the map. Just ahead is MT Moon. Misty's eyes sparkled. MT Moon, what a beautiful name. I wonder what the scenery is like. Brock shook his head. MT Moon is not renowned for its scenery, but rather for its association with the Moonstone. Cough, cough. Then let us set off. Ash declared, brimming with enthusiasm as he stood before them, speaking calmly. Misty and Brock exchanged glances, both puzzled by his sudden recovery. This guy has bounced back so quickly? In response to their reactions, Pikachu, perched atop Ash's head, shrugged helplessly. Pika, that's just the kind of person he is. Having walked a dozen meters, Ash noticed the two still lingering behind and waved. Hurry up. What are you waiting for? Let us go. Along the way, Ash, feeling uncomfortable under Misty's gaze, pressed his face close to hers and asked, What are you looking at? Am I that good looking? Misty, taken by surprise, quickly pushed him away, biting her lip, her cheeks flushed. Brock turned away, clearing his throat to remind them that there were others present. However, his squinted eyes held a glimmer of admiration for Ash's audacity. Impressive, truly impressive. I must remember this. Suddenly, a cry for help echoed from a distance. Help! Is anyone there? Please, someone save me. The trio exchanged glances, understanding one another's unspoken resolve to rescue. Misty and Brock dashed forward, while Ash remained stationary, a black line of annoyance crossing his forehead as he retrieved a Pokeball. Go, Arcanine. Bring the person down. Woof. Arcanine responded, swiftly darting out. It must be said, the canine was remarkably swift, quickly overtaking the others and using a burst of flames to rescue the individual, successfully fending off several injured Zubat in the process. Ash chuckled as he passed by, leaving the two, who were awkwardly preparing to throw their Pokeballs, in an embarrassing situation. He affectionately patted Arcanine in praise. Are you Dr. Ash? The rescued individual, Liku, exclaimed, shaking Ash's hand excitedly. Oh my goodness, I'm so thrilled. I never expected to meet Dr. Ash here. I'm your fan. My name is Liku. I've read your published papers. Ash, slightly embarrassed by the flattery, tried to interrupt. All right, Liku. What happened to you? Liku sighed deeply, looking somewhat despondent as he gestured towards a nearby cave. Dr. Ash, please follow me inside, and you'll understand. Wait a moment, Ash said, pulling out a blank Pokeball to capture a Zubat, completing his team of Pokemon. Pikachu is a customized Pokeball and doesn't count. Turning to Brock and the others, he added, there are a few more here, if you're interested in capturing them. Zubat, level 12. Gender, male. Type, poison, flying. Ability, inner focus. Held item, none. Moves, supersonic, astonish, leech life, bite, wing attack, swift, air cutter. Misty immediately shook her head. No, I only like water-type Pokemon. Brock hesitated for a moment before taking out a Pokeball to capture one. Oh, so you're companions of Dr. Ash. What a pleasure to meet you. Liku exclaimed, as if just now noticing Misty and Brock, hurriedly greeting them. Misty and Brock waved awkwardly, feeling like outsiders. This sudden shift left them both frustrated and helpless as they entered the cave with Liku. Inside, they discovered that the cave was being excavated, with lanterns hanging from the stone walls. What is happening here? I have not heard of any construction at Tsukinoyama. Xiao Gang looked at Liku, his expression somewhat grave. Liku nodded, gesturing towards the cave, where the unusually irritable Pokemon seemed to express their discontent. Indeed, moreover, there are no protective measures in place for the Pokemon here, leading to their erratic behavior. I was patrolling in hopes of catching those nefarious individuals conducting clandestine work, but inadvertently provoked a Zubat, which resulted in my attack. Xiaoxia, filled with righteous indignation, seethed with anger. Who could be committing such misdeeds here? They must be apprehended. It must be due to the moon stone in her possession, suggested Xiaoji, pointing towards the eavesdropping Clefairy. Xiaoxia and the others followed Xiaoxi's gesture, spotting a pink Clefairy crouching quietly. Upon being discovered, Clefairy quickly scurried away on its short legs. Clefairy is escaping. Seeing Clefairy, Liku instinctively glanced at Xiaoxi. Is that Clefairy? Xiaoxi nodded. Indeed, it is Clefairy, a fairy-type Pokemon. Captivated by the bouncy Clefairy, Xiaoxia exclaimed, "What an adorable Pokemon! So it's called Clefairy? I must catch her." Just as Xiaoxia prepared to chase after it, Xiaoxi's teasing voice deflated her enthusiasm. "Didn't you say you only liked water-type Pokemon, Xiaoxia?" Pouting like an inflated balloon, Xiaoxia shot Xiaoxi a glare, but ultimately chose to save face and refrained from pursuing. Heh. Accustomed to being glared at, Xiaoxi felt unfazed, interpreting it as mere playfulness. Suddenly, a loud cry from Clefairy echoed through the cave. "Oh no, it's Clefairy. She is in danger." Sensing something was amiss, Xiaoxi and the others hurriedly followed the sound. They arrived at the source of the commotion. "Little cutie, hand over that precious stone." Upon arriving, Xiaoxi witnessed Meowth intimidating Clefairy. "Meowth, are you interested in joining me?" Xiaoxi expressed keen interest in this Meowth. "Meow?" The sudden noise startled Meowth, who turned around. "Is that you, little brat?" "Musashi, Kojiru, help me." "A talking Meowth? Truly remarkable. Xiaoxi, you recognize such a rare Pokemon," Liku remarked with admiration. Xiaoxia shot Liku a disdainful glance. "You really know how to flatter, don't you?" Liku shook his head. "This is not flattery. I speak the truth." Observing Meowth as if it had encountered a ghost, Xiaoxi furrowed his brow and said coldly, "Am I really that terrifying? If you fear me so much, why not join my team?" "No way. Little brat, while Meowth may be useless, she is still part of Team Rocket, and we cannot hand her over to you." Musashi and Kojiru stood at the cave's entrance, wielding rock tools. Xiaoxia glared at these destructive individuals. "You again? What are you doing here?" Musashi covered her mouth and smirked. "What do you think we want to do? We are Team Rocket, after all. What do you think our intentions are?" Kojiru proudly declared, "That's right. We are up to no good." Liku hid behind Xiao Gang, adjusting his glasses, and looked seriously at Team Rocket. "Team Rocket is an evil organization. What should we do?" Xiaoxia shook her head, dismissing them as mere comedic performers. Her words struck Musashi and Kojiru hard. "Arbok, use Poison Sting to teach this brat a lesson," Musashi ordered. "Meowth, help me." Meowth cried out as it was pinned beneath a Houndoom. It turned out that while they were conversing, Xiaoxi had seized the opportunity to release Houndoom, swiftly capturing the non-combatant Meowth. "Little brat, do you think capturing Meowth will make us surrender?" Kojiru added. "That's right. You've caught her, but expecting us to capitulate is nothing short of a dream." Meowth, pinned to the ground, glared at Musashi and Kojiru. "You heartless bastards. We are comrades. Hurry and save me." Xiaoxi watched the unfolding scene with great interest. Choosing not to intervene, Musashi feigned a pained sigh. "Meowth, rest easy. Your legacy will be carried on by Kojiru and me." Kojiru produced a rose from seemingly nowhere and tossed it down. "Meowth, the organization will forever remember you." "Of course I will too." Hearing their cruel words, Meowth's spirit dimmed, lying on the ground in silence. The kind-hearted Xiaoxia could no longer contain herself and asked Musashi and her companions, "How can you abandon your Pokemon like this? You are unworthy of being trainers." Xiao Gang chimed in, "Indeed. Pokemon are our friends, our family. How can we cast them aside so easily?" Liku mumbled quietly, "Truly villains." "Ha ha." Musashi laughed heartily. "It seems this bespectacled fellow has some taste. However, you two brats and this little boy are far from it. Arbok, use Poison Sting to take care of that brat," Kojiru commanded, lightly tapping his Weezing to release toxic gas. "How dare you? Who has to say who will fall?" Xiaoxia scoffed. "Go, Starmie. Use Water Gun." Whether the attack hit or not was uncertain, but the black smoke enveloped everyone. "Cough, cough. What is Team Rocket doing? Releasing smoke in a cave?" Xiaoxia coughed a couple of times, expressing her confusion. Xiao Gang, quick-witted, shouted, "Xiaoxi, be careful. They are trying to rescue Meowth. Zubat, come out. Use Whirlwind." Xiao Gang released Zubat to disperse the smoke. He then looked at Xiaoxi with concern. As expected of Xiaoxi, Weezing lay incapacitated on the ground, while Kojiru knelt before Xiaoxi, held in place by a Scyther. "Kojiru, don't you dare tremble." Scyther disdainfully glanced at Kojiru and swiftly severed 2 of his hair strands. Terrified, Kojiru covered his mouth, not daring to speak further. Meowth looked at Kojiru with excitement. "I'm sorry, I misjudged you." Seeing his companions in distress, Musashi grew anxious. "Kojiru, Meowth, what do you want?" Xiaoxi chuckled lightly, snapping his fingers. "Ouch." Pidgeotto, having appeared behind Musashi unbeknownst to her, knocked her down with a wing. Then, its claws firmly grasped Arbok's throat, rendering it unable to resist. and brought it before Xiaoji. Xiaoji gazed at Musashi, who was rising from the ground, and mocked. What do you have left now? Musashi's face turned ashen, unable to utter a single word, especially with the Beedrill Xiaoji had summoned watching her closely. It's all over. Kojiru looked at Musashi with concern. Musashi, you're worried about others. Xiaoji chuckled at Kojiru. Kojiru took a deep breath. What do you want from us? Xiaoji stroked his chin. Don't worry, I have no interest in you two. Meowth thought to herself. Oh no, is he really targeting me? Kojiru rubbed his hands together, forcing a smile. Then why not just let us go? Ash shook his head, glancing at Meowth. How about becoming my Pokemon? That way, you won't have to be a villain anymore. After all, I am a professor. I can absolve you of your past transgressions. Upon hearing Ash's words, Meowth suddenly reminisced about the past. If only I could. Team Rocket's Jessie surged forward, breaking through Beedrill's defenses, swinging her fist at Ash. With a light chuckle, Ash effortlessly blocked the strike with one hand and retaliated with a punch to Jessie's abdomen. Exploding fist. Jessie collapsed weakly, clutching her stomach. Jessie, what are you talking about? Meowth remained silent, observing the exchange. What are you butting in for? Ash rolled his eyes, turning to Meowth. Make your choice. Will you join me, or perish alongside them? Sensing Ash's murderous intent, the trio from Team Rocket's pupils dilated, filled with fear and disbelief. Misty, noticing Ash's unsettling demeanor, attempted to intervene, but Brock promptly restrained her. Misty looked at Brock in confusion, while he shook his head, signaling her not to act impulsively. Meanwhile, Ash muttered under his breath, as expected of Professor Ash, the youngest professor, so powerful. Misty, however, was bewildered, thinking, isn't he supposed to be killing them? Why isn't anyone stopping him? Why are they so indifferent? After a long pause, Meowth finally spoke, recalling, back when I was a wandering Meowth. I was chased away and persecuted every day. How I longed for a peaceful home, where I could feast on little fish and bask in the sun. That was my greatest satisfaction. Upon hearing Meowth's words, James and Jessie exchanged glances filled with a mix of resignation, sympathy, sorrow, and a hint of relief. But then, Meowth suddenly grew animated, pointing at Jessie and James. I joined Team Rocket and met these two. Though they are utterly unremarkable and lack any real strength. One might even say they are quite useless. Who cares? We are companions. As Meowth uttered those final words, a note of acceptance colored his tone. James and Jessie were moved to tears. Meowth, Misty, and the others began to view Team Rocket in a new light, realizing there were such loyal souls among them. Ash sighed gently. So, you're willing to stick with them? Meowth nodded earnestly, raising his chin defiantly. Come on. James and Jessie joined Meowth's side, echoing, come on. James quietly raised his hand. I hope you can give us a proper burial. I've heard that without a complete body, one cannot become a spirit. Jessie shuddered, echoing the sentiment. Yes, and we wish to be buried together. We want to remain companions, even in death. The trio embraced, weeping. We don't want to die? Ash stared at the odd trio in disbelief, sighing, fine. I'll spare you. Really? The three exclaimed, you're a great person, Professor. Upon hearing they wouldn't have to die, they hurriedly expressed their gratitude. Ash, with a dark expression, coldly replied, however. At the utterance of that word, the trio immediately quieted, gazing at Ash with apprehension. I really dislike how you address me. Therefore, they swallowed hard. Ash extended his thumb, pointing at himself. You shall call me Grandpa. Grandpa, Grandpa, Grandpa. Without a shred of dignity, they complied eagerly. Ash nodded in satisfaction, waving them off. All right, you may leave now. The members of Team Rocket exchanged incredulous glances with Ash, realizing he was not merely toying with them, before hastily scurrying away with their Pokemon. Misty and the others stood in stunned silence, witnessing Ash's tame of the trio. Unbelievable. Chapter 14. Pikachu's Transformation and the Enormous Moonstone. Watching Team Rocket depart, Ash mused that the forthcoming events should unfold without further surprises. Everyone, why are you looking at me like that? With the crisis averted and intent on seeking the enormous moonstone, Ash suddenly noticed the peculiar glances from Misty and the others. They awkwardly shook their heads. No, you misinterpreted. Misty sighed in relief. You scared me earlier. I thought you were genuinely going to kill them. Ash shot her an incredulous look. I am a bona fide Pokemon League professor. How could I possibly do such a thing? Misty clasped her hands together in apology. I'm sorry, it was my fault. I apologize. Ash waved dismissively. Forget it. I'm magnanimous enough to forgive you. He then called out to Pikachu, who was flirting with a Clefairy. Pikachu, have you finished your chat? I never realized you could be so sociable. I don't want to become a grandparent just yet. Come back quickly. Hearing Ash's teasing, Pikachu pouted, electricity crackling from its body. Pika Pika. Are you giving me attitude? Just as the electric arc was about to strike Ash, Beedrill interposed its arms protectively in front of him. Beedrill. Ash hurriedly supported the injured Beedrill, retrieving a healing spray to tend to its wounds. Cha-cha-cha. BB. Woof. Seeing Pikachu harm a comrade, Ash's other Pokemon questioned Pikachu's actions. Scyther stepped forward, raising its scythe, seemingly ready to attack. Enough. Ash reprimanded them sternly, preventing a rift among his team. Pikachu, no longer its haughty self, approached Beedrill cautiously, apologizing. Pika Pika. Beedrill glanced at Pikachu, waving its hand dismissively. Misty and the others approached, inquiring, Ash, is Beedrill all right? Professor Ash. Ash shook his head, casting a cold glare at Pikachu. Pikachu, you have been too lax lately. You can't even control your Thunderbolt. If this happens again, you'll have to return to the lab. Pikachu averted its gaze, ears drooping in shame. Pika. Stealing a quick glance at Pikachu, Ash recalled all but Beedrill into their Pokeballs, stating calmly, You owe Beedrill an apology. Say it to her. Pikachu nodded, Pika Pika. Beedrill waved its hand, graciously forgiving Pikachu. Witnessing Ash discipline Pikachu, Misty and the others were taken aback. They had never seen Ash so serious before. They remained silent, not daring to utter a word. As the tense atmosphere eased, Clefairy approached, patting Pikachu and offering a few words of comfort. Pika Pika. Subsequently, Clefairy presented a moonstone to Ash, gesturing animatedly. Pika Pika. Ash accepted the moonstone and inquired, Are you suggesting we follow you? Clefairy nodded earnestly, then trotted a few steps ahead, beckoning them to follow. Ash exchanged glances with Misty and the others before they decided to follow. The four of them trailed Clefairy to a secluded cave. Throughout the journey, silence reigned. Even Pikachu refrained from chirping in Ash's ear. Upon entering the cave, they beheld a magnificent moonstone being venerated, surrounded by several smaller fragments. Above the cavern, there is no canopy. The moonlight filters through the cave, cascading upon the colossal moonstone, enhancing its aura of mystery and beauty. This moonstone is indeed immense, towering nearly 10 meters high, leaving Xiaoxia and her companions utterly astonished. Pippi, in a burst of excitement, called out into the depths of the cave. A multitude of nearly 100 Pippi emerged from the shadows, encircling the grand moonstone in an act of reverence. Xiaoxia gazed in awe at the sheer number of Pippi, her face alight with admiration as she exclaimed, What adorable little creatures. Xiaojing, too, marveled at the unexpected congregation of Pippi at Moonview Mountain. Dr. Shimizu, what a remarkable discovery. Li Ku expressed, his excitement palpable as he beheld the scene. He had long heard tales of the Moonstone and Pippi on Moonview Mountain descending from the cosmos. Could the legends indeed hold truth? Their actions seemed to suggest they regarded the Moonstone as a deity, uncertain of the truth, but feeling a sense of impending trouble. Xiaoji regarded the darkness with a grave demeanor, sensing a malevolent presence. Above the cave's entrance, the trio from Team Rocket lay in wait. Meowth, feeling a twinge of fear, whispered to Musashi and Kojiro, Aren't we leaving, Meow? With a swift motion, Musashi struck Meowth on the head, retorting defiantly, What are you afraid of? Let us not forget our identity. We are Team Rocket, and we cannot bring shame to our leader. However, her confidence waned as she glanced around. This is not the inside of the cave. Can that little brat Shimizu really catch us if we decide to flee? Seeing Musashi prepare an escape route, Kojiro hesitated. But they just let us go. It wouldn't be right to ambush them now. Musashi shot him a glare, her earlier bravado dissipating, and with clenched teeth declared, Once they leave, we shall make our move. I refuse to believe they can take all the moonstones with them. With that, the three exhaled in unison, easing their tension. A deep, commanding voice resonated through the air. The surrounding Pippi parted to create a pathway, allowing an elderly, wrinkled pixie to step forward. Its icy gaze fixed upon Xiaoji and his companions. This pixie looks quite fearsome, Xiaoxia murmured, having grown accustomed to the adorable Pippi. The initial Pippi hastened to the pixie's side, gesturing and babbling to convey the situation. The pixie's expression softened slightly as it pointed towards Xiaoji and then at the Pippi in the cave. Li Ku scratched his head. It seems to be indicating that we should leave quickly. Xiaoxia retorted, We don't need you to tell us. We can see that ourselves. Xiaojing rubbed his nose, suggesting, Since we are unwelcome here, we should take our leave. However, Xiaoji shook his head. No, I find this place incredibly intriguing. Pixie, level 72. Pippi, level 1035, not equal. The sudden appearance of a Pixie at level 72, amidst the surrounding Pippi, whose levels peaked at a mere 35, took Xiaoji by surprise. Dr. Shimizu admired Xiaoji's spirit of exploration even more. Pippi. The Pixie stepped forward, delivering a final warning to Xiaoji with an icy demeanor. Pikachu, let us go? Xiaoji urged, addressing his guilt-ridden companion. Pikachu stared at the pixie, summoning all its strength. Pikachu! A furious cry erupted, altering the atmosphere, as blinding lightning pierced the cavern like divine retribution. Fortunately, the pixie sensed the impending danger and managed to shield itself just in time, narrowly avoiding immediate demise. This spectacle left everyone, save for Xiaoji, utterly astounded. The Pippi gazed at Pikachu as if it were a deity. Can we converse now? Chapter 15. The bonds of Team Rocket officially unfold. Applying a healing spray to Pixie, Xiaoji ignored the Pippi surrounding Pikachu and approached the colossal moonstone to conduct his research. Liku prepared his tools and eagerly joined Xiaoji. Dr. Shimizu, I'm in. Xiaoxia watched in disbelief as Pikachu, revered by the Pippi, displayed its might. Is Pikachu really this powerful? Xiaojing, his arms crossed, trembled slightly. Pikachu's abilities surpass even those of gym leaders. I now understand why Liku admires Xiaoji so much, he mused. Indeed, Xiaoji truly deserves the praise. Xiaoxia reflected on Xiaoji's figure, her eyes filled with intrigue. Amiable, confident, humorous, and cold, she wondered which aspect was his true self. At the cave's entrance, Kojiro quivered. Pointing shakily inside, did you see that? What incredible power! Meowth chimed in, having spotted a mysterious stone hidden beneath another. Musashi refrained from making any bold remarks this time. Shall we make our escape? Exchanging fervent glances, the three of them shared an unspoken enthusiasm. A philosopher once remarked, when the stakes reach 20, people become restless. At 50, they risk everything. At 100, they trample all earthly laws. And at 300, they are ready to sacrifice everything. Unwilling to relent. If we could present this powerful Pikachu to Boss Sakaki, Meowth mused, his imagination running wild. Elevated to a leadership position, perhaps even as a division chief, Kojiro's eyes sparkled with ambition. Ahem, Musashi feigned a cough, clenching her fist with a mischievous smile. We must devise a meticulous plan. Kojiro and Meowth nodded in agreement, and together they erupted into raucous laughter. Back with Xiaoji, he harnessed both psychic and aura powers. His left eye glowing white and his right blue. Peering through the surface of the moonstone, he penetrated its inner layers, uncovering the immense magic contained within. The colossal moonstone trembled gently under the moonlight, as if drawn to Xiaoji's formidable energy. With the power of aura residing in my heart, psychic prowess reigns supreme. I seal the divine. A radiant blue and white brilliance danced across Xiaoji's form, emanating from within. The light seeped through his skin, enveloping him in a dazzling glow, before bursting forth from his palms. Refine for me. Not wishing to disturb Xiaoji, Liku retreated to Xiaoxia and Xiaojing's side. Dr. Shimizu, what is happening? After witnessing Xiaoji's power unleashed, Xiaoxia and Xiaojing were left in awe. Is Xiaoji a Pokemon? In response to their bewilderment, Liku shook his head, his gaze fixed on Xiaoji with admiration. This must be a unique ability, one that appears only once in a million. I never anticipated Xiaoji to possess two such abilities, one psychic, and the other, I cannot discern. Xiaoxia and Xiaojing stared wide-eyed. Is this the essence of genius? The disparity between individuals is truly staggering. The colossal moonstone in Xiaoji's grasp began to compress tightly, culminating in a resounding crack as its surface shattered. The moonstone shards, glimmering with a brilliance akin to that of stars, scattered throughout the cavern. Numerous fragments landed upon the Pikachu, radiating an evolutionary light, transforming each Pikachu into a pixie. The elderly pixie, previously vanquished by Pikachu, witnessed this remarkable scene, and an unprecedented gleam ignited within its chaotic eyes. Rising from the ground, it let out a thunderous roar. As the venerable pixie bellowed, all Pikachus and pixies congregated beside Ash. In a swift motion, Pikachu positioned itself protectively in front of Ash. Misty and the others observed the unfolding spectacle, releasing their Pokemon in readiness for support. Meanwhile, without any Pokemon of his own, Liku remained fervently praying at the spot. With a decisive wave of his hand, Ash summoned his Pokemon. A colossal onyx emerged behind him, and Ash stepped onto its massive head. Surveying the pixies from a commanding height, Pidgey, Beedrill, and Zubat circled around Ash, while Scyther and Houndour flanked Pikachu, assuming battle stances, poised for confrontation. Just as a commanding voice resonated, proclaiming Pikachu, Ash and his companions braced for a potential melee, with Misty anxiously clenching her fists. The aged pixie, accompanied by its kin, knelt before Ash. After performing a ritual of 3 kneels and 9 bows, the elder pixie humbly awaited Ash's pronouncement. Liku adjusted his glasses, realizing, It seems the pixies are venerating Ash as a deity. Misty's mouth fell agape in disbelief. Is Ash dead? Has he ascended to divinity? Brock shook his head, observing Ash atop the gargantuan onyx. No, Ash has not died. He has merely ascended. Lika's vision darkened momentarily. Divinity is not exclusively attainable through death. However, upon witnessing Ash truly standing in midair, he pondered, is he genuinely ascending? Ash clutched a pearl-sized, milky orb, stepping forward, leaving the head of onyx. He mused, truly. This is a treasure birthed by nature. It has not only amplified my psychic abilities significantly, but has also bestowed upon me this formidable artifact. The orb's properties boasted the potential to facilitate the perfect evolution of Pokemon hindered in their transformations. In this tangible realm, evolution is not as straightforward as in the games, where mere level attainment dictates the evolution process. In reality, evolution requires serendipity and opportunity. Not every Pokemon can successfully evolve. The notion of perfect evolution promises to unlock the full potential of Pokemon, paving their paths to greater horizons. Contemplating such immense gains, Ash felt his spirits lift and addressed the kneeling pixies. Rise, my friends. The elder pixie, finally, assisted the Pikachu in standing. It gestured towards Ash, then to itself and its kin, expressing a myriad of emotions, apology, joy, and excitement. Ash approached the ground, patting the elder pixie on the shoulder, nodding in understanding. All right, I comprehend. No further words are necessary. The pixie beamed with gratitude, nodding in appreciation. Passing by the pixie, Ash approached Misty, saying, Misty, don't you fancy a Pikachu? You could capture one now. Misty quickly shook her head, whispering in Ash's ear, do you truly comprehend what the pixie was saying and gesturing? As expected, Ash honestly shook his head, leaving Misty flabbergasted. Before she could interject, Ash waved farewell to the pixies. I must take my leave. Your matters shall be etched in my memory. Misty nearly lost her composure. How dare you? The pixies accompanied Ash and his friends to the cave's entrance. Lika hesitated momentarily, then addressed Ash. Ash, I wish to remain here and live alongside the Pikachus. I find this place immensely fascinating. Ash nodded affirmatively. Very well. I shall inform the League. This area will soon be designated as a sanctuary. When they arrive, please relay the circumstances to them. Lika's eyes sparkled with understanding. Ash cast a sidelong glance at the still bewildered Misty, his eyes reflecting mild disdain. He ushered Misty and Brock to bid farewell to Liku. We shall take our leave. Farewell, Ash. The Pikachus chorused in unison. As they journeyed onward, Brock admired Ash, saying, Ash, you are truly remarkable. It feels as though you understand everything, even communicating with Pokemon. Oh, it's merely a trivial matter. There are still things I do not grasp. What is that? There are things you don't understand? Ash chuckled. Well, for instance, I have no knowledge of childbirth. Oh dear. Misty. Chapter 16, The Exchange of Pokemon. Ever since Ash and Brock discovered each other's gentlemanly nature, they frequently found themselves together, engaging in conversations about male topics. Hey, you two, wait for me. Misty called out, sprinting to catch up. Why are you both walking so fast? Ash and Brock exchanged glances, remaining silent. Clearing his throat, Ash retorted, I wasn't even addressing you, Misty. Why are you lagging behind? Misty, pointing at Ash, huffed. Where are we heading? Brock looked at her, puzzled. To Dewford Town, Misty. You've already asked numerous times. Is there something amiss? Not at all. Startled by Brock's scrutinizing gaze, she stammered, I merely heard there are ghosts in Dewford Town. In a moment of hesitation, Misty fabricated a lie so absurd that even she struggled to believe it. Ash, unable to contain his amusement, burst into laughter. Misty, that is utterly ridiculous. There are no such things as ghosts. Misty, her face flushed with embarrassment, fought to maintain her fib. I assure you, Ash and Brock, you must believe me. At this, even the normally composed Brock succumbed to laughter. Misty, it's all a fabrication. Ghosts do not exist. Ash, casting a playful glance at Misty, inquired, Misty, are you unwilling to visit Dewford Town? Have you thought of a better destination? Upon hearing Ash's words, Misty lit up with hope and eagerly proposed. We could go to Leaf Green City. I've heard it's near the harbor, and we could take a boat for a holiday. That sounds promising, Ash replied, nodding in agreement. Misty, believing she had secured Ash's compliance, playfully tugged at his arm, coaxing, then let us go to Leaf Green City, shall we? But Ash resolutely replied, I must decline. He firmly shook off her hand and declared to Brock, Brock, we shall proceed to Dewford Town. I hear there will be a ballet performance in the water. With that, Brock's eyes sparkled with excitement. What are we waiting for? Let us hurry. Watching the two depart, Misty stamped her foot in frustration, then hesitated before following them. They arrived at Dewford Town, and upon entering the city, they discovered a shop surrounded by police, with a crowd of onlookers gathered outside. The security in Dewford Town is truly abysmal, Misty, Brock remarked, only to turn around and find that Misty had vanished. Where has Misty gone? With an omniscient perspective, Ash shook his head and chuckled softly. All right, she is an adult and won't get lost. I have matters to attend to, so I must first visit the Pokemon Center. Brock, what about you? Brock pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. Well then, I too need to restock supplies. Let us reconvene in Cerulean City. After parting ways with Brock, Ash arrived at the Cerulean City Pokemon Center and dialed Professor Oak's number. Beep, beep. Hello, Ash. Why haven't you returned the Pokemon yet? Professor Oak's first words were a lamentation. Hee, Professor Oak, I have something to discuss with you, Ash replied with an awkward chuckle. Professor Oak, well aware of Ash's tendencies, retorted without any preamble. What is it? The matters at MT Moon have been resolved, and you have discovered numerous Clefairy. You have certainly done a commendable job. The League's rewards should be dispatched shortly. What would you like me to convey? Oh, I didn't realize there would be a reward. Ash hesitated. Then please prepare a colossal metal sheet for me. A metal sheet? Have you captured that massive onyx in the back mountains? Professor Oak's eyes widened with surprise. But you want it to be colossal? I've long heard you speak of that enormous onyx. Just how large do you require it to be? After deep contemplation, Ash decided to aim high. I estimate it should be around 50 meters. Uft. Professor Oak spluttered. How much did you say? Ash blinked innocently. 50 meters. You mean to tell me that this is just a smidge larger than the average onyx? Ash gestured with his hands. Yes, just about that much. Professor Oak, now both exasperated and regretful, thought to himself that he should have anticipated this. Acknowledging that the situation was irrevocable, he looked at Ash with eager anticipation. Rubbing his hands together. Ash, could you please send back the colossal onyx for me to study? Ash's eyes darkened, unable to bear the sight. He quipped, Professor Oak, do you realize you're coming across like a peculiar old man trying to con a child? Professor Oak's expression fell, and he cleared his throat, reverting to his usual demeanor. Now, tell me, what do you wish from this old man? Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Ash chuckled awkwardly and said, Professor Oak, I wish to expand my Pokemon limit to 6. Professor Oak's eyes gleamed mischievously as he cackled. Oh no, this is bad news. Observing the old man's sinister laughter on the screen, Ash understood he had no choice but to comply. With a resigned sigh, Ash conceded, All right, Professor Oak. I agree to send the colossal onyx back for a few days. Seeing Ash relent, Professor Oak beamed with delight. Excellent, excellent. Hurry and send it back. I will grant you the necessary permissions immediately. However, he hesitated momentarily, but 12 Pokemon. Ash, can you handle that? With a light laugh, Ash reassured, Fear not, Professor Oak. I am no longer alone. Is that so? Professor Oak nodded, understanding. He then urged, Quickly, swiftly send back the colossal onyx. I can hardly wait to put my skills to the test. Ash took out the heavy ball, feeling a twinge of reluctance. Onyx, you stay at the lab for a few days, and I will come to retrieve you shortly. He shook the heavy ball in his hand. Professor Oak watched intently until Ash placed it into the transporter, finally exhaling in relief. Seeing Professor Oak's anxious demeanor, Ash remarked, Professor, surely you don't think I would deceive you? That is not a certainty, Professor Oak retorted. Ash thought to himself, Everyone, trust me, I am truly an honest person. He stared earnestly at Professor Oak, who, feeling somewhat awkward under Ash's gaze, hastily returned to his computer. Before long, Professor Oak looked up at Ash and announced, All right, Ash. Your Pokemon limit has been adjusted to 12. Ash nodded, feeling a sense of relief. After all, he had taken advantage of Professor Oak numerous times, and now he felt genuine fear. EV. Just as Ash was about to end the call, 8 EV evolutions appeared on the screen. Hey, you EVs! Professor Oak exclaimed, exasperated at being crowded out of the frame. Ash blinked in surprise, then smiled and greeted them. Hello, little EVs. EV. The little ones greeted Ash warmly. But soon their expressions turned to one of dismay as they looked at him. EV. Ash hurried to console them. Pikachu, standing at Ash's feet, wore a displeased expression. These EVs had been raised by Ash since they were young and had provided him with valuable data to become a professor. Although they had never been officially captured, they listened only to Ash. After comforting the little EVs, Ash discussed with Professor Oak the plan to send back 2 EVs to accompany him on his journey, intending to rotate their companionship over time. Professor Oak eagerly sent over 2 customized Pokeballs, and without hesitation, he hung up to resume his research. Ash held a Pokeball featuring the Sun EV and the Fairy EV, releasing the corresponding Pokemon. EV. The 2 EVs emerged and nestled at Ash's feet. Pikachu, witnessing this, felt as though the sky was falling. Pika. Chapter 17, Cerulean Gym. Carrying 2 EVs was rather conspicuous, so Ash returned them to their Pokeballs. He glanced at the dejected Pikachu and said, "Is it really that bad, Pikachu? Your strength has already matched theirs. Why are you still so fearful?" Pikachu pointed at the 2 special Pokeballs at Ash's waist and shook its head vigorously. Pika, I don't believe in rumors." Ash chuckled. "You're just upset because they bullied you when you were younger, but you've clearly surpassed them now." Feeling mocked, Pikachu pouted, conveying that Ash simply did not grasp their terrifying nature. Not wanting to prolong the conversation, Ash made his way to the Cerulean Gym. Above the gym hung a grand portrait of a majestic white sea lion, seemingly showcasing the gym's unique charm and theme. Ash gently pushed open the gym's grand doors. Upon entering, Ash's attention was immediately captivated by the scene before him. 3 pairs of elongated legs gracefully extended over the water's surface, swaying rhythmically as if performing an exquisite aquatic ballet. With each movement, ripples danced across the water, shimmering under the sunlight with enchanting brilliance. Ash was momentarily mesmerized, realizing the legs were even longer than Misty's. No wonder she was considered the belle of the group. Pikachu stood by Ash's side, equally entranced, yearning to leap into the water and swim a few laps. However, beauty is fleeting, and soon the Cerulean sisters concluded their performance. Ash nudged Pikachu, who seemed to be in a daze. "Come on, Pikachu, can you not be so immature? We are here to challenge the gym." Pikachu's cheeks flushed red as it bashfully nodded. Following the Cerulean sisters down the corridor, Ash called out, "Excuse me, could you all wait a moment?" The 3 turned simultaneously. Suddenly, Sakura slipped, her body tilting backward. "Sakura!" Ash darted forward, catching her just in time. "Are you all right?" "I am fine," Sakura stammered. Her cheeks flushed as she extricated herself from Ash's embrace. "Hey, who are you? Why did you suddenly stop us?" The pink-haired Botan steadied Sakura and glared at Ash with irritation. Noticing Botan's foul mood, Ash did not indulge her, responding coolly, "My name is Ash. I'm here to challenge the Cerulean Gym. Aren't you the gym trainers?" Botan was momentarily at a loss for words, unsure how to reply. Sakura quickly apologized. "I'm sorry, Ash. It was my fault for not standing firmly. Thank you for catching me." The blue-haired Iris also added, "I apologize on behalf of my sister. Our tone was inappropriate just now." Ash shook his head dismissively. "It's no trouble at all, just a simple gesture." Seeing Ash downplay the incident, Botan's pride flared up, and she was about to retort when Iris intervened, shifting the focus. "Since you're here to challenge the gym, let's begin." Ash glanced at Botan, a slight smile gracing his lips, then turned to Iris. "Shall we commence?" "Hold on." Misty suddenly arrived, interrupting their invitation to battle. "Sister Iris, let me help you with this match." Ash was not surprised to see Misty. The reactions of Sakura and the others varied upon seeing her. "Misty, you're back? Weren't you off traveling?" Sakura exclaimed. "Yes, didn't you say you were going to become the strongest water-type Pokemon trainer?" Iris added. "Did you find being a trainer too exhausting and decide to return?" Botan queried. Misty vigorously shook her head, pointing at Ash. "No way. I came back because I was traveling with this guy." "Hey Ash, aren't you going to react?" Misty glared at Ash, clearly frustrated that he remained impassive, despite her dramatic entrance. Upon hearing Misty's words, Sakura and the others exchanged glances, sensing something was amiss. Faced with their scrutiny, Ash shrugged helplessly. "What's so surprising?" "I already knew." "What? You knew all along?" Misty pointed at Ash, her face a mask of disbelief. Then it dawned on her, and she glared at Ash angrily. "So you knew why I didn't want to come to Cerulean City, and you did it on purpose?" Ash chuckled. "Misty, you've become quite clever." The phrase "become clever" struck a nerve with Misty. "Ah!" she shouted, lunging at Ash. Not one to indulge in such antics, Ash quickly ducked behind Sakura. "Sakura, save me." Cough, cough. Sakura felt powerless. "How can I save you?" Misty pointed at Ash. "Ash, you scoundrel, come out here." Ash peeked out, feigning innocence. "Misty, what are you planning to do?" "What am I planning to do?" Misty felt like she was about to explode, glaring at Ash with gritted teeth. "I want to knock you out." Sakura and Iris quickly intervened. "Calm down, Misty." Botan, on the side, wore an expression of amusement, almost shouting for a fight to break out. Hearing Misty's threat, Ash remained undaunted, teasingly retorting, "Oh, you want to knock me out, huh?" The 3 sisters looked at Ash with admiration. Even Botan set aside her grievances, gazing at Ash with newfound respect. There's an old saying, when one can no longer endure, there is no need to endure any further. At this moment, Misty could no longer contain herself. A fierce aura reminiscent of an ancient dark dragon enveloped her as she advanced step by step toward Ash. Sakura, witnessing this unprecedented display of intensity from Misty, quickly distanced herself from Ash. Facing the now empty space before him and the looming threat of the dark dragon, Ash pondered. how to defuse this situation. With a light sigh, Ash swiftly maneuvered behind Misty, deftly pressing 2 fingers on her sleep point. If you're tired, you should take a nap. Misty's breath steadied, and she peacefully collapsed into Ash's arms, drifting into slumber. Ash looked at the astonished expressions of Sakura and the others, exasperatedly saying, "Ladies, it seems you've lost your sister." Oh, Sakura finally snapped back to reality and gently took the unconscious Misty from Ash's grasp. Iris pointed at Ash, perplexed. What just happened? Iris was so stunned that her mind went blank, struggling to articulate her thoughts. Botan leaned closer to Ash. "Ash, what was that move you just used? Do you think I could learn it?" Ash patted Botan's shoulder. "You can't. It requires a special talent." He then turned to Iris. "Let us begin the gym battle." Iris, regaining her composure, looked at Ash with admiration. "Follow me." Chapter 18, The Cerulean Sisters. Iris led Ash to their battle arena, a small pond with only a few stepping stones. Ash and Iris positioned themselves on opposite stone platforms. Iris looked at Ash and proposed, "How about a 2v2 battle?" Ash nodded. "Let's do it." Botan chimed in excitedly. "Sister Iris, let's crush them." Iris shook her head in resignation. Having witnessed Ash's earlier display, she felt uncertain about winning. "But I won't give up easily." Iris threw her Pokeball with determination. "Seal, go." Woo. Seal appeared, level 28. A worthy opponent, Ash chuckled, tossing his own Pokeball. "Pidgeotto, let's go." Pidgeotto, level 29. Pidgeotto, use Air Slash. 2 blades of wind sliced towards Seal. Seeing Ash's swift command, Iris quickly shouted, "Seal, dive into the water." Just as the air blades were about to strike, Seal evaded the fatal blow by twisting its body and leaped into the water. Botan shouted, "Sister Iris, don't lose focus. Fight properly." Ash noticed Iris was not in the best state and expressed concern. "Miss Iris, as the gym leader, you should not allow distractions to cloud your mind during a match." Taking a deep breath, Iris replied, "I understand, Ash. Let's continue." Seal, use Ice Shard. Seal re-emerged from an unexpected angle, gathering tiny ice shards to hurl at Pidgeotto. Ash attentively monitored the water's surface, and as Seal prepared to surface, he commanded, "Pidgeotto, use Quick Attack to gain altitude, then unleash a whirlwind." Pidgeotto's sudden acceleration caused Seal's attack to miss. Immediately, a small whirlwind surged forth, carrying pond water towards Seal. Realizing the precarious situation, Iris quickly devised an escape plan. "Seal, freeze the surface to create a safe exit." Seal exhaled a gust of cold air, freezing the surface of the water and slowing the whirlwind's speed, then swiftly slid across the icy surface to escape. Ash chuckled lightly. "Not so easily defeated. Pidgeotto. Pidgeotto use." With a chirp, the Pidgey flapped its wings, altering the trajectory of the whirlwind. The young sea lion, akin to a lamb entering the jaws of a tiger, was ensnared within. The creature let out a plaintive cry, struggling helplessly, momentarily overcome by panic. Calmly, the irises, having realized the predicament, advised the young sea lion to regain its composure. There was still a chance. However, Ash shook his head, declaring there was no opportunity left. "Pidgey, show her your precision." Airblade. Seizing the moment before the vortex dissipated, Pidgey conjured a series of wind blades, striking the young sea lion repeatedly. As the wind settled, the young sea lion had transformed into a mere shadow of itself, rendered incapable of further combat. Peony gasped, covering her mouth, astonished that her sister had fallen so swiftly. Instinctively comparing herself, she found little difference. Iris retrieved the young sea lion, sighed, and produced a second Pokeball. "Staryu, it's your turn." Staryu, level 22, emerged. Ash recalled Pidgey and summoned Beedrill, level 24. This formidable Beedrill, already intimidating, now bore 2 crimson stripes, accentuating its ferocity. It lunged at Staryu, its appendages resembling drill bits, aiming to pierce downwards. Iris, quick to counter, commanded, "Staryu, spin at high speed." Staryu twirled, deflecting Beedrill's assault, then retaliated with a strike. Ash, anticipating the move, brightened and urged, "Beedrill, now? Execute a rapid retreat." Beedrill swiftly flapped its wings, evading Staryu's attack and positioning itself at Staryu's flank, delivering a precise stab to its back. Staryu was struck, and before it could recover, Beedrill pressed in, unleashing a barrage of attacks. In a single sequence, Staryu was utterly incapacitated. Alas, Weavy lost. Though Peony had foreseen the outcome, a wave of disappointment washed over her. Iris recalled Staryu and, approaching Ash by the poolside, presented him with the gym badge. "Congratulations, you've earned the Water Drop badge." Ash nodded, remarking, "You all performed admirably as well. With more time devoted to training your Pokemon, you might not have fallen to me." Iris paused, Acknowledging his words, Peony scoffed, "You men just revel in such spectacles, don't you? Or perhaps you find it lacking? Or is it that you are incapable?" As she spoke, Peony cast a sidelong glance at Ash. Incapable? Why not test it and see? Ash, ever forthright, thought aloud and voiced his sentiments. Peony, taken aback by his directness, felt her cheeks flush and retorted, "You rogue." As Peony tugged at the equally blushing Iris, preparing to depart, a thunderous crash erupted. The walls of the gym were shattered as a robot with four mechanical arms, treads beneath, and emblazoned with the letter R on its chest, burst through the breach. "Who are you?" Cherry, returning from escorting Misty to her room, pointed at the robot. With a crack, a fissure opened atop the robot's head, and a BGM resonated. Two figures gradually ascended. "Since you have inquired earnestly, we shall benevolently enlighten you. To prevent the world from destruction." "Team Rocket, is that you?" Ash interrupted, reluctant but compelled to interject, lest he be accused of meandering. "Hey, I'm still not done over here." Meowth, clutching a speaker, leaped forth, fuming. James pointed at Ash, declaring, "This is not my doing. He interrupted me." Ash, amused, replied, "I'm curious. How did you ascend without an elevator?" Team Rocket, caught off guard by Ash's quip, seethed in frustration. "Mind your business, Ash. Things are different now, just wait." With that, they hastily retreated into their metallic shell. Iris gestured toward the robot, asking, "Ash, do you know them?" Ash shook his head. "They are Team Rocket, notorious for stealing Pokemon. I've crossed paths with them before." Peony chimed in, "Stealing Pokemon? So they are the villains, then?" "Ha ha ha, little girl, isn't that obvious? We are indeed the villains," echoed the laughter of Jessie from within the robot. "Ash, look at this." Meowth manipulated a mechanical arm, revealing a bound and unconscious Brock. Ash narrowed his eyes, coldly addressing the robot. "Brock, you truly are incorrigible." Team Rocket shivered inexplicably. "We're not afraid of you. Hand over Pikachu." Pikachu pointed at itself. Incredulous. "Pika, am I part of this too?" It was evident that Ash had drawn their attention. Without further ado, he released his son and Fairy Eevee. "Go. Retrieve the captured individual and toss these ruffians out." "Eevee," they scoffed, underestimating their opponents. "Meowth, retrieve those two exquisite Pokemon as well." Jessie, as usual, resorted to brute force. Meowth, brimming with confidence in its robot, proclaimed, "Watch me." In an instant, the two EVs reached the robot. Jessie, growing anxious, demanded, "Meowth, what is happening? Move." Meowth fumbled with the controls, exclaiming, "I want to move too." James languidly collapsed to the ground, lamenting their predicament. The Sun EV glowed with psychic energy, dismantling the robot and safely delivering Brock to the ground. The Fairy EV gently exhaled a breeze of fairy magic, sending Team Rocket soaring into the sky like shooting stars. "You wretched creatures. My electric defense system hasn't even activated yet." Jessie lamented. "What beautiful Pokemon." James remarked, "I must have them next time. I knew this would happen." He added, expressing his disdain. With the crisis averted, Cherry and her companions approached the two EVs. "What beautiful Pokemon. Let me touch them," Peony exclaimed, eager to reach out. However, the proud EV deftly sidestepped, gracefully moving to Ash's side, nuzzling against his pant leg. Cherry and her friends gnashed their teeth in envy. "You wouldn't be the legendary Professor Ash, would you?" Cherry suddenly inquired, eyes wide at the sight of the Fairy EV. Ash nodded coolly, internally reflecting, "At last. They VE recognized me. Wow, is it really true? I'm seeing the real Professor Ash. I thought it was just a coincidence with the name. What a delightful surprise." Hearing Cherry's praise, Ash waved his hand dismissively. "Let us keep this low-key, he thought, urging them to continue. Glancing at Brock, who remained unconscious, he turned back to Cherry and her friends, asking, "Do you have any guest rooms here?" "Yes, indeed," they replied, arranging for Brock to be placed in a guest room. Today, they would not be leaving. To celebrate Ash's arrival, Cherry and her friends organized a party that evening. Misty and Brock, still in slumber, missed out entirely. Peony raised her glass, declaring, "Let us toast to Ash's arrival." "Cheers." They all chimed, drinking until they reached a pleasant state of inebriation. For individuals fortuitously entered a room, fortuitously reclined upon a bed, and fortuitously disrobed. Chapter 19. The Circus Ringmaster, Xiaoming. It was not until the third day that Xiaoxia and her companion awakened. Fortunately, during these 2 days, Xiaoxi did not find himself bored. He had been cultivating relationships with Sakura and the others, engaging in several rounds of 4-player doujou, thus leading a rather pleasant existence. However, the inevitable farewell was approaching. Once Xiaoxia and the others regained consciousness, Xiaoxi bid them a heartfelt farewell. Along the way, Xiaoxia, with a look of suspicion, gazed at Xiaoxi and remarked, "Xiaoxi, I feel as though I've forgotten something. What transpired? Brock, cradling his head, added, I feel the same way. My mind is rather hazy. What happened? Pikachu raised its tiny paw. Pika, I know this. Xiaoji shot a glance at Pikachu and chuckled softly. Have you all forgotten? Xiaoxia and Brock exchanged disdainful glances at Xiaoji, with Xiaoxia retorting, isn't that obvious? Clearing his throat, Xiaoji explained, the day before yesterday, Team Rocket suddenly appeared at the Hualan gym with a robot. They captured Brock, and I defeated them with 2 EVs. When I found Brock, he was already unconscious, and Xiaoxia was likely in a similar state. Upon hearing Xiaoji's explanation, Brock slapped his forehead and exclaimed, oh, indeed, I have some recollection. We were ambushed by Musashi and then lost consciousness. Xiaoxia, still unsatisfied, pressed. What do you mean by I was about the same? How did I lose consciousness? And when did you acquire EVs? At this, a glimmer of brilliance flickered in Xiaoji's eyes as he replied, did you not know my title in the academic community? The father of EV? Xiaoxia, seemingly perplexed, nodded, clearly having done her research. Xiaoji, pleased, summoned 2 EVs, stating, as the father of EV, is it not natural to possess EVs? Wow, how adorable. Upon the appearance of the EVs, Xiaoxia's attention was instantaneously captivated. Xiaoji was quite satisfied with this effect. During the subsequent stretch of their journey, Xiaoji refrained from recalling the 2 EVs, causing Xiaoxia to nearly attach herself to them. Yet regrettably, she had not even had the chance to touch them. Xiaoji's Pokemon training remained unwavering, focusing solely on combat. Relentless battles were sufficient. Practical experience served as the sole benchmark for strength. Suddenly, Brock pointed ahead towards a rustic wooden structure. Xiaoji, look. It seems there is something up ahead. He stepped closer to a sign that read, Unofficial Pokemon Alliance Gym, and it boasts a winning streak of 92. Xiaoji approached Brock, stroking his chin thoughtfully. A winning streak of over 90 battles is indeed impressive. Just then, a voice boomed. Hey, are you here to challenge me, the Beastmaster Xiaoming? Xiaoji turned to see a robust man with green hair, carrying a backpack, who glared at them with an air of arrogance. Oh, are you the proprietor of this place? I find it rather intriguing and wonder if I may observe. Xiaoji regarded Xiaoming with keen interest, recalling that this individual's training methods appeared to be quite fascinating. Xiaoming was momentarily taken aback by Xiaoji's straightforwardness. However, he soon regained his composure, viewing it as an opportunity to showcase his capabilities. Casting a glance at Xiaoji's 2 EVs, he chuckled lightly. Very well, please follow me. Naturally, he held no interest in the multitude of Pikachus that were as common as stray dogs. Upon entering, a Butterfree fluttered over cheerfully, retrieving Xiaoming's backpack. Witnessing this scene, Xiaoji felt a twinge of envy, silently acknowledging, truly, Xiaoming, the circus ringmaster, possesses a remarkable ability to train Pokemon. He then shot a glance at Pikachu, who lay there like a lethargic fish. How can there be such a disparity among Pokemon? Pikachu, bewildered by Xiaoji's scrutiny, scratched its head in confusion. Xiaoming first guided Xiaoji and the others around his training grounds. Although many Pokemon were merely Beedrills and Rattatas, it was evident that Xiaoming had not neglected them. Each Pokemon greeted him with enthusiasm upon his arrival. Observing the spirited Pokemon, Brock remarked, it seems you are quite the capable caretaker, Xiaoming. The Pokemon here are well cared for. Their coats gleaming, and their eyes full of vitality. Of course, Xiaoming replied confidently, beginning to boast about his training methods. I have tailored training plans and equipment based on their individual physiques. I have also utilized different Pokemon foods based on their preferences to ensure their healthy growth. Sensing Xiaoming's eagerness to elaborate, Xiaoji interjected, are the training tools you mentioned the vests they are wearing? Indeed, these are my inventions, the weighted vests, Xiaoming proclaimed proudly. He pointed to a Rattata jumping through a hoop of fire, continuing, to help this Rattata overcome its fear of flames, I designed a specific training regimen for that purpose, along with exercises on bouncing balls and tightrope walking. Suddenly, a bell rang. All right, everyone, take a 15-minute break, Xiaoming announced, allowing the training Pokemon to pause. After an intense training session, many Pokemon lay exhausted on the ground, reluctant to move. Xiaoji cast a glance at Pikachu, who was cautiously watching him. Hee. Oh. These creatures are my pride and joy, Xiaoming mused. Once I achieve my goal of 100 consecutive victories, I will take them on a journey. Huh. Xiaoxia exclaimed in surprise. I thought you didn't want to travel? Why then the need for 100 victories? Xiaoming, gazing at his diligently trained Pokemon, replied earnestly, I believe that without achieving 100 victories, I lack the qualifications to embark on a journey. Thus, I will persist until I attain that goal. Xiaoxia, feeling somewhat awkward, managed to smile, albeit not fully comprehending. She accepted Xiaoming's rationale. However, Xiaoji found it unacceptable, thinking Xiaoming was adhering to some principle. Xiaoming, if that is how you feel, then you needn't bother with traveling. Xiaoji shook his head in disappointment. Strength is important, but it is not the essence of a journey. Before Xiaoming could retort, Xiaoji produced a Pokeball containing a Houndoom. Let us engage in a Pokemon battle. Xiaoming, who had not yet had time to ponder the situation, immediately retrieved a Pokeball as well, laughing heartily. I couldn't ask for more. Huh. Observing the two departing, Xiaoxia expressed her bewilderment. Brock shook his head and remarked, "Come along, Xiaoxia." In the courtyard, Xiaoji regarded Xiaoming, stating calmly, "This battle will be 1v1. Is that acceptable?" Xiaoming, still in a daze from Xiaoji's demeanor, instinctively nodded. Xiaoxia, witnessing this exchange, helplessly rubbed her forehead, pondering how it seemed as though Xiaoming was the one being challenged. With Xiaoming's consent, Xiaoji released his initial Pokemon, Houndoom. Woof woof. A Houndoom, is it? However, I shall not concede defeat. The Sandshrew shall emerge to battle. Xiaoming gazed at the Houndour and cast forth his Pokemon. Kuga. Sandshrew, level 35. Upon perceiving the details of Sandshrew, Ash's eyes glimmered with intrigue. Houndour, without hesitation, unleashed a flame wheel. Witnessing Ash's immediate onslaught, Xiaoming promptly commanded, Sandshrew, evade with rapid spin. Yet, Xiaoming's training, heavily focused on defense, could not compare to the battle-hardened Houndour. Sandshrew, unable to dodge in time, was struck and fell into a state of burn. Yet, true to its training, Sandshrew persevered through the flames, spinning its body. Ash coldly declared, "Finish him off with bite." Houndour seized the opportunity, delivering a decisive blow that concluded the battle. Xiaoming, taken aback by the swift defeat, struggled to process the outcome. Following Houndour's victory, it wagged its tail and approached Ash. Seeking praise, Ash affectionately patted Houndour's head and addressed Xiaoming. "Houndour, as my starter Pokemon, triumphed over your Sandshrew not because it became stronger after our travels together, but because we have grown stronger side by side throughout our journey. If one were to achieve 100 consecutive victories before embarking on a journey, then regardless of the outcome, the essence of travel would have been lost." With Ash's words hanging in the air, he silently observed Xiaoming's vacant expression. After a prolonged moment, Xiaoming's eyes regained their spark as he expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Ash. I believe I understand now." Nodding in acknowledgement, Ash replied, "Then please provide me with a few of your specially crafted training vests." Xiaoming, momentarily stunned, chuckled, "Of course." Misty and Brock lowered their heads, indicating their unfamiliarity with Ash. Noticing their timid demeanor, Ash cast a bemused glance in their direction. Having successfully secured what he desired, Ash suddenly turned to Xiaoming and inquired, "Xiaoming, could you train this Pikachu for me? It has been rather unruly of late." Pikachu shook its head vigorously and ran into Misty's arms, exclaiming, "Pika Pika, Mommy, save me." Ha. Chapter 20. The Arrival of the Rapidash. "Ash, are you certain this will work?" Misty expressed her concerns, glancing at Ash. "I too feel this is rather unreliable," Brock added, gripping the ropes tightly on either side of his body, trembling slightly despite the rope binding his waist. Ash earnestly reassured, "Rest assured, Brock and Misty. Nothing will go awry." "Nonsense," Misty retorted, gesturing to the rope tied to her and the other end secured to the weight-bearing Pidgey, pulling at the rope while exclaiming, "Nothing will happen. Why don't you come up yourself?" "Oh, come on. Misty, can't you have a little faith in me? After all, I am a Pokemon doctor." Ash responded, hands on his hips, visibly irked by Misty's lack of trust. "But Ash," Brock lamented, "this seems a tad perilous." Fearing that Beedrill alone might be inadequate to carry Brock, Ash had invited Zubat to assist. Let it be clear, this is not for amusement. This training method is based on Xiaoming's weight training, enhanced to develop Pokemon's willpower and accuracy. Observing Misty and Brock's hesitation, Ash, to instill confidence, vowed, "I swear, if you get injured, Pikachu will be struck by lightning." The last part of Ash's declaration came out in a rush, leaving Misty and Brock bewildered. Seeing they had no objections, Ash grinned and commanded, "Pidgey, you may begin." Pidgey unfurled its wings and took to the skies. Initially burdened by the weight, Pidgey struggled. Yet the speed at which Pokemon learn is remarkable. Soon, Pidgey mastered the technique. Beedrill and the others followed suit, although Brock seemed to suffer a bit due to the coordination required. Witnessing their successful ascent, Ash exhaled in relief. "I truly am a genius to devise such a training method." Yet, to be safe, Ash decided to evolve Houndour. He produced a Fire Stone and Evolutionary Gem, offering them to Houndour. Woof. Houndour licked Ash affectionately before gently initiating its evolution. A radiant light enveloped it as Rapidash emerged. Rapidash, level 44, gender, male, type, fire, ability, Justified, held item, charcoal. Skills, ember, bite, howl, odor sleuth, fire spin, agility, double kick, flame wheel, last resort, quick attack. Gazing at the magnificent creature before him, Ash's eyes brimmed with affection as he patted its head, saying, I entrust them to you. Woof. Rapid Ash barked, wagging its tail as it trotted toward them. Meanwhile, Pikachu, tugging at 2EV, wore a look of exasperation, which only delighted Ash further. Oh, Pikachu, just endure for now. Before Ash could articulate his thoughts, a wild Scyther returned, gesturing animatedly toward the direction in which Pidgey had flown. Cha-cha-cha. Ash furrowed his brow, questioning, Scyther, is there something there? Scyther nodded vigorously. Pikachu, Eevee, stop playing and hurry. Ash called to Pikachu, who had been using Eevee as a mount, urging them to move swiftly. Upon reaching Scyther's indicated location, they found themselves enveloped in thick fog. Visibility reduced to less than 2 meters. Misty and Brock halted, hesitant to proceed further. Confused by the sudden fog, Misty turned to Ash. Do you know what is happening here? Observing the mist, Ash's mind began to formulate a hypothesis. To ensure their safety, Ash instructed his son Eevee, sense if there is any danger within. Son Eevee's eyes glowed white as it surveyed the area, then shook its head. Eevee, no danger. Nodding, Ash remarked. This appears to be artificially created. Let us investigate further. What? We have to go in? Misty expressed reluctance. Ash, noticing her fear, teased, What's the matter, Misty? Are you afraid? I'm not scared. I'm leaving right now. Misty retorted, stomping her foot and briskly marching in a determined direction. Observing her chosen path, Ash chuckled. Hey Misty, you're going the wrong way. That's the path we came from. Embarrassed, Misty retracted her foot and returned, casting a fierce glare at Ash. Ash recalled his Pokemon and stepped closer to Misty, smugly declaring, Misty, you should stick with me. Let us move. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at a place resembling a school. 2 youths clad in student attire were tidying up the front. Upon spotting Ash and his companions, the youths abruptly ceased their cleaning, tossed aside their brooms, and pointed at Ash, rudely exclaiming, Who are you lot, and what do you want? This is an elite academy. You'd best make yourselves scarce. Ash's demeanor turned icy as he released Scyther, commanding, Such arrogance. Go, give him a taste of his own medicine. Seeing Ash unleash his Pokemon without warning, the youth shouted, What do you think you're doing? This is a Pokemon academy for the elite. You cannot lay a hand on us. Indeed, swiftly recall your Pokemon, lest you face dire consequences. As the two exchanged threats, the Scyther had already approached. Upon witnessing the gleaming blades of the Scyther, they realized their imminent peril and hastily knelt down. Big brother, we were wrong. The Scyther raised its claws, a sinister smile curling at the corners of its mouth. Fear not, it won't hurt. Help. No, please, esteemed lady, save us. Brock, who shared a similarly unfavorable view of the two, found some satisfaction in their plight, yet still advised cautiously, Ash, this is, after all, someone else's territory. We should proceed with care. Misty, however, voiced her dissent, asserting, What's the matter? Let us not forget Ash's status. These individuals believe that their enrollment in an elite school elevates them above others. They ought to be taught a lesson. Ash nodded reassuringly. Do not worry, I am acquainted with the headmaster here. Just then, a commotion arose at the school's entrance. Esteemed lady, it's them. I just saw them causing trouble here. A bespectacled student pointed accusingly at Ash and his companions. Who dares to act so brazenly in our domain? Truly outrageous. A voice, cold and refined, echoed through the air. Following this, a striking young lady with chestnut curls and an alluring figure emerged. Upon seeing her, the two students still being punished regained their bravado. Damn it, Scyther. Ease up. The elite student, taken aback by Scyther's boldness, furiously unleashed her Pokemon. Galarian, teach this coal-like Scyther a proper lesson. Calm down. There's no need for such anger. Who is Ash? Chapter 21, The Esteemed Lady. The once furious elite student, upon recognizing Ash, found her ire dissipate, replaced by excitement and surprise. Ash, what brings you here? The elite lady blushed slightly and hurried to Ash's side, feeling somewhat bashful. Ash affectionately ruffled her hair, chuckling. I'm on a journey and happened to pass by, so I thought I'd drop in. Feeling the warmth on her head, the elite lady beamed and inquired about Ash's companions. Are they your friends? Ash nodded affirmatively. Indeed, we are traveling together. Although Misty felt a twinge of jealousy at Ash's closeness to the elite lady, she graciously extended her hand in greeting. Hello, I'm Misty. The elite lady's eyes flickered with something unusual as she reached out. I am the esteemed lady. Brock, enthralled, pretended to adjust his tie and said, Hello, my name is Brock. Might I have the honor of sharing afternoon tea with you, miss? The elite lady gave Brock a fleeting glance, her tone indifferent. You too. Upon hearing the elite lady's cold response, Brock felt as though his world had plunged into darkness. How unfortunate. The first time I encounter a girl I like, I face such rejection. Misty observed Brock's despondent demeanor and stepped aside, a hint of disdain in her eyes. The elite lady, oblivious to their exchange, focused solely on Ash. She pointed to the two students being punished by Scyther, asking, Ash, did these individuals offend you? The students, witnessing the camaraderie between their assailant and the esteemed lady, internally lamented their fate. It's over. The esteemed lady has betrayed us. My goddess. Ash recalled Scyther and succinctly explained the situation. Leave it to me, Ash. The school will take care of their punishment. Upon hearing the reason, the elite lady's gaze turned icy. She then playfully pouted at Ash. Ash, it's been so long since we last met. You must stay and enjoy yourself a while longer. Father has also missed you greatly. Ash hesitated. Ash, ha. You've finally arrived. A hearty laugh resonated as a middle-aged man in a black suit approached. Upon recognizing him, Ash glanced at the elite lady beside him. She flashed him a sweet smile and playfully stuck out her tongue. With a resigned smile, Ash greeted, Principal Achinos, it's been a while. Principal Achinos approached Ash, patting him on the shoulder. Look at you, you've grown strong. He then glanced at Misty and Brock, gesturing grandly. Come on, let us go inside and chat. The principal and his daughter each took hold of Ash and led him into the school. Ash turned back to signal Misty and Brock to follow. The two unfortunate students exchanged glances, feeling as though the sky had fallen. As they walked, Principal Achinos learned of his student's behavior, which incensed him. He casually stopped the passing teacher, instructing, inform everyone that there will be a school-wide assembly tonight. Moreover, those two will receive a severe reprimand. I expect to hear their letters of remorse this evening. Yes, Principal. The teacher nodded eagerly, catching sight of Ash and quickly realizing the implications. He turned to relay the message. Entering the principal's office, Ash, aware of the predicament he was in, feigned resignation. Principal Achinos, I apologize, but we must continue our journey. We can only stay for a short while. Before Achinos could respond, the elite lady pouted at Ash. Oh, Ash, please don't leave so soon. Witnessing his daughter clinging to Ash, Achinos closed his eyes, wishing for a moment of peace. Yet Ash remained steadfast, unaffected by such overtures. The elite lady, seeing Ash's indifference, shifted her focus to the enviously smitten Brock. She cast a pitiful glance at him. Mr. Brock, must you depart so soon? How adorable. Enchanted by her gaze, Brock stood dazed, shaking his head. How could that be, esteemed lady? Satisfied with his response, the elite lady turned her attention to Misty. Observing Brock's infatuation, Misty felt a sense of contempt. Pathetic. I must act. It seems Ash has noticed too. We cannot linger here. As the elite lady approached Misty, the latter's caution heightened. The elite lady produced a photograph showcasing rows of clothing, accessories, and plush toys, instantly captivating Misty's attention. She whispered enticingly, Misty, would you like to see my collection? If you find anything you like, I'd be delighted to gift it to you. Oh yes, absolutely. Misty nodded eagerly, akin to a chick pecking at grain. With her objective achieved, the elite lady cast a triumphant glance at Ash. Ash, unwilling to fall into the trap, turned his gaze. Seeking to buy time, actually. Principal Achinos interrupted. Actually, I know you're traveling this year. I've specially sought a Pokémon for you. However, it's a bit far from here and may not arrive until tomorrow. What a pity. No, there's no need for lamentation, Principal Achinos. Ash replied with a forced smile, his tone earnest. What I truly wish to convey is that I believe the evening gathering can indeed proceed. Aishin took a sip of tea and cast a glance at Ash. Wouldn't tea that be somewhat forced? Not at all. Ash replied with unwavering certainty, shaking his head. Uncle Aishin, please tell me what you need me to do. Pikachu was perplexed, pondering why, despite his inherent goodness, those around him were so shameless. Pika, here's some delicious ketchup for you. A distinguished student produced a box of ketchup from somewhere and opened it, presenting it to Pikachu. Pikachu's eyes sparkled as he eagerly leaned forward to indulge. Pika, so delightful. Meanwhile, Aishin and Ash discussed the challenges facing the school. As an elite institution, they only admitted children from affluent families. Consequently, the resources and Pokémon at their disposal significantly surpassed those of ordinary trainers. Over time, the students had developed an air of superiority. Although the school endeavored to rectify this, some students continued to harbor a sense of elitism, looking down upon trainers who were not their classmates. Thus, Principal Aishin sought Ash's assistance in addressing these individuals, hoping to instill in them the understanding that there are always those greater than oneself. At this juncture, Brock, having regained his composure, posed a question. Principal Aishin, Why did you choose Ash? Aishin shook his head, gazing at Ash with admiration. Because Ash is the most gifted and talented young person I have ever encountered. I still vividly recall the prodigious 10-year-old Ash who captivated the academic world. Chapter 22. Ash, one at a time. As night fell, the faculty and students of the elite school gathered on the playground, eagerly awaiting the arrival of a mysterious guest. Whispers of speculation rippled through the crowd. Does anyone know what is happening today? Perhaps a leader is coming to inspect us. I heard that 2 outsiders were beaten up, and I suspect it's related. One student chimed in. I've never even heard of them. They're just 2 nobodies, another scoffed. Rumor has it that a significant figure is visiting tonight. And they're not from our school. Really? I wonder which family prodigy it is. It would be advantageous to make their acquaintance. Meanwhile, the teachers were engaged in their own discussions, gathered around the teacher who had initially relayed the information. Ichiro, who is coming? I'm dying of curiosity. Just tell us. Yes. Ichiro, do share. Ichiro flashed a sly smile. Don't rush me. I can only say that this individual is a renowned figure in academia. Exchanging glances. The crowd nodded in agreement, raising their fists in excitement. Yes, yes, yes. Come on, just tell us. A cough reverberated through the speakers. The lights dazzled. Converging on the platform at the center stage, Aishin appeared alongside Ash, while Misty and Brock were stealthily positioned in a corner of the playground, led by the distinguished student. Who is that person? The principal seems to hold him in high regard. Could he be a notable figure? Wow, it's Dr. Ash. Dr. Ash? Who is he? All right. I declare you expelled from academia if you don't even know who Dr. Ash is. Leave. Now, students and teachers, please quiet down. Aishin addressed the crowd. He then gestured toward Ash, making a grand introduction. I believe many of you are aware that standing beside me is the one hailed as the father of EV. The discoverer of fairy types, the youngest Pokemon doctor ever recognized by the elite champions, and the most gifted trainer, Ash. 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 Upon hearing Aishin's introduction, the entire assembly erupted in fervent cheers, the sound echoing to the heavens. In the corner, Misty and Brock gaped in astonishment. Is Ash really that remarkable? The distinguished student shot them a disdainful glance. Of course, merely holding the title of doctor is an honor that has been bestowed upon fewer than 100 individuals in the entire history of the league. Furthermore, the title of youngest doctor has never been awarded to anyone but Ash. As the realization dawned upon Misty and Brock, they comprehended why Ash was so highly revered. The prestige of that title was undeniable. On the stage, Ash, upon hearing Aishin's closing remarks, felt a mix of pride and humility. Acknowledging that he had yet to fully mature, he leaned in to whisper to Aishin, Uncle Aishin, please don't exaggerate. When did those champions ever say such a thing? Aishin glanced at Ash in surprise and replied quietly, Ash, are you not aware? The EVs you trained could easily hold their own against even the elite trainers, let alone the champions. The esteemed Professor Oak seemed to grasp the implication, prompting Aishin to cease his comments. However, it was too late. Ash had already caught on. So, it was Professor Oak who feared I might become arrogant? Yet, I am not that kind of person, Ash thought, a glimmer of determination shining in his eyes. Ahem. Aishin cleared his throat, then instructed the 2 outsiders to come forward and publicly read their letters of apology to Ash. Meanwhile, the students had gleaned the events that transpired from the chatter of a few well-informed peers. Amid their loud jeers, the outsiders trembled as they began to read their apologies. Dear esteemed, witnessing this mortifying spectacle caused those who similarly looked down on trainers outside the school to reflect deeply. Under immense pressure, the 2 outsiders completed their lengthy, 2,000-word letters of apology and, upon exchanging glances, collapsed into each other's arms. Aishin, with a look of disdain, waved his hand, commanding 2 attendants to remove them. Dear students, starting this year, Dr. Ash will be traveling and has come to our school to assess our capabilities. All students are welcome to participate. With these words, the crowd erupted in excitement. I want to go. I want to go. As the students clamored, Ash stepped forward and calmly declared, there is no need to fight. One at a time. I shall accept the challenges of each and every one of you. With that, he leapt down onto the playground. The spotlight illuminated the entire arena as he called out, Arcanine, Pidgeotto, Beedrill, Scyther Zubat. Come forth. Everyone, let us go? Ash exclaimed. And Pikachu joined him, announcing, Pika, and I'm here too. Witnessing Ash, illuminated by the spotlight, the students from the elite school recognized this as a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I'm coming. Squirtle, go. Watch me. Bulbasaur, I'm in. A steady stream of challengers approached Ash, who assigned Pokemon according to their levels. For those who relied solely on type advantages, Ash triumphed effortlessly. He's so strong. Can we really defeat him? What are you saying? We are students of an elite school. We are the cream of the crop. Zubat, having amassed enough experience, evolved into Golbat. Golbat. Level, 24. Gender, male. Type, poison, flying. Ability, adaptability. Held item, evolutionary stone. Moves, supersonic, screech, absorb, bite, wing attack, swift, air cutter, odd light. Observing the gradual retreat of the Academy's elite trainers without a single Pokemon defeated by Ash, impatience swelled. A figure with a sideswept fringe stepped forward. Charmeleon. Let us go. How splendid. It's the esteemed Fringe Master of the F4. We are saved. Charmeleon's level, 40. Ash smiled and remarked, finally, a contender worth battling. Let us unleash the speed of my Arcanine. The continuous challenges had rendered Ash oblivious to the concept of concession, initiating with a powerful move. After a fierce battle, Charmeleon was swiftly defeated. Next, the remaining 3 champions, Pompadour, Black Mask, and May, also fell to Ash's prowess. Having vanquished their strongest quartet, the students gazed at Ash with a mixture of fear and admiration, no longer daring to issue challenges. Feeling the moment had arrived, Yaisen exchanged a knowing glance with Ash. All right, everyone. This challenge concludes here. Let us express our gratitude to Dr. Ash for his spectacular performance. Applause erupted. Though it was somewhat embarrassing to have single-handedly bested an entire school, Yaisen mused, perhaps it would temper the arrogance of these children. Ash nodded to the crowd, recalled his Pokemon, and descended from the arena. The elite students surrounded him, exclaiming, "Congratulations, Ash, brother, on your complete victory." Ash smiled at them. "I'm merely putting your school in its place, and you seem utterly unconcerned." The elite student shrugged nonchalantly. "What of it? Surely, my father thinks likewise, after all. Ash, brother, is remarkable." Ash paused, nodding thoughtfully. Indeed, that seemed to be the case. The elite student beamed sweetly. "Well, it's time for dinner." That night, a shadow stealthily slipped into Ash's room. Sensing someone rummaging about, Ash swiftly apprehended the intruder beneath him. "Who goes there?" The elite student let out a soft hum. "It's me, Ash, brother." Ash gradually released his grip. "What brings you to my room?" In the dimness, the elite student blushed. "Ash, brother, I wish to sleep with you." Rustling sounds ensued. Ash firmly stated, "That is not permissible." "Ouch, I'm refusing." The elite student mumbled indistinctly. "Very well. You've invited this upon yourself." "Ouch, it will cease shortly." "Ah, truly, Ash, brother did not deceive me." Chapter 23, Xiao Chui at the Rehabilitation Center. The following morning, Ash awoke early. The elite student had already departed. Tidying up the disarray, Ash exited his room and made his way to the principal's office, where Yaisen awaited him. Feeling somewhat guilty under Yaisen's gaze, Ash chuckled nervously. "Good morning, Uncle Yaisen." Yaisen nodded, retrieving a Pokeball from his drawer and handing it to Ash. "Take this." Ash accepted it and, at Yaisen's prompting, released the Pokemon inside, Larvitar. Immediately, the little creature glared fiercely at Ash. "Larva? You are my master?" Ash realized this was unacceptable. He grasped its sharp horn and hoisted it up with determination. "Larvitar, Larvitar. I yield, I yield." Feeling Ash's strength, Larvitar promptly conceded. Larvitar. Level, 5. Gender, male. Type, rock, ground. Ability, Sandveil. Held item, none. Moves, tackle, bite, sandstorm, dragon dance, outrage. With a glint of excitement in his eyes upon seeing Larvitar's data, Ash recalled the Pokemon and expressed his gratitude to Yaisen. "Thank you, Uncle Yaisen." Yaisen calmly regarded Ash. The elite student wishes to embark on a journey. Ash raised an eyebrow, uncertain. "Are you implying what I think you are?" "Humph," Yaisen huffed. "The elite student desires to travel with you. Are you finally comprehending, you scoundrel?" Ash chuckled awkwardly. "I genuinely had no knowledge of this. The elite student hasn't he mentioned anything to me." Sigh. Yaisen lamented. "I've watched you grow up, Ash. Please take good care of her." Ash nodded earnestly. "Uncle Yaisen, worry not. I will look after her well." Yaisen waved his hand, signaling Ash that he could leave. After Ash departed, Yaisen sighed deeply. "Elite student, I hope you do not regret this choice." As Ash and his companions bid farewell to the Pokemon Academy, their journey continued. Though this time their ranks swelled by one. "Honestly, my father didn't even come to see me off," the elite student grumbled, dressed in a splendid gown. Her spirits somewhat dampened. Thinking of Yaisen hiding in the thicket, watching her depart, Ash chuckled softly. "Elite student, Uncle Yaisen did not neglect to send you off." Brock chimed in, "Indeed. Miss Elite student, what parent would disregard their child? Trust in Principal Yaisen. He is surely watching over you in silence." Misty, linking arms with the elite student, began to comfort her. In a mere half-day, they had forged a strong friendship. Seeing the formality of Ash and his friends, the elite student waved her hands. "Oh, it's not that. I was merely voicing a complaint. Besides, with Ash brother here, I am far from unhappy. She glanced shyly at Ash. Suddenly, a sound like something shattering caught their attention. Pika Pika. Pikachu seemed to have discovered something. Ash and the others looked up to find a lone Bulbasaur. Ash felt a surge of determination upon spotting Bulbasaur. Bulbasaur, shall we engage in a capture battle? Bulba. If you wish to capture me, catch me first. Bulbasaur shot a glance at Ash before sprinting away. Let us chase. Ash led the pursuit. Misty and Brock exchanged glances and followed suit. Upon reaching a suspension bridge, Ash noticed something amiss as he stepped on it. It's a trap. Arcanine, Pidgeotto, Beedrill, Zubat. Everyone charge. Ash mounted Arcanine, while Pidgeotto swiftly carried Misty and Brock across to safety. Just in time, the bridge began to fracture. Pika Pika. Ash, save me. Pikachu exclaimed. Ash felt helpless. Pikachu, hurry and come over. Pikachu suddenly remembered its identity as a Pokémon and sprinted towards Ash. Pika, I'm saved. Ash ruffled the electric mouse's fur. Pikachu, you're quite the coward. Pikachu waved its paws in protest to Ash's assessment. Pika Pika Pika. Misty gazed in astonishment at the crumbling bridge, a wave of fear washing over her. What is happening, Ash? This bridge is utterly unreliable. Ash shook his head, recalling Pidgeotto and the others. This is a trap, and there may be more ahead. Let us follow Arcanine. The exemplary prodigy, upon hearing of a trap, hastily approached Ash, entwining her arm with his, and said, Dear Ash, you must protect me well. Observing the prodigy's somewhat flirtatious demeanor, Misty couldn't help but smirk slightly. Ash patted the prodigy and addressed his loyal Arcanine. Arcanine, steer clear of the trap and locate that Bulbasaur. Arcanine nodded, its gaze sharp and focused. Woof. Leave it to me. Ash instructed Misty and Brock to follow Arcanine. Their journey was relatively uneventful until they spotted a wooden cabin in the distance. Brock remarked to Ash, Ash, your foresight is commendable. You didn't T-trigger those traps. I can't believe this place actually has an owner. Ash nodded and was about to proceed when Arcanine suddenly fixated on a bush, as if anticipating something. Bulbasaur. Upon being discovered, Bulbasaur emerged from the foliage, eyeing Ash and his friends warily. Who are you all? A melodious female voice inquired. A girl with blue hair and a medicinal basket approached them. Enchanted by her pure and innocent aura, Brock slid to his knees before her. Greetings, fair maiden, my name is Brock. Might I have the honor of knowing you? Misty, unable to bear his embarrassing display, quickly moved behind Brock and delivered a swift punch. I apologize, miss, my friend is rather drowsy today. She then dragged the dazed Brock back to Ash's side. It's quite all right. The girl, named Xiaotsue, observed the scene, covering her mouth in astonishment. The prodigy chuckled lightly, saying, Dear Ash, our companion truly is amusing. Ash shook his head, recalling Arcanine and indicating that he bore no ill intent. He then turned to Xiaotsue and introduced himself. I am Ash, and these are my companions, Misty and Brock. This is the exemplary prodigy. Xiaotsue waved her hand dismissively. No need for apologies. That Bulbasaur is not my Pokemon. My name is Xiaotsue, and I am the caretaker of this forest sanctuary. Forest sanctuary? Misty echoed. So, Xiaotsue, you are the nurse here. Xiaotsue waved her hands. Nurse? I'm not qualified for that. I merely employ traditional methods. At this moment, Brock stood up, stating earnestly, Miss Xiaotsue, traditional methods can sometimes be just as effective, if not more so. Xiaotsue shot him a peculiar glance and chuckled awkwardly. Thank you. All right. This isn't the place for idle chatter. Let us head back to the cabin. Bulbasaur looked at Xiaotsue with a hint of confusion. Xiaotsue smiled and led Ash and his companions toward the wooden cabin. How infuriating. How could there be traps here? To think they would dare play tricks in front of Team Rocket. Just wait. Chapter 24. Evolution of Pidgeot. Upon reaching the cabin, they found it nestled around a serene pond, surrounded by various Pokémon feasting on food. Although the cabin was modest, it exuded a warm and comfortable ambience. Misty admired the sight, exclaiming, Xiaotsue, do you have so many Pokémon? Xiaotsue shook her head. These are Pokémon I have rescued, or those that have been abandoned. Brock, captivated by Xiaotsue, blushed and fell into a daydream. Miss Xiaotsue is not only beautiful, but kind-hearted. How could anyone abandon their Pokémon? The prodigy expressed her bewilderment. There is nothing unimaginable about it. Some individuals deem their Pokémon weak and thus abandon them, Ash explained, dismissing it as a common occurrence. Misty glanced at Ash and inquired, was that Bulbasaur also abandoned? Xiaotsue shook her head, gently patting Bulbasaur's head. This little one is here to protect us. He is our guardian. Is that so? Misty exchanged a glance with Ash, realizing that capturing Bulbasaur would be an impossible feat. Ash, however, seemed unfazed, addressing Xiaotsui. But caring for so many Pokemon must be quite a challenge for you. Xiaotsui let out a deep sigh, her gaze sweeping over the Pokemon savoring their meals. A wave of helplessness and concern washing over her. These little ones, after being rescued, have stayed here, gradually losing their former vitality and enthusiasm. If this continues, Xiaotsui trailed off. Ash interjected, so they are no longer suited for survival in the wild? Xiaotsui nodded, glancing at Bulbasaur. In truth, I would love for you to catch Bulbasaur. Bulbasaur, surprised, shook his head and approached Xiaotsui. Bulbasaur, Bulbasaur. Xiaotsui, what nonsense are you saying? Xiaotsui stroked Bulbasaur's head. Bulbasaur shouldn't be confined here. He has a brighter future ahead. Remaining here would make him a frog in a well. Bulbasaur shook his head vigorously. Bulbasaur, Bulbasaur. No way. I must protect Xiaotsui. Brock, moved to tears, remarked, how touching. This is the bond between Pokemon and humans. Misty and the prodigy nodded, their eyes glistening. In that case, why not give him to us? Suddenly, a voice echoed from above. Ash and his friends looked up to see a massive machine hovering in the sky, with two figures and a Meowth perched atop it. Xiaotsui glared at the unexpected intruders. Who are you? Since you've sincerely asked, we shall graciously enlighten you. To prevent the world from destruction, to safeguard the peace of the world, to promote love and truth, the embodiment of evil, the charming and delightful villains. Jesse, James. We are Team Rocket, traversing the galaxy. A white hole, a bright tomorrow awaits us. That's right, Meow. Now is the time to reap our rewards, Meow. Having learned from past experiences, Team Rocket launched into action. With Meowth as deft maneuvers, the machine emitted a low hum before suddenly extending a powerful suction tube. The tube exuded a formidable force, pulling the Pokemon, who were enjoying their meals, off the ground, helpless against its might. Ash and his friends quickly embraced the Pokemon to prevent them from being sucked in, while Pikachu clung to Ash's leg to avoid being swept away. Bulbasaur, Bulbasaur. In a critical moment, Bulbasaur summoned its strength, resisting the suction and using its vine whip to rescue several Pokemon that were not shielded in time. Ash braced against the pull, shouting to Pikachu, Pikachu, try using Thunderbolt. Pikachu struggled to maintain its footing and unleashed a bolt of electricity. Pikachu, miss. Jessie taunted from above, that is futile. Pikachu can hardly stand. How could it possibly hit us? Exactly, Meow. Meowth chuckled. This is our pride and joy. It won't be so easily defeated. Ash, observing the smug Team Rocket, smirked and released Pidgeotto, declaring, then let us try this. Pidgeotto used Gust. With a powerful surge of suction, Pidgey swiftly stabilized its form. Now is the moment. Pidgey, ignite your flames with a tempest. Riding the fierce currents of wind, Pidgey flapped its grand wings with fervor. Each stroke unleashed a torrent of air, as if a colossal beast was mercilessly battering against the straw. The force surged through the straw, penetrating deep into the machinery within. Beep, beep, beep. The machine erupted with a crimson alarm. It's over, Meow. Meowth fiddled helplessly, realizing the futility of the situation. Suddenly, with a thunderous roar, the machine exploded in a brilliant flash. What a bothersome sensation. With the victory of battle, Pidgey erupted in a dazzling white light, evolving into Pidgeot. Pidgeot. Level 37. Male. Type. Normal. Flying. Ability. Big pecs. Held item. Sharp beak. Moves. Sand attack. Tackle. Gust. Quick attack. Whirlwind. Twister. Agility. Air slash. Brave bird. Observing the now magnificent Pidgeot, Ash joyously congratulated. Congratulations, Pidgeot. Pidgeot approached Ash, nodding gratefully in acknowledgement. Nearby, Bulbasaur gazed at the evolved Pidgeot with a glimmer of envy in its eyes. Ash, noticing this, smiled and approached Misty, saying, Misty, have you ever heard of Professor Oak's lab? Misty nodded. Of course, who hasn't heard of Professor Oak's research facility? What is up, Ash? Her keen intellect immediately sensed something amiss. Wait, are you the Professor, Ash? Ash confirmed. I can introduce you to Professor Oak. These Pokemon will surely thrive there. Misty was overwhelmed with joy, exclaiming, That's wonderful. I greatly admire Professor Oak. Thank you, Ash. This scene made Brock enviously clench his teeth, muttering, I want to be a Pokemon professor too. Misty shot Brock a glance, teasingly saying, Aren't you aiming to be a breeder? The esteemed girl leaned on her hand, remarking, Ash is truly charming. Misty glanced at her oddly, wondering if she was not the least bit upset. Throughout their journey, she realized that their relationship was far more intricate than mere sibling camaraderie. The most crucial point was that they made no effort to conceal it. At that moment, Misty understood the situation, blushing as she pushed Ash away. Clearing her throat, she looked at Bulbasaur and asked, Bulbasaur, would you like to travel with Ash? Bulbasaur nodded eagerly. glancing at Ash and chirping, Bulba, Bulba. Misty smiled at Ash, saying, Bulbasaur has agreed, but you must first defeat him. Ash smirked, that essay given. Pidgeot. Let us embark on our first battle post-evolution. Pidgeot. Bulba. Ultimately, Pidgeot triumphed through speed and level superiority. I've captured Bulbasaur. Pika Pika. Bulbasaur. Level 21. Male. Type, grass. Poison. Ability, overgrow. Held item, none. Moves, tackle, vine whip, leech seed, solar beam, poison powder, leaf blade, synthesis. Releasing Bulbasaur, Ash expressed his gratitude to Misty. Thank you, Misty. She shook her head, replying, Bulbasaur being by your side is the best thing. Bulba, Bulba. Chapter 25, The Abandoned Charmander. After bidding farewell to Misty, Ash and his companions continued their journey towards Leaf Green City, but soon found themselves lost. I can't take it anymore. It's been 8 days. When will we reach Leaf Green City? The esteemed girl complained indignantly. Ash, I'm so tired, she added. Ash sighed, what can we do? We got lost. So let us just keep going. Humph, the esteemed girl huffed. If I had known, I wouldn't have come on this journey. Traveling is exhausting. Ash affectionately ruffled her hair, saying, once we reach Leaf Green City, we can take a train back home. The esteemed girl, now devoid of her previous vitality, appeared utterly fatigued. Her once pristine attire now soiled. But I can't bear to leave you, Ash. At that moment, Misty, equally fatigued, plopped down on the ground, exclaiming, I really don't want to walk anymore. Ash, Brock, where are we? Brock, engrossed in studying the map, replied, we're almost there. Misty shot him a skeptical glance. You've been saying that for 3 days. Coughing slightly, Brock chose not to reply. Ash comforted the esteemed girl before joining Brock, asking, so Brock, have you found the way? Brock handed the map to Ash and pointed eastward. It seems to be in that direction. Doubtful due to their numerous detours, Brock felt uncertain. Ash glanced at the map and thought it looked promising, rallying everyone. All right, let us proceed onwards. Pika Pika. Pikachu, perched on Ash's shoulder, seemed unfazed by the exhaustion. Misty, observing Ash's boundless enthusiasm, teased, Ash, how come you seem unaffected? Ash chuckled, it's the allure of the unknown that captivates me, Misty. Misty paused in surprise, but gradually began to smile. Brock took a deep breath, inspired by Ash's words, and nodded. Then let us set off. I have confidence in this route. Onward. The esteemed girl leaped onto Ash's back, pleading, Ash, can you carry me? Ash gently shrugged her off. No way. You'll walk. Oh no. After walking for a while, a sudden roar caught their attention. The esteemed girl and Misty, frightened, hid behind Ash. What was that sound? Brock noticed the two girls were behind Ash while he stood alone, a pang of jealousy surging within him. I'll go check it out. Brock shot Ash a glare. Ash, feeling awkward, suggested, let us all go together. He then wrapped an arm around each girl and headed towards the source of the roar. To Brock, this scene appeared as a heart-wrenching betrayal. He stubbornly turned his head, trying to hold back tears. Misty, caught in Ash's embrace, sneaked a glance at the esteemed girl. Feeling inexplicably guilty, unbeknownst to the esteemed girl, her mind was solely occupied with the anticipation of the unknown roar. With Ash by her side, she felt fearless. Pushing through the underbrush, they discovered a Charmander bellowing against the rocky wall. Mew. Upon seeing the newcomers, the Charmander glanced at them before resuming its cries. Misty exclaimed in astonishment, how is there a Charmander here? Brock stroked his chin, contemplating, it seems to have an owner. So it must be waiting for someone. The esteemed girl, realizing it was merely a Charmander, felt disinterested. Let us just move on. Xiao Gang hesitated as he gazed at the flickering flame on the tail of the weakened Charmander. It seemed as though the creature was in a state of despair. Could it be that he was a forsaken Pokemon? Upon seeing Charmander, Ash comprehended the situation entirely and gently patted Pikachu's rear. Understanding Ash's intent, Pikachu approached Charmander. Pika Pika. Woo woo woo. After a brief exchange, Pikachu began to gesture animatedly. Xiao Xia discerned Pikachu's message. Are we waiting for a trainer? Pikachu gave Xiao Xia a thumbs up. Pika. Ash softly urged, Pikachu, let's invite him to join our team. Pikachu shot Ash an incredulous glance, retorting silently that this was no mere abduction, but a righteous invitation. Pika Pika. After a persuasive session from Pikachu, Charmander finally acquiesced to accompany Ash for healing. Before long, they arrived at a Pokemon Center. At last, a glimpse of human architecture. I was about to become a savage in the wilderness. The proud prodigy was particularly thrilled, tugging Ash along as they dashed into the Pokemon Center. Upon entering, Charmander's eyes lit up instantly. Woo! A boy with blue hair and sunglasses was boasting to his friends. Dayu, where's that useless Charmander of yours? That Charmander is worthless. It can't even defeat a mere tadpole. I've discarded it numerous times. Yet it always clings back like a stubborn adhesive. In the end, I deceived it into waiting on a rock, and it still foolishly wagged its tail as I left. Ha ha. Hearing Dai Yu's derision, Charmander paused, its spirit dwindling, letting out a mournful cry. Woo. Ash and his companions grasped the unfolding events and exchanged worried glances with Charmander. Ash reached out, reassuringly patting Charmander. You are not inadequate. It is this person who is unworthy of you. Noticing the commotion, Dai Yu and his friends turned to see Ash and Charmander. Dai Yu looked at Charmander with disdain. Seriously, why are you back? You cling like an unwanted leech. And I can't shake you off. His friends chimed in. Dai Yu, it seems you'll have to throw him even further next time. Their words ignited fury among Ash and his companions. Pikachu, teach them a lesson, Ash commanded coldly. Pikachu gathered electric arcs around its body and launched them toward Dai Yu and his friends. You guys. Ash, witnessing the paralysis of the group, stepped on Dai Yu's foot, stating coldly, hand over Charmander's Pokeball. You are unworthy of being a Pokemon trainer. As he spoke, Ash intentionally pressed harder, causing Dai Yu to yelp in pain. What are you, Ash the doctor? The ruckus attracted Joy, who approached to investigate. Spotting her, Dai Yu shouted, Miss Joy, save me. This guy is trying to kill me. Ash nodded at Joy, saying, Miss Joy, this person is abusing Pokemon. Understood, Ash the doctor, Joy replied. Dai Yu, realizing Joy was ignoring him, was left dumbfounded as Ash delivered a solid kick, confiscating all his Pokeballs. Don't even think about escaping, kid. After issuing a warning to Dai Yu, Ash turned to Charmander. He produced Charmander's Pokeball and asked, would you like to come with me? If so, shatter it. Charmander glanced at Dai Yu, mustered all its strength, and smashed the Pokeball with its tail. With a resounding crack, Charmander embarked on a new journey. Ash presented a blank Pokeball before Charmander. Woo. Charmander placed its hand on the ball. Congratulations, Ash. Xiao Gang and the others cheered. Before long, Jun Sha arrived to escort Dai Yu and his companions away, destined for the revocation of their trainer licenses and a decade of imprisonment. Chapter 26. Gathering the starter Pokemon. As Ash and his companions continued their journey toward Kyoshi City, they chatted amiably when suddenly, Ash felt the ground beneath him give way. Oh no. He quickly activated his psychic abilities, hovering in midair. Xiao Xia and the others instinctively clung to Ash's leg, adding an unexpected weight that made him somewhat unsteady. Before Ash could regain his balance, he sensed impending danger. Acting on instinct, he landed in the pit just as a water jet soared overhead. The confined space forced the four of them to huddle together. Ouch! What just happened? Genie. 5 tortoises poked their heads from the hole, seemingly mocking Ash and his friends. Ash's expression darkened. He had not anticipated being ensnared by a group of Squirtless. Genie. Upon hearing Ash's taunts, the Squirtless grew displeased and began pointing. Huh, are you all coming out to face us? Ash chuckled, releasing his Pokemon. Woof. Pidgeot. Chow. Young Keela. Oh, enough, Young Keela. You return for now. As one Pokemon after another emerged from the hole, the previously laughing Squirtless fell silent. Genie, please don't go overboard. The leader of the Squirtless, sporting triangular sunglasses, waved his flippers frantically. Woof, brothers, let us take them on. With that command, the brawl commenced. Bang, bang, bang. Upon finally crawling out of the hole, the Squirtless lay submissively on the ground, awaiting Ash's judgment. Genie, it was all a misunderstanding, dear human. Please don't hit us anymore. Ash regarded them coolly, addressing the gang of thuggish Squirtless. You Squirtless had better produce something worthwhile today. They exchanged wary glances. Realizing their predicament, Genie, oh no, boss, we VE encountered a robber. What should we do, boss? I don't want to die. Pathetic, just follow the boss's lead. Just as the Squirtle leader prepared to rise, Woof, what do you think you're doing? Harbaugh Turtle. The speed dog's cold gaze made him falter. Despite his pride and the hopes of his subordinates resting on him, the Squirtle leader feigned bravado. Genie, of course, I'm here to offer something to the boss. Is there a problem? The Squirtle leader's audacious claim left Speed Dog and the others momentarily speechless. He then contemptuously glanced at Speed Dog, as if he were the victor, shaking off the remnants of his food and looking defiantly at Ash. Genie. Observing the haughty Squirtle, Xiao Xia quipped. What is he so proud about over a bit of leftover food? The Squirtle leader, hearing his collection belittled, felt as if struck by an arrow. Pointing indignantly at Xiao Xia. Jenny, this is my most treasured collection. Ash waved his hand and continued battling. Jenny, please. No. Just as the Turtwig retracted into its shell, bracing for impact, a siren echoed. Miss Junsha arrived in her police car. are you all alright? She instinctively assumed Ash and his friends were injured. Professor Ash, Junsha greeted upon noticing his presence. Jenny, save us, capable human. The Turtwigs, who usually fled at the sound of sirens, now appeared to see a savior. Ash gestured towards them, inquiring, Miss Junsha, what is the situation with these Turtwigs? Junsha glanced at the pitifully dressed Turtwigs and recounted their tale. They were abandoned Pokemon, and due to their forsaken status, they often caused mischief in the area. However, their antics were not excessively harmful. Another group of abandoned Pokemon, the proud trainer remarked. These creatures are indeed a nuisance. Ash pondered the Turtwig's behavior, wondering about Team Rocket's whereabouts. Just then, a series of explosive sounds erupted in the forest. Come out, come out. If you have the courage to dig traps, then have the courage to show yourselves. Musashi shouted, brandishing bombs in both hands. Kojiro echoed her sentiments, hurling explosives while complaining. Why do our traps always fail? Why is it that when others dig, we end up jumping in? Meowth smirked, continuing to toss bombs. Curse them. Let the fury of these past days be repaid by this forest. Junsha cast a worried glance at Ash. Professor Ash. Ash turned to the Turtwigs, declaring, Turtwigs, it's time for you to repay your debt and extinguish the flames. The Turtwig leader nodded earnestly at the sight of the raging fire. Jenny, Turtwig Fire Brigade, go. 5 Turtwigs simultaneously unleashed water jets, controlling the fire's spread. Ash, mounted atop Pidgeot, called out, everyone, wait for me here. Pidgeot spread its wings and soared toward the source of the explosions. The proud trainer fretted, be careful, Ash. Meanwhile, Team Rocket found themselves in a predicament, having become ensnared in the inferno due to their reckless abandon. What are we going to do? Meowth quivered with fear. We're not going to die here, are we? Kojiro exclaimed. What nonsense. We haven't caught Pikachu yet. How could we perish? Ash arrived just in time to overhear their touching exchange. You truly are fearless. Pikachu agreed. Team Rocket turned to see Ash. Am I dreaming? That kid? Musashi exclaimed. It can't be, can it? Kojiro responded, astonished. Ash had no time for their idle chatter and released his Pokemon. Larvitar unleashed a powerful sandstorm. Watch this. Larvitar commanded. The tempest engulfed the forest, effectively halting the fire's advance, and Team Rocket was thrown away in the chaos. Don't set fires in the forest. Team Rocket, now enlightened to their predicament, shouted from above. Larvitar evolved into Tyranitar, enveloped in a radiant light. The sandstorm doubled in intensity, extinguishing the central flames. With their mission accomplished, Tyranitar leaped into Ash's arms, seeking praise. Tyranitar. Ash readily commended it. Tyranitar, level 30, male, rock ground type, ability, Sandveil, item, Sandstone, moves, tackle, bite, sandstorm, dragon dance. Outrage, rock slide, earthquake, stealth rock. Ash rejoined Misty and the others, while the remaining flames were doused by the Turtwigs and Misty's water-type Pokemon. Junsha escorted Ash and his companions back to town. The Turtwigs were officially appointed as the Turtwig Fire Brigade for their valiant efforts. Ash pulled the proud trainer aside, saying, Miss Junsha, could you please take her to the Leaf City Airport? The proud trainer pouted, a hint of disappointment in her demeanor, but refrained from arguing. Junsha nodded in agreement. Don't worry, Professor Ash, I'll take care of it. The proud trainer hugged Ash for a final farewell. Brother Ash, I'll watch your matches in the Indigo League. Ash nodded, assuring her, yes, once I collect all the badges, I will come to see you. The proud trainer blushed and nodded. After exchanging greetings with Brock, she pulled Misty aside for a whispered conversation. Jenny, can I join you, human leader? The Turtwig leader suddenly approached Ash, pointing to the Pokeballs at his waist. Ash smiled, retrieving a blank Pokeball. Then let us grow stronger together. Jenny. Chapter 27, The Radiant Lighthouse. Approaching the seaside, the sound of crashing waves filled the air. Ash, this doesn't seem like the road to Leaf City. Brock remarked, puzzled. Ash nodded. I have a friend here. We're passing by and thought we'd visit him. Brock's curiosity piqued at the mention of Ash's friend. Your friend must be quite an impressive doctor. Ash chuckled softly, recalling that individual. Indeed, though his research focus is rather unconventional. He pointed toward a distant lighthouse along the coast. That's the place. Misty, let's hurry. He called to the silent Misty, eagerly advancing toward the lighthouse. Since parting ways with the proud trainer, Misty had become less lively. Upon reaching the lighthouse, they discovered a massive stone door adorned with numerous Pokemon sculptures. Brock marveled at the door, so many Pokemon statues. He then pointed at a cat-like Pokemon, asking, Ash, what are these Pokemon? Ash glanced at the statues, replying, this is the legendary Mew, said to be the progenitor of all Pokemon. The progenitor of Pokemon? Brock and Misty exchanged astonished glances. shaking his head. Ash refrained from elaborating further and pressed the doorbell. Ding dong. The sound of a resounding chime echoed. Who is it? A man's voice came through the intercom. Ash chuckled. It's me, Professor Okito, Ash. A brief silence followed, then a hearty laugh erupted. Ahaha. Ash, you finally arrived. Come in. With a click, the door swung open. Upon entering, Ash and his friends found the interior sparse, devoid of anything but the stone sculptures adorning the walls. Is there really a doctor living here? It feels so bare. Misty expressed her skepticism about this so-called Professor Okito. Ash shrugged. Of course, as I mentioned, Professor Okito's research focus is somewhat different. He specializes in studying rare, even extinct Pokemon. Oh, Xiaoxia was perplexed and feigned a nod. After waiting for an eternity without a glimpse of Jinghui, Ash raised his voice. Hey, Jinghui, where are you? Suddenly, a large fossil Pokemon figurine spoke. Ash, I need your help. Ash approached the fossil Pokemon and chuckled. Jinghui, what are you up to? Inside the fossil Pokemon, Jinghui awkwardly waved his tiny hand. Ash, could you press the button under my arm for me? After a bit of fiddling, Ash finally found the button and pressed it. With a beep, the outer shell of the fossil Pokemon automatically detached, revealing Jinghui inside. Rubbing the back of his head, he apologized. I'm truly sorry, Ash. The design of the fossil Pokemon has arms that are too short. It seems I still need to make some improvements. Ash shot Jinghui a glance. You should really consider finding an assistant. This time, we were fortunate to discover you. If no one had found you, you would have been in serious trouble, huh? Jinghui chuckled awkwardly, then shifted to a serious tone. Ash, your timing is impeccable. Do you remember the colossal unknown Pokemon I mentioned before? Ash raised an eyebrow. Jinghui, you haven't given up yet? Of course not. That could be a one-of-a-kind Pokemon in the world, possibly akin to the legendary Pokemon. Jinghui's eyes sparkled with a fervent desire for discovery. I believe our encounter is destined. I will meet it soon. Ash shook his head, unconvinced by Jinghui's assertions. But this Pokemon, we don't know whether it is benevolent or malevolent. Aren't you afraid of the dangers of summoning it recklessly? Jinghui smiled. Isn't this perfect? You have an unparalleled allure for Pokemon. With you around, nothing major should go wrong. Ash rolled his eyes, deliberately ignoring Jinghui's playful tone. I refuse. Huh. Ash, please help me out, won't you? Jinghui began to feign innocence. Ash struggled to suppress his urge to slap him and replied coldly. Stop it. You're not a girl. So don't gross me out. Jinghui looked dejected. Xiaoxia and Xiaojing stared with wide eyes, completely captivated by the banter between the two scholars, forgetting to blink. Their mouths hung open, as if an egg could fit inside, their faces painted with disbelief. Ultimately, after a series of promises from Jinghui, Ash reluctantly agreed. Sigh. Fine. Who told me I have a soft heart? All right, Ash. You all stay here. I'll go prepare. Jinghui laughed as he excused himself to the inner room to busy himself. After Jinghui left, Xiaoxia approached Ash with a mischievous grin and asked Ash, are all scholars like this? Ash stiffened and pretended to be puzzled. Who are the scholars? There are no scholars here. Humph. Two disdainful glances were directed at Ash. Noticing that Xiaoxia had shed her earlier silence, Ash seized the opportunity to inquire. Xiaoxia, what's been going on with you these days? Did Xiaoji say something to you? Xiaoxia's ears flushed red, and she hurriedly waved her hands, stammering. No, not at all. I'm perfectly fine. Ha ha. As night descended, a thick fog began to rise over the sea. At Jinghui's lighthouse, he took out the sound device he had prepared and explained. This is the frequency I developed from the sounds of that unknown Pokemon. It should attract it here. Soon, we shall behold its true form. Xiaoxia and Xiaojing admired Jinghui's relentless dedication to research. That's amazing. Their praises sent Jinghui's spirits soaring. Ash gazed out over the sea, pondering silently. I wonder just how powerful this colossal Dragonite is. Chapter 28. The Legendary Pokemon, Ancient Dragonite. A deep, ancient howl echoed from the other side of the sea. Reaching Jinghui's lighthouse, Jinghui exclaimed joyfully, Yes, that's it. What Pokemon makes such a sound? It seems so ancient, Xiaojing mused softly. If I could experience such a feeling. How about you, Ash? Xiaoxia nodded in agreement, looking at Ash. Pika. Pikachu clung to Ash's shoulder, slightly agitated. Ash closed his eyes and remained silent, gently soothing Pikachu. In the midst of that sound, Ash only felt a profound sense of loneliness. It seemed that a battle was inevitable, he thought. He could already envision the scene where the ancient Dragonite, realizing it had been deceived, erupted in fury and wreaked havoc. Jinghui, puzzled, asked, Ash, what are you talking about? What battle? Ash opened his eyes and looked at Jinghui, saying, Jinghui, you need to back off. There is still time. Seeing Ash's seriousness, Jinghui too became grave and replied earnestly, Ash, Don't you want to see this Pokemon? Ash let out a soft laugh and turned to Xiaoxia and Xiaojing. Xiaoxia, Xiaojing. You two should leave. Get away from the lighthouse. What? Xiaoxia and Xiaojing resolutely shook their heads. Ash sighed and, in an instant, appeared behind them, restraining them. He then took hold of each one and vanished from Jinghui's lighthouse, reappearing atop a distant mountain. Releasing them from his psychic grasp, he left them with a parting remark. You can see from here, just watch from this vantage point. Xiaoxia and the others stood atop the mountain, gazing at Jinghui's lighthouse miles away, falling into a daze. Ugh, that Ash. I remember now. It was you back at the Hualan gym. I won't let you off the hook. Xiaoxia frantically dashed toward Jinghui's lighthouse. Xiaojing quickly understood and followed Xiaoxia, sprinting toward the lighthouse. Back at Jinghui's lighthouse, Ash turned to Jinghui. Have you made up your mind? Jinghui chuckled lightly, of course. To hear the Tao in the morning and die in the evening is a worthy fate. But Ash, I must trouble you to take this risk for me. Ash shrugged nonchalantly. Jinghui, please don't be so self-absorbed. He then released the Pokemon. To become the strongest Pokemon trainer, one must witness the might of the strongest Pokemon. Everyone, prepare for battle. The others nodded in agreement. Swords dance, meditate, growth. All possible abilities were stacked to their limit. Jinghui looked at the spirited Ash and declared, Then let us begin. He pressed the button on the machine in his hand. A similar ancient sound resonated from the top of the lighthouse. A response echoed from afar. Hidden in the shadows, Team Rocket's eyes gleamed with excitement. Here it comes, here it comes. I told you there were rare Pokemon at Jinghui's lighthouse. Musashi pointed behind her at Kojiro. Kojiro, look behind you. Before Musashi could turn around, a solar EV used Psychic to hand them a complimentary ticket. What an annoying feeling. After dealing with the trouble lurking in the shadows, Ash focused, quietly awaiting the arrival of the ancient Dragonite. A colossal silhouette slowly descended, drawn to the sounds emanating from Jinghui's lighthouse. Roar! An enraged howl reverberated across the land. Jinghui too beheld the Pokemon he had longed for. Is that a Dragonite? How can it be so enormous? Ancient Dragonite. Level LV91. Gender male. Attributes, dragon, flying. Ability, multiscale. Held item, dragon scale. Skills, Twister, Thunder Wave, Thunder Punch, Quick Attack, Roost. Flame Punch, Dragon Dance, Outrage, Dragon Dive, Dragon Breath. Ash, utilizing his psychic abilities, ascended into the air and proclaimed loudly, Dragonite. You must be searching for ancient Pokemon akin to yourself. I know where they are. Roar, do you think I would believe you? Liar. The ancient Dragonite clearly harbored doubts regarding Ash's empty words. Had it not been for the powerful aura emanating from Ash, he would never have been able to engage in dialogue with the ancient Dragonite. Ash had prepared in advance, using his aura to unveil his inner thoughts about the ancient Pokemon to the ancient Dragonite. I am not deceiving you, Dragonite. Trust me. I will assist you in locating them. After a moment of silence, the ancient Dragonite, feeling Ash's aura, nodded slightly. An aged voice resonated in Ash's ear. It was the aura. I understand. Human, I shall trust you this once. However, this deceiving structure must be destroyed. With a single breath of dragon fire, the ancient Dragonite obliterated the entire lighthouse. Boom. Jinghui, shielded behind Ash, witnessed the destruction of his hard work, opened his mouth to speak, yet ultimately chose silence. In the distance, Misty and the others observed this formidable Pokemon, feeling somewhat powerless. But their legs did not cease. Ash, you must not encounter any misfortune. The ancient Dragonite snorted, plucking a single dragon scale and presenting it to Ash, communicating through the aura. If you have information, call me. It was about to depart. Wait a moment. Ash called out to the ancient Dragonite, his gaze resolute. Dragonite, let us engage in a Pokemon battle. The ancient Dragonite glanced at the battle-ready Pokemon surrounding Ash and nodded. Pikachu, Eevee, Arcanine, Pidgeot, attack. A flurry of assaults struck the ancient Dragonite, akin to a mere massage, yielding no effect whatsoever. The ancient Dragonite exhaled lightly. The pressure emanating from its body bore down upon Pikachu and the others. Except for Pikachu and the two EVs. All other Pokemon were rendered helplessly pinned to the ground by the overwhelming force. Woof. The nature of a trainer is mirrored in their Pokemon. Although Ash could sometimes be unreliable, the pride within him forbade him from bowing to anyone. His Pokemon shared this sentiment. Under the ancient Dragonite's oppressive presence, Ash's Pokemon underwent successive evolutions. Arcanine broke through to level 51. Charmander, even more remarkably, evolved into Charmeleon after several level-ups. The other Pokemon also surged ahead by several levels. Yet, it was still futile. Ash, observing the scene, began to formulate a plan in his mind. Was it true that without reaching the Elite Four level, One was unworthy to stand before divine Pokemon. Pikachu and the others attempted one last desperate effort. Yet, with a single breath of dragon fire, the ancient Dragonite dispatched them all. The ancient Dragonite cast a deep glance at Ash before vanishing into the mist. With the crisis averted, a blue figure stealthily concealed itself beneath the sea's surface. Alas, the disparity is too vast. Ash sighed, recalling his Pokemon. He looked at Jinghui, whose complexion had paled. Jinghui, are you alright? I'm fine. Jinghui shook his head, seemingly trying to dispel the distracting thoughts in his mind. Ash, Jinghui's voice trembled slightly, clearly filled with curiosity and awe for the ancient Pokemon. Are all ancient Pokemon of such magnitude? How much do you know about them? Observing Jinghui's expression, Ash couldn't help but marvel at how these researchers were indeed a bunch of fanatics. I don't know much either. You can look up the information yourself, he casually replied, then waved his hand hurriedly. All right, I must go to meet Misty and the others. I'm leaving now and won't be back. Hey. Ash turned and departed, entirely ignoring Jinghui's calls behind him. Chapter 29, Consecutive Evolutions. Capturing Nidoking. Upon reuniting with Misty and Brock, Ash faced a barrage of reproaches from the two. However, they understood that Ash had their best interests at heart. After Ash made a series of assurances, they eventually forgave him. The trio continued their journey. Let us have a Pokemon battle, exclaimed a passerby, observing Ash and his Pikachu. Just with a glance, Ash found himself a challenger. Typically, Ash welcomed any challenge. Come forth. Beedrill, Squirtle. After an intense battle, Ash emerged victorious. Following his triumph, he declined any monetary reward. The passerby, feeling somewhat uneasy, informed Ash of a piece of news. There is a powerful Nidoking nearby. With your strength, you should be able to capture it. Ash expressed his gratitude, intrigued by the evolution of Nidoking. Squirtle, would you like to evolve? Ash glanced at the jubilant Squirtle after their victory. Among the starter Pokemon Ash had captured, Charmander had already evolved into Charmeleon, and Bulbasaur showed signs of evolution. Only Squirtle had yet to exhibit any signs of evolving. Upon hearing the possibility of evolution, Squirtle's eyes lit up, and it nodded eagerly. Squirt, squirt. Relieved by Squirtle's response, Ash felt a weight lift from his shoulders. His greatest fear was that Squirtle would resist evolution. He understood that a Pokemon's evolution significantly enhanced its strength, and he didn't want Squirtle to lag behind the team. Ash produced the evolution stone and presented it to Squirtle. The light of evolution shone, revealing Wartortle. Wartortle, level 27, gender male, type water, ability torrent, held item mystic water, skills tackle, tail whip, water gun, bubble, water pulse, withdraw. Brine, aqua ring. Once Wartortle's evolution was complete, Ash released his Pokemon and began training while searching for Nidoking's whereabouts. Nidoking, have I broken a heavenly rule? Misty and Brock also released their Pokemon to commence their training. Observing them, Ash reflected, it seems yesterday's encounter with the ancient Dragonite had a profound impact on them. Arcanine, Pidgeot, and the others, laden with weights, searched the ground and sky for wild Pokemon to battle. They were acutely aware of their own inadequacies, especially after witnessing the ancient Dragonite's overwhelming strength, prompting them to recognize their own frailty. Thus, in pursuit of greater strength, they displayed unprecedented enthusiasm and diligence. Actively seeking various wild Pokemon, they engaged in relentless battles to accumulate experience and enhance their combat skills. Ash noted that his Fire-type Pokemon were swiftly leveling up. He speculated that this was likely due to the influence of Ho-Oh's feather. For instance, Arcanine had surpassed Pidgeot by nearly 10 levels. Charmeleon, too, had experienced remarkable growth. Despite being the weakest among the starters when captured, it had now overtaken Bulbasaur. The large-scale battles conducted by Ash and his companions had drawn the attention of Nidoking, who had long reigned supreme in the area. Nidoking gazed upon the suddenly appeared unfamiliar Pokemon, Bulbasaur and Charmeleon, a glimmer of excitement flickering in his eyes. Nidoking charged with a powerful horn attack, striking Charmeleon before swiftly retreating into the shadows. Charmeleon, engrossed in battle, failed to notice the lurking Nidoking and absorbed the impact. With a pained cry, Charmeleon was sent reeling. Bulbasaur, Bulbasaur, where did that little thief come from, ambushing us? Bulbasaur rushed to Charmeleon's side, shielding him and vigilantly surveying the surroundings. Char, get out of the way. Charmeleon stood up and forcefully shoved Bulbasaur aside. Char, how dare you ambush me? Come out now. As he spoke, he exhaled flames in all directions. Bulbasaur, calm down, Charmeleon. Bulbasaur, fearing that Charmeleon's fury would cloud his judgment, rushed to dissuade him. Meanwhile, Nidoking, concealed in the shadows, observed Charmeleon's reckless rampage and chuckled to himself. Neato. I thought I had encountered a worthy opponent. But it seems I was mistaken. He's just a fool. Seeing that the assailant would not reveal himself, Charmeleon's eyes hardened with determination. Char, if you want to come out, then I'll force you. Charmeleon unleashed a torrent of flames, incinerating the nearby trees. Bulbasaur swiftly intervened with Vine Whip, blocking Charmeleon's path. Bulbasaur. No, our master forbade us from burning the forest. Char, get out of my way. I'll make that little thief show himself. Ignoring Bulbasaur's intervention, Charmeleon shot flames at him. Bulbasaur deftly dodged. Bulbasaur, stop this at once, or I'll have to retaliate. Charmeleon disregarded Bulbasaur's warning, continuing to breathe fire in an attempt to lure out Nidoking. Witnessing Charmeleon set fire to his home, Nidoking could no longer remain hidden. He leaped into view, casting a glance at Bulbasaur before leading Charmeleon away. Nido, you foolish creature, are you searching for me? Follow me. Charmeleon, indeed, took the bait and pursued Nidoking. Bulbasaur hesitated momentarily before following suit. Nidoking led Charmeleon to a clearing near the water, and without hesitation unleashed his signature move, Toxic Spikes. The toxins seeped into the ground, transforming the area into a hazardous wasteland. Charmeleon realized too late that he had fallen into Nidoking's trap as the poison began to corrode his body, causing him immense pain. His gaze fixed on Nidoking. He understood that defeating him swiftly was his only chance of survival. Char, I'll kill you. Rage ignited within him, and he charged at Nidoking. Recognizing Charmeleon's poisoned state, Nidoking was not foolish enough to engage in a direct assault. Instead, he initiated a strategic tug-of-war. Bulbasaur arrived just in time, witnessing Charmeleon at a disadvantage and quickly employed Vine Whip to assist him. Meanwhile, Ash, who had been leisurely enjoying himself at a distance, sensed a disturbance from the feather of Ho-Oh within him, realizing that either Suicune or Charmeleon was in trouble. He focused his aura-sensing abilities and, after exchanging greetings with Misty and Brock, dashed toward Charmeleon's location. On the other side, Nidoking distinctly felt Charmeleon growing stronger amidst the battle, aided by Bulbasaur, and he began to contemplate retreat. After all, having been a lone wolf in the wilderness for so long, he had no desire to fight to the death. A wise man knows when to retreat. Charmeleon, sensing Nidoking's intent to flee, roared defiantly and underwent evolution. Roar. Charizard. Level 36, male, type, fire, flying, ability, blaze, item, charcoal. Moves, ember, smokescreen, dragon claw, metal claw, flamethrower, fire spin, heat wave, dragon dance, flare blitz. Witnessing Charizard's evolution, Bulbasaur's pride would not allow him to remain in his current form. Tata. Ivysaur. Level 29, male, type, grass, poison, ability, overgrow, item, miracle seed, moves, tackle, Vine Whip, Seed Bomb, Solar Beam, Poison Powder, Sleep Powder, Leaf Blade, Synthesis. The two beams of evolution left Nidoking utterly dumbfounded. What the? I give up. I'm not fighting anymore. Do as you please. Ash arrived just in time to witness the scene, his face breaking into a joyous smile. However, upon seeing the scorched trees left in Charizard's wake, his expression darkened with anger. Charizard, didn't I tell you to control your flames? Charizard, noticing the cold glint in Ash's eyes, quickly admitted his fault. Roar. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Tata. Master, Charizard didn't mean it. Ivysaur also defended him. Upon hearing Ivysaur's words, Charizard felt a wave of gratitude. Deeply ashamed of his earlier impulsiveness, Ash, observing this exchange, shook his head, recalling something, and recalled Charizard into its Pokeball. You'll spend 2 days in there to reflect on your actions. He then turned to the ground-bound, feigning death Nidoking, and produced another Pokeball. Should I capture you now, or should I beat you up a bit first? Seeing that Ash had managed to pacify even the hot-tempered Charizard, Nidoking had no choice but to submit, exposing his belly in surrender. I have captured Nidoking. Chapter 30, The Withered Leaf Gym. After securing Nidoking, Ash and his companions journeyed to Withered Leaf City. Upon entering the Pokemon Center of Withered Leaf City, a collective sigh of relief escaped their lips. At last, they had arrived. Heaven knows what kind of days they had endured outside. They handed over their Pokeballs and Pikachu to Nurse Joy for treatment. Finally, in Withered Leaf City, Misty and Brock could finally enjoy some well-deserved rest. Ash squinted his eyes, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Once my Pokemon are fully healed, I need a good wash. I've been on the road for so long. I must smell terrible. Misty, running her fingers through her hair, expressed her disdain. Ash leaned closer to Misty, taking a sniff. It's not too bad, actually. Get lost. Misty punched Ash playfully, huffing. You'd better hurry and prepare for the battle. Remember, you promised to take us on a boat trip tomorrow. Brock nodded in agreement. Yes, Ash. You can't go back on your word. Faced with their skepticism, Ash surrendered, raising his hands in defeat. All right, I understand. I'll go right away. Soon. Nurse Joy emerged with the restored Pokemon. Nurse Joy, please, save my Pokemon. Suddenly, a boy rushed into the Pokemon Center, cradling a battered Rattata and shouting. Nurse Joy hurriedly pushed a cart to receive the injured Rattata. Brock inquired, what happened? Rattata looks severely injured. The murmurs around them quickly clarified Brock's question. Another one? What do you mean another one? Is this a common occurrence here? It's the gym leader, Majishar. Every Pokemon that challenges him ends up like this. The situation was too shocking for Misty and Brock, both of whom were also gym leaders. Misty clenched her fists, indignantly stating, Ash, you must teach this gym leader a lesson. Xiaojiang also expressed his desire to accompany us, stating that he was eager to discover the true nature of this Majishar. Xiaoji, equally incensed, aligned himself with the two. Pikachu perched on Xiaoji's shoulder, his gaze sharp and piercing. Pika Pika. The group hastened their pace, arriving at the dry leaf gym. Upon entering, they were met with the sight of a towering figure, nearly 2 meters tall, resembling a hulking yellow hedgehog. Seated regally in a chair, flanked by 2 subordinates. This was the gym leader. Xiaoxia was taken aback by the sheer size of the man, momentarily incredulous. Majishar rose to scan Xiaoji and the others, inquiring, which of you is the challenger? With Pikachu at his side, Xiaoji stepped forward and replied nonchalantly. That would be me. Majishar scrutinized Xiaoji for a moment before bursting into a hearty laugh. You've got some bravado, but your Pokemon leaves much to be desired. Pika Pika. Pikachu retorted defiantly, glaring at Majishar. Intrigued by Pikachu's audacity, Majishar said, Oh, you. Let us dispense with the pleasantries and commence. Xiaoji interjected coolly, no need for your concession. He added, Pokemon strength is not solely determined by evolution. It seems you're unworthy of your status as a gym trainer. Pika. Pikachu beckoned to Raichu. Raichu, insulted by the derision of its lesser form, instinctively prepared to retaliate. However, Majishar promptly halted Raichu. All right. Let us see just how formidable your Pikachu is. Raichu Thunderbolt. Raichu unleashed a torrent of electricity, akin to a volcanic eruption, surging toward Pikachu. Quick attack. Xiaoji commanded decisively. Like a flash of yellow lightning, Pikachu deftly evaded the electric onslaught, swiftly closing the gap to Raichu's side. Iron Tail. Xiaoji ordered coldly. Pikachu's tail hardened to an iron-like substance, and with unyielding force, it swung its tail down upon Raichu's head, delivering a blow reminiscent of a mighty axe. Pika. Pikachu roared, seemingly heralding its victory. The impact was staggering, sending Raichu careening through the air like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Raichu. Xiaoji remarked, observing Majishir's astonishment. Your Raichu is simply too slow. Majishir cast a glance at Xiaoji, but refrained from responding. Raichu, get up. Raichu, battered and charred, struggled to rise. Xiaoji and Pikachu watched patiently, prepared to vanquish their opponent completely. Majishir, gritting his teeth at Xiaoji's arrogance, commanded, Raichu, Thunderbolt. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Xiaoji echoed. The 2 bolts of lightning clashed, creating a cacophony of sound. For a moment, they were at a standstill. However, Pikachu appeared much more at ease compared to Raichu. Xiaoji extended his hand toward Pikachu, urging, Go for it. Pikachu released a surge of power, and the previously equal forces of electricity surged toward Raichu. In the aftermath, Raichu lay scorched and defeated, its strength extinguished, resembling a burnt matchstick. Majishir, stunned, recalled Raichu, casting a complex look at Xiaoji before presenting him with the badge. You've won. Seeing Majishir yield so readily, Xiaoxia couldn't help but mutter, You weren't this gracious when you were winning. Although her voice was soft, Majishir caught her words. He entrusted the injured Raichu to one of his subordinates and turned to Xiaoxia and the others, explaining, These challengers possess only fledgling Pokemon. I have no interest in such opponents. Therefore, I allowed Raichu to strike a bit harder, to teach them a lesson and hopefully deter them from bothering me in the future. Xiaoji approached the group with Pikachu, his gaze icy as he addressed Majishir. I have no interest in your rationale, but if that is truly your mindset, you ought to reconsider your role as a gym leader. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiaoji turned and departed, leaving no room for doubt. Xiaoxia and the others quickly followed suit, leaving Majishir standing there, bewildered. I think I should reflect in silence, he murmured, slowly reaching out as if to call Xiaoji back, but ultimately, he remained silent, choosing instead to temporarily close the gym. Chapter 31. Capturing the first legendary Pokemon. Back at the Pokemon Center, Xiaoji looked at the exhausted Xiaoxia and Xiaojing. You two should rest. I have something to attend to. What are you up to? Xiaoxia questioned, a hint of suspicion in her gaze. You're not planning to run away, are you? Xiaoji, feeling a surge of frustration, retorted. Run away? Am I so untrustworthy? Xiaoxia scoffed. What could you possibly be doing? Never mind. Just remember what you have to do tomorrow. Don't forget. With that, she turned to leave. Sighing in resignation, Xiaoji glanced at the serious expression on Xiaojing's face, finding some comfort in it. Xiaoji? Xiaojing suddenly inquired. Startled, Xiaoji replied. What is it? Xiaoxia halted, her ears perked up. Xiaojing firmly grasped Xiaoji's hand, saying earnestly, Xiaoji, if you're off to have fun, please take me along. Xiaoji forcefully shook off Xiaojing's grip, raising his voice. What are you talking about? Xiaojing seized his hand again, pleading, aren't we brothers? Xiaoji instinctively nodded but then shook Xiaojing off again. We are brothers, but you can't accuse me unfairly. Xiaojing's expression turned forlorn, his eyes filled with understanding. Were you just at the red light district, lingering a bit too long? Before Xiaojing could finish, a chilling wind swept through, accompanied by a furious roar, instantly capturing the attention of those around them. You. Xiaoxia swiftly positioned herself behind Xiaoji. I'm off to capture rare Pokemon. Without waiting for Xiaoxia to finish, Xiaoji quickly explained and turned to leave. Gazing vacantly at Ash as he departed, Misty cast a bewildered glance at Brock and inquired, Brock, what on earth were you just thinking? How could you even consider that Ash is that sort of person? You nearly had me fooled. With that, she hastily retreated, acutely aware of the peculiar stares from those around her. Brock stood frozen in place, covering his face like a bashful bride before he scurried off, lamenting, I can't take it anymore. However, Ash did not leave the Pokemon Center. For him, this matter was trivial. Even if he harbored certain thoughts, what of it? He was the first to depart, wishing to avoid being gawked at like a circus animal. This was also a reason why, despite being the youngest professor, he remained relatively unknown. He dialed Professor Oak's lab. Beep, beep. Professor Oak, it's been a while, Ash greeted cheerfully. Seated comfortably, Professor Oak chuckled, Ash, I never expected a call from you now. If you had waited a couple more days, I would have been out. Raising an eyebrow, Ash replied. Good thing I called when I did. Professor Oak, my Onix has completed its evolution. It's time for a swap, I assent it? Upon hearing Ash's immediate demand for Onix, Professor Oak sighed. Ash, at least send back a few Pokemon. Gary has already captured 30 or 40. You're lagging far behind. Ash, having seen through Professor Oak's antics, shook his head. All right, it's time to send Steelix back. With a resigned sigh, Professor Oak reluctantly transmitted Steelix's Pokeball to Ash. Observing Oak's demeanor, Ash chuckled. All right, I have 2 shiny Pokemon to send back to you. Upon hearing about the 2 shiny Pokemon, Professor Oak's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Very well, Ash. You truly surpass Gary. Shaking his head, Ash produced 2 EV Pokeballs. Professor, let us exchange for Flareon and Jolteon. Just a moment, I'll have it ready shortly. Before long, Professor Oak retrieved the Pokeballs, successfully completing the exchange. After Ash shared a few brief instructions, Professor Oak eagerly hung up the phone. With 3 exchanged Pokeballs in hand, Ash, accompanied by Pikachu, ventured to the outskirts. He released Jolteon. Jolteon. The somewhat aloof Jolteon greeted Ash with eyes that betrayed its delight. With a smile, Ash affectionately ruffled Jolteon's fur. Jolteon, sense if there are any strong electromagnetic signals nearby, and lead me there. Jolteon nodded, closing its eyes as it extended its electromagnetic waves around. Moments later, Jolteon opened its eyes and nodded at Ash, indicating readiness to proceed. In an uninhabited area, they arrived at a derelict power plant, concealed by dense foliage. Jolteon guided Ash to the entrance of this mysterious facility. Taking a deep breath, Ash focused his mind, channeling his aura to sense the situation within the plant. In an instant, a torrent of auras surged forth, intricately interwoven. Ash furrowed his brow, analyzing the strength and characteristics of these auras. After careful observation, he exhaled in relief. Though numerous, the strongest among them were merely at the champion level. Everyone come forth. Ash released all his Pokemon. A dazzling array of lights burst forth as his companions emerged. The most striking of all was the newly evolved Steelix, whose length, as measured by Professor Oak, had reached an impressive 47 meters, a truly colossal creature. Steelix, level 70, male, steel ground type, ability, sturdy, held item, hard stone. Moves, bind, harden, tackle, rock slide, stealth rock. Hidden power, rock polish, earthquake, dig, iron tail, body slam, Euroball. Steelix and the others did not hide their imposing presence, exuding an aura that startled the native inhabitants of the power plant. Roar! A sharp and regal howl echoed. With a crack of thunder, rain began to pour heavily, followed by the sound of numerous footsteps approaching. Ash didn't remain passive. He called forth his flying-type Pokémon, Charizard and Arcanine. Woof! Roar! While their sunny day did not cease the downpour, it transformed the torrential rain into a light drizzle. A flash of brilliance heralded the arrival of a Zapdos before Ash and his team, followed by a host of electric-type Pokémon, including Magnemite, Raichu, Electabuzz, and the mischievous Electrike. Roar! Zapdos, non-legendary, level 72, male, electric flying type, ability, pressure, held item, Zapdos Feather, a feather imbued with a hint of electric essence, significantly amplifying electric-type moves. Moves, Peck, Drill Peck, Thunder Shock, Thunderbolt, Thunder Wave, Roost, Detect, U-Turn, Volt Tackle, Discharge, Magnetic Flux. Ash squinted at Zapdos, his tone cold. Zapdos, let us have a capture battle. Roar! Zapdos scoffed disdainfully. Roar! Steelix moved, casting a cold glare at Zapdos. With arms crossed, Ash quickly devised a strategy. Steelix, take on Zapdos. Pikachu and Arcanine, deal with those lesser Pokémon. The two EVs would control the battlefield, always prepared to assist. With Ash's command, battle commenced. Roar! Boom! The sounds of furious roars and explosions filled the air. Jolteon occasionally intervened, while Flareon merely remained by Ash's side, engaging in conversation. Ash utilized his ability to channel the feather of Ho-Oh within him, allowing Flareon to sense it. How does it feel, Eevee? Are you sensing anything? Feeling the intense flames of power, Flareon's eyes lit up, and it began to gesture enthusiastically. Eevee, I feel it can help me enhance my strength. It won't be long before I catch up to my sister, the Sun Eevee. Nodding, Ash confirmed the feather's potential. However, he pondered when exactly Ho-Oh's trial would commence. During Ash's contemplation, the battle between Arcanine and the others had concluded. Only Steelix and Zapdos remained, fiercely clashing. Due to the elemental advantage, both appeared evenly matched, though Steelix was slightly at a disadvantage, which Jolteon helped to mitigate. Ash had captured a level 30 Electabuzz. Calmly observing the clash, he felt that Steelix could further evolve through this battle, so he prepared to let Arcanine and the others accumulate experience. Steelix used Stealth Rock, impeding Zapdos' agility. Noticing that despite Steelix's lightweight ability, it still struggled to keep pace with Zapdos, Ash issued another command. With a mighty roar, Steelix summoned rock pillars that appeared haphazardly around it, slightly slowing Zapdos' speed. Using its tail, Steelix struck the rocks, waiting for the opportune moment to launch a decisive attack. With a powerful flick of its tail, Steelix hurled the shattered boulders towards Zapdos. The Zapdos unleashed a powerful thunderbolt, striking the ground beside it, and sending the Steelix crashing into the boulders, shattering them to pieces. As the last of the debris settled and the smoke dissipated, Zapdos found itself unable to locate the Steelix. Suddenly, a chilling sensation enveloped it. The Steelix emerged from the depths of the earth, launching itself directly at Zapdos. The attack landed squarely, sending Zapdos hurtling away. Unrelenting, the Steelix coiled around Zapdos, gradually constricting its hold. With a fierce cry, Zapdos summoned its final thunderbolt. Yet, it was ultimately no match for the Steelix. Its eyes flickered like incense coils as it succumbed to unconsciousness. With a thunderous roar, the Steelix leveled up, entering the ranks of champions. Ash produced a luxury ball and tossed it forth. Beep, beep, beep. Success! I have captured Zapdos. Chapter 32, The Conspiracy. A call for help from the SS, and in a clandestine secret base, Team Rocket knelt reverently before a shadowy virtual image, exuding an air of humility. Suddenly, a voice, both mundane yet commanding, resonated. Jesse, James, and Meowth, you have arrived in Leaf City, have you not? At the sound of this voice, the trio shuddered and promptly responded in unison. Yes, Boss Giovanni. Giovanni nodded slightly. I now assign you a task. Locate a boy named Ash, who is accompanied by a distinctly recognizable Pikachu. Ash, Pikachu? The members of Team Rocket gasped, raising their heads in disbelief at Giovanni. What? Is there a problem? Giovanni's tone turned frigid. No. They hastily shook their heads, exchanging glances that betrayed their astonishment. Good. Lure him aboard a vessel known as the SSN. There are individuals on board who will assist you in bringing Ash and his companions back intact. Understood, Boss Giovanni. Do not let me down. Giovanni cast one last scrutinizing glance at the earnest trio before ending the call. Once the call was terminated, Team Rocket relaxed. Jessie stroked her chin thoughtfully. It seems we are fated to cross paths with this Ash. I wonder how he will escape this time. James, somewhat perplexed, questioned. But why does the boss want him? Meowth, unconcerned, interjected. Why fret over that? This is a direct order from Boss Giovanni, who knows what rewards await if we succeed. Then let us commence preparations. We cannot disappoint the boss, Jessie declared emphatically. This is also a splendid opportunity for revenge. They all erupted into laughter. Ash, run. Misty called out as she entered Ash's room, beckoning to him, who was still ensconced in his blankets. Ash stirred slightly, but did not respond. Ash. An irate Misty approached his bed and yanked the covers away. Ah, she exclaimed, turning on her heel and fleeing downstairs. Downstairs, Brock noticed Misty's flushed face and inquired. What happened, Misty? Did you wake up Ash? Remembering the earlier incident, Misty's face reddened further as she took a sip of water and replied, he'll be down shortly. Brock shot her a peculiar glance, but remained silent. In the room, Ash, startled by Misty's shout, leapt from his bed. What is it, Misty? What's wrong? A sudden gust of cool air swept through, and Ash felt an uncomfortable chill. He hastily covered himself, thinking, oh no, this is bad. Exhausted from the previous day, Ash had opted for a commando-style sleep, neglecting even his underwear. He never anticipated that Misty would barge in and unveil his covers, especially not in the morning. Pika Pika. The Pikachu in its crib stirred awake, rubbing its eyes and murmuring, Pika, what kind of performance art is this? Upon seeing Ash in such an abstract situation, Pikachu quickly turned its head away. Ash, snapping back to reality, swiftly dressed. He approached Pikachu and playfully ruffled its fur. This is all your fault. You made me expose myself. He then proceeded to wash up. Pikachu, Pika Pika. Downstairs, Misty noticed Ash's face turning crimson once more. Their eyes met, and Ash resolved to seize an opportunity to regain his dignity. Clearing his throat, Ash addressed Misty and Brock. Shall we set out? Brock regarded the pair with suspicion. Sensing something was amiss, they casually purchased some snacks along the way, eventually arriving at Leaf City's harbor. As they entered, two dark-skinned women approached. One with short hair and the other with long. Congratulations. You have become the luckiest individuals today. They produced 3 tickets for the SS and we have a few tickets available, but due to prior commitments, we cannot board. As fate would have it, we encounter you and wish to gift you these tickets. Luck? Misty blushed, casting a shy glance at Ash. Ash regarded the two with keen interest but refrained from accepting the tickets, pondering, I must say, James in women's clothing has a certain charm that surpasses Jessie's. Brock, skeptical of such serendipity, turned to Ash and cautioned, Ash, this seems a bit dubious. We should leave. Seeing that Brock and the others remained unconvinced, Jessie hastily added, it's a luxurious cruise ship, the SS, and she pointed in the direction of a magnificent vessel. There it is. Boarding is entirely free, with no hidden fees. If we didn't have other matters to attend to, we would never part with these tickets. We would board ourselves. James, feeling the weight of Ash's gaze, grew anxious, sensing his intentions were being scrutinized. Yet, driven by the desire for rewards and Giovanni's praise, he mustered a smile and began extolling the ship's attractions. Ash and his companions appeared intrigued. It must be said that James had a certain flair for persuasion. Sensing their interest, Jessie and James exchanged a knowing glance, thrusting the tickets into Ash's hands before fleeing. Please take care of our tickets for us. Misty eyed the tickets in Ash's hands, muttering, this feels a bit unreliable. Ash chuckled softly. It does seem a bit off, but as long as we are prepared, we should be fine. He tossed out 2 Pokeballs, and in a flash of white light, Pidgeotto and Squirtle materialized. Ash whispered instructions, and the 2 Pokemon nodded in understanding. Pidgeotto. Pidgeotto took Squirtle and flew off. Waving goodbye to them, Ash turned to Misty and Brock, declaring, let us go. Free things are worth trying, even if they seem dubious. Brock nearly retched. Ugh, Ash, that's just revolting. Misty echoed his sentiment. Seriously, who uses such a metaphor? Ash simply smiled, taking a bite of his bun. What's wrong with that? Several individuals boarded the SS St. Anno. Within the opulent cruise ship, a multitude of people congregated, and the vibrant atmosphere was palpable. Wow, Ash, this place is truly luxurious, exclaimed Misty, her eyes sparkling with wonder. It seems this trip has some merits after all. Ash nodded slightly, though a tinge of regret flickered in his heart at the thought of the ship's impending doom. Shut your mouth, Misty quipped, playfully tossing a large bag at Ash. Brock observed Ash, who was cradling his head, and in his eyes, there was no sympathy, only relief. Pika Pika. Agreed, chimed Pikachu. Brock, Pikachu, let us go and ignore him, Misty declared, casting a fierce glare at Ash. Rubbing his head, Ash squinted toward the interior of the ship. Just a moment ago, 2 faint, delicate voices reached his ears. Help me. Please save us. Chapter 33. The Four Generals, Lance. The SS St. Anu soared across the waves. Cloaked in black attire, Ash strolled leisurely along the deck. With Pikachu beside Misty and Brock, there was no need for Ash to fret excessively. He had other matters to attend to. Gradually, he distanced himself from the crowd. Hey, what are you doing here? A security officer in uniform called out to Ash. Upon recognizing the officer, Ash stroked his chin and replied, I was feeling rather bored inside the ship, so I thought I'd take a stroll. Haha, is that so? The officer laughed heartily. Well, I happen to have some free time. Why don't I accompany you? Ash nodded slightly. That sounds good. Thank you. The officer's eyes flickered momentarily as he waved dismissively. No problem, follow me. Tap, tap, tap. This doesn't seem right. Sir, Ash queried suspiciously. The officer led Ash to a secluded corner. Ash pointed to the other side. I want to go that way. The officer turned around, a cold smile gracing his lips. No, it's just here. As he prepared to reach for his waist, Ash blinked and appeared before him in an instant. The officer felt a sudden heaviness in his head, and as he lost consciousness, he heard a teasing remark. Thanks. After searching the officer, Ash discovered a tranquilizer gun and several thousand-league coins. After a moment's hesitation, he donned the officer's uniform and put on an earpiece. Then, he administered a shot to ensure the officer would sleep soundly. Gazing at his reflection in the gun's surface, Ash chuckled softly. ID 9527, commencing operation. Following his instincts, he navigated through the labyrinth of corridors until he arrived at a door. Two guards clad in black suits stood vigil at the entrance, eyeing Ash warily. Ash approached them with an air of nonchalance. Are you ready? Shall we make our move? The guards exchanged glances, their faces lighting up with anticipation. Bayubiu. Two shots rang out. The guards, their expressions still smiling, gently succumbed to slumber. Looks like I need to be swift. I'm curious to see what lies within. Ash murmured before pushing the door open. With a soft click, a voice laced with arrogance echoed. What's the matter? Have you found Ash? Ash paused momentarily, taken aback to find they were searching for him. He beheld a figure draped in a long black trench coat, paired with dark boots and gloves, exuding an aura of competence and chill. This individual was engrossed in a book, not sparing Ash even a glance, clearly not an ordinary foe. Ash took a couple of steps forward and calmly stated, Sir, you found me. Good, Lance replied, setting the book down and rising to stand beside Ash. His right hand transformed into a claw, launching an unexpected attack. Ash swiftly retreated, raising his hand to deflect Lance's assault. Who are you? They both inquired in unison. Lance stepped back, his gaze fixed on Ash as he replied coolly, I am Lance, one of the four generals of Team Rocket. Ash met his gaze with composure, responding, Oh, quite the notable figure, I presume? A glint of coldness flashed in Lance's eyes as he chuckled lightly. Not really. It's all due to the boss's favor. If you possess some skill, why not join Team Rocket? With that, Lance assumed a combat stance, as if poised to attack should Ash decline. Ash regarded Lance with a slight smirk. Join you and become a rat in the sewers? I beg your pardon. Before he could finish, Lance lunged forward with explosive speed, his fingers poised like daggers aimed at Ash's throat. Yet, to Ash, the speed was insufficient. He sidestepped the attack and countered with a sharp elbow strike to Lance's temple. Lance staggered backward, and Ash seized the opportunity to attack. His fingertips aimed directly at Lance's heart. A muffled grunt escaped Lance's throat as he crumpled to the ground, half kneeling. Is that all you've got? Ash queried, drawing the tranquilizer gun and aiming it at Lance. Slowly remove your hands from your waist and place them where I can see them. Otherwise, I'll have to put you to sleep for a while. Lance glared at Ash, a flicker of indignation and murderous intent flashing across his eyes as he lowered his hands to the ground. What do you wish to know? Ash ignored his query and summoned his speedy dog and Zubat. Zubat perched menacingly on Lance's shoulder, ready to strike should he make any sudden moves. SSSS. Lance's gaze was as cold and deep as the abyss, fixated on Ash without concern for Zubat's threat. The speedy dog returned with a chair and a mysterious gift box nearly a meter tall. Lance knelt on the ground while Ash took a seat, resembling a subject serving his sovereign. Disregarding Lance's thoughts, Ash, wary of potential traps, shattered the gift box with his powers, revealing its contents. 2 Ralts bound as gifts. Thank you. 2 voices echoed in Ash's mind. Lance's eyes widened as he realized Ash was an ability user. Who are you? No. It's my turn to question you, Ash countered, shaking his head. Now, tell me, why are you here? Lance glanced at the wall clock, then shot Ash a serpentine glance. Suddenly, a dense white smoke enveloped the room. SSSS. At that moment, 2 razor-sharp gusts of wind sliced toward Ash. Speedy dog, 12 o'clock. Unleash flamethrower. Ash sensed the incoming attack and commanded with precision. Boom. We will meet again. Lance's icy voice resonated through the smoke, and just like that, his presence vanished from the room. Ash's expression shifted as he scooped up the two Ralts and mounted his speedy dog. Zubat, let us go back. In the Grand Hall, a group of trainers bound by Team Rocket watched helplessly as Jessie directed her minions to loot the ship as treasures. Hurry, hurry. Those balding, chubby old men are loaded. Strip them clean. The henchmen hesitated for a moment, then closed their eyes and began rummaging through the pockets of the hefty old men. The trainers shook their heads desperately, but their efforts were in vain. Tears of regret flowed from both sides. It's over. My hands are tainted. Kozaburo was merrily murmuring to himself as he meticulously stowed Pokeballs into a prepared bag, exclaiming about the bountiful harvest. In stark contrast to the ease of the two, Meowth found himself in dire straits. He stood facing off against several henchmen alongside Pikachu, who valiantly protected the young trainers, Brock and Misty, behind him. Pikachu's formidable power rendered Team Rocket's attempts futile, as a few clever trainers took refuge behind him. Pikachu remained vigilant, eyeing the nefarious individuals attempting to snatch Pokémon. Several of Team Rocket's grunts lay charred and incapacitated on the ground, victims of Pikachu's electric wrath. Meowth frantically directed his comrades. Come on, you lot. Attack, Meow. Yet the grunts, having witnessed Pikachu's might, hesitated, taking a step forward only to retreat in fear of confrontation. One unfortunate grunt, distracted while backing away, inadvertently stepped on Meowth's tail. Enraged, Meowth leapt up and swiped at him, exclaiming, Useless, Meow. The grunt, nursing a scratched face, dared not utter a word. Misty, hiding behind Pikachu, placed her hands on her hips and shouted, Meowth, you'd better surrender quickly, or when Ash arrives, you'll see what he does to you. The trainers behind her, hearing of Ash's prowess, eagerly chimed in. Yes, return our Pokemon at once. Otherwise, when Ash arrives, you'll be in for it. Meowth, recalling the primary objective of their mission, turned to Musashi and Kozaburo, calling out, Hey Musashi, Kozaburo, have you seen Ash? Ash. Musashi and Kozaburo exchanged alarmed glances, nearly leaping from their spots. Quick, someone. With a resounding crash, their attention was abruptly diverted. A Zubat, accompanied by Lance, swooped down, circling before momentarily settling on Pikachu. Take care of things and prepare for retreat, Lance commanded. Lord Lance, your arm? Kozaburo exclaimed in astonishment, pointing at Lance's bleeding limb. Two gaping wounds marred Lance's right arm, oozing blood profusely. Lance cast a cold glare at Kozaburo. Silence. Prepare swiftly. Yes, sir. As the aircraft hovered overhead, Misty swiftly urged Pikachu, Pikachu, stop them. Pikachu shook his head vigorously, pointing at Lance, conveying that he was not to be trifled with. Defeated, Misty could only silently pray, Ash, please return soon. The Team Rocket grunts donned their flight packs and evacuated, dragging a hefty bag stuffed with Pokeballs and treasures. Leave the goods. At that moment, Ash arrived. Woof. A flamethrower from his Arcanine incinerated the large bag, scattering the contents everywhere. Oh no, my treasures. Musashi scrambled to grab a few items in desperation. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed as two warships charged towards the Saint and, on the aircraft, Lance, tending to his wounds, was momentarily seized by a fierce glint in his eyes as he retrieved a remote control and pressed it down forcefully. With a thunderous explosion, the Saint and split apart, the wails of trainers aboard resonating through the air. Ash, Misty gasped, instinctively calling out his name. I'm fine. Ash, unfazed by Team Rocket, approached Misty and the others. Recall Arcanine and summon Charizard and Zapdos. We need to save the people. Okay, Misty nodded, momentarily taken aback by the sight of Zapdos. She released her water-type Pokemon, while Brock, unable to summon his Pokemon on water, swiftly stripped off his shirt and dove in himself. The concealed Squirtle and Pidgeotto revealed themselves, joining the rescue effort. The unexpected explosion momentarily stunned Musashi and Meowth, but Kozaburo quickly regained his composure, pulling the two towards the aircraft. The trio, still shaken, escaped and gazed back at the billowing smoke on the sea with heavy hearts. Lance approached them coldly. Have you found Ash yet? The three shook their heads in a daze, still reeling from the ordeal. Lance snorted in understanding. As expected, he returned to his previous seat, relaying the events to Sakaki. With his eyes closed, he murmured, Ash, to have caught the boss's attention, he must be formidable. However, wait. His voice dwindled. Yet the chill in his gaze intensified. Chapter 34. The Larvitar siblings. After a prolonged effort, the group finally succeeded in rescuing everyone from peril. Fortunately, the explosion had originated from within the ship, sparing the crowd from significant harm. Although a few sustained minor injuries, no lives were lost, a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. Ash, his companions, and the Pokemon lay exhausted on the warship, breathing a sigh of relief. At that moment, Junsha, clad in her uniform, approached the rescued individuals with gratitude. Dr. Ash, thank you for saving everyone. Thank you, thank you. The rescued individuals echoed their appreciation, gazing at Ash with awe. Seeing this, Ash quickly stood and waved his hands humbly. There's no need for such praise, Miss Junsha. It was our duty. Did we manage to save everyone? Are they all safe? Junsha nodded, reassuring him, rest assured, Dr. Ash. Everyone is safe, with only 2 sustaining minor scrapes. The rest are unharmed. She continued, this is all thanks to your efforts. I will report truthfully to the League. They will undoubtedly commend you. Upon hearing the word reward, Brock, who had been lying on the ground, sprang up like a bolt of lightning, rushing to Junsha with eager anticipation. I don't want any reward. I just hope that if you have the time, Miss Junsha, could we perhaps share a meal together? Coughing lightly, Junsha glanced at Ash and asked, Dr. Ash, where are you headed? We can give you a ride part of the way. After a brief hesitation, Ash replied, then please take us to Olivine City. Certainly, I'll arrange that now. Junsha nodded, escaping the conversation. As Junsha departed, the other trainers began to disperse. Even though none were physically injured, the psychological scars lingered. Noticing that Junsha had ignored him, Brock shed tears of despair. Another failure. When will love finally come my way? Ash patted Brock's shoulder. Don't worry, you will find it someday. Brock, you really are hopeless. Just as Brock was about to express his gratitude, he noticed Ash walking towards Misty, prompting him to utter a frustrated curse. Seeing Pikachu beside him, he hugged it tightly. Oh, how unfortunate I am, Pikachu. How terribly unfortunate. Pika, Ash, save me. I apologize, Pikachu. Ash indicates that he cannot assist you at this moment, as he is rather preoccupied. Ash seated himself beside Misty and inquired, are you all right? You were remarkably brave just now. Hearing this, a somewhat fatigued Misty instantly beamed with pride. Of course, who do you think I am? I am the beautiful Misty. Such matters pose no challenge for me. However, I never anticipated that you would be able to capture Zapdos, a legendary Pokemon. Well, Ash, you are merely a smidge less capable than I am, she declared, playfully patting Ash on the shoulder, adopting a sisterly demeanor. Ash gazed at her with a broad smile, as if Misty were about to sprout wings. He echoed her praise, and Misty began to share her thoughts, gradually opening up to Ash. Everything felt so splendid. Indeed, in times of crisis, the bonds become purer. As they conversed, they lost track of time, until Joy called them back to reality. Professor Ash, your Pokemon are ready. Joy wheeled over 2 Ralts and greeted Ash with a smile before turning to leave, granting them a moment of privacy. Ash expressed his gratitude to Joy. The 2 Ralts leaped into Ash's embrace, communicating telepathically. Thank you for saving us, human. Misty, observing these adorable creatures for the first time, quickly retrieved her Pokédex from her backpack and scanned them. Ralts, emotion Pokemon, capable of sensing human emotions with the horn upon its head. So, your name is Ralts. How utterly charming. Sensing Misty's delight and goodwill, the little ones nodded back in friendly acknowledgement. Thank you for the compliment. Seeing that Ralts did not need to speak for her to hear them, Misty gasped in astonishment. Wow. Is this what they call telepathy? How incredible. Ash shot Misty a glance, shaking his head at the Ralts' siblings. It's nothing. I am merely a messenger of justice. And it is only right to lend a hand when one is in need. Then, with a hint of curiosity, he asked, but how did you end up on the ship? And why were you packaged as a gift? The brother Ralts awkwardly scratched his head. We fell into their trap, which is how we were captured. That person named Lance said he intended to deliver us to their boss, packaging us in this manner. The sister lowered her head, slightly blushing. It was my fault. I was too greedy. No, it was my failure to protect you. The brother consoled her gently, ruffling her hair. Brother, sister. Ash intervened promptly to halt their self-reproach. All right, now you two. What are your plans moving forward? The Ralts siblings exchanged glances before addressing Ash. Do you wish to capture us? Yes. Ash never concealed his desires. We have met our master, they chorused. Ash produced Pokeballs to capture them both. Misty watched in envy, exclaiming, I wish I could capture a delightful creature like that. There will be opportunities, Ash replied with a light chuckle. Ralts. Level LV16. Gender male. Type, psychic, fairy. Ability, telepathy. Held item, none. Moves, telekinesis, teleport, confusion, shadow sneak, light screen. Ralts. Level LV15. Gender, female. Type, psychic. Fairy. Ability, telepathy. Held item, none. Moves, sing, telekinesis, teleport, confusion, shadow sneak. The Pokeball containing the Sister Ralts slowly vanished, returning to Professor Oak's lab. Ash paused for a moment, then realized, have I already captured 12 Pokemon? Misty remarked, you have enough Pokemon. It would have been better to let me capture one just now. Ash shot her a look and held up the brother's Pokeball. Don't worry. By the next city, your sister will return. The Pokeball in Ash's hand wobbled slightly, indicating its understanding. That night, Ash and his companions retired to their respective rooms for rest. Knock, knock. 2 gentle raps on the door. Ash opened it to find Misty standing outside. What's the matter, Misty? Is there something you need? I came to check if you were asleep, Misty stammered. Understanding her intent, Ash smiled. Come in, let us talk. He gently led her into the room. Misty, sitting on Ash's bed, feigned indifference. I never said I wanted to come in. Ash chuckled and shook his head. I know, we can chat a bit. Although there were no significant casualties during the day, the events were still quite frightening. We should arrive tomorrow. I've heard that Blamperuch City is a famous vacation destination. Do you have anything in mind that you wish to do? Oh, absolutely. Misty's eyes lit up as she began to list her desires. I want to sunbathe, go surfing, and play ball. As she spoke, Misty unconsciously lay down beside Ash on the bed. It was only when she realized the awkwardness that it was too late. What are you doing? I'm helping you relax. I've heard it's very effective. Really? You wouldn't lie to me, would you? Of course not. Then, Chapter 35, Battle at Blamperuch Resort with Shigeru. Bidding farewell to the battleship, Ash and his companions arrived seamlessly at Blamperuch City. Let us go, Misty. Ash naturally took her hand. No. Brock abruptly pulled Ash aside, addressing Misty. Just borrowing him for a moment. Misty stood there, dazed. As the two moved to the shade of a tree, where Brock knelt with a loud thud. Master, please allow me to pay my respects. Brock prostrated himself before Ash. Ash quickly knelt to assist him up. What are you doing, Brock? Get up. But Brock remained steadfast, seeming to refuse to rise until Ash granted him permission. Ash reflected on the day's events and understood Brock's peculiar behavior. Reluctantly, Ash knelt before him, saying, It is not that I don't wish to teach you. It's simply, is it not brotherly? Answer me. Look into my eyes. Brock rose, seizing Ash by the shoulders, and shouted, All right. I'll teach you a technique. Recognizing Brock's genuine urgency, Ash pondered for a moment. With his goal accomplished, Brock's previous eagerness faded, and he gazed at Ash expectantly, awaiting the secret to success. First and foremost, attracting a girl is not about chasing her, but about drawing her in, Ash stated matter-of-factly. Attracting? Brock appeared puzzled. Ash nodded. Precisely. So you must first change the mindset of wanting to pounce on every attractive girl you encounter. Brock considered the girls he had frightened away in the past, and nodded in agreement, seeing that you can change. I will continue, Ash continued. Next, seek out fellow trainers like yourself to engage and understand. Through your abilities, you can spark their interest, and gradually, it will develop. As Xiao Gang contemplated the myriad possibilities, a spark of realization illuminated his eyes. Grasping Xiao Ji's hand, he exclaimed, Master, you truly are a master. Your words are worth more than a decade of study. I understand now. Xiao Ji nodded in agreement, affirming, Indeed, let us rise and hasten our departure. Just as they approached Xiao Xia, she instinctively shielded Xiao Ji behind her, casting a wary glance at Xiao Gang. What were you just doing? She inquired. Oh, come now. Xiao Xia. Xiao Gang was merely seeking my counsel. Xiao Ji interjected with a raised eyebrow. Xiao Gang nodded in affirmation. Yes, exactly that. However, Xiao Xia remained unconvinced. Her intuition sensing something amiss, and she prepared to voice her concerns. Gently, Xiao Ji wrapped his arm around Xiao Xia's waist and whispered in her ear, Let us depart. To the beach. The warmth of his breath caused Xiao Xia to blush, and she shyly acquiesced. Very well then. Taking her hand, Xiao Ji continued towards the shore. Witnessing the situation diffuse, Xiao Gang exhaled in relief and discreetly gave Xiao Ji a thumbs up. Under the azure sky and amidst the fluffy white clouds, the vibrant beach teemed with sun-kissed beauties clad in an array of bikinis, delighting in the water, resting, and basking in the sun. What a splendid vacation paradise! Xiao Ji exclaimed, preparing to dash forward when suddenly, Xiao Xia seized him by the arm. Xiao Ji, you mustn't go? She insisted. Ouch! Xiao Ji winced at her grip, hastily nodding in compliance. All right, I understand. Xiao Gang cast a smug glance at Xiao Ji and declared, I shall take my leave now. Observing Xiao Gang's retreating figure, a twinge of envy stirred within Xiao Ji. Xiao Xia, catching the glimmer of envy in his eyes, teased softly, What's this? Are you envious? Xiao Ji shook his head vigorously. Of course not. I was merely pondering what we should do together. A mischievous grin spread across his face as he raised an eyebrow. What do you think, Xiao Xia? Her cheeks flushing crimson, Xiao Xia suggested, "Let us find a secluded spot to play." Before they could act upon their plan, a raucous voice called out from nearby, "Well, if it isn't the scoundrel Xiao Ji, you've come as well." The figure striding towards them was none other than the beach's self-proclaimed star, accompanied by 6 diverse beauties. Quite the spectacle. Xiao Ji looked up and smirked, if it isn't the fool Xiao Mao. Long time no see. Xiao Mao approached, nearly invading Xiao Ji's personal space, and stated pointedly, "Scoundrel Xiao Ji." Unfazed, Xiao Ji shot back, "Fool Xiao Mao." The two began to butt heads like stubborn bulls, attracting the attention of Xiao Mao's girlfriends, as well as Xiao Gang, who, upon recognizing Xiao Ji, felt a pang of envy and revered his teachings as sacred wisdom. Xiao Xia, noticing the scrutinizing gazes directed at them, hurriedly intervened, "Enough, you two." After their brief clash, they reluctantly stepped back, each casting a sidelong glance at the other, both huffing in defiance. Xiao Mao boasted, "Scoundrel Xiao Ji, let us have a Pokemon battle. I wish to see how far you've come." Xiao Ji coolly replied, "Not much. Beating you will suffice." With a dismissive glance, Xiao Mao retorted, "Bring it on." They both released their Pokemon simultaneously, Xiao Ji's Swift Dog against Xiao Mao's. "I knew your first choice would be Swift Dog," Xiao Ji remarked with a knowing smile. "What's it to you? Just beat me first." Xiao Mao challenged, determined. The two Swift Dogs, enveloped in flames, collided with a resounding crash. Xiao Mao's Swift Dog was sent flying, an outcome Xiao Ji anticipated, given the level disparity. Xiao Ji's at level 52, while Xiao Mao's was merely level 40. "Swift Dog, finish him off." Crunch. Xiao Ji commanded, pressing the advantage. "Swift Dog, endure." Xiao Mao countered, but his Pokemon was outmatched. Just as Xiao Mao's Swift Dog braced for the attack, Xiao Ji's Swift Dog expertly maneuvered, evading the bite and securing victory. With a grimace, Xiao Mao recalled his Swift Dog and unleashed a new contender, the Flying Mantis. "Come back, Swift Dog," Xiao Ji called, replacing it with his own. "Regrettably, my Flying Mantis is absent. Sandshrew, you shall take its place." As the battles continued, from the 3rd through the 6th match, Xiao Mao's spirits waned. Confronted by the overwhelming prowess of Xiao Ji's Pokemon, Swift Dog, Sandshrew, Nidoking, Pidgeotto, and Zubat, all victorious. "Xiao Mao," his girlfriends exclaimed anxiously, with a wave of his hand. Xiao Mao retrieved a Pokeball from around his neck, declaring, "All right, my darling." Wartortle, level 38. "Fire up, Charizard." Xiao Ji released his own Pokemon, Charizard, level 40. The sight of Xiao Ji's fully evolved Charizard caused Xiao Mao's eyes to widen in astonishment. "As expected from you, Xiao Ji," he mused, acknowledging his rival's strength. Yet, Xiao Mao was far from conceding defeat. Wartortle, use Water Gun. Charizard, unleash Fire Blast. The clash of water and fire resulted in a steamy stalemate, neither able to gain the upper hand. Understanding Xiao Mao's capabilities, Xiao Ji decided to reveal his full potential. "Charizard, ascend." "Dragon Pulse." "What?" Xiao Mao exclaimed, as Wartortle withdrew into its shell, attempting to mitigate the attack. Charizard soared, exuding a radiant blue aura, targeting the curled Wartortle below. With a determined spin, Wartortle aimed to lessen the impact, but Charizard intensified its assault, creating a substantial crater upon landing. "Wartortle." Xiao Mao could hardly accept the impending loss. "Kami," he bellowed, as a burst of light emerged from the crater, revealing Blastoise. The water-type Pokemon nodded at Xiao Mao, readying for battle. "Come on, let us do this," Xiao Mao urged, as Blastoise unleashed Hydro Pump. But Charizard, refusing to back down, roared defiantly, "Roar." With newfound power, Charizard ascended to elite status. Dragon Rage. Charizard plummeted towards Blastoise, resulting in a thunderous explosion of dust and debris. As the dust settled, Charizard stood triumphantly, while Blastoise lay vanquished. Xiao Ji emerged victorious, recalling his Pokemon with a self-satisfied grin. Xiao Mao scratched his head, still unable to defeat you. Xiao Ji crossed his arms and remarked, "Just practice more. You jerk." Xiao Mao retorted before turning to leave. "Wait, Xiao Mao, have you forgotten something?" Xiao Ji suddenly called out with a mischievous grin, gritting his teeth. Xiao Mao's temples throbbed, and with great reluctance, he bent down to Xiao Ji, saying, "Boss." Having uttered those words, he swiftly turned and fled. "Ah, that hit the spot." Xiao Ji nodded in satisfaction, calling out to Xiao Mao's retreating figure, "You're welcome to come again." Xiaoxia looked on in disbelief at this scene and remarked, "What a child." "What? Xiaoxia wants to have a child? Then I suppose I'll reluctantly agree. Let us go, let us go. Get lost." Chapter 36, Nanami and Selena. What else is there to do besides playing? Of course, it involves eating. This beach is renowned for its two famous establishments, the Sea House, and Granny Jin's beach hut. At the entrance, a white-bearded old man and a frail old woman were locked in a standoff, surrounded by a large crowd. Xiaoji, not one to join the fray, turned to Xiaoxia and Xiaojing, suggesting, "Let us head into the city to eat. We can take a break afterward." They nodded in agreement. "Xiaoji, you really came." A sudden voice from behind startled him. Turning around, he exclaimed, "Mama Huazi, what are you doing here?" He had assumed Huazi was elsewhere. Feeling a bit shy in front of Xiaoji's mother, Xiaoxia discreetly hid behind him. Huazi opened her arms wide, and Pikachu darted over. "Come here, Xiaoqiu. It's been a while. Did you miss me?" "Pika Pika. Mama Huazi, you have no idea about Xiaoji." Listening to Pikachu's chatter, Huazi occasionally nodded, eliciting an eye roll from Xiaoji as he muttered, "Who has the sun here?" "Hey Xiaoji, long time no see," greeted Nanami, her brown hair cascading down, a beauty mark adorning the corner of her left eye. "Nanami, you're here too?" Xiaoji exclaimed in surprise. Internally, he thought, this isn't unexpected. Nanami, Xiaomao's cousin, worked at the Oak Research Institute. With a playful wink, she continued, "It's all because of you. Grandpa Oak was supposed to come, but you cleverly sent him 2 rare Pokemon, causing him to become so engrossed in his research that he couldn't make it. So, I accompanied Mama Huazi instead." At this point, Nanami paused, playfully tugging at Xiaoji's face, adding, "And you should call me Sister Nanami." Xiaoji caught her teasing hand and shot her an exasperated glance. "All right, Sister Nanami, got it." Observing their close interaction, Xiaoxia discreetly poked Xiaoji in the side. This scene did not escape Nanami's notice, and she chuckled, "Xiaoji, why not introduce your 2 friends behind you?" Xiaoji obliged, introducing all 4 of them, establishing a preliminary acquaintance. Huazi, holding Pikachu, waved at Xiaoji, "Xiaoji, come here for a moment." Xiaoji turned to Xiaoxia, saying, "I'll go take a look." Xiaoxia nodded. "What's up, Mama Huazi?" Xiaoji asked as he sat down beside her. Huazi hesitated before gently stroking Pikachu, her gaze drifting to Xiaoxia, who stood alone. Upon realizing that Nanami was also a breeder, Xiaojing's eyes lit up, and he began to engage in conversation with her, recalling Xiaoji's teachings. This left Xiaoxia standing there, feeling rather isolated. Following Huazi's gaze, Xiaoji noticed her as well and tilted his hat slightly, saying, "If you're not going to say anything, I'll be on my way." "Hey, wait a second." Huazi quickly stopped him, chiding, "You can't be so reckless, you know." Xiaoji regarded her quietly, as if prepared to leave if no useful information was forthcoming. "Fine." Huazi's eyes sparkled with mischief as she added, "Remember to go to Yuhong City. There's a surprise waiting for you." Humph. Understanding Huazi's intentions, Xiaoji shot her a knowing glance and made his way back to Xiaoxia. Huazi, somewhat dejected, leaned against Pikachu. "The kids have grown up. They even dare to give me the cold shoulder." "Xiaoqiu, you are still the best." Pikachu comforted Huazi with its soft little hands. "Pika Pika." Suddenly, Huazi looked up at Xiaoji and Xiaoxia, grinning. "What a battlefield. I can't wait to see what Xiaoji will do. I hope he won't be killed." "Oh, my poor Selena, caught up with such a fickle heart." On the boat ride to the restaurant, Nanami kept gazing at Xiaoji's face, as if trying to memorize every detail. Sitting across from each other, there was no way for Xiaoji to evade her scrutiny. Growing impatient, he said, "What's up? Speak if you have something to say." Nanami smiled at Xiaoxia, saying, "Xiaoxia, shall we switch seats? I have something to discuss with Xiaoji." Xiaoxia hesitated, glancing at Huazi beside Nanami. "All right, fine." Xiaojing watched helplessly as his goddess moved away. "Oh no." Huazi greeted Xiaoxia with a bright smile. Feeling the warmth from Huazi, Xiaoxia gradually relaxed, starting to engage in light conversation. Nanami, smiling, observed as Huazi and Xiaoxia chatted animatedly. She then leaned closer to Xiaoji and whispered, "Xiaoji, you wouldn't want Selena to find out about your multiple romantic entanglements, right?" Xiaoji glanced at the awkward Xiaojing in the corner, sighed, and quietly replied, "What do you want? Aside from wanting my body, I'll agree to anything." "Xiaoji, you even dare to tease me, your sister. But what if I really want your body?" Nanami playfully tugged at Xiaoji's ear. Although she said that, a faint blush crept onto her earlobes. Xiaoji chuckled, winking at her. "What can be done? I suppose it would be a chilled dish. After all, I want to be the one losing out." Nanami playfully shoved him, saying, "You're dreaming." Since this remark went unheard, Huazi and the others caught wind of it. Huazi shot Xiaoji an incredulous look and turned to Nanami. "What's wrong, Nanami? Did Xiaoji upset you again?" Realizing she had misspoken, Nanami quickly shifted her strategy, feigning innocence to Huazi. "Yes, Aunt Huazi, Xiaoji is bullying me." For pairs of eyes bore down on Xiaoji, as if he were an irredeemable villain unless he apologized. Xiaoji raised his hands in surrender. "I'm sorry, Nanami. I'm a sinner, a terrible person. I am not human. How could I? As Xiao Zhi's words grew increasingly absurd, Nanami quickly covered his mouth with her hand. All right, I forgive you. Stop talking. Woo-woo. If you dare to say another word, I'll have you castrated. Seeing Xiao Zhi remain unrepentant, Nanami whispered. Xiao Zhi blinked innocently, fearing to speak further. Once she sensed his compliance, Nanami carefully released her hand. Xiaoxia chuckled awkwardly, and Huazi. Their relationship is really quite good. Hanako chuckled awkwardly, acknowledging the shared history they had since childhood. In a corner, Xiaojiang appeared to grasp the gravity of the situation, tears of sorrow streaming down his face. Ash, you bastard, he thought bitterly, knowing such words could only echo in the confines of his mind. Suddenly, Kasumi noticed something and called out to the captain. Wait a moment, Captain. There seems to be something over there. Chapter 37, The Enormous Tentacruel. As they approached the shore, Kasumi spotted a Pokemon drifting on the surface of the ocean. Please, sir, she implored the captain. It's all right, just watch me, he replied, a good-natured man who, seeing Kasumi's urgency, wasted no time. He executed a swift drift, accelerating directly to the location she indicated. Kasumi retrieved a fishing net and rescued the Pokemon from the water, a battered, unconscious seahorse. Nanami quickly produced her tools to tend to its injuries, while Xiaojiang assisted her. With the efforts of these two skilled breeders, the seahorse soon regained consciousness. Huh, it muttered, bewildered. Ash and the others reached the shore, settling their dues with the captain and expressing their gratitude. Thank you, Captain, they said. The captain waved them off, picking up a few more tourists to begin the return journey. Let me go? The revived seahorse began to struggle in Kasumi's arms. She gently placed it back into the water, her concern evident. What is wrong, seahorse? Sensing her kindness, the seahorse began to gesture wildly. There's danger. Realizing their confusion, the seahorse expelled a few puffs of ink, drawing the outlines of Tentacruel and Cloyster in the water, then mimicked a dying expression. Kasumi, puzzled, turned to Ash and asked, What's wrong with the seahorse? Immediately regretting her inquiry, memories of Ash's previous actions flooded back to her. However, she had indeed asked the right person. From the moment he laid eyes on the seahorse, Ash had already pieced together the unfolding narrative. Yet knowing the truth posed another challenge. Rubbing his temples, Ash explained, the seahorse indicates that humans have destroyed the habitats of Tentacruel and Cloyster, and now they seek revenge. Upon hearing this, the seahorse eagerly nodded, affirming Ash's words. Kasumi, astonished, glanced at Ash, then expressed her concern. No, they can't retaliate against humans. It will only worsen their situation. Just as her words left her lips, a loud explosion erupted. A cruise ship on the water burst apart, prompting many trainers to leap overboard in a frantic escape. There's no time. We must save them. Ash released his flying and water-type Pokemon, and Kasumi followed suit, rescuing the stranded tourists. At that moment, a shrill announcement blared over the coastal loudspeakers. Attention! To defeat our harbor's #1 enemy, the Cloyster obstructing our operations, I will fund a call for warriors. Those who drive away the Cloyster will receive a reward of 1 million Alliance coins. Who would heed her call for 1 million? Kasumi fumed. Cloysters are so adorable. How can they even think of driving them away? Yet, she was among the few unconcerned with monetary gain. Most were blinded by greed and rushed toward the harbor. Xiaojiang scratched his chin, noting, that voice sounds familiar. It resembles that of the old woman from Blue Plush Resort. Nanami shook her phone, declaring, it seems we've found our true culprit. I wonder if Junsha and the others will make it in time. Ash shook his head. Let us prepare for the worst. Kasumi, take the seahorse and head to the harbor. Xiaojiang, you, Nanami, and Hanako's mother should find shelter in the city. In this urgent moment, everyone was acutely aware of the gravity of Ash's words and swiftly set to action. Not far from the harbor, a submarine shaped like a Magikarp floated on the surface, a periscope scanning the port. Did you hear that? 1 million. Musashi exclaimed excitedly. Kojiru nodded fervently. I heard it. Just as we were kicked out by the boss, this golden opportunity appears. Meowth chimed in. Just right. We have domestic 3-cup vinegar. It's said to be very effective against the Tentacruel. We're truly in luck. What are we waiting for? Let us get moving. Meanwhile, Tentacruel and Cloyster began to surface not far from the harbor, a dark mass approaching ominously. Kin Grandma, spotting the swarm of jellyfish, shouted through a megaphone, brave warriors. Join me in defeating them, and you will earn a reward of 1 million coins. Hearing her call, trainers at the harbor released their Pokemon, preparing for a showdown with the jellyfish. Just then, Team Rocket's submarine emerged from the depths, positioning itself amidst the Tentacruel. Watch our might, Meowth declared, pouring the domestic vinegar over the creatures. Musashi and Kojiru watched with glee, laughing. 1 million. We'll take it. Before they could revel in their triumph, a blinding white light erupted from beneath the waves. A thunderous roar resonated as a colossal tentacruel, towering nearly 20 stories high, emerged. Team Rocket was sent flying. As they landed, Musashi and the others stared in disbelief at the scene unfolding before them. What happened? Why has it grown so large? The transformed giant tentacruel, resembling a ferocious beast, swung its massive tentacles, shattering buildings in its path, debris flying in all directions. Accompanied by a horde of cloisters, it surged toward the shore like a relentless tide. Wherever the cloisters passed, structures crumbled as if made of paper, collapsing into ruin. Trainers along the shore watched in horror. Having never witnessed such a colossal Pokemon, their hearts filled with dread. In a panic, they recalled their Pokemon and scattered in every direction. Hey, don't run. My house. I'll fight you. Kin Grandma cried, witnessing her hard work reduced to rubble by the tentacruel's rampage. Desperately, she produced a rocket launcher from seemingly nowhere, intent on attacking the gigantic tentacruel. Stop her, Furo. Ash had been waiting for this opportunity. Without hesitation, he released his Furo, which dashed forward like a bolt of lightning, leaping to pin Kin Grandma to the ground, rendering her immobile. Observing that the cloisters had nearly wreaked havoc, Ash unleashed his Steelix and Zapdos. Their mighty roars echoed, startling both the tentacruel and the humans in the city. Another enormous Pokemon. Here it comes. The world is doomed. I don't want to die yet. Recognizing Steelix as Ash's Pokemon, Nanami comforted Hanako. Don't worry. Fear not, Aunt Hanako. This is Ash's Pokemon. Brock nodded in agreement. Ash took action, and hope was rekindled. Although Hanako was not as fragile as the average person, she was momentarily taken aback by the situation. Upon hearing Nanami's words, she finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Ash, you have truly grown. The colossal Steelix must not be allowed to permit the tentacruels to penetrate further into the city. Roar. With me here, there shall be no accidents. Subsequently, Ash and Pikachu ascended upon the back of Zapdos, extending a hand towards Misty. Let us go. Misty, join us in halting the giant tentacruel. Indeed. Misty nodded vigorously, embracing her Horsia as she boarded Zapdos. With a mighty flap of its wings, Zapdos confronted the enormous tentacruel, matching its stature. The formidable tentacruel regarded Ash and his companions warily, its tentacles poised for an imminent strike. Tentacruel's level, LV-75. Tentacruel, I harbor no ill intent, Ash declared, asserting his position first. Misty, gazing earnestly at the great tentacruel, added, Yes, tentacruel, cease your destruction. We will resolve this matter. Ash and Misty, along with Horsia, endeavored to persuade the creature. Grr. How can I trust you? Roar. We need your belief. Otherwise, it's either flight or demise. Zapdos scoffed, questioning why Ash would even attempt dialogue with such a Pokemon. The recently empowered tentacruel could hardly tolerate such provocation. Then let us see who perishes. Countless tentacles surged forth, darkening the skies as they assaulted Zapdos. Ash glanced below, realizing that Zapdos had been incited. With a resigned shake of his head, he witnessed Zapdos enveloped in crackling lightning, effortlessly shattering Tentacruel's onslaught. Grr. That hurts. Roar. You're worthless if you can't even wield your own power. Zapdos unleashed another thunderbolt, teaching the Tentacruel a harsh lesson. This strike nearly sent the colossal Tentacruel reeling, while the closer Tentacruels were utterly obliterated. With the battle ignited, Ash ceased his verbal entreaties, releasing both Eevee and Pikachu. Tentacruel, depart. I shall render judgment upon those who invade your home. 3 presences, mightier than Zapdos, bore down upon the giant Tentacruel, snapping it to attention. The Tentacruel cast a glance at Ash, let out a fierce roar, and retreated into the depths of the ocean with its kin. Misty and Horsia's expressions dimmed, realizing that force had once again dictated the resolution. Ash gently embraced Misty, urging Zapdos onward. Let us return. Come, come, come. Suddenly, a howl echoed from the abyss, and a thick fog enveloped the surface of the sea. Chapter 38. The Trial of the Rainbow Warrior of the Water Deity. Ash gently reassured the group. You should head back. I sense something amiss in the ocean, and I must investigate. What's wrong? Wasn't the Tentacruel already dealt with? Misty questioned, her gaze fixed on the foggy waters. Did you not hear that howl just now? Ash pondered, shaking his head as he admitted, I am uncertain, but I feel compelled to investigate. Is that so? Misty smiled softly, adjusting Ash's attire. Then off you go. I shall await your return. Ash felt a twinge of unease, but chose to remain silent. Nodding at Misty, he mounted Zapdos, returning his Pokemon to their Pokeballs. With everything in order, he set off. As the residents and trainers, previously frightened away by the tentacruels, emerged from their hiding spots. They gasped for breath and excitedly conversed, filled with curiosity and admiration for the hero that had driven the tentacruels away. Nanami and her companions were among the crowd, and upon noticing Misty standing alone, they anxiously inquired, "Where has Ash gone?" Misty, wearing a smile, recounted the events to Nanami and the others. After hearing the tale, the villagers were in awe of Ash's bravery. However, upon learning that Granny Jean had incited the tentacruel's attack, their initial fear was swiftly replaced by ire. That wretched old woman has caused such chaos. Indeed, she deserves punishment. A chorus of condemnation erupted from the crowd, expressing their vehement disapproval of Granny Jean's actions. Before long, Ms. Junsha arrived. Amidst the cacophony of disdain, Granny Jean was escorted away by Junsha, marking the beginning of her incarceration. Following the instinct in his heart, Ash directed Zapdos towards a distant island. Come, come, come. After a brief flight, Ash and Pikachu spotted a small island amidst the sea. They exchanged glances, and Ash commanded, "Zapdos, descend." Roar. Upon landing, Zapdos let out a cry, signifying their arrival. The dense fog reappeared, and the sound of approaching footsteps echoed ominously. Ash's gaze sharpened as he released all his Pokémon, focusing intently on the depths of the mist. A cool breeze swept through, and a chilling voice resonated. "Chosen by Lord Ho-Oh, the Rainbow Warrior, you have finally arrived." Ash then discerned the figure approaching. It was a Pokémon of elegant form, adorned with flowing purple mane and crowned with a sapphire-like diadem atop its head. This was none other than the legendary Pokémon Suicune. Suicune, level LV 85. Ash, bewildered, asked, "Did you summon me here?" "That is of little consequence," Suicune replied, casting a fleeting glance at Ash. "What truly matters is whether you possess the courage to conquer the 3 trials set forth by Lord Ho-Oh and become his envoy and a champion of justice." "A champion of justice?" Ash regarded Suicune skeptically. Ignoring his gaze, Suicune stepped aside and continued, "The 3 trials consist of my water trial, Reiku's thunder trial, and Inyai's fire trial. Should you triumph over us 3, you may stand before Lord Ho-Oh and become his envoy." After Suicune concluded, it fixed its gaze upon Ash, awaiting his response. Pikachu cheered, eager for battle. Firo echoed, ready for the challenge. Observing the fervor in Pikachu and the others, Ash chuckled lightly. "Of course, I must participate. However, should I defeat you, will there be a reward, or is the honor of battling you the reward itself?" Suicune's demeanor stiffened, casting an irritable glance at Ash, and dropped the pretense. "You rascal. Ash, you are indeed infuriating. We cannot be captured. We have our own duties that cannot be controlled. Otherwise, the balance of this world would gradually unravel. As for the reward, let us discuss it after you have defeated me." Ash smirked, realizing Suicune had been tailing him all along. "Then let the battle commence, Ralts." The little one stood earnestly before Suicune. Suicune regarded Ash with exasperation, and Ash shrugged. "A trial is not a life-and-death struggle. We shall take it one at a time." Waterlord had nothing to say and swiftly dispatched Lalalalis. Bah! Ash, understanding the situation, turned to his Pokémon behind him and said, "Everyone, this opponent is not easy to find. Bring forth your strongest forms." Electabuzz, Pidgeotto, Squirtle, Shakiras, Bulbasaur, Zubat, Charizard, Nidorino. Ash tossed a moonstone into the air, evolving Nidoqueen. Pidgeotto, Arcanine. The front line was merely cannon fodder. Ash aimed to illustrate the vast chasm between himself and true power. Steelix, Zapdos, attack together. Use Rock Slide and Thunderbolt. Upon witnessing the moves of the 2 Pokémon, Waterlord finally showed a spark of interest. Psychic. An invisible force instantaneously shielded him from their assaults. Then came a water gun that obliterated the enormous Steelix, followed by a swift movement towards Zapdos, where a freeze beam dispatched it as well. The battle concluded in an instant, and Waterlord cast a smug glance at Ash. Ash, puzzled, looked at Waterlord, not comprehending why he chose to taunt Zapdos so closely. He could have easily resolved the situation without moving, retrieving his defeated Pokémon. Ash hesitated before sending out 2 EVs. He longed to release Pikachu, but lacked the confidence for a guaranteed victory. Pikachu, sensing Ash's apprehension, stepped forward. Pika. Ash, let me take on this challenge, as I am destined to defeat Ho-Oh." Raichu and Flareon exchanged glances with Pikachu, then looked toward Ash. Eevee. Ash and Pikachu shared a knowing look, a light chuckle escaping their lips. "Then let us battle. Pikachu, it shall be you." Thunderbolt. The entire island was enveloped in dark clouds, reminiscent of an apocalyptic scene. Pikachu soared high, and furious thunder tore through the darkness, launching directly at Waterlord. Waterlord's pupils constricted, taken aback by Pikachu's formidable strength. A smirk graced his lips as he forcefully stomped the ground, instantaneously raising a wall of water. Barrier. The clash of electricity erupted, creating a cacophony of sparks. Waterlord then unleashed a frigid blue beam. Freeze beam. Pikachu evaded using Shadow Clone, scattering into numerous versions of itself. Everything touched by the beam turned to ice, while the shadows of Pikachu were frozen into miniature figurines. Pika. Suddenly, one Pikachu burst forth from beneath the beam's path, charging at Waterlord like a flash of yellow lightning. Volt Tackle. The impact struck Waterlord, sending him hurtling backward. Arcs of electricity crackling around him. Paralyzed. What a perfect opportunity. Pikachu, Iron Tail. Pikachu leaped high, delivering a powerful swipe to Waterlord's head. Pika. I strike. Waterlord, dazed, crumpled to the ground. The battle concluded, and Pikachu leveled up. Victory. Pika. Ash rushed forward, embracing Pikachu. Eevee Eevee. The two Eevees celebrated alongside them. Such strength from Pikachu. Indeed, Ho-Oh did not misjudge. Ash, you have triumphed. Waterlord shook his head and stood up. Quickly summon your water-type Pokemon. I shall grant you your reward before departing. Ash promptly released Squirtle. Waterlord expelled a droplet of blue water, merging it with Squirtle's essence. Squirtle's level surged dramatically. Came. With a mighty roar, Squirtle evolved. Blastoise. Level 45. Male. Type. Water. Ability. Torrent. Held item. Mysterious water droplet. Skills. Tackle. Tail whip. Water gun. Bubble. Water pulse. Withdraw. Saline. Aqua ring. Blizzard. Goodness gracious. Its level surpasses Charizard. Ash quickly recalled Blastoise, expressing his gratitude to Waterlord. Thank you, Waterlord. Humph. Waterlord scoffed, producing a feather crystallized from ice. Take this. If you require assistance, you may summon me. With that, he spun around and vanished into the depths of the ocean. Ash waved towards the direction where Waterlord had departed. Thank you, Waterlord. I shall seek you out for a visit. You impertinent Ash. Do not call for me without reason. Chapter 40. The Ghost's Millennia-Long Wait. Having concluded his vacation, Ash bid farewell to Nanami and Hanako, continuing his journey to the next gym. Suddenly, an announcement echoed across the cruise ship. Attention, travelers. We have arrived at the port of Maiden Gorge, where a festival is currently underway. After a lengthy maritime voyage, Ash and his companions finally beheld the bustling crowd. A festival? Let us hurry. The group, weary from their time aboard the ship, eagerly disembarked. Misty pointed at the lively marketplace, exclaiming, Look at all the people, Ash. Brock. Ash retorted, Misty, are you daft? Of course, there are many people. It's a festival. Misty pinched Ash, mind your own business. That's exactly what I meant to say. Brock? What's wrong? Suddenly, Misty noticed Brock, who was staring into the distance, lost in thought. Brock pointed towards the sea. I believe I just saw a girl out there. But she vanished in an instant. Misty playfully approached Brock, poking him. Brock, are you daydreaming about women again, causing you to see things? Caught off guard by Misty's teasing, Brock found himself at a loss for words. Are you unaware of the legend of Maiden Gorge? Ash crossed his arms, explaining. It is said that over 2,000 years ago, a young maiden bid farewell to her beloved at this port. She stood by the shore, gazing intently at the distant sea, silently praying for his safe return. Days turned into weeks, and the maiden received no word from her love. She returned to the port daily, hoping to see that familiar ship, yet each time she left disappointed. In the end, the maiden waited so long that she transformed into a stone. Having anticipated a romantic tale, Misty was taken aback upon hearing that the maiden turned to stone. Grabbing Ash's collar, she shouted, What nonsense are you telling me, Ash? Why did the maiden suddenly turn into stone? Brock nodded in agreement. Ash, that's truly disappointing. Not my fault. It's what the brochure states. Ash quickly waved his hands, retrieving the promotional material from Maiden Gorge. Then, he suddenly pointed to a silhouette. If you don't believe me, you can ask her. Misty and Brock turned simultaneously. A sun-dried Kappa? They both jumped back, rushing behind Ash. Ash hastily grabbed the two of them. Hey. She merely resembles one. Look closely. The Kappa-like old woman frowned. Clearing her throat, she said, You young ones. Forget it. I just overheard your conversation and shall share a secret. Beware of a beautiful woman. Misty, covering her face, blushed and asked, A beautiful woman? Are you referring to me? The elderly woman cast a glance at Xiaoxia. I was referring to beauty, exquisite beauty. While you possess a modicum of charm, you are still far from the mark. Upon hearing the old woman disparage his girlfriend, Ash bristled, fixing an intense gaze upon her. Beware of beautiful women? No, it should be beware of a deceitful Ghastly instead. What? The trio's faces reflected utter astonishment. The old woman, startled, leapt back, creating a considerable distance between herself and Ash. Xiaoxia and Brock followed Ash's gaze, shocked at the old woman's incredulous expression. How is this possible? Ash, she is clearly just an old woman, albeit a rather peculiar-looking one. At that moment, the old woman was drenched in sweat, too flustered to correct any misconceptions about her appearance. She eyed Ash cautiously and declared, "Indeed. How could I possibly be a Pokemon? I am unmistakably human. Dear child, please refrain from such wild assertions." Ash chuckled softly and summoned his fast dog. "Let us put that to the test. Fast dog, bite." As the fast dog lunged towards her, the old woman stood frozen in terror. Just as the fast dog was about to sink its teeth into her, Brock shouted in alarm, "Fast dog, no." Woof. The fast dog paid no heed to Brock's plea and bit down fiercely. Xiaoxia covered her eyes in fear. Yet, at the moment of contact, the old woman suddenly transformed into a cloud of black smoke, ascending into the sky, ultimately coalescing into a Ghastly. "You wretched little spirit, just wait." Realizing her true form had been uncovered, Ghastly spat out a venomous remark and vanished into thin air. Woof. The fast dog sniffed around, confirming that Ghastly had fled. Ash recalled his fast dog, turning to the still shaken Xiaoxia and Brock, saying, "Let us go. We must pursue Ghastly." Oh, they numbly nodded in agreement. On their journey, Xiaoxia inquired why Ghastly could assume the appearance of an old woman. Ash explained it was an illusion technique. Brock countered, "That's impossible. How could an illusion have such an effect?" Ash shook his head, "Because this is a Ghastly that has existed for over 2,000 years. Ghastly, level, LV 60. A ghost that has lived for over 2 millennia, yet its power has stagnated. It seemed that throughout its lengthy existence, it had devoted itself solely to mastering illusion techniques. Its potential now entirely exhausted." Ash, who had initially contemplated capturing it, lost all interest. They soon arrived at the legendary statue of a maiden, accompanied by a shrine dedicated to a deity. "How could this be?" Ash exclaimed, staring at the maiden statue in awe. "What is wrong, Ash? Have you discovered something?" Xiaoxia, witnessing Ash's unusual display of emotion for the first time, grasped his hand anxiously. Ash pointed at the statue, declaring, "She is alive." Xiaoxia's eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be that Ghastly? Ash regained his composure and asserted, "There's no doubt about it. I can sense the aura emanating from her. That Ghastly is courting death." Ash muttered, glancing back at the shrine. Suddenly, he noticed Brock, entranced by Ghastly's hypnosis, wandering dazedly toward the shrine. "Zapdos! Wait! Hold on, human!" Two voices echoed simultaneously. In an instant, a phantom identical to the maiden statue gradually emerged, exuding a mysterious and eerie presence. Ghastly unhesitatingly positioned itself protectively beside the maiden, its gaze fixed on Ash and Zapdos, filled with vigilance and wariness. Brock, who had been under hypnosis, began to awaken, his eyes landing on the maiden, and he couldn't help but whisper, "So beautiful." As the maiden fully emerged from the statue, Ash could finally perceive her in her entirety. Observing her, he furrowed his brow, pondering, "Is she akin to the spirit from my previous life?" Noticing Ash's unwavering gaze, the maiden bent slightly and spoke softly, "I apologize, sir. It was our error that caused you distress. Please forgive us." But Ghastly interjected, "It is not her fault. It is all my doing. Human, if there is an issue, direct it at me." The maiden shook her head, "No, Ghastly. This is my request of you." Xiaoxia, witnessing their exchange, felt a pang of sympathy. "They are so pitiable." Brock turned to Ash, pleading, "Ash, can we free them? Do I truly appear to be the villain here?" Ash shook his head, gesturing with a flourish of delectable treats. "My dear lady, I find your tale quite intriguing. Might I hear more?" The maiden paused, a smile gracing her lips as she replied, "I would be delighted to share." Chapter 41, The Ghosts of Ziwang Town. After listening to a heartwarming tale, Ash and his companions continued their journey. Along the way, Xiaoxia leaned closer to Ash, whispering, "Do you think that sister will ever encounter the one she loves?" Observing Xiaoxia's wistful expression, Ash did not dismiss her hopes, replying gently, "Perhaps." "Humph," Xiaoxia huffed. "Look at her. Why can't you learn a thing or two? You big flirt." Ash shot her a glance. "What should I learn? To meet my demise? You scoundrel. Go perish right now." Xiaoxia leapt onto Ash's shoulder, squeezing his head between her legs. "Pika Pika, don't reward him." Meanwhile, Brock watched the playful banter with a hint of envy and uncertainty. Love truly is inscrutable. As they strolled along, a thick fog enveloped them. "Ash." Xiaoxia tugged at his sleeve. "Where are we? This place feels so eerie." "Pika Pika." Hearing Xiaoxia's words, Pikachu shivered slightly, clutching Ash's collar tightly. "This is Ziwang Town," Ash replied nonchalantly, "a paradise for ghosts." A paradise for ghosts? How terrifying. Why are we here? Xiaoxia clung to Ash's arm. Brock, feeling isolated, began to feel anxious, suggesting, Ash, perhaps we should leave. Ash sighed. But you are trainers. How can you be so timid? Fast Dog, you sunny day. Fast Dog let out a mighty bark, its body radiating fiery energy, dissipating the fog for several meters around them. Beedrill, scout for an old tower. Beedrill spread its wings and soared into the sky. Shortly after, it returned. Master, I found it. Ash nodded. Let's go. Brock, Xiaoxia, followed Beedrill. After walking a considerable distance, they found themselves before a dilapidated tower. Xiaoxia, feeling apprehensive, remarked, this place is truly ominous. Ash, are you really going inside? Ash nodded. It is precisely because it is in ruins that ghost-type Pokemon dwell here. Observing their reluctance, Ash grinned mischievously. So what do you say? Care to join me? Xiaoxia and Brock shook their heads vigorously. Seeing their reaction, Ash refrained from pressing them further. All right then. Pikachu, where are you headed? Just as Ash was about to enter, he noticed something amiss. Sure enough, he spotted Pikachu attempting to sneak away. Upon being caught, Pikachu pointed at the tower, then at itself, shaking its head vigorously. Pika Pika, I don't want to go in. Ash scooped Pikachu into his arms. Pikachu, are we brothers? After a moment of hesitation, Pikachu shook its head. Pika, no. Ash's eyes turned cold as he declared, then let us proceed. Embracing Pikachu, he pushed open the towering door with a creak. Pikachu, Pika, Yame Butterfly. Upon entering, the flickering candlelight illuminated a pristine floor, exuding a warm ambience. Ash, still holding Pikachu, chuckled. What do you think? Is everything all right? Seeing this, Pikachu sighed with relief and patted its little chest. Hee hee hee. Suddenly, an eerie laughter echoed through the air, startling Pikachu into Ash's embrace. Pika, there's something dirty. Don't be afraid. Pikachu, summon your courage. Ash encouraged, patting Pikachu while glancing toward three shadows lurking in the corner. Come out, you three. I can see you. The sinister laughter abruptly ceased. The three dark figures cautiously shifted their positions, following Ash's gaze. After a few exchanges, the shadows confirmed Ash spoke the truth. The trio of Ghastly, Jengar, and Haunter, somewhat dejected, revealed themselves. Ghastly approached Ash. Gah, how did you know it was us? Ash replied nonchalantly, I saw you. Internally, he scoffed at their aura, which he had clearly observed from outside the door. Hearing Ash's casual remark, Ghastly was left speechless. Gah, you're bullying me. It rolled on the ground, crying and writhing in a mock display of victimhood. Pika? Pikachu, eavesdropping on their banter, cautiously peeked out. As it raised its head, it was met with two large eyes. Pika, a ghost. In a panic, Pikachu unleashed an electric shock. No, Ash exclaimed, causing Haunter to retreat in haste. Ash coughed up a puff of black smoke, casting a fierce glare at Pikachu. Ghastly and Jengar delighted in Pikachu's reaction, bouncing around joyfully. Realizing it had been tricked, Pikachu shot a guilty glance at Ash, then leaped in front of Jengar and the others, its eyes brimming with icy determination. Pika, you little scoundrels, quite the game you've played. The three ghosts sensed trouble and hastily fled. They're running already? Ash adjusted his singed hair and turned to Pikachu, asking, Are you no longer afraid, Pikachu? Pikachu nodded. Pika. Ash replied with relief, That's good. Then let us catch some mice. With Ash's aura guiding them, the three ghostly brothers had nowhere to hide. With a swift gesture, Ash pointed, and Pikachu unleashed an electric shock. The ghosts fled, Ash searched, and they danced around. Pika. Gah, mommy, there are ghosts. Inside the tower, chaos ensued, with flashes of electricity and thunder. Outside, Misty and Brock looked on with concern at the commotion. Do you think Ash will be all right, Misty? Brock, he should be fine. After all, he is quite crafty, Misty replied, glancing worriedly. Let us wait a bit longer. Back with Ash, he grinned mischievously, brandishing a leather whip and cracking it with a resounding snap. Pikachu stood upright, raising its fists and throwing a few mock punches, its electric arc sizzling. The three ghostly brothers huddled in a corner, desperately waving their hands in surrender. Gah, please spare us, spare us. Crack. Ash swung the whip before the ghosts, his voice cold. Now do you understand your mistake? The three quickly clasped their hands together, pleading for forgiveness. Gah, we were wrong. We know we were wrong. Ash pointed at Ghastly. Why don't you bow? Haven T, you realized your error? Gah, Ghastly squirmed, unsure how to respond. Seeing this, Jengar and Haunter quickly grabbed Ghastly and formed two fists, begging for mercy. After a flurry of pleas, the three ghosts looked expectantly at Ash and Pikachu. Ash subtly signaled to Pikachu, inquiring, What do you think we should do, Pikachu? Pikachu, adopting a fierce demeanor, replied, Pika Pika, in my view, just eliminate them. Upon hearing Pikachu's words, the three ghosts immediately knelt in desperation. Ash scratched his chin, pondering, but wouldn't that be a bit excessive? He then produced 3 empty Pokeballs, announcing, "How about this? I'll give you a chance to live. Get inside the Pokeballs." As soon as Ash finished speaking, the 3 ghosts eagerly dove into the Pokeballs, fearing Pikachu might truly dispose of them. Beep, beep, beep. Successfully captured the ghostly trio. Professor Oak, upon receiving the 3 newly acquired Pokeballs, was elated. Ash has sent back more Pokemon. Let me take a look. A flash of white light, and the ghostly brothers appeared, cautiously surveying their surroundings, relieved to find no sign of Ash and Pikachu. They gazed at the old man before them, revealing their trademark mischievous grins. Hee 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 hee. Don't come near us. Chapter 42. Arrival in Golden City and Pokemon Exchange. Upon reaching Golden City, Ash and his companions relaxed at the sight of the towering skyscrapers. Before nightfall, we must indulge in a hearty meal, Ash declared, hands on his hips. Pika Pika. Pikachu cheered from Ash's shoulder. No, I need to rest for a bit, Misty replied, shaking her head. After all, I'm a beauty. How can I go out to eat looking like this? Brock nodded in agreement. Yes. Ash, we're too tired today. Let us wait until tomorrow. Oh, you too. Ash began, preparing to scold them. Welcome, welcome. 2 elegantly disguised women approached Ash and his friends, releasing celebratory confetti. Congratulations. You are the 1,000,000th, 1,000,000th and 1. And 1,000,000th and 2 visitors to Golden City along with your Pokemon. To reward you, we are hosting a welcome party. Misty's eyes sparkled with excitement. Wow. Are we really that lucky? Brock nodded. It seems fortune is finally on our side. Ash shot them a skeptical look. Team Rocket. Do you think I wouldn't recognize you just because you're in disguise? Team Rocket? Misty glanced at them quizzically. Is there a Team Rocket with 2 female members? The 2 disguised women fervently denied it. What Team Rocket? What is that? Can you eat it? Whether it's edible, I don't know. But they often show us meteor showers. Ash smirked at the duo. You 2 almost broke character there. If you say it like that, it makes Team Rocket sound like good people. James stammered. Yeah, Jesse chimed in. From what you said, Team Rocket doesn't seem so bad. Ash looked at them incredulously. Aren't you 2 the ones who despise being called good people the most? It seems you've really gone all out this time. However, it was a pity for Pikachu. Jesse and James screamed in terror, clutching each other. No, we're really not Jesse and James. Pika, let me fly away. What an annoying feeling. Ash waved goodbye. See you. Ash, look. Misty and Brock hid behind him, pointing at something in the distance, seemingly having seen a ghost. Pika? As Ash turned to the 2 of them, he lamented, You 2. Why do you always hide behind me whenever danger approaches? Am I not afraid? Following their pointed fingers, he gazed into the thick fog, where a little girl stood silently. Yet again, it was merely fog. Was there nothing else? Ash sighed and called out to the girl. Hello there. The girl in the fog tilted her head and spoke in an ethereal voice. Hello, will you play with me? Oh, screamed Misty and Brock, startled. Ash quickly grabbed them, protecting them as if they were fragile. With a hint of regret, he replied, Sorry, but let us make it tomorrow. I'll come to play with you then. Please don't forget, Ash, the little girl said before slowly vanishing into the mist. See you tomorrow. Ash watched her departure, muttering to himself, What if I truly forget? I understand now. Before he could finish, a chill crept over him, prompting him to retract his statement. Misty suddenly clutched Ash's arm, her voice filled with concern. Ash, how could you agree to play with that ghost? We should run. Brock looked at Ash with pleading eyes, adding, Yeah, Ash, if you die, what will happen to your girlfriends? Wait, it seems that I. Go away. Ash interrupted, sending Brock flying with a swift kick. As Brock picked himself up, he noticed the unfriendly glares from Ash and Misty. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he sheepishly bowed his head. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Ash glared at Brock coldly, surprised that this fellow with thick eyebrows and large eyes turned out to be such a nuisance. Turning to Misty, whose worried expression softened him, he reassured her. It's all right, Misty. That wasn't a ghost. It was the Golden Gym leader, Nagi, controlling a doll with her psychic powers. Really? Misty questioned, still in disbelief. As the earlier encounter had been quite frightening. Ash nodded firmly, absolutely. That's a relief. Misty sighed in relief. All right, let us go. To the Pokemon Center. Ash took Misty's hand as they walked. Pikachu paused as they passed Brock, grinning mischievously and poking him lightly with its tail. Startled, Brock jumped up. Ah, help. Ash. Misty, wait for me. Pika Pika. The following morning, Ash was rudely awakened by Misty pinching his nose. Just as Ash prepared to teach her a lesson, Misty was already ready. Come on, Ash, wake up. We have things to do today. I'll be waiting downstairs. After a while, Ash, still fuming, made his way downstairs. Pika Pika. Pikachu, munching on ketchup, waved excitedly at Ash. Ash approached Pikachu, ruffled its head affectionately, and picked up a piece of bread. You all wait here for a moment. I'm going to see Professor Oak to exchange some Pokemon. All right, came the reply from the others. Dude, you've caught these three little troublemakers. As soon as Ash connected with Professor Oak, the latter began to complain. Oh dear. Ghosts, ghosts, ghosts. The three mischievous, ghastly crowded the screen, greeting Ash with their large faces. How are you all doing at the lab? Would you like to travel with me? Ash asked with a smile. The trio nodded, then exchanged glances, shaking their heads to indicate they weren't done having fun yet. Okay, go ahead and play, Ash nodded. The three ghosts waved goodbye and continued their antics. Ash, you rascal. Professor Oak leaned closer to the screen, his eyes reflecting a mixture of resentment, surprise, and curiosity. I heard from Nami that you caught Zapdos. Ash grimaced. That Nami has quite the loose tongue. Once Oak confirmed the news, he rubbed his hands together, saying, Ash, how have I treated you before? Understanding what Oak was implying, Ash rolled his eyes. All right, I'll send Zapdos back. Also, there's Pidgeot and Electabuzz. You can take care of Electabuzz's evolution. Upon hearing that Ash would return Zapdos to the lab, Oak eagerly agreed to all of Ash's requests, patting his chest for assurance. Don't worry, leave it to me. Nodding, Ash inquired, Professor, Scyther should have evolved by now. How is he doing? Oak replied with a mysterious smile. Oh, he has certainly evolved. He is quite remarkable now. Ash grinned. Then please send me Scyther and Ralts. Also, let us switch EV. I'd like to bring in Vaporeon and Umbreon this time. Just a moment. Oak nodded, beginning to operate while grumbling. You really know how to boss around an old man. Chapter 43, The Psychic Queen Nagi and Mega Evolution. Upon arriving at the Golden Gym, Ash was suddenly halted by a running man. Are you here to challenge the Golden Gym? I advise you to give up. Nagi cannot be defeated. Ash regarded the man with indifference. So, as Nagi's father, you chose to evade because of your fear of her abilities? The man, taken aback, exclaimed. How do you know about that? Ash, disinterested, spoke to the equally curious Misty and Brock. Let us go. To the gym. Watching Ash and his friends depart, the man was left bewildered. What should I do? Entering the gym, they discovered a crowd fixated on a broken spoon. Periodically, someone would exclaim, I did it. I did it. Misty looked at the scene with confusion, whispering, these people aren't going insane, are they? Is this still a gym? Brock pondered aloud. I wonder what the spoon signifies. Do all who enter the gym need to prove their identity with a spoon? Ash chuckled. I think they've all come here to relieve themselves. Suddenly, a masked man approached them, announcing, Are you here to learn psychic powers from gym leader Nagi? Misty and Brock turned to Ash simultaneously. Stepping forward, Ash waved the masked man back a few paces. I'm here to challenge the gym. The masked man blurted out, Psychic powers. Then, he knelt beside Ash, clasping his leg in excitement. Sir, oh great psychic, please teach me your powers. The shameless display made Misty and Brock turn their heads in embarrassment. Ash kicked the man away, looking at him with mild disdain. What your gym leader teaches you is merely a technique to bend a spoon with psychic energy. That is your entrance requirement. The masked man, initially hoping to show off his skills, quickly reconsidered upon realizing Ash was also a psychic. He stood up, saying, Thank you. Sir, I understand now. Please, follow me. I will take you to gym leader Nagi. The masked man led Ash and his friends to the battlefield. Miss Nagi. They are here to challenge the gym, he said respectfully, kneeling before the doll in the shadows. You have finally arrived, Ash. The doll's eyes glowed red as it gazed at Ash. Ash nodded, affirming his intent to visit. Upon noticing the familiar faces, the masked man hurriedly departed, granting them space. From the shadows, a figure gradually emerged, embracing a doll. With cascading green hair framing her exquisite features, she exuded an air of enigmatic aloofness. Her silhouette was strikingly voluptuous, a true beauty, accentuated by her alluring black silk legs that captivated the gaze. Even Ash found himself momentarily stunned. Taken aback by Nia's beauty and charisma, Nia floated gracefully before Ash and his companions, her eyes glowing crimson as she stated, You did not come merely to play. You have come to challenge the gym. A palpable pressure engulfed Ash and his friends, startling Misty and awakening Brock's hidden ambitions. Ash, with a gentle smile, waved dismissively, alleviating Nia's oppressive aura. Battling Pokemon is also a form of entertainment. There is no need to be so agitated. Seeing Ash dispel her imposing presence, a flicker of delight crossed Nia's icy gaze. Is that so? How would you like to proceed? Ash replied with a grin, suggesting they engage in a battle to showcase their bonds. Nia nodded in agreement. They positioned themselves at their respective spots, and Nia smirked, releasing her Pokemon, Kadabra. In response, Ash's eyes gleamed as he called forth, Come forth. Scyther, Scyther, level 48, male, bug-flying type, with the ability Technician and holding a Scytherite, was ready for battle. Its formidable skill set included Ice Strike, Quick Attack, Focus Energy, Wing Attack, Agility, Vital Throw, Steel Wing, Fury Cutter, Bullet Punch, Swords Dance, and Shadow Clone. The Scytherite, known as a Mega Stone, allowed for Mega Evolution through the Keystone. As a seasoned traveler, Ash understood the significance of this artifact. Alongside Professor Oak, he had scoured various locations for these evolution stones, amassing a considerable collection. For undisclosed reasons, this knowledge had not been made public. But now it seemed Professor Oak intended to reveal it. Upon seeing Scyther, Nia's expression sharpened, recognizing a formidable opponent. She extended her hand, linking her mind with Kadabra through psychic abilities. Power unleashed. Kadabra level 30, Gyarados level 40, she declared, reaching the limits set by Ash's 3 badges. Misty, witnessing this from the sidelines, exclaimed in disbelief, "That's unfair. It's against the rules." Brock, attempting to temper Misty's fervor, reminded her that Nia, as the gym leader, had not violated any regulations. In frustration, Misty kicked Brock, demanding, "Whose side are you on?" Brock, evading her ire, remained silent. Ash felt the tension escalate and turned to Nia with a smile. "Nia, let me witness your true strength." Nia gazed at him, perplexed. Ash chuckled, "Let us not forget. Our encounter is more than just a gym challenge." With that, he produced a long-forgotten wristband, embedded with a keystone, and donned it, proclaiming, "Scyther, respond to our bond." Mega Evolution. Scyther roared, enveloped in radiant light. Ash's gaze sharpened, his eyes shimmering with the blue glow of aura. "Scyther, heed my call." The brilliance intensified as Mega Scyther manifested, now at level 53. "What?" Scyther evolved. The astonishment echoed among the onlookers. As the majestic Mega Scyther emanated power, Nia felt a resurgence of battle spirit. Gyarados, unleash your might. Misty and Brock, outside the fray, were in disbelief. Is evolution something you can just call out like that? This world has truly gone mad. Ash grinned. Indeed, Scyther used Bullet Punch. Nia, equally determined, commanded, "Kadabra, use Psychic." Just as Kadabra began to channel its power, Mega Scyther closed in, delivering a devastating blow. Ash noted that despite the evolution, Scyther's speed remained unparalleled, perhaps even surpassing its previous form. He understood the peril of distance when facing a Psychic-type Pokémon. With resolve, Ash clenched his fists and shouted, "Scyther, keep attacking. Maintain the pressure with Bullet Punch." Nia, comprehending Ash's strategy, coldly instructed, "Kadabra, create a barrier and wait for an opportunity to counterattack." Yet, she underestimated the might of Mega Evolution. It was not merely an elevation in level but a fusion of spirit and intent between Scyther and Ash, producing a synergy greater than the sum of its parts. Kadabra found itself overwhelmed, unable to land a counterattack as Mega Scyther relentlessly pressed the assault. The battle concluded, with Nia casting a wistful glance at Ash, who was elatedly celebrating with his Scyther. "I feel incredible," Ash exclaimed. "How incredible?" Nia approached Ash, her voice softening. Ash replied, "Not too shabby. Shall we enjoy ourselves now? What delights do you have in store?" Nia, beaming at the prospect of companionship, responded, "Of course, let us go. Wait for us," echoed Misty and Brock as they rushed down the stairs. Misty swiftly sidled up to Ash, wrapping her arm around his, a smug smile gracing her face. She cast a challenging glance at Nia, as if to declare, "See? Ash is mine." Unfazed, Nia moved to Ash's other side, embracing his other arm. "Misty," feeling the heat of competition, exclaimed Ash. Coughing slightly, Ash, caught between the warmth of both girls, suggested, "Perhaps we should be on our way." "Come along," Nia urged, glancing back at Ash with a triumphant smile. Brock, watching the scene unfold, felt a pang of envy and whispered to himself, "Am I a bit superfluous?" With a sigh of resignation, he forced a smile at Ash and said, "You all go ahead. I have some matters to attend to." With that, he dashed away, unable to contain his emotions. Ash silently expressed his sympathy. "Hang in there, Brock. Your moment will come." "Let us move, Ash," Nia insisted. Misty, misinterpreting Ash's distraction, pinched him playfully. "Focus, Ash. We're a team." As they continued, Nia shyly inquired, "What is the penalty for your challenge this time? Could we refrain from removing any more clothing?" She added, a hint of bashfulness in her tone. In any game, there are, undoubtedly, consequences. In this particular game, the penalty for the loser is to heed a request from the victor. To prevent Naza from utilizing her extraordinary powers to cheat, Ash deliberately suppressed her abilities. In her current state, Naza resembled a figure on the beach, albeit adorned with a pair of black stockings. Misty, similar to Naza, wore an additional layer. primarily to increase her chances of losing, complemented by a pair of white stockings. At that moment, Misty realized the situation and cast a disdainful glance at Ash, who had merely shed a single jacket. Ash, are you being unfair? Why is it always us who lose? Ash paused momentarily, gazing at Misty with a nonchalant expression. Then practice more. Misty, incensed, felt her temper flare. Ash was treated to quite the show. Fine, I'll take it off, Naza said. Her cheeks slightly flushed as she lowered her gaze, softly uttering Ash's words, I can do it. Just as Naza was about to unfasten her buttons, a sudden noise erupted. Oh no, something's wrong. The three exchanged glances and quickly donned their clothing. Outside, in the dojo's main hall, a cacophony of cries for help echoed. Help! Help! A group of foolish children shouted desperately. Ha ha ha. Today, this place is under the control of Team Rocket. The trio from Team Rocket brandished their cannon, firing at anyone they deemed undesirable. As Ash and his companions arrived on the scene, they were met with utter chaos. Hey, little brat! Meowth exclaimed, spotting Ash and immediately aiming the cannon at him. Suddenly, two figures interposed themselves before Ash and the others. Bang! There was smoke, but no harm done. Jessie was wide-eyed in disbelief. Is this even human? How are they unscathed? Meowth discreetly concealed the cannon behind him, murmuring, I have a bad feeling about this. What should we do? James echoed, slightly apprehensive, recalling how fiercely she had fought just moments ago. The dojo apprentices, upon seeing the newcomers, erupted in cheers. The old master has arrived. We are saved. Before Team Rocket could make their escape, the elderly couple used their psychic abilities to send them flying. As they soared through the sky, Jessie's confusion lingered. Are they truly human, or some kind of Pokemon in disguise? I've heard tales of humans possessing special abilities. Could they be such individuals? James pondered. What a bothersome feeling indeed. Unlike the others, Naza's smile faded as she regarded the newcomers. What are you doing here? Misty, upon recognizing the arrivals, leaned toward Ash and questioned, Isn't that the uncle we encountered when we came to the dojo? Ash nodded in affirmation, replying, It seems my words from this morning had an impact. The newcomers were none other than Naza's parents, who had come to apologize. Naza, we're sorry. We haven't fulfilled our responsibilities as parents over the years. We do not seek your forgiveness, only a chance to make amends. After a heartfelt exchange of apologies, Naza's family was reunited in happiness, with Ash and Misty's support playing a vital role. Though her parents had faltered in their duties, their love for Naza remained unwavering. As they celebrated their reunion, a solitary Pikachu, seeing the resolution of the situation, scampered over to join in the festivities. Naza's parents expressed their gratitude to Ash and Misty. Thank you both. Had it not been for your insights, who knows where we would be? The elderly couple's voices trembled with emotion. Wiping away a tear, Naza's father declared, Let us speak no more of it. Today, we must feast together, not only to celebrate our reunion, but also to honor Naza's wonderful friends. After a moment of hesitation, Ash and Misty conceded, albeit reluctantly, leaving Brock behind. All right, Naza, you must treat them well. We shall return shortly. Seeing Ash and Misty's agreement, Naza's parents hurried to prepare the meal. The three exchanged knowing smiles. At the dining table, an array of sumptuous dishes filled the table, their aromas wafting through the air. Naza's parents had even prepared an assortment of beverages for a celebratory toast. As they gathered, laughter and conversation flowed freely. With each passing round of drinks, the atmosphere lightened, and Naza's parents began to share unspoken thoughts, offering Ash deeper insights into their lives. This candid exchange transformed the initially awkward gathering into a warm and harmonious reunion, as if they were a genuine family. Later that night, Ash and Misty found themselves in an intimate moment. Suddenly, the door swung open with a creak. Who is it? Misty, who had been singing, halted abruptly. Naza appeared before them, clad in light attire. It's me, Ash, Misty. Ash inquired. Naza, how did you get in? That is of little consequence. Naza pulled Misty aside and began to sing alongside Ash. Misty, is anyone even paying attention? In a bid to avoid losing out, Misty rushed to join them. The dawn approached. Charge forward, push onward, for the sake of our eternal dream. Chapter 45, The Stubborn and Fiery Monkey. Having bid farewell to the Golden Dojo, Naza and Ash's party continued their journey towards Rainbow City, engaging in battles along the way. Before long, noon arrived, and the trio, accompanied by their mouse companion, reached the banks of a small river where they set a fire to prepare a meal. Come forth, everyone. Ash released his Pokémon. 2EV curled up beside him, basking in the sun, while the massive Steelix lay sprawled out, soaking up the rays, and Pikachu played on its back like a slide. These were all high-level Pokémon, and ordinary training could scarcely enhance their strength. Only through intense battles or sudden realizations in everyday life could they gradually progress. The strength of Pokemon becomes increasingly difficult to augment as one advances. Pokemon like Arcanine and Scyther require rigorous training, as they still have considerable potential for growth. The two Pokemon engaged in a friendly competition, exchanging moves. Arcanine, show me what you've learned at the lab. Scyther will not disappoint Arcanine. Woof. Charizard Nidoking. And Blastoise practiced in an open area. Come at me, Charizard. Do you think you two can handle me? Nidoking, what do you say? Blastoise, take him down. Oh ho ho, don't hit my face. Bulbasaur regarded the other starters, Charizard and Blastoise, with a resolute gaze. Turning to Zubat and Gyarados, he earnestly said, I implore you both. I need greater strength. Zubat cackled, it's not just for you. I wish to grow stronger to aid our master. Gyarados added, what are those three to me? I am a Pokemon personally captured by our master. I will surpass you and become the primary lieutenant under our master. Then let us go? Battle. In contrast to the others, the Ralts' siblings remained tranquil, finding a spot near Ash to meditate quietly, observing his Pokemon diligently striving. Ash felt a sense of optimism for the future. As I indulged in the delightful company of two EVs, I effortlessly manipulated the skewers of meat on the grill with my abilities. Suddenly, Ash had an epiphany. He rummaged through his backpack and proudly displayed a Pokemon egg to Misty and Brock. Guess what Pokemon is nestled within? He challenged. Misty, engrossed in her interaction with her Pokemon, replied somewhat enviously, what could it possibly be? Even if it's remarkable, it's not for me. Brock, while retrieving the rice balls he had prepared, glanced over and inquired, did Miss Naza gift it to you? It should resemble her Pokemon, right? It's most likely a Kadabra. Ash nodded appreciatively. Indeed, it's you who is spot on, Brock. Brock chuckled lightly, shaking his head. Enough of that, let us eat. Ash agreed. Just in time, my barbecue is ready. He then bellowed, dinner is served. Upon hearing the call, the colossal Steelix couldn't restrain itself and swished its tail, causing a thunderous thud that dislodged a sleeping Mankey from its perch on a branch. Who? Mankey leaped up, glaring at the enormous Steelix's tail, its forehead adorned with a furious symbol, anger clouding its judgment. Mankey charged in with a flurry of punches. 1, 2, 3. Steelix, mid-meal, suddenly felt as though a swarm of mosquitoes was biting at it. Turning to investigate, it growled, huh? Who dares to challenge me? With a flick of its tail, Steelix sent Mankey tumbling across the ground. After rolling for a couple of circles, Mankey regained its footing, exclaiming, who? You pesky rock. How did this Mankey appear? Misty mused, puzzled. Is it performing acrobatics for the rice balls? She then offered her rice ball to Mankey. Who? Do you think I'm begging for food? Mankey snatched the rice ball and gobbled it down before charging at Steelix once more. Misty frowned, thinking to herself how fierce this Mankey was. As she moved closer to Ash, Steelix, however, showed no interest in the tiny creature and simply swatted Mankey into the ground with its tail, leaving the little monkey temporarily incapacitated. Ash initially admired Mankey's bravery, then turned to Steelix and inquired, Steelix, what provoked this creature? Why does it harbor such animosity toward you? Steelix shook its head in confusion, indicating it was equally perplexed by Mankey's behavior. Strange, Brock pondered, stroking his chin. Normally, Mankey can be temperamental, but it shouldn't attack without reason. Ash, knowing Steelix was incapable of deceit, stroked his chin while gazing at Mankey. Could it be that this Mankey has a particularly fiery temperament? Who? Mankey roared in response, suddenly awakening with a fierce glare. It stood up and bellowed, Pua? Ash and the others looked on in confusion. Indeed, Mankey had evolved into a more formidable primeape. With its eyes wide open, it declared, Pua, I will vanquish you. Who? Get lost. Pua, I shall strike again. Who? Go perish. Who? Seeking death, are you? Steelix's patience was wearing thin as it prepared to unleash a devastating bite. Wait a moment, Steelix. Ash suddenly interjected. If I recall correctly, there's a primeape here with considerable potential. Primeape. Level 31. Gender, male. Type, fighting. Ability, anger point. Item, none. Moves, scratch, leer, focus energy, throw, karate chop, earth throw, double edge, rage, critical hit. Ash waved his hand, summoning the translators to inquire further about the situation. Two Ralts hurried over to question Primeape. However, upon seeing Ash command Steelix, Primeape's cunning intellect surged to the forefront. It shoved aside the Ralts and lunged at Ash. Intent on capturing the leader first, Ash's face darkened, thinking, is it out of its mind? He then commanded, fight back, and hit hard. The swift Houndoom and others encircled Primeape with wicked grins, ready to strike. Attack. Bang, bang, bang. They unleashed a relentless barrage upon Primeape. who screeched in protest but refused to concede. Ash, clicking his tongue, remarked, "It seems we have a tough one on our hands. Let us continue until it surrenders." Brock, witnessing the scene, expressed concern. "Ash, are you certain? Will Primeape be alright?" Ash waved dismissively. "It's fine. Wild Pokemon will surrender when they've had enough." However, Ash had underestimated Primeape, which endured the beating until it fainted, displaying remarkable resilience. Ash retrieved a healing potion for Primeape and then produced a capture ball, successfully ensnaring it. Upon being released, the newly captured Primeape exhibited a noticeable gentleness, gradually recounting the events to Ash and the others. After listening attentively, they regarded Steelix, who sheepishly scratched its head and apologized to Primeape. "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have provoked you. Pua. No harm done. You're strong. Let us battle once I grow stronger." Thus, Ash successfully captured another Pokemon. Chapter 46. Familiar Faces in the Rainbow Gym. After securing Primeape, Ash and his friends smoothly arrived in Rainbow City. "It smells divine," Misty exclaimed, standing on tiptoe to inhale the fragrant air perfumed with scents of various perfumes. "Is this paradise? It's truly beautiful. I think I'm falling in love with this place." Brock leaned against the glass of a storefront, peering inside at the lovely ladies promoting products. Truly the ideal city for shopping and amusement. It's remarkably different. Ash gazed at the tall buildings and the stylish men and women strolling along the streets, marveling at the sights. "Come on, Ash, let us go explore inside," Misty urged, wrapping her arms around him. She then tugged at the starry-eyed Brock, reprimanding, "Don't embarrass us here. Let us hurry in." Rainbow City is renowned worldwide for its perfumes, adored by women and certain men alike. Hence, it would be a shame not to visit the largest perfume store in the city. Upon entering the shop, the staff immediately greeted them with smiles. "Welcome." The rows of perfumes displayed on the shelves dazzled Misty, leaving her momentarily speechless. Noticing her interest, a staff member quickly began to showcase various scents. "Madam, do try this one and this one. Wow, they all smell wonderful. Ash, which one suits me?" Misty, unable to decide, held up several bottles to Ash. "If you like them all, why not buy them all? It's a great opportunity to explore different fragrances," Ash suggested. Ash, you're so kind." Misty beamed, her eyes filled with admiration as she nodded. A few staff members cast envious glances at Misty, wishing for such a caring boyfriend, only to glance at themselves and feel a twinge of disappointment. Ash pondered for a moment and selected some perfumes to bring back for his female friends and for Hanako. As Ash perused dozens of bottles of perfume, Misty, though aware of his close female friend, felt a twinge of jealousy. "Why did you buy so many?" she inquired. Ash glanced at Misty and instantly recognized her envy. With a gentle smile, he replied, "Misty, the delightful aroma of perfumes can stimulate the brain's limbic system, evoking various sensations of pleasure, relaxation, exhilaration, or tranquility. Each scent elicits a unique response, so I intend to gift a few bottles to Mom and the others." Misty, perplexed, pondered over the depth of Ash's knowledge regarding perfumes. Just then, a resplendent figure clad in a magnificent kimono entered, the elegant Alakazam. Her presence captivated Brock, who felt an uncontrollable urge to rush toward her. But he recalled Ash's words of wisdom. Girls do not appreciate men who immediately seek their affection upon meeting. He forcibly restrained his instincts. "Manager." A few staff members greeted respectfully upon recognizing Alakazam. She nodded slightly and turned to Ash, inquiring, "Are you also in this line of work?" Ash shook his head, proclaiming, "I am a Pokemon trainer, known as Ash." "Alakazam, I humbly request a battle with you," he added. Alakazam's eyes widened in surprise. "Oh, I didn't expect you to recognize me." Ash nodded, revealing that he had learned about her renowned perfumes prior to his visit. Alakazam chuckled softly, flattered by his compliment. "Very well, Ash, follow me." Ash beckoned Misty and Brock to accompany him, feeling relieved that he wouldn't have to dress in women's clothing. Alakazam led them to the Rainbow Gym, where they encountered two individuals and a Meowth loitering suspiciously at the entrance. "Who are you? Hand over your identification," Alakazam commanded sternly, unable to ignore their presence as the gym leader. The trio froze. "Meowth, this is bad. We've been discovered," the feline murmured. "What are you afraid of? We can just snatch it," Musashi retorted defiantly. Turning to the trio, Kojiro exclaimed, "You kids again? This is the last time." Misty interjected, "They are Team Rocket, the villains." Brock seized the opportunity to showcase his knowledge, explaining, "These are the infamous Team Rocket." Alakazam glanced at Brock, inquiring, "And you are?" Suddenly, a crash echoed through the air. Misty and Alakazam exchanged brief explanations. Ash, observing Team Rocket, waved his hand, saying, "Pikachu, it's your turn." Upon spotting their old adversary, Team Rocket fell to their knees. No, we haven't done anything wrong. We're the good guys. They pleaded. Ash coolly replied. Didn't you just say you were going to steal? Musashi quickly countered. What? That's impossible. We're good guys now. Kojiro and Meowth nodded vigorously in agreement. Yes. We truly are good. Alakazam, witnessing this, began to believe them. However, Ash and his friends, having dealt with Team Rocket on numerous occasions, were well aware of their true nature. With a smirk, Ash crossed his arms and said, Pikachu, show them the way out. Team Rocket, in a frenzy, begged for mercy. Please, Pikachu, spare us just this once. Pikachu smirked, preparing to unleash a thunderbolt. Pika Pika, you plead, but I want to let you go. Goodbye. The unpleasantness of the situation left Misty apologizing to Brock. I'm sorry, Mr. Brock, I didn't notice you. With a resigned sigh, Brock replied. Let us just end this. There's nothing left to cling to. Observing Brock's diminishing vigor, Ash leaned in to whisper something, instantly revitalizing him. Alakazam, realizing she had misspoken, looked apologetically at Brock. Once Ash finished speaking, Brock regained his composure, nodding coolly at Alakazam. Ash smiled at her, stating, All right, it's time for the gym challenge. Alakazam, curious about what Ash had said, nodded and led the way. As they walked, Misty leaned closer to Ash and asked, What did you tell Brock? Ash chuckled softly, replying, Shoo, it's a secret among men. He quickened his pace to distance himself from her inquiries. Annoyed by Ash's evasion, Misty scoffed, Humph, as if it's anything remarkable. I didn't want to hear it anyway. Alakazam, as expected from a perfumer, led them through a plethora of beautiful flora. Suddenly, Ash spotted a familiar figure with golden hair and felt a surge of recognition, hastening toward her. Hello. Upon hearing his voice, the girl turned, removing her hat to reveal her stunning face, and leaped into Ash's embrace. Ash, it's been so long. Chapter 47, A Scene of Rivalry? Not quite. Witnessing the affectionate reunion, Misty huffed, filled with jealousy. Ash, are you still planning to compete in the gym battle? Ash affectionately ruffled Serena's hair, introducing her to the others. This is Misty, and that squinty-eyed fellow is Brock. He then introduced the girl in his arms, and this is Serena. Aware of the attention on her, Serena quickly extricated herself from Ash's embrace, blushing as she greeted them. Hi, I'm Serena. She glanced at Misty, who regarded her with a hint of hostility, before smiling and adding, I've known Ash since childhood. I suppose I'm just another one of his wings, like Misty. Ash found himself momentarily speechless, surprised that Serena recalled her childhood declarations. Serena, you really liked having many girlfriends? He had once playfully suggested during their youth. Though he had always entertained such notions, speaking them aloud left him at a loss for words. Serena's statement conveyed multiple meanings, causing Misty's expression to falter as she gazed at Ash. Pikachu, sensing the tension, urged, What are you waiting for, Misty? Use your indomitable iron fist and take down Ash. Pikachu wore a mischievous grin. Ash, sensing the shift, turned to Pikachu, who immediately adopted an innocent demeanor. Ash shot a warning glare at Pikachu, who, realizing he couldn't fool Ash, turned away defiantly. As the atmosphere hung in suspense, Brock merely cast an envious glance at Ash, feeling somewhat detached from the unfolding drama. A burgeoning anticipation for her future had begun to blossom within her heart. Ahem. Elika coughed lightly, coming to Ash's aid. Is this the Ash you've been waiting for these past few days? Serena nodded, gracefully pinching the hem of her dress as she expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Sister Elika, for your care over the past days. Elika, noticing the mischievous Oddish peeking from behind the bushes, shook her head. Not at all, Serena. Rather, I am grateful for your assistance in looking after the children here. Observing that the moment was ripe, Ash decisively declared, It's getting late, Elika. Let the gym challenge commence. Elika cast a curious glance at Ash, pondering how he had managed to capture the heart of a girl like Serena. Arriving at the battlefield, Elika addressed Ash. Ash, are you prepared for a 3v3 match? Ash nodded. Let us begin. Elika released her first Pokemon, Vine Whip. You're up. The Vine Whip, level 35, emerged onto the field. Ash responded by sending out his own first Pokemon, Infernape. Go. Vine Whip, use Seed Bomb. Elika commanded. Infernape, counter with Fury Swipes. Ash called out. Infernape crossed its arms to shield its head, braving the barrage of Vine Whip's seed projectiles, charging forward. Elika, startled by Ash's reckless strategy, prepared to change tactics. Vine Whip. Use Sleep Powder. Ash calmly interjected. Interrupt that. Infernape swiftly scooped up a clump of earth from the ground and hurled it at Vine Whip's face, momentarily slowing its movements. Seizing the opportunity, Infernape rushed in close. With a fierce downward swing of his arm, Ash executed a powerful chop. Here it comes. Infernape struck with tremendous force. The blow connected, delivering maximum damage. Vine Whip, dazed, swayed precariously, nearly toppling over. So many stars. Elika exclaimed as Vine Whip ensnared Infernape and began to drain its energy. Responding to the command, Vine Whip quickly regained focus, wrapping its vines around Infernape to siphon its strength. Break free, Infernape. Show them your fury with a fury punch. Ash urged. With a series of relentless punches, Infernape, despite being bound, unleashed its anger, shattering all constraints. The sound of fists striking flesh echoed through the arena. Both trainers observed the unfolding scene in silence, acutely aware that the outcome of this clash would determine the victor. Elika thought to herself, incredible. This Infernape can withstand the drain attack? Yet, it will only go so far. My Vine Whip will prevail. Ash remained composed, his confidence in Infernape unwavering. With one final roar, the outcome was sealed. Elika, astonished, exclaimed, how is this possible? Vine Whip has lost. Infernape leveled up twice. Turning to Ash with a toothy grin and a thumbs up. Ash smiled, saying softly, well done, Infernape. In the audience, Serena exhaled in relief, having been quite frightened moments before. Misty, anticipating this outcome, remained unfazed. She cast a sly glance at a visibly shaken Serena, reveling in her own triumph. The self-proclaimed queen of Ash's harem, Serena, decided it was time to have a candid conversation with Misty. Brock, meanwhile, remained lost in his daydreams, chuckling to himself. Time for a break, Infernape, Ash said. Both trainers recalled their Pokémon, preparing for the second round of battle. Elika shot Ash a glance. Your Pokémon training is impressive, but I want to hold back this time. Oddish, step forward. Oddish, level 41, she announced. Ash, seeing this, chuckled. What a delightful challenge. Bulbasaur, let your brilliance shine. Bulbasaur, level 39, he declared. Bulbasaur rooted itself and began to unleash seed bombs. Although the levels of both Pokémon were only 2 apart, that difference represented a significant gap in their development. Nevertheless, Ash anticipated a tremendous breakthrough for Bulbasaur, thus opting for a cautious approach. Elika acknowledged Ash's choice of grass-type Pokémon, but found his battle strategy unappealing. Oddish, use Mud Bomb. She commanded. Bulbasaur swiftly spread its vines across the battlefield, launching its seed bombs, which rapidly filled the arena with towering, robust vines. Oddish, slightly delayed, resorted to its toxic mud, rendering the surrounding seeds ineffective and leaving some open space. Observing that his setup was complete, Ash grinned. Bulbasaur, go. Bulbasaur nodded, extending its vines to conceal itself amongst the massive foliage. Elika sensed danger and called out urgently, Oddish, concentrate. Be wary of its stealth attacks. Before she could finish, several leaf blades struck Oddish's body. Oddish, it cried in pain, scanning for Bulbasaur but only seeing the thick vines, unable to spot its foe. Elika shot Ash an angry glare. Ash merely raised an eyebrow, flashing a nonchalant smile that infuriated Elika even more, as Oddish seemed on the verge of collapse. Bulbasaur prepared to unleash a powerful move. Leaf Storm. Leaves swirled around, coalescing into a serpentine form that lunged at Oddish. Elika smirked. Now's our chance. Oddish, Petal Dance. Oddish focused intently, gracefully swaying, as invisible energy radiated from its being. Petals cascaded, forming a rotating shield around Oddish. The leaf storm crashed against Oddish's protective barrier. As Oddish continued to twist and turn, it mastered the storm, redirecting it outward, obliterating Bulbasaur's vines. Bulbasaur, startled, tumbled down. But wait, there's more. Oddish bellowed. With a roar, the petals and leaves merged into a formidable bird that struck Bulbasaur mid-air, which had yet to fully descend. With a resounding thud, Bulbasaur was sent flying, crashing down and creating a cloud of dust. Ash's expression shifted to concern. Bulbasaur. Elika chuckled softly. It's over. As the dust settled, Bulbasaur struggled to rise, proclaiming, I will not be defeated. With great effort, Bulbasaur staggered to its feet, igniting a brilliant light of evolution. Ivysaur. It emerged, now at level 41, male, and boasting enhanced attributes, grass and poison, with the ability Overgrow, and equipped with a miracle seed. Its skills included Tackle, Vine Whip, Seed Bomb, Solar Beam, Poison Powder, Leaf Blade, Root, and Leaf Storm. Due to its unique attributes, Ivysaur had grown larger than usual, reaching a height of 2.5 meters. Turning its head, Ivysaur acknowledged Ash with a nod. Ash felt a wave of relief wash over him, responding with a smile. Elika suddenly fixed her gaze on Ash, who met her eyes and calmly stated, Let us settle this with one decisive blow. Elika nodded, her expression a mixture of complexity and resolve. The stinking flower, petals dancing. The wonderful flower, beams of sunlight. Stinky bam. Both sides fell to the ground simultaneously, resulting in a draw. In the third battle, both trainers sent out their level 46 Pokemon, a Bellossom and a Nidoking. Ash's Nidoking, capable of spewing flames, ensured a decisive victory. Witnessing Ash's formidable Nidoking, Alyssa, impressed, handed him the badge. Ash, here is your badge. You truly are exceptional. Ash chuckled. Of course, I just earned the rainbow badge. Pika Pika. Alyssa shot a glance at the two, then burst into laughter. Chapter 48. The Lucky Duck God makes an entrance. After bidding farewell to the gym, to celebrate Serena's arrival, Ash chose a fine hotel for a meal. Once satiated, he noted the evening was still young and proposed, "Everyone, it's still early. Let us go for a stroll." Serena and Misty exchanged glances and replied, "Let's go." Brock, perceptively, excused himself, saying, "You all go ahead. I have some matters to attend to." As he left, he winked at Ash, encouraging him, "Good luck." Ash reciprocated with a wink. Noticing this exchange, Serena inquired, "What is wrong, Ash? Is your eye bothering you?" Ash shook his head. "No, just a bit dry." Misty, hands on her hips, chimed in, "All right, Ash, Serena, let us hurry. I intend to shop till I drop." She shot a glance at Ash, as if to say, "You better keep up, or else." Ash chuckled, wrapping an arm around the two girls. "Today, I'll treat you both." Serena and Misty exchanged knowing looks, realizing they had been ensnared. "This is on you, Ash. A bountiful harvest." "Hey, Misty. Don't imitate Team Rocket, all right?" "No way he." "Ash, Misty, wait for me. By the way, who are Team Rocket?" The trio ventured out to shop. Indulging in retail therapy. One cannot deny that a woman's knack for shopping is an innate talent. Ash felt as if he were becoming numb to the experience. Pika Pika. This is exhausting. Suddenly, Ash's attention was drawn to an arcade, where a special event seemed to be underway. He eagerly exclaimed to Misty and Serena, "That looks interesting. Let us check it out." The girls, seeing through Ash's intentions, simultaneously agreed. "Let us go." "Welcome to the Gohan Arcade. Our manager has obtained a golden Magikarp. If we gather 100,000 Magikarp tickets within 2 days, you can win this splendid prize. Come and participate." The mention of the golden Magikarp ignited a spark in Ash's eyes. What an unexpected delight. He quickly maneuvered through the crowd with Misty and Serena, finally locating an available machine. A smirk crept across Ash's face as he sat down to play. Under normal circumstances, the arcade's challenge would be daunting, but fortunately, Ash had a few tricks up his sleeve. With his psychic abilities activated and the power of Aura unleashed, within an hour, he had amassed the required 100,000 tickets. "Wow, Ash, you did it so quickly," exclaimed Pikachu, along with Serena, who were both astonished. Their exclamations drew the attention of onlookers, marveling at the mountain of tickets surrounding Ash. "So many. Is this real? Incredible." The commotion inevitably attracted the attention of the arcade owner, who meticulously counted the tickets for an hour. Under the scrutinizing gaze of the crowd, the owner could not evade responsibility and reluctantly presented the golden Magikarp to Ash. Ash promptly accepted it and sent it back to Professor Oak's lab. Then, brimming with pride, departed the arcade with Misty and Serena. However, upon exiting, they were met with troubling news. "Did you hear? Many children have mysteriously gone missing in Rainbow City," remarked a passerby. "Not only that, but even Pokemon have been behaving strangely," another added. "What a troublesome time." Upon hearing this, Ash's expression sharpened. "Something's amiss. We must return to the Pokemon Center." The two girls, unaware of Ash's deeper concern, nodded gravely. Upon reaching the Pokemon Center, they discovered not only Nurse Joy but also Junsha present. Ash approached, inquiring, "What is the situation? Is it serious?" Junsha quickly recounted the details. "In the past 3 days, numerous children have gone missing." Nurse Joy lamented. "It's been affecting Pokemon too. They seem utterly exhausted. Even the usually energetic Magikarp has become lethargic." She pointed to a Psyduck, which appeared perpetually troubled. Junsha pulled out a device, furrowing her brow. "Here we go again." Serena, puzzled, asked, "Junsha, what is happening?" Junsha raised the device, explaining, "This is a machine that detects hypnosis waves. We've been experiencing these waves intermittently for the past 3 days." Upon hearing about the sleep waves, Pikachu began to sway. Nearly collapsing, Ash swiftly scooped him up, tugging at his cheeks. "Pikachu, don't pretend. This level of attack is nothing to you." "Pika Pika. It's effective. It's effective, it really is." Pikachu struggled free, rebutting Ash. Ash rolled his eyes. "No matter how you argue, stay alert." As Pikachu prepared to retort again, Serena embraced him gently, saying, "All right, Pikachu, let us not quibble with Ash for now." Pikachu shot Ash a challenging look, but Ash ignored him and turned to Junsha. "If this machine can detect the waves, it should also be able to locate their source." Junsha nodded. Indeed, we should not delay. Let us move out. We need your assistance, Professor Ash. Ash agreed. Let us go? Misty and Serena chimed in. We're coming too. Soon, Junsha led Ash and the others to their destination, where they discovered a group of affluent individuals conducting experiments to cure their insomnia. They had used altered hypnosis techniques that affected humans, causing Pokemon fatigue. The missing children, lacking strong mental fortitude, had been inadvertently hypnotized into becoming lost Pokemon. Junsha immediately declared the closure of this nefarious enterprise and reprimanded those involved, imposing fines. With that, the ordeal came to a close. Ash and his companions felt a sense of relief. Hey, why are you following me around? Misty turned to glance at the Psyduck trailing closely behind her. Gah! Psyduck tilted its head curiously. Ash chuckled. It seems you have quite a connection with it. Why not catch it? Misty pondered for a moment, then retrieved a Pokeball, tossing it towards Psyduck while declaring, if you wish to join me, then come on in. Beep. A perfect capture. I've caught Psyduck. Misty exclaimed, emulating Ash's enthusiastic cries. Ash and Serena looked on, puzzled. What are you two making those faces for? Chapter 49. Farewell. At the Pokemon Center, Brock held a Vulpix in his arms, sitting beside a young girl. Misty, astonished, asked, You can't be serious, Brock. Brock shook his head. I've made my decision to stay here. Miss Snow beside me is an exceptional Pokemon caretaker, and I wish to learn from her. He cast a complex glance at Ash. You should understand, right? Sensing the awkwardness in the air, Snow excused herself and stepped outside, followed closely by Serena. Only Ash, Misty, and Brock remained. Ash's expression was filled with conflict. Brock had two dreams, to become an excellent breeder and to find a girlfriend. Initially, Ash had thought about taking Snow with them, but he never anticipated Brock's decision. However, as a friend, Ash felt no right to compel Brock to choose differently. Besides, it was merely a temporary separation, not a permanent goodbye. With a faint smile to mask his inner melancholy, Ash said, Brock, since you've made your choice, we are genuinely happy for you. But remember, you are my personal chef, and once everything is settled, you must come to find me. If you don't, I'll be the one to come to you. Brock felt a mix of emotions at Ash's words, his eyes glistening. Ash, so that's how you see me. I'm a good person, so I won't hold it against you. Don't worry. Once things are settled here, I'll bring Snow along to find you. Upon hearing their exchange, Misty caught on and teased Brock. Just don't let it turn into a party of three, Brock. Brock's face flushed crimson as he stammered. Misty, what are you talking about? How could that ever happen? Laughter erupted around them. Farewells often come unexpectedly, yet life must continue. The group enjoyed a sumptuous meal together. The following morning, before dawn had fully arrived, Ash and Misty prepared to depart. As they reached the city gates, Ash glanced back one last time. Beneath the moonlight, a figure clad in a green vest stood quietly atop a balcony. Ash looked up at the still visible full moon and the reddening horizon, chuckling softly, Let us go. After bidding farewell to Brock, Ash and his friends continued their journey. Suddenly, they spotted an Abra jogging and practicing its punches. Hey, look, Ash, it's an Abra. I've heard its punches are formidable. Should we let Infernape take a crack at it? Misty pointed at the passing Abra. Gah! Psyduck unexpectedly leapt from its Pokeball. Misty, startled by Psyduck's sudden appearance, exclaimed, How did you get out? Gah! Psyduck replied, tilting its head in confusion. Misty, exasperated, poked Psyduck's head. You silly duck. Seeing Misty conversing with Psyduck made Serena chuckle. Realizing her folly, Misty quickly returned Psyduck to its ball and changed the subject. Ash, do you want to battle? Ash laughed lightly, sensing two waves of aura from the shadows and observing the Abra. He shook his head, not particularly interested. Wait a moment. Does this gentleman also have a fighting-type Pokemon? A man wearing a red scarf approached and addressed Ash. I am Dado. How about a Pokemon battle? Recognizing him as the one who had previously tricked his Infernape, Ash regarded him coolly and resolved to teach him a lesson. If you're keen, then let us proceed. Dado, oblivious to Ash's cold demeanor, eagerly anticipated the duel. Let us go. Abra and I are ready. Come forth, Infernape. Abra, level 31. Abra, use Sonic Punch. Infernape, counter with Sonic Punch. As they closed in, both fighters struck each other in the chest. Thud. Two muffled grunts echoed in the air. Abra staggered back 3 steps while Infernape retreated 2.5. Dado was taken aback. Abra lost in a strength contest? Seizing the opportunity, Ash commanded, Infernape, use Cross Chop. Infernape positioned its arms like blades, slashing towards Abra. Abra jumped back to evade. Dado urged. Abra, quick on its feet, managed to sidestep Infernape's onslaught, sustaining minimal damage. In that case, Abra, engage in close combat. Dado announced. Ash smirked. Infernape, unleash Fury Swipes. Abra lunged forward, delivering a flurry of punches. utilizing all its strength against Infernape. Infernape's eyes glowed red with fervor, showing no signs of defense as it relentlessly retaliated. After a couple of exchanges, Abra was visibly struggling. Dato urged, "Abra, create some distance." Abra secretly lamented, wishing it could, but Infernape, akin to a wild beast, denied it any opportunity. "Prepare to meet your end." Just as Infernape was about to deliver a finishing blow, a girl with braided hair rushed in, throwing herself toward Abra. "No!" Dato shouted, sprinting forward. As Infernape's fist narrowly grazed the girl's cheek, it left a trail of blood. Dato rushed to support her, exclaiming, "Are you all right? Do you feel any discomfort?" The girl shook her head, grasping Dato's arm. "Please, stop fighting. Dad, you need to stop being consumed by these endless battles. Let's go home." Dato hesitated, but his dreams strengthened his resolve. "I'm sorry, but I won't return until I've claimed the P1 fighting championship." The girl looked dejected. Misty and Serena exchanged sympathetic glances, recognizing the plight of having such a father. Ash, unimpressed, pointed at Abra and scoffed, "When the P1 fighting championship? With this half-defeated Abra?" Upon hearing Ash's words, Dato hurriedly produced healing items to tend to Abra's wounds. However, it soon became evident that Abby's current condition rendered him incapable of competing. Shandu, gazing at the self-satisfied Infernape, felt a spark of inspiration. Turning to Ash, he remarked, "Your Infernape possesses remarkable fighting prowess. Why not allow me to train him? I assure you, I will mold him into a true P1 champion." Upon hearing Shandu's words, Aimee could hardly believe it. She tugged at Shandu's sleeve and whispered, "Father." Observing Shandu, Ash's expression turned icy as he retorted coldly, "Someone like you, who can't even defeat a Pokemon I've captured in just a few days, dares to claim they can train my Pokemon? How utterly presumptuous." With that, he disregarded Shandu's face, which resembled one who had just tasted something foul. He turned to leave, accompanied by the equally incensed Misty, both resolute in their departure. Infernape tugged at Ash's pant leg, striking a pose reminiscent of a strongman. Ash regarded Infernape and asked, "Do you mean you wish to compete in P1 fighting?" Infernape nodded eagerly. "Yes, that's the spirit." Ash and Misty exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. "Then let us set off." Ash then turned to Shandu and his daughter with a faint smile, saying, "How about you two? Do you wish to witness how we claim the championship?" Shanda hesitated for a moment, then chose to follow Aimee. At the P1 arena, Infernape was akin to a tiger unleashed among sheep, dispatching opponents with a single blow. None could withstand even 3 strikes from Infernape, and he effortlessly claimed the championship belt. Watching this unfold, Shandu felt his heart shatter. He and Aimee decided to return home, abandoning their aspirations in fighting. In this manner, Ash inadvertently performed a good deed. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 50, The Stench of Black Cloud City. After several days of travel, Ash and his companions arrived in Black Cloud City. The city, rife with factories, was heavily polluted, leaving the sky and sea devoid of their once vibrant blue. Misty gazed in astonishment at the dilapidated and desolate cityscape. "Isn't this Black Cloud City? Why is it so deserted? It resembles a ghost town." Serena retrieved several masks from her backpack and distributed them among Ash and the others, saying, "And it smells absolutely foul here." Ash donned his mask and declared, "Then let us pass through swiftly." Pikachu suddenly sensed something amiss and looked around. "What is it?" "Pikachu?" Ash inquired, and upon sensing the area, he realized numerous Pokemon were hidden nearby, some even watching them from the shadows. Ash lifted Pikachu into his arms and gently patted him, saying, "It's nothing. It seems there are many electric-type Pokemon that you've detected. Try to absorb and convert their energy. It might enhance your strength." Pikachu nodded affirmatively. Ash turned to Misty and Serena, stating, "Let us head to the Pokemon Center to replenish our supplies." Upon entering the Pokemon Center, a sudden crack echoed, plunging the entire facility into darkness. "Nurse Joy?" Ash shouted. Nurse Joy hurried over, holding a candle, only to discover that no amount of effort could restore power to the Pokemon Center, which only heightened her anxiety. "Oh no, it must be another issue at the power plant. If this continues, the Pokemon in treatment will suffer." Suddenly struck with inspiration, Nurse Joy dashed toward the treatment room, prompting Ash and his companions to follow closely behind. In a room filled with medical equipment, numerous Pokemon were undergoing treatment. However, due to the power outage, they all bore expressions of pain. At that moment, Ash recalled certain plot points about Black Cloud City. It seemed this blackout was due to a blockage in the drainage caused by Grimer. With a plan forming in his mind, Ash promptly said to Nurse Joy, "We must restore power quickly. Nurse Joy, where's the power plant?" Nurse Joy, finally recognizing Ash, quickly relayed the location of the power plant. To be on the safe side, Ash instructed Misty and Serena, "You two stay here and help Nurse Joy care for the Pokemon. I'll be back shortly. Misty and Serena nodded in agreement. Ash, please be careful. Stepping outside, Ash released Charizard. Clutching Pikachu, he mounted Charizard's back and pulled out the map given by Nurse Joy. Ash pointed in the direction and commanded, "Let us go, Charizard." With a mighty roar, Charizard spread its wings and soared into the sky. Upon arriving at the power plant, Ash was quickly spotted by two staff members wielding flashlights. "Who are you?" one of them inquired. Ash instinctively responded, "I'm Ash, and I'm here on Nurse Joy's behalf to assess the situation." Upon hearing Nurse Joy's name, the staff members relaxed and provided Ash with a brief overview of the power plant's condition. Ash nodded and said, "You may return now." With that, he entered the facility. As the two staff members watched Ash depart, one asked his companion, "What should we do? Should we head back?" The other pondered for a moment and replied, "You go ahead, I'll wait here. Once the power is restored, contact me." Inside the power plant, Ash was immediately struck by an overwhelming stench. "Ugh, this is awful," Pikachu exclaimed, while Charizard roared in disgust. Ash quickly sealed their sense of smell, allowing them to breathe easier. He then released his Houndoom, intending for it to sniff out the Grimer's location. However, upon emerging, Houndoom instinctively covered its nose with its paws, looking at Ash in shock. "What is this place, Master? You didn't lead us into a pile of filth, did you?" Ash was taken aback by Houndoom's reaction, internally questioning why a dog wouldn't relish its typical delights. Not wishing to voice his awkward thoughts, Ash sheepishly recalled Houndoom. It appeared he would have to rely on his own abilities. Aura activate. In an instant, Ash sensed the presence of hundreds of aura signatures. He beckoned Charizard and Pikachu, saying, "Follow me." Approaching the drainage area, they found it choked with a mass of Grimer, bubbling incessantly. The sight would terrify anyone with a fear of clusters. The commotion caused by Ash's arrival caught the attention of the Grimer, which turned towards him with a collective cry. "Grime!" They chorused, surging towards Ash. Charizard instinctively prepared to unleash a fiery attack, but Ash intervened, saying, "Let others handle this. You'll have your own opponent soon." Charizard nodded, showing little interest in these lower-tier Pokemon. Ash then released two of his Pokemon. Ralts, come forth in battle. The two Ralts, called into action for the first time, were immediately overwhelmed by the noxious odor. As the Grimer approached, they hastily used their abilities to shield their noses and mouths. Entering the fray, two Larvitar faced off against hundreds of Grimer, but surely they could not prevail. Yet, what could be done when the Grimer were so timid? With a few psychic waves, they became utterly disarrayed, unsure of how to respond. A resounding roar echoed. "Behold, I have arrived." A colossal Grimer, nearly 2 meters in height, made its entrance. Only then did the Grimer settle down into silence. Charizard's eyes gleamed at the sight of the imposing Grimer. He looked towards Ash, who nodded in affirmation. Without further ado, Charizard unleashed a torrent of flames, and the Grimer lay defeated. "Grimer, I have come, and now I am gone." Witnessing their leader's downfall, the remaining Grimer retreated in a frenzy. Seizing the opportunity, Ash commanded his two Larvitar to harvest the rewards. Approaching the unconscious Grimer, Ash produced a Pokeball to capture it. Grimer, level 41, gender male, type poison, ability stench, held item black sludge, moves pound, mud slap, mud bomb, disable, toxic gas, minimize, sludge bomb, swallow, spit up. Upon reviewing Grimer's stats, Ash felt a surge of satisfaction. However, almost instantly, the Pokeball along with Grimer was teleported back to Professor Oak's lab. LaRue, the two Larvitar exclaimed softly, and in a flash of white light, they evolved into Curlia. Curlia, level 27, gender male, type psychic, fairy, ability telepathy, held item curved spoon, moves confusion, teleport, disable, shadow sneak, light screen, psychic, shadow strike. Curlia, level 25, gender female. With the evolution of Curlia complete, the blockage caused by the Grimer was thoroughly cleared, and the power plant resumed its operation successfully. Everything unfolded with such ease. With the situation normalized, Ash mounted Charizard and departed from the site. At Professor Oak's lab. "Oh, Ash has brought back another Pokemon. Let me see." Professor Oak exclaimed as he activated the Pokeball. A massive Grimer leaped out, releasing an overpowering stench that caused Professor Oak to hastily pinch his nose. "What on earth is this?" Hearing the commotion, Grimer lunged towards Professor Oak with outstretched arms. "No, it's Grimer. Ash, I despise you." Chapter 51, The Sixth Badge. Having accomplished yet another good deed, Ash continued his journey towards the next gym. According to the map, they arrived at the forest where the Cerulean Gym was located. Misty gazed around at the forest, filled with trees and rocks, and questioned, "Ash, you haven't lost your way again, have you?" Is there really a cerulean gym here? Serena interjected. How could that be? The map clearly states this is the location. Could it be that we missed something? Ash adjusted his cap and shook his head. This is indeed the place. I heard the gym leader here is a ninja. Perhaps he is lurking nearby, observing us? Before he could finish, a languid EV at his side let out a call and dashed forward. EV, Misty, and the others fell silent. Moments later, a wild Swablu was tossed at their feet by EV. A wild Swablu? Misty questioned, perplexed. How did it end up here? Serena retrieved her Pokédex and scanned it. This Pokemon is quite adept at tracking. Could it be that someone is following us? Ash shook his head. Let us capture it and see if it has an owner. With determination, Ash threw a Pokeball. Bang! The ball bounced back. Indeed, someone is tailing us. Misty and Serena huddled together, warily surveying their surroundings. Ash chuckled at their demeanor. All right, you two. Eevee has already checked, and there's no one else around. Upon hearing Ash's words, Misty punched him lightly. You jerk, Ash. Why didn't you say so sooner? Serena also kicked Ash, saying, Ash, was that intentional? Ash rolled his eyes at them. What? I didn't mean to. I never expected you would think so much. With a scoff, Ash received matching eye rolls from both. He shook his head, calling upon his Arcanine. Lead us to the cerulean gym without any tricks. Otherwise, he shot a knowing glance at Arcanine. Understanding, Arcanine let out a low growl, flames escaping its nostrils, nearly singeing Swablu. The creature nodded eagerly, leading the way without a hint of hesitation. Soon, Swablu guided them to the entrance of the cerulean gym. It was a traditional Japanese-style structure, reminiscent of an ancient ninja residence. The entire building was crafted from wood, with tiled roofing. Misty marveled at the sight. What a grand place and so old-fashioned. But it looks rather impressive. Serena nodded in agreement. I never imagined anyone would reside in such an environment. Truly befitting of a ninja. Clap, clap. Dressed in ninja attire, a trainer named Aki approached with his sister, Ayane. Upon seeing Ayane, Swablu leaped into her arms. Aki bowed to Ash and the others, performing a ninja salute. Thank you, ladies, for your kind words. This place is indeed perfect for us ninjas. Welcome to the cerulean gym, Ash. Ash looked at Aki, perplexed. You know me? Aki smiled gently. The renowned Ash, of course. As a gym leader. How could I not be familiar with you? Ash nodded, casting a glance at Misty, who was awkwardly scratching her nose. Look at that. Misty caught on to Ash's gaze and turned her head away, unwilling to engage. Aki chuckled at the scene and signaled to Ayane. Ayane stepped forward, saying, I apologize for the trouble my Swablu has caused. Misty and the others quickly waved their hands. Not at all. In fact, we owe him our thanks for guiding us. Ash turned to Aki. Aki, let us commence the gym battle. Aki nodded in agreement. Stay close to me. The arena is filled with traps we have set. After navigating through the corridor, they arrived at the battlefield. Each step was laden with traps, accompanied by Ayane's explanations, allowing Ash and the others to deeply understand the essence of being a ninja. Aki addressed Ash on the battlefield. Shall we proceed with a 2v2 battle? Ash affirmed. Bring it on. Bang. Ayane struck the gong, signaling the start of the match. Aki released his Pokemon first. Swablu. Swablu, level 35. Upon seeing Swablu's level, Ash summoned his own Pokemon. Zubat, let us go? Zubat, level 40. Swablu, use confusion. Zubat, air cutter. With a flicker of psychic energy, Mauchio attempted to manipulate the form of the Zubat, only to be taken aback as the Zubat soared in tandem with his force, unleashing several blades of air. The attack struck true, and Mauchio was left reeling from the damage. Xiaoji chuckled softly, declaring the bout over. Yet, the Zubat was not finished, sending forth another barrage of air blades toward Mauchio. Eiju, with a steady voice, interjected, It's not that simple. Mauchio, utilize supersonic. Mauchio responded with a slight nod. Xiaoji, momentarily perplexed, questioned the intent behind this move. Unexpectedly, the waves emitted from the supersonic seemed to diminish the force of Zubat's air blades. When the wind blades struck Mauchio, they inflicted minimal harm. With a gentle exclamation, Mauchio underwent evolution, revealing the majestic Mothim. Eiju smirked, remarking, Mothim, do your thing. Use poison powder along with psychic. Xiaoji, his tone now serious, commanded, Zubat. Use double team, then follow up with tailwind. With a swift flap of its wings, Zubat unleashed a flurry of shadows that filled the arena. Mothim was left with no choice but to eliminate several of Zubat's shadowy duplicates with psychic, dispersing the poison powder amongst the remaining Zubats. However, Zubat was not to be underestimated. Its true form lurked among the shadows. With its wings creating a tempest, Zubat dispersed Mothim's poison and swiftly closed the gap, sinking its fangs into Mothim. The battle was decided, with Mothim rendered incapable of continuing. A radiant light enveloped Zubat as it evolved. Coughing, the newly evolved Crobat emerged. Crobat, level 41 male. Type, poison flying. Ability, infiltrator. Held item, wide lens. Moves, supersonic, screech, absorb, bite, wing attack, air slash, shadow ball, roost, cross poison. Crobat flew to Xiaoji's side, gazing up expectantly for praise. Xiaoji smiled, offering commendation. Eiju, recalling his defeated Mothim, gazed at Xiaoji's Crobat with admiration, saying, "Since we're at it, allow me to present my own Crobat." Coughing again, he declared, "Crobat, level 49. Xiaoji's expression turned grave as he acknowledged. "This Crobat is a formidable adversary. We must proceed with caution. Crobat, use air slash. Crobat, let us retaliate with air slash as well." Clang, clang, clang. Xiaoji's Crobat found itself overwhelmed, ultimately succumbing to defeat. Eiju's Crobat also faced challenges, having expended a significant portion of its stamina. Xiaoji adjusted his cap backward. The battle theme commencing. Time to unleash my Pokemon. The next contender shall be you. Shakira's, level 42. Though slightly higher in level than Crobat, it sufficed. Upon its entry, a sandstorm engulfed the arena, obscuring Shakira's from view. Eiju instructed, "Crobat, use supersonic to locate Shakira's, then unleash cross poison." Yet Shakira's was no fool. It thrived within the storm, deftly employing rock slide. Following Xiaoji's guidance, Shakira's conjured immense boulders, hurling them indiscriminately. Crobat was left with no option but to evade. While the debris from the storm posed an additional threat, Crobat found itself in dire straits. After numerous attempts, Eiju conceded defeat when Crobat was struck severely. Both trainers withdrew their Pokemon. Xiaoji had earned his 6th badge. Pika Pika? Xiaoji. Chapter 52. Astonishment as Pikachu defeats the Rapidash. On this day, Xiaoji and his companions finally traversed the forest, arriving at an expansive plain. Just as they began to move forward, Xiaoji sensed a tremor beneath his feet. "Be cautious, something approaches." Serena, clutching Xiaoji's arm, expressed her trepidation. "What is coming, Xiaoji?" Xiaoji shook his head, releasing his Rapidash in preparation for the impending encounter. Misty, observing Serena's fear, stepped forward, asserting, "Do not worry, watch me. Come forth. Starmie." "Ga." Misty tugged at Psyduck's face, scolding, "Why did you come out again?" "Ga." Psyduck rubbed its head, sheepishly nudging Misty. Resigned, she signaled Psyduck to prepare for battle. "Ga." "Da-da-da." The sound grew nearer, and the group felt the vibrations. Suddenly, they beheld a stampede of Tauros barreling toward them, stirring up clouds of dust behind them. Misty exclaimed, "So many Tauros." Xiaoji replied coldly, "Now is not the time for admiration. Rapidash, use flamethrower to redirect them." Woof. A robust jet of fire erupted from Rapidash's mouth, sweeping toward the Tauros. The sudden blaze startled the lead Tauros, forcing it to veer away from Xiaoji and his friends. As they watched the herd disperse, Xiaoji mused, "Running like this every day, their legs must be quite delectable." Woof. "Oh, Rapidash, do you think so too?" Rapidash regarded Xiaoji with a puzzled expression. Woof. "I didn't say anything." "Xiaoji, it's that Houndour." Serena pointed to a Houndour perched on a nearby rock. Rapidash stepped forward, baring its teeth. Woof. "Who are you, pup? State your name." Faced with its evolved counterpart, Houndour felt slightly intimidated. Nevertheless, recalling its duty, it suppressed its fear and leapt down to confront Rapidash. "Woof. I am the esteemed guard dog of Lord Fuzi." Rapidash cast a disdainful glance at Houndour. "Woof. I am the first vanguard of Master Xiaoji. You best step aside." With that, a plume of fire erupted, instilling pressure upon Houndour. The two canines stood still in the wind. Misty poked Xiaoji, inquiring, "What are Rapidash and Houndour doing?" Serena added, "It seemed like they were chatting, but now they appear ready to fight. Did they not reach an agreement?" Xiaoji consulted his map, realizing they had entered the Pokemon wilderness zone. He instructed Rapidash, "Tell him we are merely passing through. If he refuses, drive him away. We must continue our journey." Rapidash growled a final warning at Houndour. "Woof. Did you hear? Step aside." Houndour, suppressing its fear, assumed a battle stance. Woof. "Not now." Rapidash ceased its chatter and swiped a paw at Houndour. "Wait." A blue-haired girl riding a Ponyta, Fuzi, called out to Xiaoji, seeing her approach. Xiaoji replied nonchalantly, "Rapidash, return." Rapidash had only intended to showcase its strength to deter Houndour, exerting minimal effort. Upon hearing Xiaoji's command, it turned and performed a backflip back to Xiaoji's side. "Pika Pika. Good job, little pup." Pikachu leaped joyfully, clapping its tiny hands. Rapidash glared fiercely at Pikachu, contemplating a reprimand, but held back due to Xiaoji's presence. Pikachu, undeterred, hid behind Xiaoji's leg, playfully sticking its tongue out at Rapidash. Pikachu, I'm not afraid. What is there to fear? Frustrated, Rapidash shook its head vigorously. Observing the peculiar demeanor of the speedy dog, Ash inquired with a hint of confusion, "What's wrong, speedy dog?" The speedy dog, with a forlorn expression, gestured toward the chuckling Pikachu. Instantly comprehending the situation, Ash positioned Pikachu before the speedy dog, suggesting, "Feel free to give him a good hit. There's no need to spare my feelings." Pikachu gazed at Ash in shock, uttering, "Pika? Ash, do you not love me anymore?" Ignoring Pikachu's dismay, Ash, accompanied by Serena and Misty, took a few steps towards Rich, leaving the battlefield to the two Pokémon. With a mischievous grin, the speedy dog lunged excitedly at Pikachu. Pikachu, witnessing the dog's approach, transformed his expression from surprise to indifference. "Pika, no more pretense. It's time to reveal my true power," he thought, as sparks flickered across his cheeks, delivering a jolting massage to the speedy dog. Overwhelmed by the electric shock, the speedy dog lay on the ground, astonished. How could I, the speedy dog, be defeated by this idle yellow rodent? Contemplating this, a howl of rage and despair escaped his lips. Woof, I despise this. After his outburst, he fainted from sheer frustration. Pikachu, poking the unconscious speedy dog with his tail, looked at his own little paws and wore a smug smile, thinking, "It seems I have grown stronger once more." Meanwhile, Ash, who was explaining the situation to Rich, was startled by the speedy dog's unusual wailing. After exchanging a brief greeting with Rich, he approached Pikachu and the others with a scowl. Upon seeing the speedy dog in a state of disarray, he reproached Pikachu, "What have you done to the speedy dog?" Pikachu quickly denied any wrongdoing, clenching his fists and striking a pose to demonstrate his strength. He pointed at the speedy dog, tilted his head, stuck out his tongue, and rolled his eyes in one fluid motion. Ash tugged at Pikachu's ear, asking, "Are you implying that you've grown stronger and accidentally inflicted this upon the speedy dog?" Pikachu replied with a pitiful look, "Pika, isn't that the case?" Ash, amused yet exasperated, tightened his grip on Pikachu's ear. "You really have no shame, battling a level 56 Pokémon with your level 83. Pikachu squirmed in discomfort, trying to shake off Ash's hand. After giving Pikachu a pointed glare, Ash relented. "All right, as a punishment for injuring a companion, you will have to carry him until he regains consciousness." "Pika, Pika, no." Pikachu fervently shook his head, skillfully retrieving the speedy dog's Pokeball from Ash's grasp and capturing the unconscious speedy dog within it. Cradling the Pokeball in his hands, Pikachu presented it to Ash with hopeful eyes. "Pika, here you go." Ash took the Pokeball from Pikachu, casting him a scrutinizing look. "Pikachu, you are quite something." Embarrassed, Pikachu scratched his head and replied, "Pika Pie. In that case, you can hold on to the speedy dog's Pokeball." With that, Ash tossed the Pokeball back to Pikachu. Pikachu visibly drooped at this, but Ash didn't allow him any chance to protest, turning to join Misty and Serena. Clutching the Pokeball, Pikachu could only console himself. "At least it's not a 2-meter-tall dog. This is much easier. I am indeed impressive." Meanwhile, upon realizing the misunderstanding with Ash and his companions, Rich extended an invitation for them to visit her tribe, the Lalame clan. Acknowledging that they hadn't had a proper rest, Ash and the others agreed. Wait for me. Chapter 53. Rich of the Lalame clan at the residence of the Lalame clan. Rich arranged for Ash and his friends to stay in a cozy inn. "You must be weary from your travels. Please rest here for a while. Tonight, we are holding a celebration, and you are warmly invited to join us." Misty beamed and waved, exclaiming, "It seems we are quite fortunate." "Rich, we will definitely attend." Ash and Serena nodded in agreement. Rich smiled at their response and departed. Once she was gone, Ash, Misty, and Serena released their Pokémon. Misty summoned her Staryu, Starmie, Goldeen, and Psyduck, while Serena brought forth her Fennekin. Ash released his speedy dog, and, of course, the enormous Steelix remained aside. "Woof! Roar!" Observing Serena's lone Fennekin, Ash remarked, "Serena, as you approach the wild area, are you considering capturing some Pokémon?" After a moment's thought, Serena acknowledged, "I do need to find a companion for Fennekin. If I come across a Pokémon that catches my eye, I shall capture it." Misty, still nurturing her bond with her Pokémon, interjected, "What kind of Pokémon do you like, Serena? Shouldn't we capture some water-type Pokémon together? They are such adorable creatures." Serena hesitated, glancing around at the Pokémon nearby, and her eyes brightened upon seeing Ash's 2 playful Eevee. "I've made up my mind. I want to capture an Eevee." "Excellent choice," Ash and Misty agreed, with Misty wrapping her arms around Serena and exclaiming, "You also think that the water-type evolution of Eevee is adorable, right? Serena, we truly are kindred spirits." No. Serena replied honestly, shaking her head. I just find EV exceptionally cute, but I haven't decided how I want it to evolve yet. That has something to consider after catching it. It's still too early to think about. Ash nodded. Then let us proceed with that plan. Since it's still early, let us take a moment to rest. Serena and Misty both blushed simultaneously. Misty shot Ash a glare. We need to rest, but you don't have to. You are bursting with energy, aren't you? Later, you can feed all our Pokemon. Let us go, Serena. Before Ash could protest, Misty grabbed Serena and dashed back to their room. Hey. Ash reached out, trying to stop them, but found the door had already closed. With a click, it was locked tight, leaving Ash no opportunity to intervene. Quick go. Misty's voice called from within. Ash rubbed his forehead, exasperated. Is this really necessary? Am I going to eat you? Pikachu leapt onto Ash's cap, declaring, Pika, what's so great about women? Let us play instead. Alright then. Since everyone has some free time, let us play a little game. Ash shook his head, causing Pikachu to tumble off. Pikachu, go invite Finnegan and the others. Pie. Oh, and don't forget Steelix. Ash retrieved the Pokeball for the enormous Steelix and released its restrictions. Steelix, you can join us and watch from inside. The gigantic Steelix reluctantly swayed within its Pokeball. Ha! Stop sleeping and join the fun. As night fell, Rich returned to Ash and his friends as promised. In the lively marketplace, she led them on a leisurely stroll. Along the way, numerous Lala May clan vendors greeted Rich warmly, congratulating her on her upcoming competition, assuring her she would surely claim first place. Then, Rich turned to Ash and invited, Ash, would you like to participate in tomorrow's Pokemon racing competition? It's a contest of speed and endurance between Pokemon and their trainers. She added with a touch of nostalgia. I believe that, Ash. You and your speedy Houndoom are exceptionally suited for the competition. Upon hearing the invitation, Ash's eyes sparkled with excitement. Is that so? Then I shall participate. However, do not be disheartened when I seize the first place, remarked Fujong with a light chuckle. It is a trainer's duty to continually challenge formidable opponents in order to grow stronger. Ash cast a glance at Serena, who appeared equally intrigued. What do you think, Serena? Aren't you also a skilled rider of Rhyhorn? Would you care to join me? Hey, is this true, Serena? Both Fujong and Misty turned their gaze towards her. Serena blushed slightly and nodded gracefully. Fujong clapped his hands in delight. Very well then. I shall borrow a Rhyhorn for you, and we will compete together tomorrow. Noticing Serena's lingering hesitation, Ash chimed in to encourage her. Yes, Serena, let us do it. Indeed, we must ensure that we bring Ash down. Misty nodded fervently. Ash shot a disapproving glance at Misty. Misty, have I wronged you in any way lately? Misty huffed. So what if you haven't? I simply cannot stand your audacity in aiming for first place right from the start. Serena chuckled softly, affirming, Ash, tomorrow we shall be rivals. Misty leapt for joy at this, exclaiming, Hooray! Serena, Fujong, let us unite to defeat the smug Ash. The three girls exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Seeing their camaraderie flourish, Ash sighed in resignation and found an excuse to depart. Sensing the familiar presence of trouble, he smiled faintly. I should first attend to this inconvenience. Meanwhile, three Meowth were hiding in the grass outside Fujong's home, plotting mischief amidst the Rhyhorns. They had devised a scheme to create chaos and gain an advantage in the competition. That little rascal, Jess, is truly devious for concocting this plan to win the contest, grumbled Meowth. And Musashi is merely a useless fool. Once we assist him in securing victory, we shall reap our rewards. And then what? Jess pondered. I haven't figured that part out yet. Musashi interjected, delivering a sharp blow to Meowth. Meowth, do not interrupt my thoughts. Meowth cradled its head, feeling aggrieved. But I wasn't even speaking. The trio exchanged uneasy glances, sensing a foreboding presence behind them. Ash and Pikachu were glaring coldly in their direction. Musashi and her partner attempted to retrieve their Pokemon, but Pikachu had already been monitoring their every move. With a swift jolt of electricity, he sent them flying away. At that moment, Fujong rode in on her Ponyta, accompanied by her trusty Houndoom. With a commanding shout, Houndoom swiftly calmed the agitated Rhyhorns. Observing how effortlessly Fujong resolved the turmoil, Meowth cursed under his breath. What are those three from Team Rocket up to? Truly inept. Hey kid. Ash's icy voice cut through the air. Who? Meowth turned around in indignation, only to be met with Ash's luminous gaze. Ah, a ghost. Meowth screamed, tumbling away in fright. Mission accomplished. Time to head home for dinner. The following day, the Pokemon race commenced as scheduled. However, Meowth was conspicuously absent, the reason unknown. With the referee's signal, the competition began. Ash and Houndoom surged ahead, followed closely by Fujong. Ash and Houndoom melded into a seamless unit, leaving their competitors far behind. Ultimately, Ash clinched first place. while Fuzhong and Serena crossed the finish line simultaneously, sharing second place. Misty and her Starmie faltered midway, unable to continue. Upon learning this outcome, Ash could not help but mock Misty, laughing heartily. Chapter 54, Entering the Wild Pokemon Area. After a celebratory feast, Fuzhong led Ash and the others out of the confines of the Pokemon Sanctuary. With a smile, she pointed towards the forest and mountains ahead, saying, "As long as you follow this path straight ahead, you will reach the Pokemon Wilderness. Once there, you can explore and capture Pokemon to your heart's content. I shall leave you here." "Thank you, Fuzhong," they chorused in unison. Though they had known her for less than a day, they all held her in high regard. Fuzhong smiled wistfully, seemingly reluctant to part ways, but resolutely turned to mount her Ponyta. Just as she was about to leave, she suddenly recalled something and hurriedly approached Ash. Embracing him tightly, "Ash, I hope we have the chance to meet again." Ash, taken aback, gently patted her back in response. "Yes, we certainly will." Fuzhong released him and gracefully mounted her Ponyta once more, effortlessly waving the reins as she rode away, leaving behind an elegant silhouette. "Farewell, everyone. Goodbye." Ash and the others stood silently, waving until her figure faded from sight. "Hey, Ash, was Fuzhong's body soft?" Misty inquired with a hint of curiosity. Ash nodded. "Quite nice. Her muscles are very toned." Misty, with a knowing glance, suggested, "Then why didn't you stop her? Perhaps we could have gained another friend." "Hey, Misty." Serena tugged at Misty's sleeve. Misty responded with an indifferent look. Ash glanced at the two of them, sighing, "Serena is the best." "You." Misty retaliated with a playful punch. Ash effortlessly dodged, countering by pinching Misty's neck playfully. Everyone has their own path to follow. Fuzhong has her responsibilities in the Pokemon Sanctuary. I would not wish to impose upon her. I am a good person, the embodiment of justice," Ash declared, lifting Misty as if she were a mere feather. "Do you understand?" Misty flailed helplessly, unable to escape Ash's grip. Eventually conceding, she sighed. "I was wrong. Please let me go." Ash shot a glance at Serena, who was stifling a laugh, and exchanged a knowing look. Pikachu, observing the scene, covered its face and shook its head, seemingly anticipating what was about to unfold. Ash lightly shook the limp Misty, casually asking, "What was your mistake?" Misty froze. Her pride made it difficult to admit fault a second time, leading to another round of playful banter. "Let me go, you jerk." "Ash, let me go," Misty cried out, desperately seeking Serena's assistance. Serena and Ash exchanged glances, feigning exasperation. "Misty, how can I help you?" Misty shouted, "Beat up that jerk Ash. Turn him into a pig." With a sudden impulsive action, Ash collided with Misty, causing her to clutch her head in pain. Following Ash's words, Misty's hopes were completely dashed. "If you enjoy hitting so much, then I shall indulge you. Come here, Serena." Misty's rear end grew restless, prompting her to offer a massage. She gazed incredulously at the mischievous Serena, feeling as if the sky had fallen. "No, please." Slap, slap, slap. "Ash, Serena, I will not let you off the hook for this." Yet, Serena insisted, "You really shouldn't." "No, no, no, please don't." Soon, Ash was carrying Misty on his back, while holding Serena's hand as they approached the entrance of the Pokemon Wilderness. Misty, claiming that her backside was injured and unable to walk, insisted on being carried by Ash. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, "This is the Wilderness Zone. I've heard there are many types of Pokemon here. I must capture several Water-type Pokemon." Ash sighed in exasperation. "Misty, you can't even walk right now. How do you plan to catch Pokemon? Just behave." Before Ash could finish his sentence, Misty leaped off his back, looking smugly at him. "Well, how about that?" Bang. Ash, with an impassive expression, punched Misty in return. "Hey, what was that for?" Ash chuckled lightly, "Just a little something." Bang, bang, bang. "Misty, please no. If you hit me again, I will fight back." "Oh, you think so?" Misty declared, ready to retaliate. Serena, accustomed to their antics, observed with amusement, wondering if there might be an Eevee around. The noise was unbearable. An elderly man with a shock of white hair pushed open the door of a small cabin, glaring at Ash and the others with indignation. However, upon seeing this peculiar trio, he paused in surprise. Ash and Misty were energetically exchanging punches, babbling words the old man could not comprehend. Serena watched on, neither worried nor intervening, but rather smiling. Even a Pikachu seemed to cheer them on. Upon noticing the arrival of a stranger, Ash and Misty immediately straightened up. "Hello, sir. We are here to capture Pokemon in the Wilderness Zone." The smiles on their faces were calm and composed. If it weren't for the bruises on their faces, the old man might have thought he was hallucinating. "Are these people normal?" he pondered, taken aback. "Ahem, is that so?" The old man, named Caesar, pretended to cough twice. "I am the administrator here, Caesar. Please follow me to register." The group followed Caesar into the hall. During the registration process, Caesar explained the rules of the wilderness zone. Only specific Pokeballs and fishing rods designated for this area could be used. Pokemon were not allowed, and the ecological environment of the wilderness zone must not be disturbed. At this point, Caesar took down a hunting rifle from the wall, fixing a cold gaze on Ash and the others. If I catch you cheating, don't blame me for being unkind. Ash and the others quickly nodded in agreement, promising not to breach these prohibitions. Good, Caesar replied, satisfied with their response. From beneath the counter, he produced a box filled with Pokeballs and fishing rods. Each individual was allotted 30 Pokeballs and 1 fishing rod. As they were about to leave, an old photograph caught Misty's attention. Is that a Dratini? And a young Mr. Caesar. She exclaimed, Mr. Caesar, are there Dratini here? Upon hearing Misty's question, Caesar hastily tucked away the old photo, coldly stating, there are no Dratini here. Hurry along. His blatant attempt to hide something amused Ash. Seeing that Misty was about to ask again, Ash quickly pulled her and Serena along. All right, let's go catch some Pokemon. Relieved that they did not press further, Caesar exhaled, clutching the photo of himself and the Dratini, lost in thought. Outside, the trio from Team Rocket had followed them. Did you hear that, Jesse? The wilderness zone and Dratini. I heard, replied James. I feel like we're about to strike it rich. Meowth, let us capture them all. Chapter 55, The Unusual Vulpix and Torchic. Hey, Ash, let go of my hand. Misty exclaimed, shaking off Ash's grasp. What's the matter? I was just asking, Ash replied, tapping her lightly on the shoulder. You're not afraid that the irate old man might point a gun at your head? Misty's face paled at the thought, leaving her momentarily speechless. However, she quickly regained her composure, leaning against Ash and gently placing her hand on his shoulder, sweetly saying, Isn't it because of you? Ash, you will protect me, right? Who is this? Misty? Impossible. Serena and Pikachu were left wide-eyed, having never seen this side of Misty before. Although Ash was surprised, he was remarkably adaptable and soon began to enjoy himself. Misty, you're performing quite admirably today, he remarked, narrowing his eyes. Misty responded softly, Ash. That's just what I ought to do. Ash nodded approvingly, adopting a regal demeanor. Very well, a reward is in order. Speak up. What Pokemon do you desire? I shall procure them for you. Misty grinned, eagerly counting off on her fingers. I want an EV, a Tentacle, a Slowpoke. Maybe not the Slowpoke. A Maril Suicune. And Lugia Wu. Ash covered her mouth, stating blandly, I think you need to sleep. In dreams, you can have anything. No. Misty pushed Ash away, hiding behind Serena. Ash rolled up his sleeves, looking at Misty, and said, Come here. I haven't even caught a Suicune, and you're already dreaming of a Lugia. Misty huffed. If you let me come over, I will, but don't get cocky, Ash. The game of hawk catching chick begins. Serena and Pikachu exchanged glances. That's it, they're back. All of them. The wilderness zone was teeming with diverse Pokemon, flying in the sky, running on the ground, swimming in the water. Soon, Ash set his sights on a target. A plump Vulpix was pacing back and forth in front of an injured Torchic. Upon spotting Ash and the others, Vulpix immediately took a defensive stance, warily watching them. Ash's eyes lit up at the sight of this starter Pokemon from the Hoenn region and the unusual Vulpix. Despite Vulpix's best efforts to conceal itself, Ash could easily discern its pink fur. Serena, noticing the injured Torchic, quickly fetched a healing potion and waved reassuringly at the wary Vulpix. Vulpix, don't be afraid. I just want to treat Torchic first, okay? But the ostracized Vulpix would not trust her. It bared its teeth, eyeing Serena with suspicion. Oh, whoa. Don't come any closer. Seeing that Vulpix was unconvinced, Serena turned to Ash for support. Ash, he nodded in affirmation. Gaining the trust of wild Pokemon is challenging, and even more so for a shiny Pokemon. Then let my formidable generals take the stage. The negotiation vanguard steps forth. Xiaoxia and Serena exchanged glances, perplexed as to whom Ash was referring. Pikachu regarded Ash with an expression akin to incredulity. Ash turned back and remarked, What are you staring at, Pikachu? Hurry and step up. Pikachu, taken aback, pointed at itself, pondering, when did I become that officer? Quickly, Ash shuffled aside, granting Pikachu the necessary space. With a resigned expression, Pikachu assumed a serious demeanor befitting an officer and trudged toward Vulpix. Before Pikachu could approach, Vulpix unleashed a fiery breath in its direction. Oh, whoa, don't come any closer, Pikachu exclaimed. The flames singed Pikachu, prompting it to roll on the ground to extinguish the fire. With a rueful glance at Ash, Pikachu expressed its discontent. Xiaoxia and Serena watched the scene unfold, unsure of what to say. Ash, his face darkening, pointed at Pikachu. Why are you getting so close to her? Aren't you the master of making friends? Hurry up. Upon Ash's admonition, Pikachu grasped the situation. With a determined leap, it stood tall, offering Vulpix a warm smile while cheerfully chirping, "Pika Pika." Indeed, Pikachu possessed a certain charm, managing to ease Vulpix's apprehensions with just a few words, and they began to converse amicably. "Awu Pika? Awu Pika." Seeing this, Xiaoxia and Serena breathed a sigh of relief. Noting the easing tension, Ash released his Scyther and Curlia. Upon spotting Scyther, Vulpix's eyes widened in surprise. "Awu, how splendid." Ash, Serena, and Xiaoxia simultaneously turned their gazes to Curlia. Curlia gradually recounted Vulpix's tale. As an atypical Pokemon, Vulpix had been bullied and ostracized since birth. The wilderness was not like the ordinary wild. Each species inhabited specific territories. Due to her unique coloration, no other group accepted her, forcing her to return to her own territory, where she frequently encountered other Vulpix, resulting in her being tormented. To protect herself, she had to puff herself up. Her survival relied on the occasional food provided by a kind, white-haired elder. Over time, a fiery chick appeared, the only one in the wilderness, naturally crossing paths with the unique Vulpix. As fellow outcasts, they formed a bond of companionship, enduring hardships together. The scars adorning the fiery chick were remnants from battles with ordinary Vulpix. As Curlia concluded the tale, Xiaoxia and Serena's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Another soul burdened by a tragic fate. Ash gently shook his head and approached the unique Vulpix. "Fear not, noble spirit. Join me, and you shall grow strong, strong enough to never be bullied again." Scyther and the others nodded in agreement. Pikachu, sensing the benevolence radiating from Ash, observed the companions beside him. "Awu." Noticing Vulpix's hesitation, Ash produced a Pokeball, assuring, "Rest easy. I shall not forsake your companions either." Pikachu was taken aback, staring at Ash in astonishment. "Pika? What are you saying, Ash?" "Awu, I believe in you." The unique Vulpix extended a tiny paw and tapped the Pokeball. Ding! A perfect capture. Following this, Ash approached the fiery chick. Ding! Another perfect capture. Turning to Xiaoxia and Serena, who still appeared melancholic, Ash remarked, "The natural world operates under its own laws. Notions of right and wrong are irrelevant. What we can do is save those we can in our lives. Let us continue our journey." Chapter 56, Capturing Pokemon. In the wilderness, within the habitat of the EV clan, dozens of little EVs frolicked playfully. So many EVs. How utterly adorable. "It's like a paradise," Xiaoxia exclaimed, cradling her chin in admiration. Serena echoed her sentiments. Ash, having not seen such a number of EVs in ages, greeted them. "Good morning, little EVs." "Pika Pika." Pikachu mimicked Ash, waving enthusiastically. Upon hearing the friendly humans and Pikachu, the playful EVs paused and gazed curiously at Ash and his friends. "Eevee?" Noting the absence of malice, a few bold EVs bounded over to Ash, playfully bouncing around him. Gradually, all the EVs gathered, intrigued by these unfamiliar humans. Observing an EV at their feet, Xiaoxia and Serena carefully crouched down to communicate softly with the EVs. Pikachu joined in the frolic with one of the EVs. Ash, meanwhile, sprawled out on the ground, allowing the EVs to playfully romp over him. One particularly mischievous EV attempted to snatch Ash's hat, only to be swiftly captured by Ash's single-handed grip. "Little one, this is my prized possession. You cannot touch it." Ash playfully lifted the EV's chin, and the content creature closed its eyes in delight. "EV." With this encouragement, more EVs endeavored to snatch Ash's hat. Understanding the playful nature of these EVs, Ash promptly released his Vaporeon and Umbreon. Upon their emergence, all the little EVs fell silent for a moment. With a gentle call from Umbreon, the playful EVs scattered away from Ash. Umbreon and Vaporeon nestled in Ash's embrace, relishing the warmth. Before long, Xiaoxia and Serena had successfully captured their desired EVs. Having completed their captures, Ash and his companions waved goodbye to the little EVs and continued their journey. Subsequently, Ash captured a Rhydon. Shortly thereafter, he encountered a herd of Tauros gallivanting about, among which the leader stood out remarkably. Observing the Tauros leader, Ash casually tossed a Pokeball. Ding! A perfect capture. Holding the Pokeball containing the captured Tauros, Ash exclaimed with joy, "It turns out I am truly a master of capturing Pokemon." Tauros, level 43, male, normal type, ability, Intimidate, held item, none, moves, tackle, pursuit, self-boost, retaliate. Scary face, mind reader, earthquake, close combat. As the Pokeball transported back to Professor Oak's lab, Ash turned to Xiaoxia and the others, stating, "I have captured 4 Pokemon. That is sufficient for now. Serena, do you wish to capture any more Pokemon?" Serena, cradling her newly captured Eevee, shook her head. "I think I'm good." Let us assist Xiaoxia in capturing water-type Pokemon. Absolutely. Let us set off to capture water-type Pokemon. Xiaoxia exclaimed, leaping with joy, arriving by the riverside. Luck seemed to be against Xiaoxia today, as the trio had fished all day only to catch a multitude of Magikarp. Just as Xiaoxia contemplated giving up, Serena's fortune soared as she successfully reeled in 2 Marl. After a series of cunning deceptions and persuasive entreaties, Xiaoxia successfully captured a Marl, while Serena acquired another. At that moment, Caesar came running with a machine designed for scratching. Amidst his laughter, he struggled to catch his breath, prompting Ash to call out, Pikachu! Pika Pika! Pikachu unleashed a powerful Volt Tackle, effectively dismantling the machine and rescuing Caesar. Ignoring his own injuries, Caesar urgently exclaimed, Team Rocket is trying to capture the Dratini. Hurry! You must go to Dragon Valley. With all his might, he pointed in a specific direction. Ash approached to assess Caesar's condition, finding no serious injuries. He, along with Xiaoxia and Serena, followed the direction indicated by Caesar, leading them to a hidden valley. Below lay a seemingly bottomless body of water, its surface bristling with sharp protruding rocks. Team Rocket's trio was gathered by the water's edge, scheming on how to flush out the Dratini lurking within. You 3, cease your actions at once. Ash, accompanied by Pikachu, leaped forward to confront Team Rocket. Musashi, startled by Ash's sudden appearance, feigned bravado, retorting, You think just because you say stop, we will? Who do you think you are? Meowth, go? Meowth swiftly produced a bomb and lit it, declaring, Behold my deep-sea bomb. Kojiro, Arbok, and Wobbuffet, get ready to stop him. Ash, wearing a smirk, released his Vaporeon. You've certainly grown clever. But it doesn't change the fact that I've sent you flying before. Vaporeon retrieved the bomb, while Pikachu unleashed a thunderbolt. Vaporeon dove into the water, disappearing from sight. In moments, Pikachu's thunderbolt swiftly incapacitated Arbok and Wobbuffet. Soon, Vaporeon resurfaced, bringing the bomb along, with Dratini and Dragonair leaping out of the water behind it. Musashi's eyes sparkled upon seeing Dratini. So adorable. If only I could have it, I'd do anything. Ash casually dismantled the bomb, casting a peculiar glance at Musashi, who was still lost in her daydream. You truly are relentless in your repeated failures and attempts. I must admit, your perseverance is commendable. Before Musashi could respond, Kojiro, aware of her temperament, quickly covered her mouth and smiled nervously. Thanks to you and Vaporeon, Ashdano, we were spared from the explosion. We haven't really done anything that terrible. Could you possibly let us go? Musashi shoved Kojiru's hand away and stepped forward. Kojiru's heart sank, fearing the worst. Unexpectedly, Musashi mirrored Kojiru's demeanor, smiling and saying yes. Ashdano, if you let us go this time, we promise we won't do it again. Meowth, sensing the moment, chimed in, Ashdano. You are such a good person. Please, just let us off this once. No way. Ash, Xiaoxia and Serena interjected as they rushed over. Ash glanced at Team Rocket, grinning as he retrieved his Pokédex. Don't worry, I won't do anything to you. Soon, Miss Junsha will arrive, and you'll be going to prison for some time to reflect. Upon hearing prison, Musashi and the others exchanged glances, contemplating escape. Ash chuckled softly, Pikachu. Calm them down first. Pika. Pikachu nodded, grinning mischievously as it approached Team Rocket. The trio huddled together, shouting, Stay away from us. Pika Pika, just be good and it'll be fine. Pikachu swiftly knocked them out one by one, effortlessly putting them to sleep. Meanwhile, Caesar limped over, prompting Dratini and Dragonair to gaze at him with misty eyes. Dratini, is that really you? Dragonair recognized Caesar and affectionately responded as it approached him. Nearby, Dratini, intrigued by Ash, waddled over. Mew, you smell delightful. Ash gently patted Dratini and softly spoke. How about becoming my Pokemon and traveling with me? Dratini glanced back at its mother, Dragonair. Everyone could hear the unspoken exchange. Dragonair nodded gently. Go on, my child, your future lies beyond this place. Dratini eagerly nudged Ash, and Ash produced a Pokeball. Then let us make it official, Dratini. Dratini lightly bumped the Pokeball with its head. Ding. Perfect capture. Chapter 57, A Splash of Water. After capturing the Pokemon, Ash made his way to the nearest city to undergo a significant adjustment of his team. Ash now had Pikachu, Leafeon, Glaceon, Zapdos, Arcanine, a shiny Beedrill, Shuckle, Electabuzz, 2 Chinglings, a golden Magikarp, a shiny Vulpix, Torchic, Rhydon, and Dratini. After switching out his Pokemon, Ash procured a substantial supply of provisions, enough to sustain them for a month. Let us go, Xiaoxia and Serena. It's time to commence our training. Ash raised an eyebrow at them. Xiaoxia chuckled nervously. Ash, can we perhaps rest for a couple of days first? Ash playfully tugged at Xiaoxia's ear, saying, No way. Ouch. Ouch, ouch. I give up. Xiaoxia quickly pleaded. Ash looked at her seriously and said, comfort is reserved for the deceased. To realize your dream of becoming a water-type Pokemon master, you must push forward. Xiaoxia was motivated by Ash's words, nodding fervently. I will become a water-type Pokemon master. Yet, she then regarded Ash with a hint of suspicion. Ash, are you pulling my leg? Ash waved his hand dismissively, offering no reply. All right, let us set off. Time for some rigorous training. Pika. As Ash and his companions ventured into an uninhabited primitive forest, Ash sensed a multitude of wild Pokemon within, some of which rivaled Arcanine in strength. After identifying themselves to the ranger, they were granted entry. The ranger cautioned them to be wary of poachers. Following the stream, Ash and his friends arrived at a spot not far from a waterfall, preparing to set up camp. Xiaoxia, noticing numerous Pokemon tracks, voiced her concern. Ash, are we really staying here? What if wild Pokemon attack us at night? Ash chuckled. That's exactly the point. If they don't come, I'll have to seek them out. Since we're here, this is now our territory. Release all your Pokemon. Ash commanded. Now, let us start building our shelter. Show me your strength. Arcanine and the others exchanged puzzled glances. Clap, clap, shuckle and ride on. Plow this area and turn the soil, Ash instructed. Beedrill and Zapdos. Gather some rocks. Arcanine and Glacian, compact the soil. Electabuzz, go chop some wood. With Ash's command, Arcanine and the others sprang into action. Observing this, Xiaoxia and Serena released their Pokemon to assist as well. Only the Kingler leaped twice in place, while the dazed Psyduck stared blankly at Ash. You silly duck! Misty exclaimed as she cradled Psyduck and hurried to direct the others. Ash firmly scooped up Kingler and placed it in the river, stating earnestly, Kingler, I have high hopes for you. However, you are still too weak at this moment. Go forth and fight to grow stronger. In time, you shall become my foremost admiral of the seas. Upon hearing Ash's words, Kingler's vacant gaze transformed into one of determination. With a few bubbles escaping its mouth, Kingler turned and submerged into the depths. Less than half a day later, a charming two-story cottage had been constructed. This quaint abode spanned approximately 100 square meters, featuring a simplistic yet warm design. The upper level served as a resting place for Ash and his companions, furnished with comfortable beds and various domestic items Ash had procured, creating an ambience akin to home. The lower level, in contrast, was a spacious retreat for the Pokemon, ample enough to accommodate many creatures. Misty and her friends had even laid down soft mats on the floor to ensure the Pokemon could lounge comfortably. The windows and doors of the house were meticulously crafted from wood, exuding a rustic, natural charm. Adorning them were intricately carved chibi portraits of Ash and the Pokemon, presumably the handiwork of Misty and Serena. Additionally, a basement had been specially designed for the storage of fresh provisions. During the construction, several Pokemon had approached for water, but they were either intimidated or shooed away by the swift canines, who insisted they provide food to gain entry. Ash utilized these provisions to prepare a sumptuous feast. As Ash observed the spread, he chuckled lightly. Well done, but something seems to be missing. Leafeon, use growth. Leafeon responded with a soft cry. And verdant vines entwined around the cottage, infusing it with vitality. Ash was thoroughly pleased with the outcome. What do you think? It appears we are quite capable after all. Misty shot Ash an exasperated glance. What does this have to do with you? It was the swift canines and my coordination with Serena that brought this to fruition. Uft. My Pokemon did this. It's essentially my doing, as we are one, Ash retorted, turning to the swift canines and declaring, right everyone? Bark. Pika. Eevee. Serena chuckled and nodded at the swift canines, covering her mouth with amusement. Hey, if you feel threatened by Ash, just blink. What kind of talk is that? Serena, have you too succumbed to Misty's influence? And Pikachu, why are you blinking? Ash lamented, clutching his heart as if he felt isolated. Misty, however, saw through Ash's facade and snorted dismissively. Everything is my bad influence, yet you never mention your own. She found Ash insufferable at times, believing he had an inflated sense of self. In truth, Misty felt Ash had influenced her as well. Not wishing to indulge Ash's pretenses any longer, she pulled Serena toward the lavish meal Ash had prepared. Honestly, Serena, let us go. Ash, still seeking solace while clutching his heart, was taken aback when the two ignored him completely, leaving him feeling rather disheartened. Looking at his Pokemon, who gazed at him with eagerness, he mused, Ah, it's my Pokemon that truly matter. With arms wide open, he exclaimed, All right, everyone, we've finished our tasks. It's time for a grand feast. The bounty of food Ash had prepared was abundant, far exceeding their appetites. Nevertheless, he felt grateful to the local inhabitants for their contributions of ingredients. Everyone feasted heartily. Ash, gnawing on a piece of roasted meat, sensed the hidden Pokemon watching from the shadows. He emitted a gentle wave of aura to invite them over. This was an embodiment of taking from the people and giving back to the people. Observing the Pokemon gradually approach, Ash exchanged a knowing glance with Pikachu. Pikachu! Pikachu cheerfully called. Come on over, everyone. Today, Ash is a good guy. As the first curious Pokemon stepped forward, more followed suit, joining in the rare banquet. Chapter 58. Preparing for Training. Torchic versus Fennekin. The following day, as dawn broke and the fog lingered, a sharp cry pierced the stillness, rousing Ash and his companions from their slumber. Ash abruptly opened his eyes, sensing the aura around him, only to find nothing amiss. Misty and Serena hastily donned their clothes. Oh no, could there be other Pokemon invading? Misty exclaimed, turning to Ash, who remained motionless, glaring at them. Ash, are you not getting up? Misty scolded. Ash chuckled. I can dress faster than you. As he spoke, he had already donned his outfit and approached Misty and Serena, playfully patting their backsides before descending the stairs. Take your time, there's no invasion. Misty stared at Ash, bewildered by his swiftness, while Serena's cheeks flushed as she hurriedly pulled up her underwear. Misty, let us hurry down and check. As they descended, they found Ash reprimanding Pikachu, who was being shielded by a winged Zapdos, tightly wrapped up. The swift canines watched eagerly, eyes glued to the unfolding drama. It was a well-known fact that Pikachu was quite malleable. Ash tugged at Pikachu's head, contorting it into various silly shapes. Pika! Serena and Misty rushed forward. Ash, what is going on? Why are you bullying Pikachu? Ash teased. Ask him if he deliberately provoked Zapdos into calling out. Pikachu shook its head vigorously, pointing at Zapdos, insisting, it was him, not me. What? Pikachu, you heartless creature. Zapdos exclaimed in astonishment, leaning forward in disbelief. In that moment, Misty and Serena grasped the situation. After a round of reprimands, Ash signaled for them to observe quietly. He then glanced down at the two culprits, maintaining a calm demeanor. I will remember this transgression. Now, I shall grant you both an opportunity for redemption. Upon hearing this, Zapdos looked up, hopeful, while Pikachu's ears twitched, sensing impending doom. Ash, satisfied with Zapdos's response, turned to Pikachu with a steely gaze. Pikachu, do you have any objections? Pikachu nearly leaped in fright, hastily shaking its head. Pika, I absolutely have no objections, I swear. Ash regarded Pikachu with a scrutinizing glance, his tone unwavering. During our training days, the two of you elevated the level of the electric Pokemon beyond that of a gym. Pikachu? What? Oh ho, how is that possible? Beep beep? No. There's also my matter. Both Pikachu displayed expressions of disbelief. The electric Pokemon, which was enjoying the spectacle, pointed at itself in confusion, but quickly realized it was there to assist. Its tentacles on either side joyfully flicked a couple of times. Raikou and Beedrill exchanged a glance, observing the electric Pokemon with a hint of sympathy in their eyes. Noticing that both Zapdos and Pikachu were resisting, Ash revealed a sly smile. What? Unwilling? Pikachu and the others quickly shook their heads. How could that be? The difference between dying now and later is monumental. Moreover, it is not beyond our capabilities. It merely requires some hardship for the electric Pokemon. Casting a glance at the still giddy electric Pokemon, Ash reassured it. Fear not, you silly creature. We shall make you stronger. Ash nodded in affirmation. Then let us commence. You all train together. No sooner had he spoken than Pikachu leapt on his Zapdos, and together they soared into the skies with the electric Pokemon in tow. Ash nodded in satisfaction, addressing the remaining Pokemon, at last. These fellows have grasped the essence of hard work. My heart is greatly comforted. Suddenly raising his voice, Ash exclaimed, everyone. Raikou and the others snapped to attention, entering a state of readiness. Misty and Serena, who were merely spectators, were startled by Ash's abrupt shout. Without allowing them a moment to react, Ash swiftly began assigning training teams. Shakira's, lead Rhydon and Dratini to seek out battle opponents along the river. Chikorita, you and Vulpix, along with Torchic, train beside our house. Psyduck, what are you doing here? Ash inquired, noticing the Pokemon that did not belong to him, glancing back at Misty. Psyduck had somehow infiltrated Reika's group, gazing at Ash with a serious expression reminiscent of a new recruit. Gah! Misty exclaimed, embarrassment washing over her as she covered her face. She hurried to Psyduck, tugging its ear to bring it back beside her. Ahem! Ash cleared his throat, looking at the expectant Raikou and Beedrill. You two will venture into the forest to seek formidable opponents, with Leafeon accompanying you. Glaceon will remain at home to handle any special circumstances. The Pokemon nodded in agreement. Ash waved his hand. All right, everyone. We are in a location abundant with adversaries. Please remember to protect yourselves and avoid severe injuries. Let us set forth. Chikorita, This team will remain behind. Wolf, Leafeon, Shakira's. Chico. Chikorita looked at Ash in confusion. My apologies, everyone. I intended for Vulpix and Torchic to battle. Serena expressed her regrets to Chikorita and the others. Chamo. Fight with me, just her. Torchic gazed at the somewhat bashful Vulpix beside Serena. Serena gently patted the timid Vulpix and turned to Torchic, her eyes resolute. Please, Torchic, I wish to ascertain whether we are competent trainers. Seeing the determination in Serena's gaze, Torchic nodded vigorously. Ash chuckled softly. Let us proceed. Outside we go. As they reached the entrance, the mist began to dissipate. Ash looked at the Vulpix opposite him and spoke gently. Torchic, your opponent is several levels stronger than you. Do not underestimate them. Chamo. Master, rest assured. All right. Torchic. It is you. Chamo. Let us battle. I shall not lose in my first fight. Torchic stepped forward, brimming with combat spirit. Serena elegantly stood opposite, a gentle smile gracing her face. Vulpix, it's time. Fool. For Serena, I must not lose this battle. Vulpix gracefully stepped forth, alertly eyeing Torchic. Even before the battle commenced, a palpable tension filled the air. Observing the spirited exchange, Ash felt a surge of joy. Both sides were imbued with unwavering confidence. Splendid. Strike first, Torchic, use Ember. Ash initiated the offensive. Chamo. Torchic inhaled deeply, then unleashed a barrage of fiery projectiles towards Vulpix. Vulpix, counter with Ember. Serena reacted swiftly. Fool. Vulpix responded in kind, spewing forth fireballs. The two flames collided fiercely in midair, producing a cacophony of explosive sounds. Now, Torchic, charge in with Peck. Torchic dashed forward with remarkable speed, gathering strength as it surged towards Vulpix. Vulpix, let out a howl and follow with quick attack. Serena commanded, her gaze sharp. Fool. Vulpix emitted a long howl to boost its morale, then swung its claws towards the oncoming Torchic. Facing head-on, Torchic found itself at a disadvantage against Vulpix. Dazed, it murmured. Chamo. Now, Vulpix, once more with Ember. Serena seized the moment to pursue the advantage. Vulpix quickly gathered its power, preparing to launch another Ember at close range. Torchic. Keep running forward, evade with high speed. Ash shouted. Heeding Ash's words, Torchic steadied itself, accelerating forward, swiftly distancing itself from Vulpix and evading its deadly strike. Fool. Observing the target slip away, Vulpix cried out in frustration, evolving into Ninetales. Wonderful Ninetales. Serena gasped in delight, covering her mouth, yet her commands did not falter. Ninetales. Use Confusion Ray. The evolved Ninetales wielded a branch as a wand, lightly tapping it, sending a shimmering wave sweeping toward Torchic. Ash inwardly lamented, this is dire. Torchic. Continue moving swiftly. You must avoid this attack. But it was too late. The Confusion Ray grazed Torchic's wing, inducing a state of disorientation. Seeing the situation unfold, Ash sighed. All right, Serena, Ninetales, we concede. Hooray. Misty dashed to Serena's side, joyfully shouting. Chikorita and Vulpix rushed to Torchic's side as well. At that moment, Torchic began to regain consciousness, albeit in a daze. Acknowledging its defeat, it felt a pang of sorrow. Ash gently stroked the little Torchic, saying, one moment of failure does not warrant despair. Keep striving to grow stronger. Soon, you shall surpass her. Torchic's eyes filled with determination as it nodded resolutely. Chamo. Chapter 59. Hunter A. Half a month swiftly passed. During these days, Ash trained alongside his Pokemon during the day and practiced with Misty and Serena at night. Aside from the occasional harassment from a few reckless hunters, life had been relatively comfortable. His newly captured Pokemon had also shown remarkable progress and improvement. Torchic, once more with a double kick, finish it off. Ash commanded calmly from the sidelines. Upon hearing Ash's command, the formidable Feraligatr swiftly pivoted, adjusting its stance with precision before executing its signature move, the double kick. This technique struck accurately at the temple of the bewildered Mankey. Though momentarily dazed by the impact, Mankey remained on its feet, swaying as it endeavored to regain its balance. Observing this, Feraligatr wasted no time in preparing for another strike, this time targeting Mankey's face. However, just as Feraligatr was about to unleash its second kick, it noticed a peculiar glaze in Mankey's eyes, as if the will to resist had vanished. Realizing that the Mankey could no longer endure its assault, Feraligatr moderated its force, coming to a halt before Mankey's visage. Game over, it declared, retracting its leg and gazing at the wobbling Mankey. Mankey shook its head, steadied itself, and produced a berry to offer to Feraligatr. Feraligatr accepted it with a nod, signaling Mankey that it could depart. Mankey acknowledged this with a nod and scurried towards the water's edge. Over these past few days, the Pokemon within the forest had come to understand that Ash and his companions had claimed this territory. To quench their thirst, they had no choice but to challenge Feraligatr and the others. Victors would be rewarded with free access to water, while the defeated, like Mankey, were obliged to present a berry. As long as the battles did not result in severe harm, Ash's healing supplies and the soothing melodies of his Gardevoir would ensure recovery. Thus, Feraligatr and its companions were never short of challengers. Ash observed Feraligatr ascend to level 27, clapping his hands in approval. Let us take a break and then resume our battles. The speedy Houndoom and others await your challenge. Feraligatr nodded and settled down to meditate. Meanwhile, Vulpix faced the next contender, Rattata. Vulpix, use Ember. Vulpix unleashed a torrent of flames, eliminating Rattata instantaneously. Rattata, now dazed, was revived by Gardevoir's healing touch. In fear, Rattata presented a berry. Ash shook his head, remarking, "Forget it, you're far too weak. Take this back and enjoy it." Rattata, overwhelmed with gratitude, sprang up to thank Ash, entirely oblivious to the fact that without him, it wouldn't need to sacrifice a berry for water. Poor creature. Ash waved him off, and as he reflected on the situation, a green figure suddenly materialized before him. "My lord Ash, we have detected the presence of hunters once more." Ash regarded the newcomer with a calm smile. "What's wrong? Galade, can't you handle them?" Galade, level 34, male, psychic and fairy type, with the ability justified and equipped with a bent spoon, responded with a serious demeanor, "My lord, there are numerous hunters this time, and they seem intent on capturing the esteemed Zapdos." "Is that so?" Ash's expression hardened. Gardevoir, summon Misty and the others. Gardevoir promptly departed. Feraligatr and Vulpix fixed their determined gazes upon Ash, brimming with battle spirit. "Game on," they exclaimed. Ash recalled them into their Pokeballs. Addressing the Pokemon still engaged in battles, "You may cease for today." The wild Pokemon exchanged glances, and a Scyther stepped forward. "Shall we assist?" Galade translated. Ash paused for a moment, then acknowledged their earnestness with a smile. "Thank you for your kindness, but this is our responsibility. Do not worry. We shall return soon for a grand battle." Without waiting for a response, he utilized teleportation with Galade and vanished. Once Ash departed, the atmosphere shifted to silence. Scyther pondered. Did that human imply we are to fight those monsters? What is there to fear? "They can't kill us," chimed in a Monferno. "Finally, we are to engage in battle," buzzed a Beedrill. "Those brutish Venusaur, let us retreat for now," suggested the walking grass Pokemon. Upstream, near a waterfall, a cadre of individuals clad in black uniforms and masks lay in wait. Armed with an array of weaponry, they exuded an aura of coldness and danger, moving with agility and caution indicative of professional training. Among them stood a particularly striking figure, adorned with a golden mask embellished with intricate designs, their leader, Hunter A. The others, donning black masks, were his subordinates, obediently awaiting his command. Ahead of them, a training session was underway involving Electabuzz and Zapdos, the surrounding land pockmarked from their electric assaults. Save for a lone sapling beneath which a Pikachu lounged lazily in the shade, napping. Hunter A, fixated on Zapdos, addressed his subordinates. "Are we all prepared?" The lackeys nodded fervently, eyes gleaming with fervor. "Ready and waiting for your command, sir." Rising, Hunter A released an Absol and a Mismagius, excitement palpable in his voice. "Once we capture Zapdos, my name will resound throughout the Hunter realm. This glory shall not be mine alone. You shall also be etched into this milestone." Hearing this, the subordinates knelt, pledging their allegiance. "We shall serve you unto death." This commotion inevitably startled Zapdos, who let out a thunderous cry, unleashing a bolt of lightning towards Hunter A and his crew. Unexpectedly, the lightning dispersed, scattering in all directions. Upon closer inspection, Zapdos discovered that numerous lightning rods had been strategically positioned around them. Absol, Mismagius, unleashed Dark Pulse. Beedrill, Butterfree, Lurantis, attack. Countless attacks surged towards Zapdos. Taken by surprise, Zapdos suffered a significant blow. Enraged, it thought, "If my electric moves are ineffective, I shall employ others. What can I do? Prepare to meet your end." With a mighty flap of its wings, it summoned a ferocious whirlwind that threatened to rend the very fabric of the sky. Realizing Zapdos's fury, Electabuzz quickly approached Pikachu, shaking it awake. "Pika, what is happening? Is it going to rain?" Hunter A, witnessing Zapdos's wrath, chuckled softly and snapped his fingers. Initiate Plan B. Chapter 60, Doubts About My Pikachu. Hunter A observed as the raging Zapdos unleashed its storm attack, and with a nonchalant snap of his fingers, he set his plan in motion. As Hunter A issued his command, The ground beside Zapdos began to tremble violently. Amidst a cloud of dust, several colossal base vehicles erupted from beneath the ground, their emergence akin to monstrous beasts concealed in shadows, catching all off guard. These vehicles, cloaked in a sinister black, glimmered with a chilling metallic sheen and bore formidable lightning apparatus on their roofs. At the moment the base vehicles appeared, they simultaneously activated their lightning chain attack. The chains shot forth towards Zapdos with the speed of lightning, ensnaring the creature with precision. Taken aback by this sudden onslaught, Zapdos found its body tightly bound by the electric chains, rendering it immobile. Soon after, Zapdos sensed the chains siphoning its internal electrical energy. As a Pokemon of the electric type, it was infuriated to be assaulted by lightning and have its own power consumed. With a furious roar, it gathered the storm's fury, preparing to show its would-be thieves who the true master of thunder was. Seeing this unfold, Hunter A smirked with cold satisfaction. Everything was proceeding according to plan. Accompanied by his subordinates, he boarded the pre-prepared base vehicles. Let us commence. Today marks the moment I capture a legendary Pokemon. With that, the concealed base vehicles revealed themselves, linking together with electromagnetic chains. At this instant, Zapdos had amassed its energy. Lightning crackled, and its strike pierced the heavens. The electric force surged through the chains, evenly distributed to each base vehicle. Surprisingly, Zapdos's powerful attack was effectively neutralized. Hunter A cackled with glee as he witnessed the vehicles filling with energy. Ha ha ha. It's our turn to strike now. Following his instructions conveyed through earpieces, the surrounding base vehicles enthusiastically pressed their launch buttons. Boom, boom, boom. A barrage of light beams hurtled toward Zapdos. A tremendous mushroom cloud ascended into the sky, heralding the onset of a torrential downpour. Meanwhile, on Pikachu's side, with the storm no longer under Zapdos' control, it rampaged like a wild stallion, uprooting trees in its path. The Electabuzz anchored itself firmly in the ground, its robust arms gripping the earth to resist the tempest, yet it still swayed under the immense pressure. Pikachu, sheltered behind Electabuzz, gazed anxiously towards the direction of the explosion. As the smoke dissipated, Zapdos lowered its noble head, incapacitated and firmly shackled in the sky. We did it. We vanquished the legendary Zapdos. Hunter A exclaimed, filled with exhilaration. Bring it down. I wish to inspect it closely. Electabuzz stared in disbelief at the unconscious Zapdos and dashed toward the nearest base vehicle. Sensing danger, a Hunter subordinate swiftly fired a shot, sending Electabuzz sprawling. Pika, are you alright? Pikachu rushed to Electabuzz's side. Pika, we must save Zapdos. Electabuzz struggled to rise, pointing at Zapdos in pain. Pikachu instinctively shook its head. Pika, how could I possibly defeat them? Perhaps we should wait for Ash. Then I shall take action. Electabuzz shot Pikachu a determined glance, slowly rising, prepared to continue fighting. Bang! Another shot rang out, and Electabuzz collapsed, unconscious. Huh, another hit. And there's still a Pikachu. Watch me. Pika, if I truly possess such strength, then let it come. Pikachu seethed, recalling Ash's words. Pikachu, what are you afraid of? You could be my most formidable Pokemon. Go. With a surge of energy, Pikachu's cheek pouches glowed brightly, transforming it into a dazzling golden cocoon. In an instant, the amassed energy erupted into a colossal golden thunderbolt, tearing through the heavens with a thunderous roar. The blinding lightning consumed everything in its wake, as if the sun had exploded before their eyes, leaving only blinding radiance. The ferocious currents tore through the air, producing a deafening crack, even shattering the heavy clouds above. Boom! As Pikachu's earth-shattering strike struck the base vehicles, they faltered under the immense electric power, their warning lights flashing as they malfunctioned. The ground beneath them fractured, plummeting several meters. Hunter A and his subordinates scrambled from their vehicles, their expressions grave as they regarded the diminutive yet formidable Pikachu. A heavy silence enveloped the scene. Suddenly, Hunter A erupted into laughter, completely forgetting the tension of the moment. Ha ha ha. It seems our technology still requires refinement. After withstanding Zapdos' assault, we can't even handle a single Pikachu. A few of his astute subordinates quickly echoed, our machines merely experienced an unexpected malfunction. How could we be defeated by such a tiny Pikachu? Indeed, we captured Zapdos. A mere Pikachu stands no chance against us. Despite their bravado, no one dared to approach Pikachu for a battle. Hearing their words, Pikachu glanced at its own hands, engulfed in uncertainty. Could it truly be as they claimed? Was it merely a stroke of luck? As the hunter's morale gradually revived, some even prepared to release their Pokemon to confront Pikachu. Meanwhile, seasoned veterans quickly intervened. Observing Pikachu's wavering confidence in the rain, Hunter secretly sighed with relief. All right, let us leave with Zapdos. Seeing their intent to depart, Pikachu disregarded everything and positioned itself before the hunters. A cold sweat drenched Hunter A's back, but he maintained his composure. He summoned his Absol and Mytayana, coldly declaring, "Step aside, or face death." His subordinates released their Pokémon, hundreds of them fixated on Pikachu. Feeling a twinge of fear, Pikachu inwardly cursed Ash for his tardiness. Just as the two sides stood at an impasse, a voice laced with amusement echoed, "Pikachu, that last move was quite impressive. However, you've forgotten what I taught you. You little brainless creature." "Pika, is that you, Ash?" Pikachu's eyes sparkled at the familiar voice. The hunters tensed, raising their gazes. Ash rode in on his Arcanine, carrying a tattered sack, flanked by his companions. Only Magikarp and Glaceon were absent. Everyone else had arrived. Hunter A gazed upon the rare Pokémon beside Ash. His eyes devoid of greed, filled instead with profound trepidation. "What brings you here? What about Xiao A and the others?" Ash nonchalantly discarded the tattered sack behind him, causing Pokeballs to scatter across the ground. Turning to Pikachu, he remarked with a gentle smile, "Did I not tell you? Those who dare not attack in the face of overwhelming numbers are most likely intimidated by your prowess. Pikachu, you are indeed formidable." "Pika," responded Pikachu, its eyes shimmering with a golden light as thunder surged around it. Ash leaped down from his Arcanine and addressed the hunters with a hearty laugh. "Let the battle commence." "My friends." Almost as soon as the words left his lips, Arcanine surged forward, leading the charge. Awakened by Pikachu's electrifying aura, Electabuzz and Zapdos joined the fray. Within half an hour, Hunter A and his lackeys found themselves kneeling respectfully before Ash, pleading for mercy. "Pika, I did it, Ash." Pikachu approached Ash, ears perked up, brimming with pride. Ash affectionately ruffled Pikachu's head, saying, "You performed admirably this time. Go and enjoy yourself." "Pika." Pikachu bounced joyfully towards Arcanine and the others. Ash shook his head, his gaze fixed steadily on Hunter A. "Give me a reason to spare your life." Hunter A quickly replied, "If you grant me this opportunity, everything I possess shall belong to you, and I vow to forever serve as your humble servant." Ash chuckled lightly, his eyes filled with disdain as he regarded Hunter A. "I have no need for worthless scum like you. Here's the deal. Surrender your 2 Pokémon to me, and I shall allow you to live." "Thank you, my lord." "Thank you." Hunter A immediately bowed his head in gratitude. He then called forth Absol and Mismagius, forcibly severing their bonds and compelling them to acknowledge Ash as their master. True to his word, Ash spared Hunter A and his gang, allowing Junsha to escort them away to an indefinite imprisonment. Ultimately, Ash acquired a fully evolved Pikachu and 2 elite Pokémon. Chapter 61, Training concludes. Time, ever so quietly, slipped away. It had been half a month since Hunter A's intrusion. Perhaps word of Ash's deeds had spread, or perhaps the police had increased their patrols in the vicinity. During this time, no Pokémon hunters had dared to trouble Ash and his companions. After today, they would also be departing. Ash prepared a sumptuous feast to celebrate their time spent training with both his Pokémon and the wild ones in the forest. Various species of Pokémon set aside their animosities and prejudices for one night, reveling in song and dance, celebrating joyfully. Particularly, Pikachu, clutching a box of tomato sauce, boasted of his prowess among a gaggle of young Pokémon, who gazed in awe, viewing him as an idol. By the end of the night, the corners of Pikachu's mouth had not fallen. He had truly laughed until his face was askew. Seated together, Ash, Misty, and Serena enjoyed their meal, quietly observing the harmonious scene. Misty expressed her sentimentality about leaving after such a long stay, feeling a twinge of reluctance. Serena nodded, remarking on the innocent charm of the local Pokémon, appreciating this tranquil place compared to the bustling city. Ash took a sip of fruit wine, smiling as he shook his head. "Since you all cherish it so much, once I challenge the last 2 gyms, let us return to Pallet Town. It is a place of simple folk, perfect for a peaceful retirement." Serena's cheeks flushed, lost in daydreams of sweet times back in Pallet Town. "Husband, wife." Misty shot Ash a glare. "What are you talking about? We merely find life here free and joyous. How did we end up discussing retirement?" She then turned to Serena, playfully nudging her. "Isn't that right, Xiao Nana?" "Huh." Serena snapped back to reality, her mouth moving faster than her brain. "Oh yes. Misty eyed Serena suspiciously. "What was I just saying?" You said. "Ash, help me out here. No one can save you now, Xiao Nana. You dawdled while we were conversing. You shall face judgment." Ignoring Serena's plea for rescue, Ash savored the last bite of his roasted meat before approaching the still unconquered Pokémon. Absol and Mismagius. Over the past few days, they had been completely tamed by Ash. He crushed their original Pokeballs and produced 2 empty ones, gazing at them intently. Come, become my Pokemon. Absol and Mismagius nodded, unhesitatingly extending their claws. Click, click. A flawless capture. Watching the Pokeballs teleport away, Ash struck a triumphant pose. I have captured my Pokemon. The next day, Ash and his companions continued their journey, under the wistful gazes of the wild Pokemon. They walked and walked, never pausing to rest. So exhausting, all Ash's fault. Misty complained, draped over Ash's back. Ash playfully nudged her. All right, let us switch. It's Serena's turn now. Look at me. I'm not even tired. He then gestured to Pikachu, perched atop his hat. Pika. Pikachu yawned and slid down Ash's leg to the ground. Serena wiped the sweat from her brow. I'm fine. Let Misty take a break. Misty pinched Ash hard, jumping off his back to join Serena. Shao Nana. You were too kind. I was actually considering having Ash pull us in a cart. Forget it. Let Ash carry you for a while. You should rest. Serena expressed concern for Ash's well-being. Ash chuckled as he approached Serena, bending down. Come now, Shao Nana, I'll carry you. Otherwise, someone may end up acting like a camel. Misty bit her lip, clenching her fist. Damn it. Ash, is it my fault? The distance we VE covered today rivals that of an entire month in the past. Are you trying to tire us out so you can chase after other girls? Ash's eyes widened in disbelief. Misty, what on earth are you thinking? Serena chuckled at the absurdity, climbing onto Ash's back. All right, you two are something else. I'm getting on now. But Ash, are you really not tired? Misty scoffed and took over the conversation. Ash, you scoundrel, you should be exhausted by now. Ash, feeling a bit worn out, replied, Oh, it's so hard. I spent all night working, and now you want me to drop dead? My life is truly tough. Suddenly, an unexpected melody interrupted Ash's lament. Look, Ash. There's someone over there. Serena exclaimed, pointing ahead. Due to a slope, she had spotted a figure not far away. Ash and Misty exchanged a glance and hurried over. Pikachu trailing behind. Pika. Upon closer inspection, they discovered an elderly man with his eyes closed, playing a vertical flute adorned with a Pokeball. Misty chuckled, though. It sounds rather pleasant. Ash and the others nodded in agreement. Is it truly delightful? The old man abruptly halted, opened his eyes, and looked at Misty, saying, I am grateful for your appreciation. Now, kindly hand over the performance fee, food. What? Misty exclaimed, You want a performance fee? The old man nodded, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Of course. Did you think this was free? Misty, feeling somewhat aggrieved, replied. But we only listen to half. Is that so? The old man's eyes brightened. Then allow me to play again. He resumed, toot toot toot. Misty watched in perplexity and turned to Ash and the others, signaling them to inquire. What is going on? Serena returned a bewildered look. Ash, placing Serena down, conveyed silently. What is there to fear? It's just a meal. Misty thought for a moment, then nodded, reassured, and listened intently. With keen interest, Ash observed the elderly man. Or rather, the mystical flute he held. After the tune concluded, the old man set down the flute and extended his hand. Now, if you please, my food. Ash produced a rice ball and tossed it to him. Old man, with that flute, you must have a Snorlax, right? Show us. The old man, slightly irritated, retorted. What old man? Ash interjected, raising a finger, just one rice ball. The old man's eyes gleamed, and he coughed twice, stating seriously too. Ash nodded, deal. The agreement struck. The old man rose, follow me. Misty, puzzled, asked, how did you know he has a Snorlax? Serena chimed in. Is Ash particularly interested in Snorlax? Ash nodded. Lifting Serena onto his back, it's the mystical flute. It can awaken sleeping Pokemon. Generally, only those who raise Snorlax possess one. The two girls nodded in understanding. Eventually, the old man roused the slumbering Snorlax, which then cleared away the thorns obstructing its drinking water. Ash and his companions performed yet another good deed. Chapter 62, The Tone-Deaf Jigglypuff. Continuing their journey towards the next gym, Ash and his friends traversed a desolate desert. As dusk approached, Misty, feeling fatigued, remarked, Ash, we're not lost, are we? We won't have to sleep out here, will we? Ash, clutching a map, walked uncertainly. No, there should be a city nearby. Pikachu, perched on Ash's shoulder, glanced at the map, sipping milk and burping. Pika, Ash is right. There is indeed a city. A few drops of milk dripped from Pikachu's mouth onto the map. Ash frowned, took the milk from Pikachu, and gulped it down. We aren't truly lost, are we? Pika. Pikachu, seeing Ash drink the last of it, jumped in front of Ash, questioning him incessantly. Ash placed Pikachu back on his shoulder, patting his little head with a smile. All right, I won't hold it against you. Don't worry, Pikachu. Pika, you're pushing your luck. Prepared for this, Ash swiftly tossed Pikachu away before he could unleash an electric shock. Pika, you beast. ignoring Misty's eye roll. Ash felt his irritation dissipate. Hey Ash, Misty, come quickly. I've found the city. Serena called from a nearby hilltop, waving them over. Pikachu raced to Serena's side, complaining about Ash's antics. Ash and the others exchanged glances and hurried to the hilltop, spotting a brightly lit area not far away. Ash suddenly noticed Pikachu approaching him. He pointed at Pikachu, saying, Pikachu, will you forgive me? Pikachu froze, raising its hands above its head. I'll first tackle that wave of energy you just emitted. Neon Town was renowned as a city that never slept. It was the first time Ash and his friends had encountered such a place. Although night had fallen, the atmosphere was as lively as during the day. However, the temperament of the locals left much to be desired. They were prone to explosive tempers over the slightest provocation. Everywhere they turned, they witnessed individuals embroiled in disputes over trivial matters, which displeased Ash and his companions. Misty observed the scene with a furrowed brow, though this place is bustling. The people seem quite odd. Serena, perusing a city brochure, added, being a city that thrives 24 hours a day, they must be sleep-deprived, leading to their irritable nature. Ash shook his head. Let us not dwell on that. We should find a place to rest. All right, I want a big bed. So do I. No way, Pikachu. You can sleep in the pet room. Ash you. The following morning, the trio bid farewell to the city and continued their journey. Upon entering a forest, they spotted a pink Jigglypuff sitting on a stump, looking rather dejected. Misty and Serena, noticing the adorable creature, exclaimed in unison, what a cute Jigglypuff. Upon recognizing the Jigglypuff, Ash's eyes lit up, recalling that it had accompanied him throughout much of his journey in the original series. Jigglypuff. Level, 60. Gender, female. Type, normal, fairy. Ability, competitive. Item, moonstone. Skills, sing, round, pound, double slap, rest, wake up slap, perish song. Serena, observing the glum Jigglypuff, remarked, this Jigglypuff seems a bit unhappy. Misty leaned closer and said, I've heard Jigglypuffs are known for singing. Perhaps this one wishes to sing, but lacks an audience. Coughing in shock, Ash nearly choked on his own saliva at Misty's comment. Hey, Ash, do you have an issue with my perspective? Misty glared at him. Seeking an explanation, Ash hurriedly waved his hands, indicating he had none. Humph, Misty scoffed, turning to Jigglypuff. Come on, Jigglypuff, sing a song for us. Puff. Jigglypuff, with a haughty turn of its head, chose to ignore her. Misty, charmed by its adorableness, scooped it into her arms and took a deep breath. Jigglypuff, so cute. Sing for us, please. Puff puff. Jigglypuff pouted, pulling away from Misty's embrace as if to express its displeasure. Pikachu understood and rushed to comfort Jigglypuff. Misty, left momentarily at a loss for words, looked on. Just then, Ash's teasing voice drifted from behind. TSK, Misty. Do you think it's possible that Jigglypuff can't sing right now? What? Misty and Serena stared at Ash in disbelief. Serena inquired, Ash, do you have a way to help Jigglypuff? A mischievous glint flickered in Ash's eyes as he replied nonchalantly, perhaps if we teach her, she might learn to sing. Misty turned to Jigglypuff, asking, Jigglypuff, can you really not sing? Jigglypuff nodded sadly. Misty then looked back at Ash. How pitiful. Ash, let us help her. Jigglypuff, brimming with joy, leaped into Misty's embrace. At that moment, Misty, seemingly deep in thought, uttered a classic line. But I recall that the canary, having lost its singing ability, was subsequently cast into the sea. Pori. Upon hearing this, Jigglypuff, with its short legs, attempted to flee. Misty quickly intercepted, beginning to instruct in her heavenly voice. Come, Jigglypuff. Let us practice together. Do, re, mi, fa, so, la, ti. However, as Misty's shrill notes pierced the air, Jigglypuff showed no inclination to respond. Misty, believing Jigglypuff hadn't heard her clearly, repeated the phrase. Serena observed, her curiosity piqued, as Ash, whose smile hadn't faltered since the beginning, appeared skeptical. Ash, do you have another method? Ash. Before he could speak, Misty, like a ferocious T-Rex, suddenly appeared in front of him, her eyes ablaze with intensity. This and that. Ash, feeling a tinge of fear, stammered. With a resounding thud, a punch landed atop Ash's head. Quickly, find another solution. Misty flung Ash aside with exasperation. Pikachu, will you come back for dinner? Pikachu, with a cheerful demeanor, waved towards the direction Ash had been sent. Serena, witnessing her teammate's plight, covered her face in resignation. Soon, Ash returned with a berry. Misty waved her fist, her expression skeptical. There shouldn't be any issues this time, right? Ash. With a firm pat on his chest, Ash assured her, fear not. This is a throat-soothing berry, completely reliable. Seeing Ash's confidence, Serena watched eagerly as Jigglypuff devoured the berry. After consuming it, Jigglypuff cleared its throat, its eyes sparkling with delight. Recognizing the effect, Misty and the others looked on expectantly. Jigglypuff did not disappoint. It hopped onto a tree stump and gracefully bowed, commencing its performance. Pori, pori, pori. Serena and Misty yawned, lethargically murmuring, "Why do we feel so tired? I can't take it anymore." Before long, they succumbed to slumber. Ash and Pikachu, due to their elevated levels, remained alert and did not drift off. Pori. After a spirited melody, Jigglypuff glanced at Misty and the others, only to find them fast asleep. Goo. Jigglypuff pouted in frustration. "Would you like to be my Pokemon?" Pori. Jigglypuff's eyes lit up at the sound. However, when it came to its own freedom, Jigglypuff hesitated. "I can find you a place with many listeners." Ash, noticing the opportunity, smirked. Pori. Without a moment's thought, Jigglypuff nodded eagerly. Ash produced a Pokeball, successfully capturing it. "I've caught Jigglypuff." Pikachu. Chapter 63, The Fossil of Dull Valley. On a continent strewn with rocks, Misty exclaimed, "Ah, Ash, you owe me for my Jigglypuff." Upon discovering that they had fallen asleep, Ash's ease in capturing Jigglypuff left Misty feeling as if she had lost 2 million, filled with bitter resentment. Ash dismissively replied, "What does that have to do with me? You simply couldn't withstand Jigglypuff's song. Even if you had captured it, it would have been in vain. Besides, your Pokemon might not even stand a chance against Jigglypuff." Misty clenched her fists in anger, gritting her teeth. "You jerk, Ash. If you dare, bring out your Kadabra for a one-on-one." Gah! Psyduck jumped in at the perfect moment. Ash winked at the snickering Serena, saying, "Misty is clever. She knows to challenge someone with a newly hatched baby Pokemon." Indeed, the Kadabra egg given by Nessa had recently hatched. Hearing Ash's mockery, Misty's cheeks flushed. "Psyduck, let us go. Ignore them." After walking a while longer, Ash and his companions arrived at a place called Dull Valley. Upon entering, they encountered numerous gold miners, excitedly heading towards the valley's center with their picks and shovels. Serena, puzzled, inquired, "What are these people doing?" Ash chuckled lightly. "There must be something remarkable in Dull Valley. Shall we join the excitement?" At the mention of treasures, Misty's eyes sparkled. "What are we waiting for? Let us hurry." Suddenly, she spotted a spiky-haired boy nearby, also wielding a pickaxe. "Hey, Ash, look, isn't that green?" Ash followed Misty's pointing finger and confirmed, "Indeed, it is green." His distinctive spiky hair makes him quite recognizable. With open arms, Ash called out, "Green." Upon hearing that familiar voice, Green turned, his expression souring as he crossed his arms in frustration. "What is this jerk doing here?" Before long, Ash and his companions approached Green. "Hey, idiot Green, long time no see." Green, with an air of arrogance, retorted, "Why can you come, but I can't?" Ash scrutinized Green, recalling that in the original story, Green had unearthed a feces fossil at this very spot. Under Ash's gaze, Green took a cautious step back. "What do you want? Don't get so close if there's nothing going on." With a mischievous grin, Ash jabbed at Green. "You look like you're dressed to go digging for dung." Green, infuriated by Ash's teasing demeanor, felt the urge to strike back. Yet, considering their childhood friendship, he held back. "You're the one going to dig for dung, you jerk. I'm here to excavate fossils. Just wait and see. I'll unearth a rare fossil that will dazzle your eyes." Ash raised an eyebrow, chuckling. "You? Digging up a dung fossil?" "You." Unable to refute Ash's words, Green huffed, signaling to Serena and the others with a nod before storming off, declaring, "Just you wait, Ash." After Green departed, Serena winked at Ash, smiling. "Ash, your relationship with Green remains strong." Ash quickly waved his hands dismissively, scoffing, as if he is worthy. "Idiot Green is merely a fool trying to surpass me." Serena, finding this amusing, laughed heartily, covering her mouth to stifle her giggles. Ash's expression shifted, preparing to add more. Hey, hey, Ash and Serena, stop chatting. Didn't Green mention there are rare fossils here? Let us hurry and dig." Misty interrupted, eagerly donning a safety helmet and hoisting a pickaxe. Ash swiftly halted her, exasperated. "Misty, you're such a fool. Have you forgotten my abilities?" Misty slapped her forehead in realization. "Oh right. Ash, quickly sense things out. Find more fossils. We're going to get rich." Ash and Serena exchanged amused glances, chuckling softly. Misty's face reddened as she urged Ash, "Come on, go." With a gentle smile, Ash nodded, beginning to use his aura to sense the life signs beneath the ground. If memory serves me correctly, beneath the Great Fool Valley, there exist ancient Pokemon that have persevered through the eons. These extraordinary creatures, having withstood the passage of countless millennia, harbor secrets and value that are truly incalculable. Setting aside the question of their actual prowess, The mere existence of these Pokemon presents immense research potential. Once I relay this discovery to Professor Oak, that old man is bound to be overwhelmed with delight. The mere thought of Professor Oak's expression brings a proud smile to Ash's lips. Among these ancient Pokemon is the revered fossil pterodactyl, known as the sovereign of the skies in antiquity. Ash is determined to capture such a formidable creature. Meanwhile, Gary has finally made some progress after digging for quite some time. I found it. I found it. Hey Ash, come look. Do you see what this is? Gary exclaims, triumphantly raising a fossil above his head. Ash glances back and chuckles lightly. Serena, whose attention is fixated on Ash, inquires, what's going on, Ash? Is there something wrong with Gary's fossil? Hearing Serena's question, Misty also casts a curious glance in their direction. Ash shakes his head, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. You'll see soon enough. At that moment, an elderly gentleman, knowledgeable in the field, approaches Gary and asks, hello, young man. May I take a look at your fossil? Gary waves his hand dismissively and hands it over to the old man. Here you go, feel free to examine it and see if it's a real fossil. Emphasizing the word fossil, Gary raises his voice, casting a proud glance at Ash. The elderly gentleman scrutinizes the fossil through a magnifying glass and soon reaches a conclusion. He returns the fossil to Gary, stating, congratulations, young man. This is indeed a fossil of feces. What? Gary's smile instantly falters. You mean this is a fossil of poop? The old man nods and walks away. Gary stands frozen for a moment before letting out a piercing scream. Damn you, Ash. You jinx. Misty and the others regard Ash with bewilderment. Ash, your jinx really is uncanny. At this juncture, Ash senses the presence of waves emanating from below. He shoots them a sidelong glance and declares, all right, we should set off. Misty's eyes light up. Did you find something? Ash nods and approaches the source of the waves. Releasing his Pokemon. Beep beep. Electabuzz. Level LV52. Gender male. Type electric. Ability motor drive. Held item power amplifier. Skills Thunder Shock, Quick Attack, Thunderbolt, Cross Chop, Fire Punch. Thunder Punch, Electromagnetic Wave, Electric Terrain, Dig. Over the course of a month, Electabuzz has indeed been trained to gym level by Zapdos and Pikachu, and they have each gained a level. Electabuzz use Dig. Beep beep. Chapter 64, Ancient Pokemon. Electabuzz begins to dig downwards. Ash directs, keep going. Electabuzz nods and quickly excavates a pit nearly a meter wide. Seeing the progress is slow, Ash releases his Rhydon to assist. Misty questions, are there really Pokemon fossils down there? Ash shakes his head. Serena, curious, asks Ash, what are you doing? Ash points downward, declaring, there are ancient Pokemon below. If you're interested, you might catch a couple. Alive? Misty's eyes sparkle with excitement. Ash nods affirmatively. If they were dead, could you catch them? That's amazing. Misty and Serena clap their hands in unison. Suddenly, Serena's expression shifts as she recalls something. Wait, Ash. You didn't T-buy all those Pokeballs just because you knew there were ancient Pokemon here, did you? In the previous city, Ash had anticipated passing through the Great Fool Valley and had deliberately purchased a large number of Pokeballs. Ash chuckles softly. Nana, you're quite astute. I did foresee that there would be many ancient Pokemon here, which is why I prepared. Hearing Ash's candid admission, Serena thinks he is joking and gently pokes him, laughing. So Ash is quite the prophet, huh? Misty rolls her eyes at Ash, scoffing. Anyone can boast. If you're so skilled, tell us what Pokemon are down there. Ash crosses his arms casually, stating, Water-type Pokemon. Really? I don't believe you. Misty narrows her eyes skeptically at Ash. Ash raises an eyebrow, unamused, then turns away, opting for silence. Misty pouts in dissatisfaction and sidles up to Serena, whispering conspiratorially. Before long, a faint beep resonates through the air. Upon hearing it, Ash turns to see Electabuzz emerging from the ground, excitedly waving its arms and emitting a series of beeps. Ash's eyes brighten with understanding. You found something. Hearing Ash's exclamation, Misty and Serena cease their conversation, exchanging glances filled with anticipation. After a brief moment of eye contact with Misty, Ash nods and leads them underground. Upon their descent, they find themselves enveloped in darkness. Ash releases his Blaziken, illuminating the surroundings instantly. Blaziken, level LV38. Gender male. Type, fire, fighting. Ability, speed boost. Held item, Blazikenite. Skills, fire punch, ember, focus energy, high jump kick, flare blitz, flamethrower, bulk up, peck, double edge. The cavern is illuminated, revealing the underground landscape before them. Towering stone pillars rise majestically, supporting this subterranean paradise. Misty gasps in awe, wow, it's so vast down here. Serena runs her fingers along the stone pillars, feeling the intricate patterns. These pillars must be the reason for this place's existence. It's as if it was crafted expressly for rock-type Pokemon. Yet why haven't we seen any Pokemon so far? Just as she speaks, ominous red lights suddenly flicker from the shadows ahead. Misty gasps, pointing at the lights and stammering, "Hey Ash, look, there is something over there." "Those must be the Pokemon. Those are likely their eyes," Ash observes, his brow furrowing in concern. "This shouldn't be happening. We haven't detonated any explosives as in the original story. How could these slumbering, ancient Pokemon awaken?" Suddenly, a thought strikes Ash, and he rummages through his backpack. Realizing Ash's implication about the red lights being Pokemon, Serena quickly covers her mouth, thinking, could it be that I'm the jinx? Faced with the ominous gaze, Misty timidly hides behind Ash. "Ash, what are you searching for? You need to release your Pokemon." "Found it." Ash tosses some Pokemon food from his backpack. The enticing aroma stirs the owners of the red lights, causing them to stir restlessly. However, deterred by Ash and Pikachu's formidable presence, they hesitate to make a move. "Ash, what are you doing? Is it for their food, to prevent them from consuming us?" "Ash, you shouldn't act this way." "All right, you foolish Misty, be quiet for now. I have my own plans." Sensing the stirring of ancient Pokemon, Ash remained motionless for a moment. Suddenly, a realization struck him. In ancient times, hierarchy was rigid and strength was paramount. Without the instinct to battle the powerful, they would not have survived to this age. They must be afraid of Pikachu and the strength that resides within me and Sukun. Ever since Pikachu discovered its own prowess, it has adopted an attitude of superiority. Its aura remains unyielding. Ash instructed Pikachu to conceal its presence, then used his aura to emit goodwill. Soon, Ash's method bore fruit. The Kabutops and the Anorith slowly emerged, drawn to the Pokemon food Ash had tossed, and began to feast heartily. Wow, it's Kabutops and Anorith, fossils that one can only see in museums. And here they are before me. I think I might lose my mind. Misty scratched her head, her eyes sparkling with desire. Serena, gazing at Kabutops, felt a stir of excitement as well. Ash smiled and encouraged, "Go ahead. While they have just awakened, you might seize the opportunity to capture a few." Without hesitation, Misty and Serena approached the Pokemon they had their eyes on and commenced their capturing strategies. Before long, Misty captured an Anorith, while Serena secured a Kabutops. Giddy with joy, Serena held her newly captured Kabutops and asked Ash, "Aren't you going to capture one?" Ash revealed a mischievous smile and replied, "Of course I will." He approached the feasting Kabutops and announced, "All right, everyone, let's engage in a capture battle. I intend to capture you." The Kabutops leader and the Anorith leader exchanged glances. Immediately, they summoned their kin, abandoning their meal and assuming battle stances. Ash chuckled and called out, "Come forth, my Pokemon, and let's commence the battle." Pikachu roared fiercely, "Beedrill, Shuckle, I leave those two leaders to you." Kabutops leader, level, LV 65, weakened 58. Anorith leader, level, LV 64, weakened 57. Electabuzz, Gyarados, the rest is up to you. Arcanine joined Pikachu and the others in formation. Ash quickly organized his tactics. None of the Pokemon in his possession were below level 30. The battle erupted swiftly, and soon came to an end. Ash observed that the Kabutops had scarcely engaged in earnest combat. It appeared that the promise of food and shelter was indeed significant to these Pokemon. To Ash's surprise, Beedrill broke through to the elite level only after defeating the Anorith, reaching level 61, despite the lackluster fight. Shuckle, unwilling to accept defeat, roared loudly as evolutionary light began to flicker around it. Ash hastily cautioned, "Shuckle, calm down. The time isn't right yet." With a mighty roar, Shuckle suppressed its frustration and regained composure. Another thunderous roar echoed. What was that? Chapter 65, Capturing the Ancient Fossil Aerodactyl. The sudden, resounding roar jolted Ash and his companions. The Kabutops, feigning unconsciousness, nearly sprang to their feet. Ash suddenly felt an overwhelming wave of murderous intent crashing upon him. This aura of malice seemed to emanate from the ancient wilderness, laden with a profound desolation and pressure surging toward his very core. Misty and Serena, standing beside Ash, also sensed this terrifying intent. A chill seeped deep into their bones, rendering their bodies somewhat rigid. This sensation was not merely cold. It was the instinctual fear embedded in humanity when confronted with a top-tier predator. However, Arcanine and the others were undeterred by this menacing aura. They swiftly entered battle mode, positioning themselves protectively in front of Ash. Following the direction of the roar, Ash felt a stirring within him. Finally, it had arrived. He quickly threw Pokeballs to capture all the Anorith and Kabutops. In the next instant, a gray-bodied Aerodactyl with purple wings and a mouth full of fangs appeared before them. "Roar, a feast of food, kneel before me." and I shall spare your lives. Fossil Aerodactyl, level LV72, weakened 62. Gender, male. Type, rock, flying. Ability, pressure. Held item, Aerodactylite. Moves, supersonic, bite, scary face, ice fong. Iron head, agility, crunch, hyper beam, rock slide, steel wing, stone edge, dragon claw. Upon seeing the formidable appearance of the fossil Aerodactyl, Misty stammered, What Pokemon is this? Was that its roar just now? Ash replied with a calm smile, that is Aerodactyl, infamous for its ferocity in ancient times, revered as the overlord of the skies. Glacian. Protect Misty and Serena. With Glacian safeguarding Misty and Serena, Ash's eyes sparkled with battle fervor. Arcanine. Show this former overlord the advancements of this era. Flamethrower. Arcanine, level LV62. Gender, male. Type, fire. Ability, justified. Held item, charcoal. Moves, ember, bite, howl, odor sleuth, flame burst, agility, double kick, flame wheel, last resort, extreme speed. Woof. Foolish Pokemon. You should kneel before my master. Arcanine could no longer tolerate the haughty demeanor of the fossil Aerodactyl and unleashed a torrent of flames toward it. Seeing food dare to resist, Aerodactyl flapped its wings, conjuring a massive storm to blow Arcanine's flames away. However, Aerodactyl had clearly misjudged the disparity in strength. The tempest did not dispel Arcanine's fire. The flame struck Aerodactyl squarely in the chest. Roar. The searing pain ignited Aerodactyl's rage, causing its eyes to blaze with fury. It lunged forward, mouth agape, filled with wrath, aiming for Arcanine. Arcanine, evade with extreme speed. Ash commanded urgently. Arcanine accelerated instantly, narrowly dodging Aerodactyl's strike. Yet Aerodactyl, realizing its attack had failed, swiftly switched tactics, swiping its claws at Arcanine. Arcanine was caught off guard and received several gashes on its shoulder. Arcanine, use extreme speed again. Ash continued to issue commands. Seeing Arcanine injured, Aerodactyl did not relent, soaring away to gain distance. Arcanine's flame wheel narrowly grazed Aerodactyl as it flew past. A glimmer of triumph and disdain flickered in Aerodactyl's eyes. Roar. Is this all you've got? Bang. A colossal boulder crashed down upon the triumphant head of the fossil pterodactyl. Roar. Who dares to defy the rules of combat? The fossil pterodactyl scanned the surroundings, only to spot Shakira's vigorously rubbing the massive stone. With a swift motion, it struck the pterodactyl squarely in the face. Indeed, it is I, the esteemed Shakira's. Shakira's flicked its tail dismissively, its voice icy. Roar. I shall see you dead. The fossil pterodactyl, thoroughly incensed, opened its gaping maw, ready to unleash a destructive beam. Just then, a fire-type dog, enveloped in flames, barreled forth like a cannonball, colliding with the fossil pterodactyl. The impact sent the creature crashing into several stone pillars, shattering them as it plummeted to the ground. Roar. My dear. The fossil pterodactyl let out a strained roar before collapsing. Ash hurled a pokeball, capturing the creature. Roar. Shakira's bellowed, turning its fierce gaze towards Beedrill. Hiss. Beedrill acknowledged. Glancing back at Ash. Noticing Shakira's, Ash realized he had just achieved an assist, elevating his level to 55. He contemplated that this might be Shakira's opportunity for evolution and nodded in agreement. Beedrill, aware of the stakes, nodded back and waved a hand towards Shakira's. Shakira's, unperturbed, knew it could not best Beedrill. Yet, driven by a sense of rivalry stemming from Beedrill's prior theft of a victory, this battle was inevitable. Roar. Shakira's let out a furious cry, launching the first assault. Hiss. Misty watched the scene unfold, hesitatingly asking Ash if they might encounter any issues. Ash chuckled softly, shaking his head. What could possibly go wrong? If they don't fight, that would be the real concern. Misty, scratching her head in confusion, failed to grasp Ash's meaning. Not taking the time to clarify, Ash began to sense for other life forms within the cavern using his aura abilities. Moments later, his eyes lit up. In an instant, a poke egg appeared in his hand. Pikachu blinked in disbelief, having not even blinked an eye. Serena and the others gazed in astonishment at the poke egg in Ash's grasp, questioning. Ash, what is happening? Did you just vanish for a second? Ash smiled smugly. This is, of course, my ability. So, who among you desires this poke egg? Pikachu shot Ash a quizzical glance, pondering if Ash's true power lay in procreation. Serena shook her head, declining. Misty, touching the egg, inquired, will this hatch into a water-type Pokemon? Ash shook his head. No. Disappointed, Misty replied, well then, I shall not take it. You should care for it yourself. Ash raised an eyebrow, agreed. But you cannot change your mind. What? That won't do. I want it. Misty exclaimed, realizing her mistake and quickly retracting her words. Ash sidestepped her grasp. No takebacks. He then stored the Togepi egg in his backpack. You scoundrel, Ash. Misty pouted, stomping her foot in frustration as if the stone beneath her was Ash himself. Roar. This is exhilarating. Cornered and desperate, Shakira's roared, and a radiant light of evolution enveloped it, revealing Tyranitar. Beedrill, witnessing the successful evolution, smirked and extended a hand. Hiss. Congratulations. Tyranitar smiled, shaking Beedrill's hand. Observing this, Ash erupted in laughter. Let us celebrate this remarkable success. At Professor Oak's lab, Professor Oak nervously clutched the Pokeball Ash had sent back, addressing the nearby Kangaskhan. Are you ready? Wow. Kangaskhan thumped its chest proudly. Oak excitedly released the fossil pterodactyl from its Pokeball. Roar. Grr. Before the pterodactyl could assert its dominance, Kangaskhan delivered a resounding slap, sending it back into slumber. Professor Oak rubbed his hands together, chuckling mischievously. Ash, my dear boy, you truly are a gem. I wonder where you acquire such rare Pokemon. Perhaps I shall inquire next time. Chapter 66. Young Master Jesse. After leaving the Dull Valley, Ash and his companions arrived in a new city. Pika Pika. Look, Ash. Upon entering the city, Pikachu suddenly pointed at a missing person poster. Ash and his friends followed the direction of Pikachu's paw. This is... Ash's eyes widened as he realized where they were. Misty pointed at the photo, exclaiming, Hey, Ash, doesn't this missing person look remarkably like Team Rocket's James as a child? Ash nodded. Indeed, that is definitely a younger version of James. Misty laughed. I never imagined James was so adorable as a child. Serena, puzzled, queried, but isn't James part of Team Rocket? Was he perhaps kidnapped and forced into their ranks? As she spoke, Serena spun an elaborate tale in her mind. Ash, exasperated, patted Serena on the shoulder. Serena, you should really read fewer novels. That's just too far-fetched. Just then, an extravagant stretch limousine pulled up before them. A butler stepped out, holding a megaphone, and excitedly exclaimed, Were you discussing our young Master James? Young Master James? Misty echoed, waving her hands. We were indeed talking about someone named James, but he is part of Team Rocket, not a young master. Exactly. Exactly. Wonderful. Thank you so much. Please, follow me to the grand estate. The butler, tears of joy in his eyes, attempted to usher Ash and his friends towards the car. Wait, are you Professor Ash? The butler suddenly recognized Ash, staring in astonishment. Ash nodded, and the butler, overwhelmed with emotion, wept tears of joy. This is incredible. Who would have thought young Master James could befriend Professor Ash? Now, his parents can rest in peace. Ash, bemused, thought, surely it cannot be this exaggerated. The butler wiped his tears, sighing mournfully, alas. One day, young Master James vanished from home. Since then, his parents have mourned daily, eventually succumbing to their grief. As the butler continued his performance, Ash nearly burst into laughter. What a talent. No wonder he is a butler. If Ash were unaware of the actual circumstances, he might have been deceived. Ash was aware, but Serena and the others remained oblivious. We must bring James back immediately, but he is currently in prison. Unaware of the truth, Serena and her friends felt heavy-hearted and uncertain about how to proceed. The butler took a deep breath, letting out a sigh. It was only in the past couple of days that we learned of young Master Kojiro's situation in prison, but by the time we arrived, he had already escaped. Xiaoxia nodded earnestly. Is that so? When we meet Kojiro again, we must convey this news to him. The butler shook his head. That is not permissible. Before their passing, the master and mistress left a will stipulating that young Master Kojiro must return by today to fulfill his wedding vows with his fiancée. Otherwise, all his inheritance will be donated away. As the butler spoke, the bushes nearby rustled unexpectedly. Pikachu, who had been listening intently, glanced up but saw nothing amiss. Never mind, Professor Ash. I wonder if you would do us the honor of visiting the estate. The butler bowed slightly, extending a sincere invitation. Ash, along with Xiaoxia and Serena, turned to one another. Ash nodded, replying, That would be much appreciated. Not at all, not at all. Knowing you would come, the spirits of the master and mistress would surely be delighted, the butler exclaimed, hastily opening the car door to usher them in. Cough. Ash couldn't suppress a cough. Casting a peculiar glance at the butler, he truly suspected that this old gentleman was rather eager for Kojiro's parents to have met their demise. After Ash and his companions departed, three figures suddenly tumbled out from the bushes. It was none other than Team Rocket. The trio was entangled in a scuffle. Kojiro, what are you thinking? Musashi exclaimed, tugging at Kojiro's face in frustration. This is a prime opportunity to inherit wealth, and you want to run away? Meowth echoed, pulling at Kojiro's hair. Right. This is our chance to get rich. Kojiro, what are you doing? Kojiro grasped Meowth's tail with one hand and yanked Musashi's hair with the other. No means no. I clearly look nothing like him. If we go, We'll surely end up back in prison. I've only just escaped. I refuse. With that, Kojiro broke free from their grasp and attempted to flee. Musashi swiftly knocked him out, retrieving a wanted poster from the wall to compare with Kojiro. Isn't this quite similar? She declared. It's settled then. Meowth, let's drag Kojiro over. Back with Ash and his companions, upon entering the Sasaki estate, they were introduced to true opulence. Rather than a mere manor, it resembled a grand castle. The butler drove for a solid half-hour before stopping in front of an immense house. Throughout the journey, Ash began to grasp just how wealthy Kojiro's family truly was. Wow, this place is enormous, Xiaoxia exclaimed. Serena, with her chin resting on her hand, pondered if the Kojiro we know is indeed a young master. How did he end up with Team Rocket? The butler sighed. That is a long story, please follow me. He gestured for them to proceed, leading the way. Xiaoxia pointed to the grand house ahead. Isn't this it? The butler replied. This is the residence of young Master Kojiro's beloved corgi. What? Such a large house for a dog. Xiaoxia's eyes widened in disbelief. She was astounded. It was a struggle for ordinary people to own a home. Yet here was a family that provided such lavish accommodations, even for their pet. It's not just a dog, it's young Master Kojiro's cherished corgi, the butler corrected. Xiaoxia realized her error, chuckling awkwardly and sticking out her tongue. Following the butler, Ash and his friends arrived at the true mansion. Upon entering, their first impression was one of sheer size. Immense, exceedingly immense. Compared to the corgi's abode, the latter indeed seemed more like a doghouse. Upon entering the mansion, Ash and his companions were greeted with the sight of a morning hall set up in the center. Seeing this, Ash couldn't help but exclaim how impressive Kojiro's parents were, even managing to orchestrate such a dramatic scene. At that moment, Musashi and Meowth arrived, dragging the bound Kojiro like a caterpillar. Master Butler, we have brought young Master Kojiro back. Suddenly, laughter erupted from the coffin, and in an instant, the lid was flung open, revealing two figures leaping out. Zombie, what are you? Meowth stammered, pointing at the two figures in shock. Since you have sincerely asked, we shall graciously grant your request, they proclaimed. Kojiro, welcome home. We are so relieved to see you safe. Now, hurry and wed your fiancée, Rumika. With a back-and-forth exchange, they laid out Kojiro's life plan before him. Kojiro struggled desperately. No? Please, no? Musashi and Meowth exchanged glances, astonished. Kojiro really is a young master. Meanwhile, Ash furrowed his brow, sensing that although Kojiro's parents were addressing him, their gaze remained fixed on himself. Kojiro, do you dare to resist? Kojiro's father demanded. Everything you have is bestowed upon you by us, Kojiro. You have no right to refuse, his mother added. Hearing their words, Xiaoxia and Musashi frowned, feeling the parents were being excessively harsh. Ash, too, felt a surge of emotion. Taking a deep breath, he resolved to step forward. Everyone, please grant me this favor. Love should not be dictated by parents. Let them have a choice. Ash's unexpected declaration drew the attention of all present, eliciting surprise, confusion, and admiration. Kojiro's father seemed to finally notice Ash, hastening to his side and shaking his hand. I didn't expect the esteemed Professor Ash to grace us with his presence. Forgive our inadequate welcome. However, this marriage has been arranged between our two families. Kojiro's father hesitated, and Ash replied with a gentle smile, then let them discuss it together. The parents exchanged glances and sighed. Very well. Kojiro's father clapped his hands, and the butler promptly released Kojiro from his bindings. Go on then, he said, gazing quietly at the trembling Kojiro. Thinking of his fiancée, Kojiro's hands shook. Yet he remained rational. Enduring prolonged pain was worse than swift suffering. Gritting his teeth, he strode determinedly toward the villa. Kojiro. Musashi noticed his fear and regretted binding him. Kojiro didn't look back, hastening away. Seeing progress unfold, Kojiro's father smiled and extended his hand toward Ash. Professor Ash, it's still early. Why don't we retire to the back for some delightful afternoon tea? Ash held no fondness for this scheming man. Without hesitation, he shook his head resolutely. Thank you, but we have a long journey ahead and must not impose. With that, Ash turned to leave the premises. Xiaoxia, Serena, let us go. Xiaoxia and Serena were slightly taken aback by Ash's decision, but asked no further questions, quickly following him. Oh, wait. Xiaoxia and Serena called out, hastening to match Ash's pace. Just as Ash was about to exit, Kojiro's father stepped forward, blocking his path. Wait a moment, Professor Ash. Kazuki's father promptly remarked, since you are so determined to leave, at the very least allow my butler to escort you. With that, he beckoned to the butler standing nearby, signaling him to approach. The butler, upon noticing, hurried over while cradling a beautifully crafted box. Observing this, Ash halted his steps and cast a deep glance at Kazuki's father. who met his gaze with a gentle smile. Ultimately, Ash nodded in agreement. Following the butler, Ash and his companions departed in a carriage, leaving behind the innocently bewildered Musashi and Meowth. As Ash settled into the back seat and opened the box, Misty and Serena leaned in closer. Inside lay a Pokeball and a small note. "Thank you, Dr. Ash, for your cooperation. This shiny beldam is a token of our gratitude." Picking up the Pokeball, Ash's lips curled into a slight smile. Truly, he was dealing with an exceptional merchant, one who understood the art of human interaction. Misty and Serena exchanged glances, unable to suppress their envy and curiosity. Chapter 67. The Great Opportunity of Venusaur. Continuing their journey, Ash and his companions wandered through the forest. Misty pondered aloud. "Do you think Kazuki might bid farewell to Team Rocket and remain at home as a young master?" Serena nodded, affirming, "Certainly. Kazuki must not have joined Team Rocket of his own volition. Now that he is back home, how could he choose to stay with them?" At this point, Serena had vividly concocted a narrative of a young master who, having wandered away from home, finally returned to inherit a vast fortune. It was not entirely unreasonable for an ordinary person to think this way. Misty, in contemplation, nodded. "That seems plausible, but Kazuki's parents are rather strict. By the way, Ash, why did Kazuki's father mention giving you a token of appreciation? A shiny beldam, no less. Does your status as a doctor carry such weight?" Ash shook his head, responding, "That's merely a part of it. The most significant aspect is that Kazuki's parents, through my presence, provided him with a choice." "A choice? Is there really a choice to be made?" Misty and the others looked at Ash in confusion. Ash chuckled lightly. "Of course, some individuals are simply destined to be free." After a while, a bearded man stopped Ash and his companions, laughing heartily. "Hey, young brother, are you here searching for the wondrous garden? How about a Pokemon battle?" Upon hearing the man's words, Ash realized where they were and nodded. "Let's do it." The man grinned and called forth his Rhydon. Ash mirrored the action, releasing his own Rhydon for battle. The man's Rhydon was a level 30, while Ash's had already reached the advanced level of 32. Seeing Ash's Pokemon, the man grew more excited. "So, you have a Rhydon too?" The two locked eyes and simultaneously declared, "Use Tackle." The two Rhydons charged at each other with heavy steps. A resounding crash echoed as the man's Rhydon faltered. As expected, Ash followed up with Use Stomp. Ash's Rhydon leaped and landed heavily on the opposing Rhydon's head, incapacitating it. The man recalled his Rhydon, looking at Ash with admiration and giving him a thumbs up. "You truly are impressive, young brother. But the fun has just begun. Let me show you my true power. Go, Venusaur." Venusaur, level 41. Ash, upon seeing Venusaur, smiled faintly and recalled his Rhydon. A fine Venusaur indeed. But it still falls short. Ninetales, come forth in battle. Howl. Ninetales, pink, level 44, female, fire type, ability, drought, item, charcoal, skills, ember, psybeam, fire spin, quick attack, flamethrower, dig, overheat, hyper beam, agility, hypnosis. Upon seeing this special Ninetales, the man's eyes lit up. Pink, how beautiful. He quickly approached Ninetales and snapped a picture with his camera before returning to his original position. Observing this, Misty whispered to Serena, "Do you think this man has a penchant for pink?" Serena nodded in agreement. Hearing their hushed exchange, Venusaur blushed in embarrassment. Ninetales proudly lifted her head, reveling in the admiration. The man cleared his throat and declared, "Let the battle commence." Unsurprisingly, Ninetales emerged victorious in this encounter, unfazed by his loss. The man approached Ash with a conspiratorial tone. "Young brother, could I trouble you for a few more photos of Ninetales?" Ash raised an eyebrow, bemused by the man's enthusiasm, yet nodded in consent. The man nearly leaped for joy, exclaiming, "Indeed, true men have an affinity for pink." Upon reaching the nearby Pokemon Center, Ash addressed Misty and Serena. "You two should rest for a while. I'll go find Professor Oak to exchange some Pokemon." Delighted, Misty and Serena hurried to the hotel room to freshen up. Ash dialed Professor Oak's number. As soon as the call connected, Professor Oak's pent-up questions burst forth. "Ash, where on earth did you capture so many rare Pokemon? Even those thought to be extinct, you've managed to catch them? Are you the luckiest person alive?" "Stop," Ash interrupted, exasperated by the barrage of questions. "You have too many inquiries." He proceeded to recount the circumstances surrounding his captures. "That's all for now, Professor. Do you understand?" Professor Oak stroked his chin, nodding. "Understood. Ash, you truly are fortunate. Such good fortune seems to follow you." Ash scoffed. "Fortune? It's all due to my hard work." "All right, Professor Oak. Please exchange some Pokemon with me. I haven't seen Pidgey in ages. I miss him dearly." Professor Oak shook his head, sighing. "I can't send Pidgeot to you just yet." Ash, growing anxious, queried, "What is wrong with Pidgeot?" Is something the matter? Professor Oak, noticing Ash's concern, erupted into laughter. Rest assured, Ash, it's good news. Pidgeot is about to evolve into a champion. Upon hearing this, Ash shot a cold glare at Professor Oak, thinking to himself, that old man is definitely doing this on purpose. Aware of his mischief, Professor Oak chuckled awkwardly and hastily arranged the Pokemon exchange. Currently, Ash's Pokemon roster included Pikachu, Sylveon, Sunflora, Aerodactyl, Scyther, Crobat, Venusaur, Charizard, Gyarados, Infernape, Mook, Tauros, Dragonair, and a Togepi egg. After the exchange, Ash hung up, leaving Professor Oak in a state of astonishment without uttering a single word. However, Professor Oak bore no ill will, as he let out a series of strange chuckles upon seeing Ash's Pokemon. The speedy dog Pokemon exchanged glances with each other, pondering their situation. As night fell, the adventure continued. As Ash sensed an unusual occurrence, he awakened the still slumbering Misty and the others. Pikachu exclaimed, "Oh no, Ash, wait, how did you wake up?" As Pikachu arrived at their room, ready to rouse them, he discovered that the trio was already dressed and prepared. Ash picked up Pikachu and remarked, "It's all thanks to you, Pikachu. You're truly clever." Eevee, feeling neglected, voiced his discontent from outside the door, prompting Ash to apologize with a smile. "Let us go?" Having already discussed the situation with Venusaur during the day, Venusaur had thoughtfully left markers along the path. Eventually, a massive wall formed by vines blocked their way. Ash sensed a dense wave of aura emanating from within, indicating that something awaited them inside. He then released Sun Eevee, who instantly teleported into the area. Is this the enigmatic garden? Misty wondered aloud, as they gazed at a colossal dead tree nearby, surrounded by a throng of Bulbasaur and their kin, including Ash's Venusaur. Suddenly, an ancient roar echoed, accompanied by heavy footsteps. A gigantic Venusaur emerged from behind the dead tree, standing majestically at the center of the clearing. Venusaur, level 90. The colossal Venusaur fixed its gaze upon Ash and his companions. Ash met its stare, projecting goodwill through his aura. The giant Venusaur's expression shifted as it turned its attention to Ash's Venusaur, giving a subtle nod. It then gently stomped its foot, causing a rumble. Grass-type energy began to emanate from its body, and the dead tree behind it glowed with a brilliant green light. The surrounding Bulbasaur began to call out in unison, their energy coalescing around the mighty Venusaur. Gradually, the dead tree appeared to revive, sprouting new branches and blooming with vibrant flowers. Are they performing some kind of ritual? Misty exclaimed in awe. Ash raised his camera, declaring, "This is the enigmatic garden. Seeing it in person is far more wondrous than merely hearing tales of it." Moments later, the ground was covered with blossoms. The Bulbasaur seemed to be guided by an unseen force, their flower buds gleaming with light. Then, a dazzling evolution light shone forth, unveiling a magnificent spectacle of collective evolution before Ash and his friends. "How beautiful!" Serena exclaimed, capturing the glorious moment with her camera. In scarcely 2 minutes, the evolution feast concluded, resulting in numerous new Venusaur and Ivysaur joining the scene. Just as Ash thought it was over, the giant Venusaur called out to Ash's Venusaur. "Roar! Outstanding, Junior. I hope you continue to thrive." Under the giant Venusaur's command, a sphere of green energy separated from the massive tree and soared towards Ash's Venusaur. Instantly, Ash's Venusaur experienced a dramatic surge in level. 5458, 606, 1626. Ash's Venusaur cried out in anguish, unable to absorb the overwhelming energy. The giant Venusaur, noticing this, used Vine Whip to retract the diluted energy sphere, merging it back into the tree. The tree quivered slightly, shedding some wilted flowers. "Roar! Thank you, esteemed predecessor." Ash's Venusaur reached level 63, aware of the giant Venusaur's assistance, and promptly bowed in gratitude. The giant Venusaur nodded in acknowledgement, casting a final glance at Ash before retreating into the tree hollow. Ash projected his thanks through his aura, and then led Misty and the others back to their hotel. Chapter 68, Red Lotus Island. Shaber. After bidding farewell to the enigmatic garden, Ash and his companions continued their journey for several days. On this particular day, Ash finally boarded a cruise bound for Red Lotus Island, the location of the Red Lotus Gym. "Look, Bokbai, that's the ocean," Misty exclaimed, holding the newly hatched Bokbai from 2 days prior, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Help! Daddy, help!" Bokbai reached out toward Ash, feeling the little creature's struggle in her grasp. Misty playfully poked Bokbai's belly, saying, "Oh, you ungrateful little thing. I'm the one who takes care of you every day, yet you favor Ash." Bokbai gazed up at Misty with pitiful eyes. Her heart melted instantly, and she reluctantly handed Bokbai to Ash. Ash took the little creature, placing it on his shoulder to keep it company with Pikachu. Because Bokbai and I are the best duo in the world, right Bokbai? Ash teased, prompting Bokbai to cheerfully affirm, yes. Daddy and I are the best. Pikachu, overhearing this familiar exchange, shot Ash a disdainful glance and muttered, Pika, what a scoundrel, deceiving a child. Witnessing the harmonious scene between Ash and Bokbai, Misty and Serena exchanged envious glances. Ash, grinning, remarked, well, you two didn't want him, so just be envious. You scoundrel. Ash, you're impossible. Huh. Startled by a sudden voice, Ash and the others looked up to find Gary lounging in a deck chair, gazing at Ash with a pout. Realizing Ash had finally noticed him, Gary feigned nonchalance as he reclined. What is up, Ash? Have you collected 8 gym badges, and now you're off to vacation on Red Lotus Island? Before Ash could respond, Gary continued. I knew you hadn't obtained all the badges. You're so carefree. You haven't even collected 8 badges, yet you're thinking of relaxing. Ash rolled his eyes, internally lamenting the annoyance of this troublesome rival. Unlike you, Gary, I don't have the luxury of taking a vacation. Really? Have you felt your strength increase? Gary shot up from his chair, scrutinizing Ash for 2 seconds before suddenly sneering. That's still better than being a lazy bum who hasn't even collected 8 badges. Ash retorted with a cold smirk. That's bound to disappoint you. Gary, I'm heading to Red Lotus Island to challenge the gym. Ha. Are you trying to make me laugh to death? Gary erupted into a fit of laughter. The Red Lotus Gym no longer exists. It has transformed into a resort. Oh, Ash, your information is terribly outdated. Misty and Serena exchanged worried glances, aware that Ash had dedicated considerable training to prepare for the Red Lotus Gym. Who told you the Red Lotus Gym disappeared? Use your brain, you fool, Gary. A gym recognized by the league doesn't just vanish. You simply haven't found it. Ash regarded the smug Gary, his voice filled with melancholy. Ha! Cough, cough, cough. Just as Gary was reveling in his smugness, he suddenly choked, incredulously exclaiming, What did you say? Gary's outburst drew the attention of those nearby. Upon seeing Gary's flamboyant floral shirt, some men muttered disdainfully, while others quickly diverted their gaze. A few audaciously dressed women, however, found Gary quite intriguing, offering whistles and flirtatious glances. All of this was observed by Ash, who secretly marveled at the unsuspected potential of Green as a gigolo. However, Green was entirely oblivious to these thoughts, his gaze fixated solely on Ash. Upon noticing the disdainful look in Ash's eyes and his silence, Green realized that Ash had not deceived him. Damn you, Ash, Green muttered under his breath, turning away to depart with his entourage of girlfriends. Foolish Green, he thought. Soon, the cruise ship arrived at the port of Red Lotus Island. Do you truly know where the Red Lotus Gym is? Misty inquired, observing the plethora of hot spring inns around them, yet failing to catch sight of the gym. Rest assured, Ash responded with a light chuckle, turning to glance at the stealthy Green who was following them. When did you become such a stalker, Master Green? Upon being discovered, Green boldly stepped forward, his demeanor brimming with arrogance. Stalker? I merely happen to be going the same way as you. Ash regarded him silently. Are you coming or not? Green returned the gaze. I am following you. The two were at a standstill when an elderly gentleman with long hair and sunglasses suddenly approached them. What is that which is cold in the head and warm in the body? His peculiar attire and penchant for riddles brought a smile to Ash's face as he recognized him as Shaba, the gym leader of the Red Lotus Gym. It's an outdoor hot spring. Ash replied confidently. Correct. You're quite quick on the uptake, young man. Shaba clapped his hands in praise, then continued, eyeing the Pikachu and Togepi perched on Ash's shoulder. You appear to be a Pokemon trainer, am I right? Ash nodded affirmatively. Indeed. I have come here to challenge the Red Lotus Gym, which is you, Shaba. What? You mean he is the gym leader, Shaba? Misty and the others looked at Ash in astonishment. No, I am not Shaba. You have mistaken me. Shaba hastily waved his hands in denial. Observing his poor acting skills, Green's expression soured as he muttered to himself, what a joke, to be so easily found by Ash. Togepi on Ash's shoulder waved joyfully. Stop pretending, Mr. Shaba. I know you are indeed the gym leader of the Red Lotus Gym. Faced with Ash's certainty, Shaba had no choice but to nod in acknowledgement, dropping the charade. Very well. I didn't expect my disguise to be so easily penetrated. You have quite the keen eye. Who among you wishes to challenge the gym? Ash chuckled lightly. It's just me. No, wait, I want to join too. Green suddenly interjected. Ash shot him a sidelong glance. Foolish Green, what are you doing here? With arms crossed and a proud expression, Green retorted, what I choose to do is none of your concern. Damn you, Ash. Foolish Green. All right, Shaba interjected, sensing the impending squabble. Follow me. Thus, Shaba guided Ash and the others to his inn. Upon arriving, Shaba looked at Ash and Green. I will accept your challenge. But you must solve the riddle I present to find the battle arena. Fail to solve it, and the challenge is nullified. Ash nodded nonchalantly, observing Ash's carefree demeanor. Green gritted his teeth and nodded in agreement. Shaba stroked his beard and proclaimed, "Listen closely. The battle arena is located in a place where there is a great flood above and a great fire below. Remember, tomorrow at 10 o'clock is the final deadline. I will be waiting there." With that, Shaba turned and left. What does that mean? Green frantically scratched his head, glancing at Ash, who appeared composed. All right, Master Green, you should head back. We need some rest, Ash said, leading Misty and the others toward the inn's hot springs. Damn you. Ash, could you at least give a hint? Green shouted in frustration. Ash waved him off. Figure it out yourself. The next morning, Ash and his companions donned their attire and made their way to the hot springs. Ash glanced at the time. It was already past 9. It seems that Green won't be showing up. Where are we going? Serena queried. Ash, did you really deduce Mr. Shaba's riddle? Of course, Ash replied mysteriously. Right here? Where we bathe. Oh right, this is the Great Flood. Misty exclaimed. Ash nodded with a smile, leading Pikachu and Togepi to activate the mechanism at the base of the Gyarados statue. With a rumble, the nearby wall shifted, revealing the entrance to a hidden passageway. Let us go. Ash grinned, taking the lead as they descended the staircase. As they ventured deeper, the temperature rose dramatically. Soon, they arrived at a grand door. Pushing it open, they beheld a battle arena suspended by 4 massive iron chains, with bubbling magma surging beneath. No wonder it's getting hotter. We're actually over magma. Serena exclaimed in surprise. But are we really supposed to battle here? Misty realized the meaning of the riddle. Great flood above, great fire below. Togepi, Togepi. Togepi reached out, eager to play in the lava. Ash scooped Togepi up, admonishing, Little one, you cannot go down there. If you do, you'll end up as a crispy fried egg. Is it delicious? Togepi tilted its head in confusion. Ash sighed, handing Togepi to Misty. Keep an eye on him. Don't let him wander off. He then approached the arena, quietly awaiting Shaba's arrival. Don't worry, Misty assured, cradling Togepi affectionately. Togepi, you'll be safe with me. Noticing Misty's adoring smile, Serena discreetly stepped back. Togepi, Togepi. Suddenly, Togepi began to cry. Misty rushed to comfort it. Pika Pika. Pikachu approached Togepi, reassuring it, don't worry. I'll be here with you. Ash will return shortly. Really? Togepi whispered, gazing at Ash. Hearing the commotion, Ash gently patted Togepi's head. Stay with Nurse Misty for a while. I'll come back for you soon. Tickle, tickle. Togepi giggled, clearly enjoying the moment. Children's emotions come and go swiftly. Ha ha. You all certainly have a lot of energy. Shaba suddenly appeared from the other side. However, the other challenger failed to solve the riddle. What a shame. Ash continued to tease Togepi before turning to Shaba. Shaba, let our challenge begin. Shaba paused for 2 seconds before suddenly asking. What is something that can be easily said when unknown but cannot be spoken when known? A wig. Misty exclaimed, holding Togepi tightly. Ha ha, well done. Shaba laughed heartily, removing his wig to reveal a shiny bald head. Now, young Ash, let the gym challenge commence. To speak candidly, regarding Shaba's audacious act of removing his wig, even with a psychological preparation, Ash found himself just as astonished and speechless as Misty and the others. Well then, Ash quickly regained his composure. As a young lad, this match will be a 3v3. After introducing the rules, Shaba released his first Pokemon. I'll go first. My first Pokemon is Ninetales. Ninetales, level, LV46. Upon seeing the level of Ninetales, Ash summoned his own Pokemon. Then my Pokemon shall be him. Roar. Gyarados, in red. Level, LV44. Gender, male. Type, water, flying. Ability, intimidate. Held item, Gyarados. Moves, Hydro Pump, Hurricane, Whirlpool, Waterfall, Scary Face, Bite, Rain Dance, Dragon Dance, Aqua Tail, Outrage. Such formidable presence. This Gyarados is indeed a worthy opponent. Shaba remarked, narrowing his eyes at Ash's Gyarados. Gyarados, use Hydro Pump. Ninetales, unleash Flamethrower. The columns of water and fire collided, a fierce clash of elements, resulting in a substantial amount of steam filling the arena. Misty, cradling Togepi, exclaimed, Ninetales and Gyarados are evenly matched. It appears that gym leader Shaba is truly formidable. Serena noted, Ninetales, don't give him a moment's respite. Aim for his position and use Fire Blast. Noticing the thick steam enveloping the battlefield, Shaba did not relent in his offensive. As anticipated, Gyarados had already stealthily accumulated a Dragon Dance. Just as Ninetales unleashed Fire Blast, Ash's eyes gleamed with insight. Discerning both Pokemon's positions, Gyarados leapt to the left, and then executed Surf, narrowly evading Ninetales' Fire Blast. Subsequently, Gyarados summoned a massive wave, charging directly at Ninetales, who was caught off guard and struck. The damage was considerable. Ash continued. Gyarados, follow up with Aqua Tail. Gyarados swung its tail, sending a torrent of water crashing towards Ninetales' head. Ninetales succumbed, unable to continue the battle. Shabo recalled Ninetales, remarking, "A commendable prediction. Well done, young lad. Now come forth." Houndoom. Ash offered a shy smile. Unbeknownst to Shabo, while he was educating Ash, Gyarados had stealthily stacked an additional 2 Dragon Dances, under Ash's guidance. Whenever there was a lull, Gyarados diligently buffed itself. Gyarados executed this with remarkable finesse. Houndoom, level, LV 52. Gyarados had just leveled up, but it was still not enough. Houndoom, Fire Blast. Gyarados, Hydro Pump. This time, the Fire Blast was even more menacing, engulfing half the battlefield as it surged towards Gyarados. Gyarados' Hydro Pump appeared diminutive in comparison, swiftly subdued by the Inferno. "No way, then Mega Evolve." Gyarados responded, "Mega Evolve." Ash extended his hand forward, revealing the keystone adorning his wrist. Roar. Gyarados let out a mighty roar as the light of evolution engulfed it, transforming into Mega Gyarados. The previously suppressed water column instantly expanded, clashing with Houndoom's flames. "Is this another evolution?" Shabo exclaimed in astonishment, nearly pulling out his beard. Mega Gyarados, level, LV 45-50. The evolved Mega Gyarados had shifted its type from flying to dark. Houndoom, seeing this for the first time, was momentarily taken aback. "Woof, is this right? Can I evolve?" Houndoom turned to Shabo, seeking affirmation. "Woof, can I do it? Am I capable?" Shabo, scratching his head awkwardly, found it difficult to respond to Houndoom and turned to Ash, inquiring, "Is this evolution? Could it be?" Chapter 70. The victory brought by Mega Evolution. Is this evolution the Mega Evolution that Professor Oak mentioned? In response to Shabo's question, Ash pondered as he observed Gyarados, now with 5 Dragon Dance stacks, before nodding affirmatively. Indeed, Professor Oak is expected to fully unveil the specifics of Mega Evolution before the Quartz Conference. Is that so? Shabo, having witnessed Mega Gyarados' actions, finally understood. "So you are that genius trainer, the youngest professor in the league. I initially thought it was just a coincidence. I had no idea it was true." "My sincere apologies, Professor Ash," Shabo said with a respectful bow. Ash reciprocated courteously, "You are too kind, Gym Leader Shabo. Let us continue our match." Shabo gestured for Ash to make the first move. Gyarados leapt into action, employing Whirlpool. "Houndoom, use Flame Charge." Houndoom burst forth from the swirling waters of Mega Gyarados, colliding with the leaping Mega Gyarados. Observing this, Ash's lips curled into a faint smile. Gyarados tightened its grip, entangling Houndoom for close combat. Having previously trained with Houndoom, Ash was acutely aware of Houndoom's agility on the battlefield. "This is bad. Houndoom, jump." Shabo realized he had fallen into a trap and urgently commanded. Houndoom deftly flipped, attempting to evade the grasp of Mega Gyarados. However, Mega Gyarados would not allow Houndoom to escape so easily. It swiftly swung its massive tail, ensnaring Houndoom's waist like a whip. This entanglement caused Houndoom to lose its balance instantly, leaving it unable to flee. The two Pokemon became tightly intertwined, crashing heavily to the ground. They rolled and tangled, neither willing to relent. Mega Gyarados' tail was like an iron clamp, firmly restraining Houndoom, preventing it from showcasing its true prowess. Despite this, Houndoom refused to surrender. It fiercely bit at Mega Gyarados' tail, hoping to loosen the grip. Faced with such vigorous resistance from Houndoom, Mega Gyarados began to feel the strain. It continuously rolled on the battlefield, attempting to thwart Houndoom's escape. "That was close. I didn't expect Ash to employ such a combat strategy," Serena remarked, tightening her hold on Togepi. "But it seems that after Mega Evolution, Gyarados has become even more ferocious." Indeed, yet Togepi remains adorable. Back in the arena, Houndoom's resistance exceeded the expectations of both Ash and Gyarados. In its struggle, Houndoom relentlessly clawed and bit Mega Gyarados, causing its eyes to redden and gradually descend into a frenzied state. Roar. Mega Gyarados let out a thunderous roar. Understanding the bond between himself and Mega Gyarados, Ash sensed its intention for one final gamble. He realized that prolonging the battle would not be advantageous for them. However, below the arena, the magma simmered ominously. Ash hesitated. Roar. Mega Gyarados let out a pained roar as Houndoom clung tightly to its body. In that case, Ash's eyes hardened. "Gyarados, do not hold back. Unleash chaos." Shabo's expression shifted, soon revealing an appreciative demeanor as he exclaimed, "Houndoom, let us also cause a ruckus." Roar. Woof. Both sides roared in unison. and then they simultaneously abandoned their defenses. Engaging in the simplest and most direct form of combat, both sides clashed fiercely. In their eyes, there existed only each other, seemingly oblivious to any pain, as the battle platform began to tremble incessantly. With a sharp crack, the Mega Gyarados, in a moment of excessive force, lashed its tail against the steel chain, which promptly shattered. The ground tilted precariously. In the churning magma below, a near miss from the arena loomed ominously. Serena was taken aback, realizing the gravity of the situation. "Ah!" Misty exclaimed, shielding her eyes along with Togepi, unable to bear the sight unfolding before her. Meanwhile, Ash felt a tightening in his chest, gripping a Pokeball, ready to unleash Charizard for a rescue. The Mega Gyarados suddenly felt weightless, jolted by a surge of energy, and began to plummet. With a roar, it unleashed its final Hyper Beam. Simultaneously, Ash released Charizard, who soared towards the falling Mega Gyarados. The impact of the Hyper Beam struck the Rapidash, sending it flying towards the gym leader, Shaber. Rapidash immediately lost its ability to fight. Just as the Mega Gyarados was about to plunge into the magma, Charizard successfully caught it. Eventually, the arena, unable to withstand the strain, declared a strike, collapsing into the molten depths. Ash recalled his Gyarados and addressed gym leader Shaber, inquiring about the stalemate. "Ha ha, of course, Ash. You're truly formidable." Shaber chuckled, stroking his beard before suddenly posing a question. "What is the hottest flame in the world? The searing heat of magma, and the fiery blaze that moves within it?" "Charizard." Ash replied. "Good," Shaber exclaimed, clapping his hands. Suddenly, the underground magma began to bubble. In a swift motion, a ducklet emerged from the molten flow. "What a joke. There are Pokemon in the magma?" Misty exclaimed, disbelief etched across her face. Shaber clapped his hands again, directing attention to the arena now submerged in magma. "It's time to change the battlefield." They arrived at the volcano's summit, a vast, open lava arena, with immense stone pillars towering within the volcano. "Are you ready, Ash?" Shaber queried. "Ducklet, level 68. Ash hesitated, contemplating whether to send Charizard into battle against Ducklet. With a roar, Charizard gave a thumbs up, nodding confidently. Ash smiled slightly, revealing the keystone on his wrist. "Then let's go." "Mega Charizard." "Pika!" exclaimed Pikachu, rallying for its friend. A flash of white light illuminated the arena, transforming into Mega Charizard X, level 57-62, male, fire-flying type, with the ability Tough Claws, and holding a Charizardite X. Its skills included Ember, Smokescreen, Dragon Claw, Metal Claw, Flamethrower, Fire Spin, Heat Wave, Dragon Dance, Flare Blitz, and Blast Burn. The blue-black Mega Charizard spread its wings atop a stone pillar. Its tail flames now a brilliant blue. "Roar," Shaber remarked, stroking his bald head, chuckling. "It seems Ducklet can hardly wait, so let us begin. Use Flame Punch." "Charizard." "Dragon Claw." The clash of red fists and blue claws ensued, exchanging blows. After several rounds, Ducklet found itself at a disadvantage. Due to the synchronicity between Ash and Mega Charizard, amplified by the energy of the Ho-Oh feather within Ash, significantly enhancing Charizard's strength. Seeing his Ducklet struggle, Shaber decisively changed tactics. Ducklet created distance and unleashed a fire burst. Though Ducklet appeared bulky, it was surprisingly agile, evading Mega Charizard's attacks with deft movements. With an open beak, it unleashed a massive flame in the shape of a fire character. Observing this, Ash gestured for Charizard to change forms and unleash Flamethrower. "Roar." Mega Charizard Y emerged, its ability transforming to Drought. A powerful flame erupted forth. In the astonished gaze of Shaber, Mega Charizard utilized X for close combat and Y for ranged attacks, firmly suppressing Ducklet. "You've won," Shaber conceded, recalling his defeated Ducklet and handing Ash the flame badge. With a tremor in his step, he departed without a backward glance. Ash called out to Shaber's somewhat despondent figure. "Thank you, Gym Leader Shaber." Upon hearing this, Shaber hastily quickened his pace. Ash chuckled to himself. "I've obtained the flame badge." Pika. Chapter 71. Return to the Cerulean Gym. After successfully challenging the Flame Gym, Ash faced his final challenge at the Evergreen Gym. As they prepared for their return journey, Misty decided to visit home since it was on the way. She was currently on the phone. "Hello, is that my sister? We're preparing to head back. Do you miss me?" "What? Ash is coming back?" came the incredulous response from the other end. "What? I must have misheard," Misty thought. No, why can't I hear clearly? Hello? Hello? Is the signal bad? Misty. Misty. Do. Ash. Misty suddenly turned around, glaring angrily at Ash, who was interacting with Togepi. "You take one, I take one. 1, 2. Hearing Misty call his name, Ash responded with confusion. "What is wrong, Misty?" "Huh. Misty placed Togepi gently into Serena's arms. Serena, you two step back. I need to speak with Ash. Ah. Serena cradled Togepi and shot Ash a look of concern. Once Serena stepped away, Misty locked her gaze onto Ash, remaining silent. Ash took a deep breath, feeling a bead of sweat trickle down his back. Pikachu, witnessing Ash's demeanor, let out a chuckle of mischief. Both Ash and Misty turned to glare at Pikachu. Pikachu shrank back, fearful. Pikachu, why are you still here? The icy glare from Misty and the others seemed capable of freezing Pikachu in place. Pika, I'm leaving, I'll go right now. Pikachu stumbled over its own feet, making a hasty exit in a rather comical manner. Once Pikachu was gone, Ash awkwardly chuckled. Hee Misty, without allowing Ash to continue. Misty struck him with 2 swift punches, saying, that's for saying hee. For you, Misty, for talking too much. After a while, Ash, now resembling a pig's head, cautiously trailed behind Misty as they exited. Ha! Pika. The sight of Ash in such a state elicited laughter from everyone around. Adjusting his cap, Ash exclaimed, ouch. Be quiet. Misty interrupted coldly, linking her arm with Serena's. Let us go, Serena. Ash felt quite aggrieved. Pikachu approached Ash, crossing its arms and nodding slightly. Pika, you're a real fool. Ash indeed. With Pikachu's cheeky expression, Ash's eyes glimmered ominously as he remarked, Hey Pikachu, do you think I'm incapable of handling you right now? Pika, of course not. I just think you're quite the handsome fool, Ash. Pikachu raised its hands, unhesitatingly conceding defeat. Even if you admit your mistake, I won't let you off easily. Before long, Ash and his companions returned to the Cerulean Gym. Misty pointed at the gym excitedly, saying, Look, Nana, this is my home. Serena, cradling a Buniri, added, Finally, we've arrived, Misty. You must introduce us properly. Let's hurry inside. I'll give you a grand tour, Misty replied, pulling Serena towards the gym. Serena glanced back at Ash with a hint of exasperation. Once the two had entered, Ash hesitated for a moment, sighed, and said, Oh well, let us go, Pikachu. No response. Pikachu? Ash touched his shoulder only to realize Pikachu was already inside the gym, playfully sticking its tongue out at Ash, mocking him. So, you just left me behind, huh? Ash clenched his fist and took a deep breath before stepping inside. Upon entering, Ash was pleasantly surprised by the tranquility within. It was not the calm before a storm, but rather a serene sense of relief. Serena winked at Ash, who took a seat beside her, observing the 4 Cerulean sisters engaged in cheerful conversation, feeling somewhat puzzled. Pikachu was on the table, devouring its favorite ketchup without sparing a glance at Ash. Hey, Buniri. Buniri hopped onto Ash's lap. Misty chuckled at Ash's dazed expression and teased. Come on, Ash, why are you acting like a Psyduck? Really now? Indeed. Sakura chimed in. What is going on with you today, Ash? You seem like a different person. Iris leaned against Sakura and suggested. Maybe a little outing took the wind out of him. Peony shot a haughty glance at Ash, saying, Oh, I see. It turns out Ash is no longer up to par. Concerned about his dignity, Ash stood up defiantly. What do you mean? I merely feel a bit guilty towards Misty. All right, this is all nonsense. But rest assured, I will take good care of you all. If you don't believe me, we can test it tonight. Get lost. You scoundrel. The girls retorted in unison, rising to leave. Ash hurriedly embraced Buniri and chased after them. Pika? After finishing the last bite of ketchup, Pikachu quickly followed suit. Inside the Cerulean Gym, Sakura was introducing her aquarium to Ash and the others. It was filled with a variety of ornamental Pokémon, including Love Disc, Cherry Blossom Fish, and Fluorescent Fish, as well as Agate Jellyfish. Since Ash had infiltrated the Cerulean Gym, he no longer allowed Sakura and the others to perform their aquatic shows. However, the gym needed additional revenue to sustain itself. Hence, under Ash's suggestion, Sakura and her friends opened an aquarium within the gym, with Ash facilitating the acquisition of these ornamental Pokémon. How beautiful! Misty exclaimed, her eyes sparkling at the sight of so many water-type Pokémon. Oh, by the way, Misty, would you like to see the Pokémon you've captured? After they had wandered around for a bit, Sakura suddenly asked. Yes. Misty eagerly nodded at the thought of her Pokémon. Misty didn't have many captured Pokémon. Besides the 6 she carried with her, only 3 remained at the gym, an Omanite, a Tadbulb, and a Gyarados. The Gyarados had been somewhat distant due to past experiences, but they soon reconciled with the help of their friends. That evening, after a celebratory feast, Serena, holding Buniri, found an excuse to leave. Ash followed Misty and the others to face judgment. One night, 13. Misty, why do Sakura and the others call you sister? Shut up, hurry up. Chapter 72, Evergreen Gym. In the underground chamber of Evergreen Gym, The trio of Team Rocket knelt respectfully on one knee before the bald-headed man, Giovanni. Jesse James, the intelligence you have brought is commendable. Giovanni perused the various data on Pokemon captured by Ash, which had all been estimated by Jesse and James themselves. His gaze lingered particularly on Zapdos, Steelix, and Pikachu. Pikachu had initially escaped Giovanni's notice, but with Jesse and James' reports, each criterion had been measured against Pikachu. Giovanni set down the documents, closing his eyes in contemplation. Indeed, Ash, the youngest prodigy and the most talented trainer. What a pity, my Mutuo is invincible. With this thought, Giovanni opened his eyes and turned to Jesse and James, asking, how long until Ash arrives in Evergreen City? According to our estimates, he should arrive by tomorrow, Meowth interjected. Understood. Inform me immediately upon their arrival. Normally, Ash would indeed reach Evergreen City the next day. However, due to indulgence, Ash lingered in the Cerulean Gym for 3 full days. When he finally bid farewell to the Cerulean Gym, Ash's legs felt weak. What's wrong, Ash? Feeling unwell? Misty teased with a cheerful smile. I've just had a bit too much to drink these days. I'm feeling a tad dizzy, Ash replied nonchalantly, hands on hips. Pika. Shameless. Pikachu followed behind Ash, disdainfully commenting. Oh, is that so? Perhaps you should rest a bit before heading back, Serena remarked, giving Ash a disapproving look. Ash coughed lightly, nearly choking on his drink as he teased. You've picked up some bad habits, huh, Nana? Just then, a flashy car pulled up in front of Ash and the others. The flamboyant greenhorn emerged, confidently addressing Ash. Well, if it isn't the bumbling Ash. Would you like me to take you to Evergreen Gym? If you beg me and call me Master Greenhorn, I might just consider it. Ash steadied himself, holding Misty close, and replied coolly, You think you can go to Evergreen Gym? Give it up. You'll just embarrass me. Oh, foolish Ash, do you think I'm like you? I've made significant progress these days, Greenhorn scoffed. Oh, you've improved? Ash retorted, shall we practice again? You'll regret that. We shall see. Greenhorn shot back before hopping into his car and driving off. Misty facepalmed in exasperation. Here we go again. Do you two have to argue every time you meet? What are you talking about? Ash corrected. This is more like a father disciplining his son, a casual affair. Who told Greenhorn to be such a show-off without the skills to back it up? Well, you're not exactly a saint either, she retorted, stumbling towards Evergreen Gym. They noticed Greenhorn's flashy car still parked outside. Misty pondered aloud. Is Greenhorn here already? Hasn't he finished his challenge yet? Ash shook his head, realizing that Green had suffered a devastating defeat. Serena, puzzled, inquired how that could be, noting that Green had not left. Sighing, Ash replied that Satoshi was not a good person and that he might have been a bit too harsh. However, it should not pose a significant problem. Let us enter. Not a good person? Misty and Serena exchanged glances, their confusion palpable. Yet, seeing Ash's unwillingness to elaborate, they refrained from pressing further. Upon reaching the entrance, 2 burly guards extended their arms to block Ash's path. Only one person may enter to challenge the Evergreen Gym at a time, one of them stated. Ash calmly introduced himself. I am Ash, here to challenge your gym leader. The Ash from Pallet Town? One of the guards scrutinized him with curiosity. Ash nodded in affirmation. Please hold on. The other guard hurried inside to report. Upon entering the gym, the guard spotted Jessie and her companions indulging in a feast. Master James, Ash has arrived. So he has come? Our strength has increased significantly, James remarked, sipping his fruit wine. The guard acknowledged this and prepared to summon others when Meowth, in the midst of a delightful meal, suddenly leaped up, exclaiming, Ash is here. The guard turned, hesitating as he noted Meowth's excitement. This is bad, this is bad. Ash is coming, Jesse James. Meowth, feeling a rising anxiety, noticed that Jesse and James were still drinking. The tension visibly flared within Meowth. In a flurry, Meowth clawed at them, rousing Jesse and James from their stupor. What are you doing? That hurts, Meowth. They cried, clutching their faces in pain. Stop yelling. Ash is coming. Meowth waved its paws frantically. Ash is coming. Jesse and James immediately sobered up. Jesse grabbed the guard, asking if Ash was accompanied by a Pikachu and whether 2 young girls were with him, while James inquired about a Togepi, having never encountered such a scenario before. The guard gulped and stammered. Yes, that's correct. Oh no. Jesse and James exchanged worried glances. Meowth promptly reacted. Quick, contact the boss. James nodded vigorously. I'll go now. How could Ash arrive now? Suddenly, a realization struck Jessie, and she pointed at the guard. You, go install Ash and his friends. With Jesse and James reacting so dramatically, the guard felt a twinge of guilt, thinking, are they truly that scared of Ash? Is he that terrifying? Oh no. Am I going to die? Seeing the guard frozen in place, Jesse urged, hurry up. The guard, feeling anxious, responded and departed. After he left, Jessie and Meowth quickly tidied up the surroundings. Before long, James returned, and Jessie and Meowth looked at Ash with anticipation. "How is it, James?" James nodded. "The boss will be back shortly. We must delay Ash." That's good. That's good." The guard nervously returned to the entrance. "Mr. Ash, our gym leader is currently occupied and will require some time." Ash, sensing the guard's unease, contemplated whether Green had truly encountered trouble. "Step aside." As he spoke, Ash unleashed his psychic abilities. The guards felt an immense weight upon their shoulders, rendering them unable to stand as they knelt to the ground. With a wave of his hand, Ash opened the door. He clenched his fist and turned to Misty and Serena, stating, "Let us proceed." Misty and Serena sensed something was amiss and nodded gravely, hastening to follow Ash. The guards exchanged glances, relieved, and promptly fainted. Upon entering the gym, Ash soon discovered Green lying unconscious on the ground, surrounded by his cheerleading companions. After a brief assessment, Ash realized there was no serious harm, and his worries subsided. "Humans, you are quite formidable." Chapter 73, Mutuo. "Meowth, is that you?" Misty pointed at the 3 members of Team Rocket disguised as poles. "It's not us." Meowth quickly shook its head in denial. Misty rolled her eyes, pointing at each in turn. "Jessie. Jessie, I'm not Jessie." "James. James, I'm not James either." Misty sighed in exasperation, feeling overwhelmed by their foolishness. "All right, we've already recognized you, so stop pretending." Suddenly, Misty noticed Ash's serious expression, which had drawn her attention away from Team Rocket. "Ash, what's wrong?" "They're here," Ash said, his gaze fixed on the door. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of heavy footsteps and the clatter of shoes grew nearer. "Welcome to the Evergreen Gym, Dr. Ash," came the deep, steady voice of Giovanni. Upon seeing Giovanni, the 3 members of Team Rocket brightened. "Boss." Unexpectedly, Giovanni waved his hand. A mysterious Pokemon clad in armor beside him extended its left hand, flinging the 3 of them outside. Dazed and confused, Team Rocket landed at the entrance of the gym. "Did the boss throw the wrong people?" Jessie asked. "Yeah. So can we go inside now?" James added. "Meowth, you fools. We are Team Rocket now. Entering would expose the boss's identity." "Ugh. Meowth, you're so clever." "Of course." Meowth retorted. "Do you think I'm as foolish as you two?" "Meowth, what are you saying?" "No, please don't." Back inside the gym, Ash understood that Giovanni had interrupted Jessie and James because he had no intention of revealing himself yet. With a calculated calmness, Ash looked at Giovanni and said, "Mr. Giovanni, I have heard that this is the strongest gym in the Kanto region. I respectfully seek your guidance." Giovanni chuckled heartily. "I have long heard of Dr. Ash's esteemed reputation. Today, it is indeed as the rumors suggest." After exchanging pleasantries, Giovanni introduced his prized Pokemon, Mutuo. "This is my most cherished Pokemon, Mutuo. If you can defeat him, the Evergreen Badge shall be yours." Ash gazed at Mutuo, nodding in acknowledgement. Mutuo, level 91, 81. Mutuo locked eyes with Ash, a flash of blue light glimmering within them. "Human, you are strong." Telepathically, Ash smirked and replied, "If you find me strong, why not become my Pokemon?" A flicker of confusion crossed Mutuo's eyes as it posed an existential question. "Who am I?" "You are Mutuo, the one and only Pokemon in this world," Ash affirmed. "Incorrect. I am a creation of humans." As Mutuo spoke, its armor suddenly trembled. "Ash, let us not be hasty. Let us converse slowly," Ash suggested calmly. Giovanni, sensing the tension, observed with a flash of concern in his eyes. "All right, let us commence our gym battle." Ash nodded. "Let it begin." Giovanni took his position on the opposite side of the battlefield. "Dr. Ash, you may utilize all your Pokemon. As long as you can defeat Mutuo, victory shall be yours." Ash regarded Mutuo with a faint smile, noting the confidence radiating from gym leader Satoshi. Satoshi's lips curved slightly. "Of course, after all, he is my pride and joy." Ash nodded in acknowledgement, choosing not to elaborate further. "Then my first Pokemon shall be Haxorus." Haxorus, unleash Dragon Dance. Upon seeing Haxorus, Satoshi furrowed his brow. "Mutuo, eliminate him." Mutuo obediently raised a hand, releasing a psychic wave that swiftly dispatched Haxorus. Satoshi wore an expression of predictable triumph. Ash felt a twinge of exasperation, mentally communicating, "Mutuo, didn't we agree to take it slow?" "He is simply too weak," Mutuo replied coldly, yet Ash perceived a hint of embarrassment in its tone. "All right then. I'll switch out. Just go easy this time," Ash shouted, summoning Charizard to unleash a torrent of flames. Mutuo remained unresponsive to this command. Ash thought to himself, "Such indifference." "Human, I can't hear you," Mutuo retorted. Ash quickly apologized and redirected the conversation. "My apologies. Let us continue discussing the awakening of humanity." Ever since the first person proclaimed, "Aren't nobles and lords merely men?" they have ceased to be slaves and have become truly complete individuals. So you're saying I am human? Mutuo mused. As it spoke, Mutuo casually deflected Charizard's flames back at him. You are not. You possess no gender. Ash replied. I can change, Mutuo countered. No, you cannot, Ash insisted. Charizard, ascend and seek an opportunity. Hearing Ash's command, Mutuo exerted excessive force, annihilating Charizard. Ash, resigned, recalled Charizard and released Aerodactyl. Roar. Without hesitation, Aerodactyl lunged at Mutuo. Sensing the palpable intent to kill emanating from Aerodactyl, Satoshi finally felt at ease. For reasons unknown, Satoshi had a strange impression that Mutuo and Ash were merely playing their roles. However, concern quickly returned as he thought, this is a formidable opponent. One of significant rank in my arsenal. Ash, your potential is indeed frightening. This Aerodactyl is not a Pokemon that Mutuo can easily dispatch. With Mutuo holding back, it could be said that both sides were engaged in a fair exchange. Witnessing this scene, Satoshi frowned once more. Misty and Serena, however, were astonished by Aerodactyl's prowess. It ranked among the top Pokemon in Ash's roster, and yet it seemed to be on the receiving end of the battle. Naturally, Misty was unaware of the formidable capabilities of Ash's evolutions. Serena, no wonder Ash claims that the Evergreen Gym is the strongest. It truly is impressive. Upon hearing this, Satoshi's thoughts began to stir as he recalled those 8 evolutions that even the champion could not easily defeat, along with Zapdos and the Colossal Steelix. With this realization, Satoshi felt a surge of pride, and his ambitions began to ignite. So this is it. Could it be that my strength is simply overwhelming? Even Mutuo, who cannot be easily vanquished by the league champion, is being restrained. In truth, I have been too cautious regarding the league. Perhaps I should reconsider. Setting aside Satoshi's ambitions, as Ash recounted the tale, he elaborated on the essence of humanity. Mutuo finally experienced a moment of enlightenment. So you are suggesting that only with consciousness does one become a complete being? And those who have been enslaved, even if they are human, are merely living puppets? Precisely, that is the essence. Ever since you questioned who am I, you have become a true being, rather than a mere subordinate, Ash affirmed. I understand. Thank you. Human, Mutuo acknowledged. Thank me later. Simply become my Pokemon, Ash proposed. I can offer you a chance, according to the rules of this world. Defeat me, and I shall be your Pokemon, Mutuo declared. Following this proclamation, Mutuo no longer concealed its aura, shattering the restraints of its power. Mutuo's level surged back to 91, attaining a divine status. Under its overwhelming presence, the roof of the Evergreen Gym disintegrated into nothingness, scattering with the wind. Impossible, Satoshi gasped, readying to retrieve a Pokeball from his belt. Mutuo cast a glance back at him, freezing Satoshi in place. Mutuo surveyed its surroundings, then vanished in an instant. A mental message echoed within Ash's mind. I have left you a mark. Whenever you wish to challenge me, contact me. I shall sense it. After Mutuo's departure, Satoshi regained his composure. At that moment, his face turned ashen. He had not anticipated Mutuo's escape. He tossed a badge to Ash, words escaping him as he turned towards the back courtyard. Misty and Serena hurried to Ash's side. Ash, are you all right? Haha, what could possibly be wrong? I've struck it rich this time. Ash cackled. Could you not laugh so creepily? Misty admonished. How infuriating, Ash. You actually won. Shigeru, just waking, witnessed Ash receiving the badge and felt a profound sense of defeat. No, don't come near. In the Evergreen Forest, a caterpie, hiding in a corner and indulging in honey, suddenly turned its gaze towards Evergreen City, sensing something amiss. Meow. It took a large gulp of honey before vanishing without a trace. Chapter 74, Homeward Bound. On the following morning, Ash, having gathered all 8 gym badges, set forth towards Pallet Town with Misty and Serena. Look over there, that's Pallet Town. Ash pointed at the distant buildings. You fool, Ash. We can only see a silhouette from here. It's still quite far. Honestly, you act like a child, Misty quipped, cradling a sleeping Togepi. Serena chuckled lightly. Picking up the thread, after all, it has been quite some time since we returned home. I can understand. Haha. Oh, so Ash is missing his mother, Misty teased. The 2 girls exchanged playful jabs at Ash, laughing heartily. Ash shot them a bemused glance. You too. I actually miss my grandmother a bit. How inappropriate. After enduring Ash's long-winded tales, Misty and Serena instantly grasped Ash's underlying sentiment, casting him a reproachful look. Pikachu, unable to tolerate the banter, leapt from Ash's shoulder. However, after just a few steps, thud, Pikachu collided with an invisible wall. Pika? What in the world? It probed the barrier with its paws. Puzzled, Pika, What is this nonsense? Pikachu, what are you playing at? Ash inquired, noticing Pikachu's peculiar behavior. Pikachu knocked against the wall, indicating there was indeed something there. Hey, Misty and Serena, intrigued, rushed over to investigate. Suddenly, Ash had a thought and released a wave of aura to sense his surroundings. He discovered that a Pokemon was indeed concealed nearby. Aerodactyl, bring out the little one hiding in the shadows. Roar. As an ancient hunter, the experience of the fossilized Pteranodon is unparalleled. It swiftly dove, shattering the luminous barrier set by the suction cup doll, capturing it in its grasp. The trapped suction cup doll cried out in terror. The fossilized creature tossed it beside Ash. Misty and her companions looked at Ash with confusion, unable to comprehend why he had suddenly caught a Pokemon. Ash explained that the invisible walls were the doing of this very suction cup doll. Pikachu, witnessing the culprit, glared at the doll with a brotherly fury, sparks dancing at its cheeks, ready to teach it a lesson. The suction cup doll, in a state of panic, waved its hands pleadingly. It seemed to believe that Pikachu was about to inflict some unspeakable harm upon it. Indeed, it appeared that Pikachu was preparing to do just that. Seeing the doll's frightened demeanor, Pikachu paused, glancing up at Ash inquiringly. What should we do, Ash? It seemed to ask, with a mischievous grin. Ash turned his gaze towards the suction cup doll. You have two paths before you. This creature, resembling a humanoid figure, was known in the original tale for its prowess in tidying up and managing household chores. Capturing it would alleviate some of the burdens on the others. The suction cup doll, slightly regaining its composure upon hearing it had options, inquired further. Misty and Serena exchanged knowing glances, realizing Ash intended to capture it. Pikachu, aware that it would soon gain another ally, hopped onto Ash's shoulder, sporting a sly grin directed at the suction cup doll. Clearing his throat, Ash declared, First, my fossilized Pteranodon is hungry, and you shall be its meal. The Pteranodon, momentarily taken aback, looked at the suction cup doll, pondering its apparent unappetizing nature. However, it was a gift from its master, so it resigned to the idea of allowing it to enter its belly. The suction cup doll, noticing the Pteranodon's gaze, hastily waved its hands in refusal. A glimmer of amusement flickered in Ash's eyes as he feigned disappointment. Oh, you don't want to? What a pity. Then the second option is. He paused deliberately, baiting the suction cup doll, which gazed eagerly at Ash, awaiting the alternative. Suddenly, an exclamation broke the air, prompting Ash and his companions to look up. A beautiful woman with flowing blue hair, adorned in a red dress, rushed towards them. Pikachu, puzzled, glanced at the suction cup doll. Is that your trainer? The suction cup doll scratched its head, uncertain. I don't know. Just then, the woman reached them, catching her breath before addressing Ash. My name is Aji, the ringmaster of a nearby circus. I urgently need a suction cup doll. Could you possibly lend me this one? Aji looked at Ash with hopeful anticipation. Pikachu, indignant, tugged at Ash's ear, shaking its head in disapproval. Ash brushed Pikachu's hand away and replied to Aji with a hint of skepticism. Surely a circus would have at least one suction cup doll? Aji's expression dimmed as she slowly recounted her own suction cup doll's behavior. The one I have now only indulges in gluttony and refuses to participate in performances. I thought perhaps using another suction cup doll might inspire it to regain its fighting spirit. Serena nodded thoughtfully. I see. Perhaps you've spoiled your suction cup doll too much. Aji conceded with a forlorn nod. Indeed, my excessive pampering has led to this predicament. Ash remarked, ultimately, it seems your training methods may be at fault. To have a suction cup doll as a main performer in a circus, it requires considerable training. So why has it suddenly become disobedient? While speaking, Ash observed the suction cup doll beside him, pondering that one cannot properly perform without diligent training. If memory serves, Aji's training methods were rather stringent, often cruelly punishing poorly trained suction cup dolls. Yet, in the face of an untrained suction cup doll, Aji's attitude appeared to be quite different. Upon hearing Ash's blunt critique, Aji's face paled as she fell into contemplation. Serena, recognizing the shift, added, perhaps it's not solely the suction cup doll at fault. You too should reflect on your training methods. It's not just the Pokemon that can hold you back. Ash continued to assert his point. Pikachu is right. The suction cup doll, intrigued, seemed to express a newfound fondness for Ash. At that moment, Buniri stirred awake in Misty's arms, stretching its limbs and cheerfully greeting the sudden appearance of the suction cup doll. After a brief silence, Aji lifted her head, her expression earnest as she nodded to Ash. I understand now. Thank you for your guidance. Ash acknowledged her with a slight nod. Goodbye. After bidding farewell to Aji, Ash turned to the suction cup doll. The second path is to be captured by me, where I will provide you with a good home. The suction cup doll nodded earnestly, affirming, I believe in you. With a triumphant beep, Ash successfully captured the suction cup doll, and they continued their journey to Pallet Town. Chapter 75. The Uniqueness of Legendary Beasts. Upon returning to Pallet Town, Ash and his companions greeted the villagers along the way, eventually arriving at Professor Oak's laboratory. "Ah, my cursed charm," Ash lamented, burdened with gifts from the villagers. "Oh, charming Ash, could you please unlock the door to the lab?" Misty, similarly laden with small presents, urged. With a mysterious smile, Ash replied, "Just a moment, I'll be right there." Serena shot him a sideways glance. "Ash, you haven't forgotten the lab's password, have you?" "Of course not. I would never forget. I have my own reasons," Ash responded, nearly dropping his gifts in the process. However, one gift box slipped from his grasp. Pikachu, noticing, rushed over and leaped, using its head to nudge the box back into place. "Perfect," Pikachu exclaimed. "Woof, woof. Rapidash, wait for me." A voice accompanied by an anxious bark emanated from within. "Open up. We've arrived," Ash declared triumphantly, raising his eyebrows at Serena and the others. With a click, the door swung open, and a large yellow dog bounded towards Ash. "Ash!" Misty and the others exclaimed in surprise as Ash was knocked to the ground, his belongings scattering everywhere. "Woof! My master has returned. I missed you." Rapidash joyfully wagged its tail, licking Ash affectionately. Ash extended his arms, rolling over to successfully restrain the exuberant dog's head. "You dare to ambush me? Now you know who's in charge. Woof, you are the boss." The wind speed dog pretended to stick out its tongue and rolled its eyes. Pikachu, the sycophant and fool, observed this scene with a look of disdain, murmuring under its breath. Misty, cradling Togepi, discreetly took out her Pokédex and captured this splendid moment with a snap. A little behind, May arrived, exclaiming with surprise, "Oh, is that you, Misty? You've returned." Upon noticing Ash embracing the wind speed dog, she gasped in astonishment. "Professor Ash, you are." Ash released the wind speed dog and stood up nonchalantly, replying, "Oh, it's you, May. How have you been adjusting at the lab?" May gave Ash a peculiar glance and remarked, "I'm fine, but, all right, let us head inside." "It's been a while. Professor Oak must be missing him," Ash interrupted, not bothering to look back as he walked into the lab. "Woof, wait for me." Pikachu, the sycophant. "How amusing." Serena chimed in, "Hey Ash, don't you want your little gift anymore?" Misty interjected, "Oh come on, Nana, you should learn to show Ash a bit of respect." "Ha ha." May chuckled at the scene. Upon entering the laboratory, they were greeted by the sight of the spiky-haired Blue lounging in a chair like a lord. Upon recognizing Ash and his companions, Blue raised an eyebrow and taunted, "Hey, Ash, you're still so slow. This won't do." Ash simply smiled and replied, "I'm not like you. As a man, speed alone is not sufficient." "TCH," Blue scoffed, glancing dismissively at Ash. "I know when to be quick and when to take my time." "Hold on," Ash interrupted, shifting the topic. "Where's the stuff I asked for?" Blue nonchalantly eyed Ash and the girls behind him, rummaged through his pocket, and tossed a set of keys to Ash. "Here you go. It's not far from your place, just next door." "Thanks," Ash replied gratefully as he accepted the keys. This was a house that Ash had specifically instructed Blue to prepare. Although Ash's home was spacious enough for the three of them, it was likely that there would be more than just three. How pretentious. Blue rolled his eyes. "Ha ha ha, it's good to see Ash back." Only you would elicit such a reaction from Blue. A hearty laugh echoed as Professor Oak approached, clad in a white lab coat. "Ash, have you obtained all 8 badges?" "Of course, just 8 badges is no big deal," Ash replied, puffing with pride as he displayed his badges. "What is the big deal?" "I have 10 badges," Blue retorted, his tone laced with dissatisfaction. Ash twitched his ears, glancing at the discontented Blue, preparing to mock him a bit more. However, recalling that Blue had just assisted him, he slightly shook his head, deciding to let it slide this time. "Achoo!" Blue sneezed inexplicably, and upon noticing Ash's slight shake of the head, he narrowed his eyes, thinking to himself, "This guy must be talking behind my back." Detecting Blue's gaze, Ash turned and smiled at him. "You jerk, Ash. You fool, Blue." Professor Oak, oblivious to this exchange, turned to Serena and inquired, "Young lady, haven't we met before?" Serena replied with a sweet smile, "Yes, Professor Oak. I attended the summer camp you hosted." "Oh, now that you mention it, I remember," Professor Oak exclaimed, slapping his forehead with a chuckle. "So you were the girl who used to follow Ash around, insisting she would marry him one day. No wonder you looked so familiar." Blushing, Serena shyly nodded. Misty, holding Togepi, secretly scrutinized Serena, thinking, "Wow, so this is the real Nana." May looked at Misty in shock, then her gaze shifted between Ash and the others, and her face suddenly flushed with a deep crimson. After some familiar banter, Professor Oak called Ash over, mentioning a new discovery. Ash instructed Serena and the others to take Togepi back first. May eagerly raised her hand to lead the way. Seeing he was no longer needed, Blue bid them farewell and left. Professor Oak guided Ash to the lab, connecting a USB drive that projected a virtual image before Ash. The image prominently displayed data on Zapdos, including a particularly significant, deep red feather symbolizing the essence of Zapdos. Ash read through it carefully, his eyes lighting up with understanding. Professor Oak watched silently, waiting for Ash to withdraw his gaze before speaking. Have you discovered something, Ash? Ash nodded, stating, with this feather, it's not a problem for Zapdos to break through to master level. Indeed, the attributes among these legendary Pokemon are so closely related that a single feather with lightning essence can clarify their realm. Professor Oak agreed, then sighed. Unfortunately, using it on other electric-type Pokemon would diminish its effectiveness. Professor Oak, isn't breaking through to the Elite Four sufficient? Let us not be too greedy, Ash remarked, rolling his eyes at the data. Professor Oak shook his head, saying, the Elite Four isn't the issue. With ample resources, one can reach champion status. But master-level Pokemon are exceedingly rare. Please, no more humble bragging, Ash thought, fully aware of how many powerful Pokemon Professor Oak possessed. Professor Oak shook his head. You understand the situation with your EVs. Up to now, none have broken through to master level. Although potential cannot be seen, it undeniably exists. Ash frowned. Professor Oak then produced another piece of data, displaying the stats of a Dragonite and its Dragon Fang, which shared the same level as Zapdos' feather. Even though my Dragonite has also broken through to divine level, the items it has condensed cannot allow other Dragonites to breach master level without obstacles. Even one-on-one guidance is unlikely to yield breakthroughs. Is this the peculiarity of legendary Pokemon? Professor Oak's brow furrowed as he fell into contemplation. Seeing this, Ash raised an eyebrow in surprise. Professor Oak, you didn't call me here just to have me capture these legendary Pokemon for your research, did you? Realizing his thoughts had been guessed, Professor Oak chuckled. You understand me well. Ash, do you know how excited I am to witness this? All right. You think too highly of me, Ash replied, turning to leave without a moment's hesitation. As he reached the door, he paused, tossing the icy feather given by Suicune to Professor Oak, saying, you cannot capture such legendary Pokemon. However, I can try to collect some items from them. Professor Oak held the icy feather, which shimmered with the faint outline of Suicune. This is enough, Ash. I believe you can do it. Ignoring Professor Oak's enthusiastic shout, Ash hurriedly exited the lab, heading home, forgetting even to check on his Pokemon. Chapter 76. Let's drive together. After bidding farewell to the lab and returning home, Ash discovered that Misty and the three girls were engaged in lively conversation, with a pseudo-Wudo in an apron serving them, completely oblivious to Ash's arrival. Can this kid really endure? I'm back. A sudden clap of thunder reverberated through the air, startling Pikachu and Togepi, perched upon Ash's shoulders. Togepi, caught off guard, tumbled down. Togepi, exclaimed Ash, swiftly securing both Pokemon in his arms while casting a glance at the disdainful gazes surrounding him. How dare that pesky Surskit express disdain toward me? Ash, why are you shouting so loudly? Honestly, Ash, that was excessive. Professor Ash, you truly are as loud as Misty described. Only Hanako maintained a semblance of normalcy. Upon recognizing Ash, she opened her arms and approached him. Welcome back. How heartwarming it is to be welcomed by my dear mother. Ash felt his eyes well up with emotion. Just as he prepared to embrace Hanako, she bypassed him entirely, taking Pikachu and Togepi from his grasp. Pikachu, you seem a bit slimmer. Traveling with Ash must have been quite the ordeal for you. Pika. And you must be the new addition, Togepi. How adorable. Togepi. Hanako cradled the two little ones, conversing as she returned to her previous spot. Noticing Ash still standing in a daze, Hanako playfully teased, Ash, why don't you find a chair instead of standing there like a guest? Uft. Misty stifled a laugh, feeling slightly embarrassed due to her recent cold. Uft. With Misty leading the way, Serena couldn't help but join in the laughter. Soon, the room echoed with their merriment, leaving Ash numb as he ascended the stairs to his room. After a while, a sorrowful wail echoed through the house. Oh no, not again. Downstairs. Sissy glanced worriedly at the upstairs, pondering whether Ash was all right. What could possibly happen to him? Misty scoffed. He'll be fine in no time. Serena nodded in agreement. Hanako chuckled softly. That's just Ash. He'll recover quickly. For now, let us continue our conversation without him. After dinner, Ash and his loyal Arcanine found themselves unceremoniously ushered out. Wandering the streets aimlessly, Ash noticed that Hanako had kept the girls with her for their conversation. But why was Sissy also present? At least I have you, Arcanine, Ash said, his heart swelling with gratitude. We are truly the best duo. Woof. The next day, brimming with energy, Ash devoured breakfast at Hanako's home before making his way to Professor Oak's research lab without delay. The lab was expansive, truly gargantuan, rivaling the size of an entire Pallet Town. After greeting Professor Oak, who was busy slurping instant noodles while researching, Ash headed straight to the Pokemon habitat area designated for him. This area, designed to mimic nature, welcomed him with a sudden cry from a majestic Pidgeot. Master has arrived. With Pidgeot's call, the Pokemon, either resting or training, perked up in unison. Welcome back, dear Ash. Ash was momentarily taken aback by their enthusiastic reception. After exchanging warm greetings, he surveyed the Pokemon surrounding him, feeling a swell of pride and warmth. My dear friends, now that we're all familiar with each other, I won't need to introduce anyone. Togepi, Togepi. The new Togepi, and Kadabra waved and nodded. Several EVs showed particular interest in the newcomers, circling them and engaging in lively conversation. Now, with only 2 months until the Indigo League, we are determined to seize the championship. However, I implore each of you to present your utmost strength and grace when we step onto that grand stage together. Thus, our training must not wane in the coming days. Let us strive together. Pikachu, Arcanine, Growl. Presently, Ash boasted a diverse team of 43 Pokemon. Among them were champions like Pikachu, Zapdos, a colossal Steelix, and a fossilized Aerodactyl, alongside 8 EV. The elite members included Arcanine, Pidgeot, Beedrill, Venusaur, Scyther, Shuckle, Absol, and Sableye, with the rest being advanced or higher. With such a formidable lineup, Ash felt invincible. Observing the levels of his Pokemon, a smile crept upon his face. Suddenly, inspired by the joyous atmosphere, Jigglypuff hopped forward, microphone in hand, ready to belt out a tune. Togepi. Scyther quickly darted beside Jigglypuff, clamping its claws over her mouth, shaking its head vehemently. The other Pokemon shook their heads in fear, as if dreading the consequences of Jigglypuff's song. Noticing Jigglypuff's puffed cheeks, Ash chuckled, understanding the reputation of the Pink Menace. Amid the commotion, he quickly intervened, cradling the increasingly irate Jigglypuff. All right, your battle song can wait until after training. Togepi? Jigglypuff looked at him with pleading eyes. Charizard and the others, hearing this, reacted in alarm. Boss, don't make promises you can't keep. We can't handle that. Ash, observing the exaggerated reactions of Charizard and the others, chuckled. What's wrong? Jigglypuff sings beautifully. Don't you like it? Togepi. Jigglypuff glared defiantly. Pokemon capable of resisting Jigglypuff's song indeed enjoyed the prospect of a post-training performance, while those unable to resist had no objections, right? As for what they were truly thinking, Ash chose to remain blissfully ignorant. Scyther, Charizard, retract your claws. Seeing no dissent, Jigglypuff joyfully snuggled against Ash, rubbing the soft creature. Ash smiled gently at the sulking Charizard and the others. Let us move, everyone, to the training grounds in the Back Hills. The Back Hills, the heart of Professor Oak's lab, were home to numerous Pokemon, nearly 100, none below gym leader level. Among them were legendary Pokemon like Dragonite and the soon-to-be legendary Mewtwo. This was Ash's ideal training ground. Eevee, no slacking off this time. Let us train together. Above the Oak lab, Meowth floated in a balloon. I heard Professor Oak is incredibly formidable. I don't want to be here either. But the boss threatened us to follow Ash. Meowth, we have no choice. Thankfully, our task is merely to keep an eye on him. What a bothersome feeling. Chapter 77, The Desert Ruins. Half a month swiftly passed. Ash's Pokemon had all made significant progress. One day, an unexpected visitor disrupted Ash's intense training. Ash, King Kinna and Senior Nana are here. Professor Oak requests your presence. Xiao Chui gazed at Ash, who was meditating beneath the waterfall with his bare torso exposed, and called out to him with a horn. Fearing that Ash might not hear her, she shouted twice in succession. These days, it wasn't just Pokemon that were undergoing training. Ash had also devoted himself to his own cultivation. He understood the importance of leading by example, and his own growth was a pursuit he cherished deeply. Upon hearing the commotion, Ash slowly opened his eyes, a fleeting sharpness flickering within them. He swiftly appeared beside Xiao Chui, casually dressing himself as he spoke. Kona and Nanami have arrived? That's indeed a rarity. Xiao Chui, stealing glances at Ash's chiseled physique, felt a rush of heat to her cheeks and swallowed nervously. Noticing her covert admiration, Ash playfully flicked her forehead with his finger. Let us go. You'll have plenty of opportunities to see later. Oh, caught off guard. Xiao Chui dazedly nodded before realizing what she had just agreed to, her face turning crimson as she stuttered. What are you talking about? I'm not interested in looking. Ash chuckled mischievously and leaned closer. When will you let me see yours? I want to see you. Xiao Chui feigned annoyance, playfully kicking Ash before darting away. Stretching lazily, Ash began to walk, and Pikachu, who had been distracted, hurried to catch up to him. Pikachu, why are you following me? It's time for training. Pika, why aren't you training? Where are you going? Ash replied, I have my reasons. Now hurry along. Pika, not listening, not listening. Before Ash could enter, he overheard a heated debate between Nanami and Professor Oak. Grandpa, are you really going to send Ash? Of course, who else could possibly handle it? Wait a moment. Professor Oak. Ash pushed the door open to interrupt. How can you say there's no one else? I don't think I'm that capable yet. Upon seeing Ash, Professor Oak quickly disengaged from Nanami and pulled Ash aside. Ash, this is truly a major discovery. Ash observed the excited Professor Oak and asked so. Cough, cough. Nanami interjected. All right, Grandpa. At least explain the situation to Ash first. Professor Oak slapped his forehead. Yes. My mistake. He turned and hurried back to the lab to fetch documents. Nanami, looking concerned, turned to Ash. Even if you read the documents, I hope you don't act impulsively. Think carefully before making any decisions. All right, Nanami. Kona, who had been lounging with his legs crossed, slowly approached Ash. Even though Ash is the one designated by Professor Oak, if you truly wish to embark on this journey, I still need to test your abilities. Ash and Pikachu exchanged puzzled glances. What exactly is this? So mysterious. And are you also sure I will go? Ash scoffed, gazing at Kona as if he had her figured out. Kona bit her lip and poked Ash, of course. If it weren't for me having other matters to attend to, I would want to explore this ruins myself. Ash rolled his eyes and turned away, filled with disdain for Kona, who always sought to take advantage of him. Seeing his rejection, Kona brushed her hair back. You're so ungrateful. You should remember how I was when we were young. Ash swiftly covered Kona's mouth to silence her, leaning in to whisper, if you dare bring up the past again, don't blame me for being rude. With that, he pinched her firmly on the backside. Yikes. Some things could be said freely in childhood, but they became more delicate with age. All right, you two, enough. Nanami exclaimed, stepping in between them. Ash, you should also say less. Every time you speak, you drive people to the brink. Can't you two engage in a proper conversation without bickering? Ash and Kona exchanged glances and huffed in unison. Kona tossed her hair and, for Nanami's sake, decided to let it go this time. I'm so scared. Please don't hit me. Ash feigned fear, only to be met with Nanami's swift pinch at his waist, causing him to inhale sharply. Just then, Professor Oak arrived, holding a fragment of a stone tablet and a stack of documents. Come, Ash, look at this. This is a monumental discovery. Seeing Professor Oak, Nanami discreetly released her grip. Ash cast a resentful glance at her before accepting the documents and began to compare them. The information regarding the stone wall was incomplete, merely hinting at ancient times, where a colossal stone statue discovered by the Hebrews was referred to as the Pillar of Rock God, dating back tens of thousands of years. After a while, Ash murmured, Pillar of Rock God, could it be Regirock? Professor Oak's eyes brightened with anticipation as he gazed at Ash. Ash, do you know something? Ash arched an eyebrow and casually explained, I've come across it in literature. That's excellent. Professor Oak clapped his hands. Ash, it's highly likely that the Pillar of Rock God is also a legendary Pokémon. Ash nodded. That seems plausible. Professor Oak, brimming with enthusiasm, presented Ash with the map of the discovery site. This stone tablet was found here, in a desert within the Hoenn region. However, several archaeological teams have already encountered difficulties, with only one person managing to emerge and bring this tablet back. Ash, you. Professor Oak paused suddenly, setting aside the dangers within the ruins. The outside world was equally perilous. After several unsuccessful archaeological endeavors, it had drawn the intense attention of other sinister organizations. These groups lurked in the shadows like hunters, closely monitoring every move of the Alliance. Even the champions and Elite Four were under strict surveillance. Thus, if the Alliance were to be discovered in their operations, it could lead to greater troubles. Professor Oak, too, faced immense pressure as a prominent figure in academia, making him a focal point of scrutiny. However, the clues he had finally managed to extract from the archaeological site could not be allowed to fade away. This was precisely why Professor Oak had thought of Ash. But Professor Oak gazed at the young lad standing before him, merely 18 years of age, and hesitated. In truth, there was no pressing urgency at hand. Ash, you could very well wait until your strength has improved before you set off to investigate, he suggested. Ash shot a glance of exasperation at Professor Oak. If there were no urgency, you wouldn't have summoned me here, would you, Professor? Chapter 78, Ready to Depart. If there were no urgency, you wouldn't have called me here, would you, Professor Oak? Faced with Ash's pointed inquiry, Professor Oak found himself momentarily at a loss for words. It was entirely his own fault for being overly excited earlier. Ash glanced at the documents in his hand and turned to leave. Nana gently tugged at Ash's arm, seemingly prepared to dissuade him. Ash, however, upon witnessing the resolute expression upon his face, her initial words of caution were swallowed back. With a light chuckle, Ash affectionately ruffled Nana's hair, reassuring her, "Fear not. With Pikachu by my side, we are invincible." Pika Pika. Ash is right. Feeling the warmth above her head and Ash's confident tone, a blush crept onto Nana's cheeks. Then, sensing the inappropriateness of the moment, she swatted Ash's hand away and adopted a serious demeanor reminiscent of an elder sister. "Ash, you must amend your arrogant disposition." Observing Nana, who had just been shy but now appeared quite assertive, Ash feigned a salute and replied, "Rest assured, I shall certainly improve next time." Unaware of the jest, Nana believed Ash had made a promise, and she nodded with a hint of joy, feeling as though she had finally assumed the role of a sister. Ash exchanged farewells with Professor Oak and the others, preparing to depart. "Wait a moment, Ash." Both Professor Oak and Kona called out simultaneously. Professor Oak was the first to present Ash with a Dragonite-marked Pokeball. "Take this with you, Ash. It should assist you." Ash looked at the Pokemon prepared by Professor Oak and chuckled. "Professor, do you doubt my abilities?" Professor Oak chuckled in return, teasing, "Of course. I am aware of your capabilities. However, this is more for Nana's peace of mind." His tone shifted to one of seriousness. "And for my own reassurance, Ash, please accept it." Nana tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear and implored Ash, "Please take it." All right. I've never seen someone plead so earnestly for a gift." Ash glanced at the earnest faces of the two and, with a resigned smile, accepted the Pokeball from Professor Oak. Seeing Ash accept it, both Professor Oak and Nana breathed a sigh of relief. In truth, Professor Oak had great faith in Ash's capabilities. Otherwise, he would not have thought to send him. Yet perhaps due to Nana's comments or his own sense of guilt for placing responsibility on the younger generation, or perhaps other factors, Professor Oak found himself wavering. Once the exchange was concluded, Ash turned to Kona, raising an eyebrow as if to say, "What say you?" Kona shot him a glance of annoyance and turned away. "Enough of this, just hurry along." Professor Oak had already entrusted his main Dragonite to Ash, and should there be a challenge, who could say whether Ash would shamelessly deploy Dragonite in battle? As expected, Ash, somewhat disappointed, returned the Dragonite's Pokeball to his pocket. Kona, witnessing this, inexplicably felt a sense of relief, thinking to himself, as anticipated, he remains as shameless as ever. "I'm leaving." Ash waved his hand dismissively. Once Ash had departed, Professor Oak sighed and plunged back into his laboratory, consumed by frantic research. Kona winked at her close friend Nana, teasingly stating, "Did you not notice?" Nana, puzzled, inquired. "Notice what?" Kona jested, "I didn't expect you to have a fondness for someone like Ash." Nana would never admit to such feelings. "I merely regard him as a younger brother, akin to Shigeru." "Oh, I see." Kona. Upon returning home, Ash encountered the splendid May, who was watering the flowers. When he first returned, May had come to greet him. Besides May, Sakura and Natsumi would occasionally visit to play. Ash tossed Pikachu off his shoulder and stealthily ambushed May from behind. "Ah," May gasped in surprise. "It's me." Ash quickly reassured her. Upon hearing his familiar voice, May exclaimed with delight, "Oh, it's you, Ash. Why are you home so early today?" With a cheeky grin, Ash replied, "I simply missed you all." "How annoying." May blushed and lightly swatted at Ash. In a jest, Ash scooped her up in a princess carry. "Come on, let's head inside." "Okay." Pikachu, having landed unceremoniously on his rear, observed Ash's behavior with a hint of exasperation, extending a finger to point at Ash's retreating figure, expressing his discontent. In the living room, Ash shared with Misty and the others his plans to venture to the desert ruins. Understanding Ash's nature, Misty and the others refrained from dissuading him, merely advising him to exercise caution. Touched by their support, Ash embraced Misty and the others, leading them to play mahjong in his room. Uncertain of how long his journey would last, Ash anticipated a greater number of losses this time around. Meanwhile, Pikachu watched as Togepi dashed around the hall. The following day, Ash, accompanied by Pikachu and Togepi, returned to the training grounds. He gathered his Pokémon and quickly briefed them on his plans. He chose to take with him Sun EV, Water EV, Gigantic Steelix, Fossil Aerodactyl, Zapdos, Houndoom, Pidgeot, and the 3 Jengar brothers. Of course, Ash's loyal companions, Pikachu and Togepi, were also included. Monferno, continue to build your fury. I hope that by the time I return, you will have undergone a transformation. Beedrill, Meton. Keep pushing yourselves and don't fall too far behind. After a lengthy farewell, Ash mounted Pidgeot and soared into the sky, leaving behind the wistful gazes of his Pokémon. During his flight, Ash noticed Team Rocket hovering above the research facility, spying on him. He returned their gaze with a polite smile. Team Rocket, who were monitoring Ash, huddled together in fear. We were merely passing by. Seeing Ash fly directly past them, Jesse and the others were startled. Once Ash had flown far enough away, James continued to cry out in terror, "No! Help!" Jesse, realizing Ash had departed, kicked James out of frustration. "Hey, you fool, James. Ash was just passing by." Suddenly feeling that something was amiss, she angrily kicked James again. "We are villains. Why are we always so afraid of that little brat? At this rate, how can we continue to be villains?" "But you were scared too, Jesse," James dared to retort. Meowth, observing the two fools, sighed in concern. "But the boss ordered us to keep an eye on Ash. Now that he's gone, what shall we do?" The squabbling pair fell silent, the atmosphere turning somber. After a lengthy pause, Jesse gazed at the distant clouds. "What just happened?" James, enlightened, jumped up and exclaimed, Such beautiful clouds, absolutely stunning." They waited a moment longer, but then abruptly fell silent once more. Musashi and Kojiro simultaneously turned their gazes towards Meow Meow. Startled, Meow Meow lifted its head and burst into a hearty laughter. "Ha! What a splendid cloud it is, Meow." Witnessing this, the three of them reached a tacit understanding. What a beautiful sensation. Chapter 79. Exploring the ruins in the Fengyuan region. Amidst an endless expanse of desert, it is said that the sea of sand stretches infinitely. This time, Ash finally witnessed it. The golden sands, scorched by the sun, emanated waves of heat. The gusts of warm wind carried grains of sand, prompting Ash to tighten the brim of his hat. Pikachu, exhausted, lay languidly on Ash's shoulder. Ash, when will we arrive?" Listening to Pikachu's feeble cry, Ash could only offer consolation. "All right, Pikachu. Just a little longer, we are almost there." "You've said that 800 times already." Pikachu shot Ash an exasperated glance. Ash, feeling helpless, suggested, "How about you return to your Pokeball, like Bakubi?" Without hesitation, Pikachu shook its head in refusal. "Forget it. I'd rather stay here and accompany you." Ash took out a bottle of water, took a sip, and then offered it to Pikachu. Pikachu eagerly gulped down several swigs from the bottle. Refreshing. I feel alive again." Ash pulled out a map, scrutinizing it intently. The red dot marked on the map seemed minuscule against the vast desert. It had already been 3 days since Ash set off. Yet he still could not pinpoint their exact location, only able to ascertain that they were somewhere in this vicinity. Resigned, Ash stowed the map away and pressed on against the swirling sands. After walking for a while, a sinister chuckle echoed from the shadow behind Ash. His eyes brightened as he turned to look. A purple Jengar, with the number 2 tied to its hand, slowly emerged from Ash's shadow. "Found you, old 2? Hee. The Jengar, still grinning mischievously, immediately lost its smile. "Gung gung gung." Jengar shook its head vigorously, gesturing desperately with its hands, indicating it did not wish to be called that. Ash grasped Jengar's chubby hand and said, "All right, quickly tell me the location of the ruins. As for the name issue, you 3 brothers can discuss it amongst yourselves." The Jengar brothers Ash had captured had all evolved. To differentiate them, Ash ranked them by strength. This Jengar had evolved from a Genghis, making it the second strongest among the trio, hence the name Old 2. Initially, they had been quite pleased. However, at some point, Old 2 became aware of the peculiar connotation of its name. Since then, it had been fixated on changing it. Seeing Ash disregard its plea, Old 2 began to retreat slowly into the shadows. Ash seized it, tugging at Old 2's plump face, and said, "Stop fooling around and take me there." Old 2. "Do you want to taste my electricity?" Pikachu, perched on Ash's shoulder, crackled with electricity, glaring impatiently at Jengar. Faced with this dual threat, Old 2 hastily raised its hands in surrender. Subsequently, it displayed a characteristic mischievous grin, circling around Ash before leading him eastward. Soon, Old 2 guided Ash to where 2 other Jengars were frolicking in a slightly sunken patch of sand. Both had numbers tied to their hands, but they were 1 and 3. Gung gung gung. Upon seeing Ash, the eldest and the youngest Jengars rushed over to join Old 2, grasping hands and forming a circle as they spun around Ash. Dizzy from the spinning, Pikachu unleashed a shockwave. Gung. The Jengar brothers settled down, squatting to draw circles in the sand, casting resentful glances at Ash and Pikachu, as if they were 2 scoundrels who had abandoned them. Ash, oblivious to their sulking, observed the uneven ground, extending his psychic energy. Indeed, he discovered a vast space beneath the surface. His eyes lit up, realizing, so that's why I couldn't find it. It was buried beneath the sands. "Let us go." Pikachu Jengars, eager to explore the newly found location, Ash could hardly contain his excitement. Pikachu tugged at a few strands of Ash's hair, pointing at the Jengar brothers still drawing circles. Surprised, Ash approached the Jengar brothers with some Pokemon food in hand. Jengars, we apologize. Thank you for leading us to this location. Here is a reward for you. Gung. The Jengar brothers, upon seeing their favorite food in Ash's hands, snatched it eagerly and stuffed it into their mouths, squinting their eyes in delight as they laughed broadly. Hee. Witnessing the carefree laughter of the Jengar brothers, Ash shook his head in resignation, patting their heads. All right, it's time to go. The Jengars obediently dove back into Ash's shadow. Then, with a swift teleport, Ash took Pikachu and the others underground. The wind-swept sands rendered the previously inconspicuous depression even more concealed. Upon arriving at the underground ruins, Ash opened his backpack, donned a miner's hat, and activated the light, which pierced through the darkness. The stone walls on either side were revealed to Ash's gaze. Recognizing the intricately carved patterns above, Ash understood he had indeed found the right place. He tossed out 2 Pokeballs. Woof! Chica! Ash commanded. Zygarde, control your flames within and illuminate this place. Woof! Leave it to me. As Zygarde exerted its power, Ash and his companions' field of vision expanded further. Ash nodded, cradling Bakubi, and said, Bakubi, bring me luck. Chica, unfamiliar with the concept of luck, Bakubi waved its tiny hands excitedly in Ash's embrace. With everything in place, Ash continued his descent into the depths. The passage was narrow and winding, extending downward incessantly. The air was laden with dust and a chill reminiscent of rock, presenting a stark contrast to the scorching heat of the desert outside. Pikachu suddenly halted, its little ears perked up, pointing towards a slanted stone wall. Ash looked up. A beam of light illuminated a large hexagonal pattern composed of 7 dots amid a dense geometric design. Among the 7 dots, one was distinctly recessed and of a deep brown color, contrasting with the others. 7 dots, Ash murmured, recalling the objective of this expedition. Regirock, I shall finally meet you. He extended a finger, gently touching the deep brown dot. At the moment his fingertip made contact, a deep and resonant hum echoed in Ash's ear. An ancient and profound sensation surged within him, momentarily rendering him dazed. Sensing the anomaly, Pikachu instantly entered a battle stance. Its tail erect and electric arcs crackling from its cheeks, scanning the surrounding darkness with vigilance. Zygarde, observing Pikachu's demeanor, assumed a cautious fighting posture, carefully surveying their surroundings. Bakubi furrowed its little face in confusion, unaware of the unfolding events. Very well, Pikachu, and Suicune, I am unscathed. Ash exhaled a breath of murky air and spoke slowly. Let us press onward.